Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 101. The copy seems a bit simple. Director, I have something else to tell you. Lu Hao shouted while running. What is it? The director stopped and looked at Lu Hao. Director, the butcher's butcher knife is missing. He asked me to help find it yesterday. You were not in the factory last night. I just remembered it and came to tell you immediately. Lu Hao said. Hey? The butcher's butcher knife is missing? Are you sure? You know, if there is no butcher knife, how did he butcher the pig yesterday? The director's eyes flashed and he said. This. Mu Rifeng told me yesterday. I don't know if it's true. As for butchering pigs, he has a kitchen knife. Lu Hao still didn't dare to agree directly. Does he have a knife? But you may have been deceived by him. I went to the slaughterhouse just now, and the butcher was holding a butcher knife, not a kitchen knife. The director said. What? His butcher knife is not lost. Lu Hao was shocked when he heard this, and he was furious, but soon he suppressed his anger. This is weird words can't be believed. Lu Hao said, it seems that he really lied to me. Thank you, director. Then I will go on patrol first. Yet. Director Pighead nodded slightly. Mu Rifeng looked at the time and there were still 10 minutes before get off work. Mu Rifeng stood up and stretched. The slaughterhouse that was originally full of pigs has been emptied for the most part, leaving only 20 pigs. Mu Rifeng plans to deal with these 20 pigs in the afternoon. What a good knife! Mu Rifeng stroked the butcher knife, and at the same time, he was thinking in his heart whether this butcher knife can be brought back to the real world. If nothing unexpected happens, this butcher knife should be able to return to the real world with him. After all, the attributes of this butcher knife do not say that it cannot be brought back, or it belongs to a special scene prop, etc. Put the butcher knife into the apron, insert it into the waistband, and wait quietly for the end of get off work. 10 minutes passed in a flash. The door of the slaughterhouse was opened at the right time. A few minutes later, Mu Rifeng came to the cafeteria. Because the pig house is closer to the cafeteria than the slaughterhouse, Mu Rifeng is the last one to arrive among the contractors. In the same corner, Lu Hao and his 4 companions were already sitting there eating and chatting with the free meals provided. They didn't even notice Mu Rifeng coming in. Mu Rifeng first came to the window and ordered 3 dishes as usual. After paying, Mu Rifeng came to the crowd. Why are you all so happy today? Is there something good? Mu Rifeng said with a smile as he looked at the smiling Luojing and Tang Hao. While speaking, he sat directly next to them. Well, I should be able to complete the task and return today. Luojing said with a smile. Me too. It should be almost afternoon. Tang Hao also said. Although Mei Ziza didn't say anything, she couldn't hide her envy. Oh? What's going on? Didn't you say yesterday that it would take 2 or 3 days? Mu Rifeng said puzzledly. Luojing immediately explained, do you remember what the factory director said when we went to the pig house this morning? Of course I remember. Mu Rifeng nodded. You mean? Yes, the factory director Zuta said that he would use his savings to buy a batch of pigs that are about to be slaughtered. That batch of pigs has arrived, with a total of 100 heads, half of which are level 1 and half of level 2, and no level 3 pigs at all. Tang Hao said. Oh my goodness, if you calculate it, these pigs are worth millions, right? However, they are not adult pigs, so the price should be cheaper. Lu Hao took a breath. Millions, these are not millions of RMB, but millions of soul coins. In one morning, I have already slaughtered 5 adult pigs. There are only 2 left for my mission target. I will work hard this afternoon and raise a few more pigs. When I return in the afternoon, I can also have more clearance points. Tang Hao said. Such a good opportunity, why don't you wait for a day? Will you slaughter a few more pigs tomorrow? Mei Ziza suddenly said. Hee, forget it. I just want to clear the level quickly and don't want to take risks. This is my third dungeon at level 2. After this time, I will be promoted to level 3 and can enter the dungeon every month. Tang Hao's face was filled with a happy smile. Obviously, Tang Hao did not want to enter the dungeon. As soon as this was said, everyone looked at Tang Hao with some envy. Once a month, how enviable! Congratulations, this is my first dungeon at level 2, I still have a long way to go. These pigs eat a lot and poop quickly. It only takes 2 hours, which is enough for most of yesterday. I should be able to fill the septic tank and return in the afternoon. Luo Jing said. By the way, Mei Zizi, you should be able to complete it today, right? Yesterday, it increased by 50%. After get off work today, you can also have a 50% clearance. Tang Hao looked at Mei Zizi and said. Well, but I am still a little worried about whether there will be problems with the pigs that have just entered the pen. Mei Zizi nodded. It can be said that among the 5 of them, in fact, 4 people can return today, especially Mu Rufeng, who can return at any time now. Because he had already met the clearance conditions when he killed the 91 adult pigs last night. Ding! It is detected that the player has successfully slaughtered 97 adult pigs, and the conditions for passing the dungeon have been met. Please submit. This is the information that appeared in Mu Rufeng's mind last night. Mu Rufeng naturally rejected it directly. 97 pigs are not the result, but a beginning. So, Lu Hao is the most uncomfortable now. Mu Rufeng should be able to pass the level today, right? You killed 6 pigs yesterday. I heard from Director Bai that you are almost done with those pig carcasses. The adult pigs will be sent to the slaughterhouse for you to slaughter in the afternoon. Tang Hao said again. Yet. Mu Rufeng nodded and didn't say much. Haha, it seems that all 5 of us can go back today. Lu Hao said with a smile. What's the matter? Did the thief find it? Luo Jing said after hearing this. Before I talk about this, I still have to ask a question. While Lu Hao was speaking, he looked at Mu Rufeng and said, You said that your butcher knife was lost. Why did he say that you used the butcher knife to butcher the pig today when I went to see the factory manager today? Your butcher knife was not lost at all. Why did you tell me that it was lost? Mu Rufeng was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then said, Oh, last night, the security ghost wanted to kick the door and break in, but I killed him in the back and found the butcher knife on him. I didn't remember it this morning, so I didn't tell you. Mu Rufeng said. Hey? Did you kill that security ghost? Lu Hao was shocked when he heard this. The factory manager told him that old Zhang had retired, but then he thought, a ghost, why retire? However, that security ghost was a level 3 ghost, and even the level 3 gambler in his body didn't dare to say that he could beat him. Yet. Mu Rufeng nodded. How is this possible? That security guard Gui is a 3rd level evil ghost, and you are just a 1st level contractor. Even if you contracted a 2nd level Gui, it would be too unbelievable. Lu Hao still didn't want to believe it. Haha. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't do it. Mu Rufeng said with a faint smile. It seems that I still underestimated you. Lu Hao calmed down. Then, he began to talk about his plan to pass the level. His plan was also very simple, which was to bet with Gui. If Gui won, Lu Hao would give Gui 500 soul coins. If Lu Hao won, he would let Gui steal something in the cafeteria. No matter what it was, even pots and pans, or ingredients, or even chairs and chopsticks. Moreover, Lu Hao had found the target and bet with him when he was on duty and patrolling. He also successfully defeated that Gui. So, now he only needs to wait for that Gui to steal something. His conditions for passing the level are not just to help Mu Rufeng find the butcher knife and then catch the thief before he can return. Instead, as long as a thief is caught, no matter who or what he steals, he can complete the clearance mission and return. Mu Rufeng and the others understood what he said. So, the 5 of them can return today. I think this dungeon is too simple. Mei Ziza suddenly said. Everyone was silent after hearing this. It's really simple to say it's simple, because today is only the 2nd day, and they can return. Although it's different from some dungeons that can be returned in a few hours, as a part-time job dungeon, it usually takes 3 to 5 days to return. It's difficult, but it's really difficult for some people. It's just that because of the accident last night, it suddenly became very easy. I just hope that the batch of live pigs is okay. Mei Ziza said again. There's no way, she is really worried. After all, these are all bought from outside, and it's possible to buy a sick pig back. If that happens, she won't get the clearance today. If the sick pig doesn't get well, she might die in the dungeon. Hey? What are you doing? You dare to come to the canteen to get something? Are you looking for death? At this moment, a shout from the canteen auntie suddenly came from the door. The canteen auntie was standing at the door of the canteen, holding a thin and weird one in one hand and lifting it up. The other hand pinched the weird's left hand, on which there was a soup spoon. Ah, sorry, I forgot to put it back. I just finished drinking the soup and subconsciously put it in my pocket. The thin and weird said hurriedly. Forgot? Why don't you forget that I'm your mother? The canteen auntie was relentless. Oh, the canteen used to bring its own bowls and chopsticks. I'm not used to it, so I subconsciously put it in my pocket. Give me a chance. The thin and weird said, and took out 10 yuan and stuffed it into the canteen auntie's hand. There was a power outage last night, so I'm working on it during the lunch break. One more chapter may be late. Chapter 102 Props, Gambler and number 039, S Dice 100 chapters, please give me a monthly pass. Humph, forget it this time. If I catch you next time, it won't be just 10 yuan. It will be at least 10 times more. The cafeteria auntie snorted, left the thin Wei behind and turned back. Wei stood up, patted the dust off his body, and then looked at Lu Hao inside, opened his mouth, as if to say, our bet is done. After that, Wei turned around and left the cafeteria. On the other hand, Lu Hao's face changed instantly. He didn't have time to think about it, and immediately stepped forward and said to the cafeteria auntie, Auntie, the guy just stole something from the cafeteria, I'll catch him now. As he said that, Lu Hao pulled out his electric baton and chased after the Wei outside. Hey, what are you doing? Which eye of yours saw him stealing things from the cafeteria? Also, you call me auntie? Am I that old? The cafeteria aunt looked at Lu Hao with a cold look. A third-level weird aura emanated, making Lu Hao a little frightened. The little cafeteria aunt was actually a third-level evil ghost. No, sister, I was wrong. Lu Hao quickly changed his words. Humph. The cafeteria aunt said coldly and left here. Lu Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead and sat down again. Damn, the plan failed. It seems that I can only look for the next target. Lu Hao's face became a little ugly. I think your plan should be more difficult to implement. I estimate that soon, this matter will spread throughout the pig farm. Luo Jing pointed to the whispering weirdos and said. After this, Lu Hao's face looked even uglier. Mr. Mu, the dishes you ordered are here. The cafeteria lady came over with a tray. She placed the dishes in front of Mu Rufeng one by one. The cafeteria lady had a spring breeze on her face at this moment, which was completely different from the abominable cafeteria lady before. Thank you. Mu Rufeng thanked her. Mr. Mu, what are you talking about? Please eat slowly. I will go to work first. The cafeteria lady said goodbye and turned to the window. Mu Rufeng did not order food for the few people. After all, he was not their father. Lu Hao, I have a way for you to complete the dungeon task today, and even before the end of lunch break. Mu Rifeng said slowly after eating a mouthful of rice. What? You have a way for me to complete the dungeon task? What is the way? Lu Hao was shocked when he heard this and asked quickly. Mu Rifeng did not answer, but ate slowly. Seeing this, Lu Hao reacted immediately. He knew that Mu Rifeng was asking him to show his chips. They are already adults, not children playing house. It is absolutely impossible to expect others to help you unconditionally. After struggling for a moment, Lu Hao slowly said, I will use a prop in exchange for this method. Props? What kind of props? Mu Rifeng looked up and looked at Lu Hao. Lu Hao did not speak, and a dice suddenly appeared in his palm. Lu Hao placed the dice in front of Mu Rifeng. Dice? Mu Rifeng was a little curious and reached out to take the dice in his hand. Gambler's dice, this is a dice of a senior gambler. Its original owner used it and almost always lost every gamble. Unfortunately, after a failure, the owner of the dice lost both hands. Effect: after throwing, if the number is 2, the luck value will increase by 2 points, 3 points will increase by 3 points. 6 points will increase by 6 points, and if the number is 1, the luck value will decrease by 6 points. The effect lasts until 2400 hours the next morning. Note, the luck value of a normal person is 5 points. It can only be thrown once a day. Increase the luck value. Mu Rifeng narrowed his eyes slightly. You actually traded this prop? Mu Rifeng suddenly became alert. This gambler's dice is not bad, but very good. It is precisely because the props are very good that Mu Rifeng does not think that Lu Hao is just trading it out to pass the dungeon. After all, it is only noon of the next day, and Lu Hao still has plenty of time to try his previous plan. Even if the news is spread, as long as enough chips are taken out, those weirdos will still come to gamble with him. Actually, I don't want to trade him out, but I have no choice. Lu Hao sighed and said. Wait. Did you use the dice today and throw a point? Mu Rifeng suddenly thought of this result and said quickly. Haha, you guessed right, I threw the dice today and it was 1 point, and my current luck value has been reduced by 6 points. I think that's why you killed the security guard Gui, and the clues were cut off, and there was also that weirdness just now. Lu Hao said with a wry smile. That's not right. If your luck value is reduced by 6 points, it can be said to be negative. Then how did you win when you gambled with that weirdness? Mei Ziza said puzzledly. There's nothing wrong with this. Tang Hao agreed. Sorry, this is related to my ability. I won't say more. I just want to pass the level quickly now. Lu Hao said. Is that so? Mu Rifeng lowered his head and fell into deep thought. After a long time, he raised his head and said, Okay, I'll take your dice. If you want to pass the level, it's very simple. You go to the room next to Lao Zhangtu and find the night shift butcher and ask him if anything is missing. And the things he didn't see are right next to him. Oh, of course not in old Zhang's room, but in another next door. Mu Rifeng said. Is it that simple? Lu Hao was a little unconvinced. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. I've already taken the things. Mu Rifeng didn't doubt him and put the dice away directly. Okay. Seeing that all his props were taken away, Lu Hao didn't say anything more. He immediately stood up and walked out of the cafeteria. Let's go and take a look. Tang Hao stood up immediately. Luojing and Mei Zizi also stood up immediately after hearing this, but when they left, they looked at Mu Rifeng. You go first, I'll come later. Mu Rifeng pointed to the half-eaten food and said. Several people nodded and left quickly. And Mu Rifeng also sped up his eating speed. After a few minutes, he finished all the food like a whirlwind, and then immediately walked towards the living area. When Mu Rifeng arrived, he saw Lu Hao arguing with a weirdo at his door. It was said to be an argument, but in fact, the weirdo was just scolding Lu Hao. You said I lost my things? Who do you think you are? You are just a bug. You dare to disturb my sleep. Are you really tired of living? Get out quickly. The weirdo scolded Lu Hao impatiently. Sir, really, just check it out. You really lost something. When I was patrolling this morning, I saw an employee sneaking around your door. When he saw me coming, he immediately ran back to his room. Lu Hao said hurriedly. Okay, then tell me, what did I lose? The weirdo said again. This. I didn't see it clearly. Lu Hao said. The weirdo sneered and was about to speak, but Mu Rifeng suddenly interrupted and said, 100 yuan, go and find out if you lost your things. Without any nonsense, Mu Rifeng took out 100 soul coins. The sneer on the face of the strange man turned cold for a moment, and then he sneered again. He took the $100 bill and said, okay, you are stupid and rich. For the sake of money, I will play the game of police catching thieves with you. Immediately, the strange man returned to the room, did not close the door, and began to search in the house. There was no problem in other places, but when the strange man opened his drawer, his face changed a little. Then, his face suddenly became gloomy. You said you saw an employee sneaking around. Is it the guy next door to me? The strange man pointed to the room on his right and said in a deep voice. To his left was the room of old Zhang. Lu Hao heard the words, looked at Mu Rifeng again, and then nodded repeatedly. Okay, I hope what you said is true, otherwise, I will let you die miserably. After the strange man finished speaking, he went directly to the next room. Bang bang bang! Open the door quickly! The strange man shouted while knocking on the door. Who is it? You disturbed my sleep, don't you want to live? A voice with an extremely angry value came from the house. Soon, the door was opened, and a burly weird walked out. Why are you knocking on my door? The burly weird glanced at the people outside, and then looked at the weird, with a face full of anger. My butcher knife is missing, you took it, right? I said slowly. Hey? Your butcher knife is missing? You are looking for me when it is missing? Wait, you don't think I stole it? The burly weird said repeatedly. I know you have always wanted to get my butcher knife, and think my butcher knife is much better than yours, but you shouldn't steal mine. I said coldly. What a joke, you said you stole it. What evidence do you have? The burly weird said with a sneer. The security guard saw you sneaking around in front of my door, who else could it be if not you? I said. Humph, I was just passing by, how could I be sneaky? I stared at Lu Hao and snorted. Stop arguing, we'll know if he stole anything after searching. Lu Hao was not afraid at all and said. Ha, you search just because you say so? Who do you think you are? I didn't take Lu Hao seriously at all. It seems that it's really in your room. I said slowly. Well, let's make a bet. If his butcher knife is not with you, I will compensate you with 500 soul coins. If it is, then you should follow me to find the factory manager. Lu Hao activated his ability without hesitation. Okay. I agreed without hesitation. Although this was somewhat related to Lu Hao's ability, the most important thing was that Kobo knew that he didn't steal at all, so he agreed without hesitation. A little late, here comes the third update. This copy is almost over, and it should be the next few chapters. Chapter 103, The Killing Knife Worth 10,000 Yuan Monthly Ticket Request. Although, Lu Hao's gambling ability is guessing. However, the person he contracted was a gambler, so as long as it was related to gambling, his ability would have a certain effect. It's just that guessing can bring out your own abilities better. After the tall and strange man agreed, he turned around and entered the room, and then looked at everyone. Everyone also immediately came forward and surrounded the door of the room. Watch carefully, I will search slowly now. Also, Ghost Fox, you also have to see clearly whether I have taken your butcher knife. The burly and strange man immediately began to rummage through boxes and cabinets in his house. There was no trace of the butcher knife on the bed, under the bed, desk, or drawer. Instead, he saw the butcher's knife owned by Guo Qiagui in the drawer. This is my butcher's knife. Why, do you think it's yours? Guang Guiui looked at the excitement of several people and couldn't help but mocked. The ghost fox, who was still a little agitated, secretly clenched his fists. Okay, now there is only the last wardrobe left. If there is no one here, the 500 yuan will be mine. The tall and strange smile was on his face. At this time, Lu Hao's nervousness could be clearly felt. If the butcher's knife is there, then he has won. As long as he takes this weirdo to see the factory director, the latter can return immediately. If he wasn't there, he would not only lose $500, but he would also offend the two butchers at the pig farm. The most important thing is that he no longer has soul money. For these $500, he has to ask the old ghost who has the contract in his body to borrow them. According to the calculation method of 9 outs and 13 returns, loan 500 yuan, 9 outs, loan equals 500 x 90% equals 450 yuan, 13 returns, repayment equals 500 x 130% equals 650. 650450200. 200 soul coins is the interest. This still has to be repaid within the stipulated time limit. If the time exceeds, tisk tisk tisk. This 9 out and 13 return, just thinking about it makes my teeth hurt. Creak. There was a sound. The tall and strange man opened his closet. Haha, it seems that your 500 yuan is mine. Guanwu looked at the wardrobe and looked at the only work clothes he threw in yesterday. With a smile on his face, he turned to look at Lu Hao. The opening of the wardrobe faces everyone, and they can naturally see clearly what is at the door. In the closet, except for the work clothes, there was nothing else. How is that possible? Lu Hao's expression changed instantly, and then he looked at Mu Rufeng. At the same time, even the ghost fox standing next to him was emitting a terrifying aura. At this moment, Mu Rufeng said calmly, "Please take out your clothes, maybe they are under your clothes." When everyone heard this, they were all stunned. But the tall and weird man smiled, "Okay, I'll take it away. I had a lot of fun playing with you today, and I also made 500 yuan, haha." While laughing, Burly and Weird picked up his clothes. However, in the next second, his laughter stopped abruptly. A flash of white appeared in the closet. It was a butcher's knife that exuded cold light. The second pig-killing knife appeared. "Okay, Big Bear, you really stole my butcher's knife!" The ghost fox shouted, ghost energy surging all over his body, and then he pounced directly on the big bear. The big bear's expression also changed, and he swerved to the side. I thought that the ghost fox would continue to attack, but I saw him rushing directly to the closet and holding his butcher's knife in his hand. The big bear on the other side also took the opportunity to take out his butcher knife from the drawer. Only then did he remember that hands were not allowed in the pig farm. "Ghost fox, listen to me. I definitely didn't steal your knife. I don't know why your butcher knife appeared in my closet." Daksheng held the butcher's knife in his hand and defended with a very ugly expression. "Do you think I will believe it?" Ghost Fox's face was gloomy and scary. "If it weren't for this guy, I really wouldn't have known that you had stolen all my butcher's knives." Hearing this, Daksheng's eyes suddenly became fierce and he looked at Lu Hao. "Bedbug, are you responsible for this?" "Security guard, you have won the bet. Is he going to meet the factory director with you?" Gihu did not continue to attack, but looked at Lu Hao and said, "Yes, you lose, you have to go with me to see the factory director." Lu Hao said quickly. Humph, meet the factory director? So what if I lose? I have to regret it. Although he lost the bet, he can regret it. Although facing Lu Hao in this way would be quite stressful, it would be terrible once he went to see the factory director. Lu Hao is a small second-level contractor, so he has nothing to fear even if he is a third-level gambler. As we all know, he is not afraid of level 3 gamblers who are never strong in actual combat. Ghost Fox, it's really not me who took your sword. I'm in trouble this time. If you make a request, I'll give you a satisfactory reply. Dakshang ignored Lu Hao and looked at Ghost Fox and said. The Ghost Fox also stared at the big bear, but did not make a move. He also knew that it was forbidden to touch someone in a pig farm. If they violate the rules, the factory director will not let them go because they are butchers. If the butchers are gone, they can be hired again, but pigs are a big business. Okay, I can't beat you, I'll go find the factory director right now. Lu Hao wanted to take action, but the old ghost in his body stopped him. Indeed, Dakshang was right. Although he won the bet, he still couldn't beat Dakshang even if he was suppressed. In this case, he could only go to the factory manager. If he won the rock-paper-scissors game, the suppression effect would be stronger, and the old ghost would definitely dare to move. Ghost Fox! Dakshang shouted again. Ghost Fox heard this, his eyes flashed, give me 10,000 soul coins, and this matter will be over. In the end, Ghost Fox decided to ask for benefits. 10,000? Are you crazy? Your butcher knife is only worth 10,000 yuan. Dakshang was shocked when he heard this. You also said that my butcher knife is worth 10,000 yuan. Why, you stole my butcher knife, is it a lot to compensate me 10,000 yuan? Ghost Fox said calmly. 10,000 yuan. Mu Rufeng's eyes flickered slightly. He had never learned about the prices of these props in the weird world. Looking at Ghost Fox's knife, it should be better than the butcher knife in his hand, but it is worth 10,000 yuan? He still has more than 100 million on him, so wouldn't he be able to buy and sell in the strange world? It seems that I need to ask Lu Mei. Mu Rufeng thought in his heart. As a middle and senior executive of Scarlet Preferred, Lu Mei must be very clear about objects and the like. Maybe he can even get some good things through her. 1,000 yuan. De Xiang said. 1,000 yuan? How can you send a beggar? Boy, go find the factory manager. Gihu said to Lu Hao. Okay. Lu Hao finished speaking, turned around and walked outside. 5,000, I only have 5,000. De Xiang took out 5,000 soul notes and said with gritted teeth. After hearing this, the Ghost Fox pondered for a moment and nodded, saying, okay, take the money. At this time, Mu Rufeng pulled Lu Hao, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, use my bandage to catch the big bear first. As for the Ghost Fox, he dare not do it. As the voice fell, the bandage on Mu Rufeng's body was transferred to Lu Hao's body. If the security guard has evidence, he can take action, and it does not violate the rules. At this moment, Lu Hao also instantly learned the properties of the bandage and was slightly shocked. He knew why Mu Rufeng could kill the third-level security ghost. Afterwards, Lu Hao showed a grim smile on his face. Big Bear, you are in trouble, don't try to bribe the victim. Lu Hao opened his hand and the bandage instantly rushed towards the Big Bear. Seeing this, the Big Bear was stunned for a moment, and then his face became fierce, and he actually drew his knife and chopped at Lu Hao. However, the toughness of the bandage was beyond imagination, and it suddenly lost its strength and was carried down along the trajectory of the butcher knife, without being affected by the sharpness of the butcher knife. Just as he was about to put away the knife and continue chopping, he found that the bandage had been wrapped around the butcher knife. Then the bandage went along the arm, and soon wrapped the Big Bear and bound it. The terrifying ghost power burst out from the Big Bear, shocking Lu Hao to retreat again and again. But he still couldn't break free from the bandage. The ghost fox on the side was stunned when he saw this scene. He didn't expect that a small second-level contractor would have such a powerful prop. At the same time, he looked at Mu Rufeng strangely. He knew that this prop bandage belonged to Mu Rufeng, and he was so generous to lend the prop to others. You know, except for some special props, there is no such thing as recognizing the owner. Whoever gets it, even if it belongs to him, if he doesn't return it to you, you have no way. The bear was still struggling frantically, and the bandages were still tightly bound. Lu Hao was just watching from the side, and he was more and more shocked by the strength of the bandages. Lu Hao, is the electric baton in your hand just for show? Mu Rufeng suddenly said. Ah, oh. Lu Hao reacted instantly, and immediately came close, turned on the switch, and poked directly at the bear. The bandage also revealed a gap at the right time, allowing the electric baton to fall accurately on the bear's body. Zzz. A strong current flashed, and the body of the struggling bear was instantly straightened, and then it kept shaking. Lu Hao took back the electric baton, and the bear's body was still straight, shaking from time to time. Zzz. Lu Hao was worried that this guy had a strong physique, so he shocked a few more times until the bear's eyes rolled back and foamed at the mouth, and then stopped. At this time, the bandages that bound the bear instantly dispersed, and then like a snake, it quickly returned to Mu Rufeng and attached directly to his body. Lu Hao was shocked when he saw this scene, secretly thinking it was a pity. To be honest, he wanted to take the bandage back to his inventory. Because he was in the pig farm, he was sure that even if he didn't return the bandage to Mu Rufeng wouldn't dare to do it. And as long as he took the big bear to the pig farm, he could return directly, and Mu Rufeng couldn't threaten him. However, he really didn't expect that even if the props were in his hands, Mu Rufeng could actually take it back. Recognition props? Please vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 104 Scarlet Preferred Shareholder Privileges Monthly Ticket Request. At this moment, Lu Hao's evaluation of Mu Rufeng deepened. After calming down, Lu Hao searched Daxiang for a while and took out the 5,000 soul coins that Daxiang had taken out earlier. In addition to the 5,000 soul coins, there was also a TND bank card, a mobile phone, and a butcher knife that fell on the ground. Lu Hao ignored the bank card and the mobile phone, took the 5,000 soul coins, stood up, and looked at Mu Rufeng. Then, he took out 1,000 yuan and handed it directly to Gihu. Can you testify? Gihu's eyes flashed, hesitated for a moment and took the 1,000 yuan bill. Okay, I'll testify, I'll go with you to see the factory director later. Thank you. After Lu Hao thanked him, he took out another 1,000 soul coins and handed them to Mu Rufeng. Brother Mu, this is for you, I really need money urgently, otherwise I will really owe more and more. Lu Hao said. Well. Mu Rufeng didn't say anything and took the 1,000 soul coins. This is for you. Although it's a little, I believe you don't mind, right? Lu Hao took out another 1,000 and gave Tang Hao and the other 300 each. No. Tang Hao took it quickly with a smile on his face. I didn't expect that we would have a share. 300 is also a lot of money. Luo Jing said with a smile. Thank you very much. Mei Zizi also smiled at this moment. So, out of the 5,000 soul coins, 1,000 was given to Gihu, 1,000 to Mu Rufeng, and 900 to Tang Hao and the other 3. The remaining 2,100 belonged to Lu Hao. Lu Hao squatted down, picked up the butcher knife, and was about to put it in the inventory, but he saw Gihu said, this knife is the property of the pig farm and has a certain value. The factory director will definitely ask about it later. It's better not to put it in your inventory. Thank you very much. Lu Hao felt a little sorry when he heard it, but he still thanked him. Immediately, he took out the electric baton and shocked Daxiang again to prevent him from waking up, and then carried him to the factory director's office. Gihu also followed behind him. Mu Rifeng and the others did not follow because there was no need. They all returned to the dormitory. They also needed to rest up enough to deal with the afternoon work. Mu Rifeng returned to the dormitory and took out the gambler's dice. He was thinking whether to throw it. After thinking for a while, Mu Rifeng decided to give it a try. Anyway, he can return at any time now. Even if he is unlucky and throws 1 point, reducing his luck by 6 points, he can return safely. Do you want to throw the dice? A prompt sounded. Mu Rifeng immediately chose yes, and then raised his hand to throw the dice out. The dice fell to the ground in a parabola, rolling continuously, making a continuous crisp sound. Finally, the dice stopped. The points are 4 points, your luck value increases by 4 points. A mysterious feeling rose from Mu Rifeng's heart. He knew that his luck value had increased. Mu Rifeng looked at his attributes and found that he had an additional luck value attribute. His luck value was 10 points, and there were 4 points added temporarily in the brackets behind it, which means that his original luck value was slightly higher than that of ordinary people, at 6 points. Immediately, the dice bounced off the ground and flew back to Mu Rifeng's hand. At this moment, the dice did not change at all, except that there was a countdown behind the attributes, and it could only be used at 2400 hours every morning. In addition, Mu Rifeng looked at the countdown time and found that there were still 23 hours and 30 minutes. At this moment, Mu Rifeng understood that the cooling time of this dice corresponded to 24 points in the real world. The inventory is now full, and since the dice is very small, Mu Rifeng just stuffed it into the bandage. I have to say that bandages are really good for storing things. Immediately, Mu Rifeng took out his phone and dialed Lu Mei's number again. However, strangely, the phone rang for a full minute and then hung up automatically, and Lu Mei did not answer the phone. Helpless, Mu Rifeng could only forcibly use the privilege of the phone card. As a user of the black gold phone card, Mu Rifeng has the privilege of mandatory phone call once a day. When Mu Rifeng used the privilege, the phone was directly connected. Then, Mu Rifeng heard some conversations that were meant to be understood. Mu Rifeng knew that Lu Mei was meeting with the senior executives of Scarlet Optimization, so she set her phone to silent mode and did not answer Mu Rifeng's call. Wow, this function is pretty good! Mu Rifeng exclaimed. Then, Mu Rifeng did not speak, but listened quietly to the content of their meeting. A few days ago, we held a red envelope distribution event, which attracted a lot of traffic. Although we didn't make much money, we didn't lose money. I received news that Zixi Yuxuan and Undead Yuxuan will launch an event next Monday, and the intensity of the event is very large. Obviously, it is aimed at us. Everyone, tell us how we should deal with it. The general manager looked at the senior executives in the conference room strangely and spoke slowly. Damn, they are really bullying us too much. Many high-quality suppliers have been snatched away by them and signed exclusive contracts, which has reduced our supply a lot. Now they are doing this again. It is obvious that they want to kill us. Let's just fight them. A senior executive slammed the table and said loudly. Fight? What do you have to fight? Others have more money than you, more people than you, and more high-end combat power than you. What the hell are you fighting for? Another weirdo said unhappily. I'll fight for nothing, what do you care about me? The senior executive scolded. Okay, stop arguing, what's the point? The general manager said unhappily. In the weird world, it is difficult for us to escape their siege, so the only way out is the real world. As soon as these words came out, everyone fell silent. I have decided to use all the resources of the best to open up the real world. The general manager said again. But, the real world is not so easy to open up, and groups with more money than us can't do it. A weirdo shook his head and said. You are right, but we are different. Don't forget who is the second largest shareholder of our group. If you want to open up the channel in the real world, you may need the help of our contractor shareholder. The general manager said slowly. Contractor. The contractor shareholder. The contractor who spent 5 billion to buy the group's shares. The executives were slightly surprised when they heard this. What can he do to help? A senior executive asked. I can't disclose the details, but as long as our shareholders agree, the chances of getting through are not small, said the general manager. The executives remained silent. Okay, today's meeting is over. Let's get busy. By the way, we also need to come up with an event as soon as possible, which should be more powerful than theirs, said the general manager. With the 5 billion invested by Mu Rufeng, they have now overcome the financial difficulties. Now they are rich and powerful, and there is no problem in organizing some events. Yes. Soon, the executives dispersed, leaving only Lu Mei and the general manager in the conference room. Lu Mei, you have a better relationship with Mu Rufeng, so you can call him and use the hands-free function, said the general manager. Okay. Lu Mei nodded and took out her mobile phone immediately. But after taking it out, she showed a strange look. No need, the call was connected. I didn't expect that Scarlet optimization has reached this point. Mu Rufeng's voice came from the phone. General manager, I don't know how the call was connected. Lu Mei was a little panicked and explained quickly. I am a black gold card user of Ghost Communication Group. I can use this privilege once a day to force the other party's call. You don't have to blame Lu Mei. Mu Rufeng said. Black gold card user. The general manager was shocked when he heard this. How rich is this guy? Who can be so stupid as to charge 100 million phone bills just to force a call? Charging 100 million, isn't this just giving money to Ghost Communication Group? Well, with Mr. Mu's 5 billion investment, the situation is much better now, but if we don't find a way out, 5 billion won't last long. The general manager said. So, how do you open up the channel to the real world? And, as you know, I am from the real world, so I naturally don't want the word to enter the real world. Even if I can do it, I have to sign a series of rules and contracts, otherwise, no deal. Mu Rufeng said firmly. He is a living person, and he definitely doesn't want the word to invade the real world, otherwise, he will be the biggest sinner in the human world. Mr. Mu, don't worry, the channel I'm talking about here is impossible to let the word go to the real world. And even you contractors can't go to the weird world through the channel. The general manager said. Then what is this channel? What's the use? Mu Rufeng asked puzzled. You can roughly understand it as an item transmission array. It can transmit real items to our world, and because of the rules, this transmission is one way, just like you contractors entering the weird world. The general manager said. Oh? That's the case? So, what you mean is that you want me to provide you with fresh flesh and blood? Mu Rufeng's eyes flashed and he spoke. Yes, fresh flesh and blood are extremely popular in our strange world. I will definitely not ask you to use flesh and blood from living people. Some ordinary animals such as pigs, cattle, and sheep will do. These flesh and blood are definitely more popular than the clones produced by the cloning company, said the general manager. Clone company? Clones? Mu Rufeng muttered, feeling a little weird. Well, most of the human flesh and blood you see in the strange world are actually clones. Although they are also human, they have no souls, taste very bad, and the flesh and blood do not have special energy, said the general manager. Chapter 105 Bibalo Group ask for monthly votes. Soul. Inadvertently, Mu Rufeng learned another big secret. If the channel you mentioned is like this, then it's fine, but how do we open the channel? And what do I need to do? Mu Rufeng said. It's very simple. You own more than 7% of Scarlet Optimum's shares and are the second largest shareholder of Scarlet Optimum. When you encounter danger, you can use your own privileges to summon Scarlet Optimum. At that time, Scarlet Optimum can break the world barrier and temporarily transfer power to the real world. As long as the power of Scarlet Optimum descends on the real world, it will use its own power to open up a channel, so that the items in the real world can be transmitted to Scarlet Optimum in the weird world. The general manager said. Mu Rufeng heard the words and recalled the equity agreement he signed in his mind. Indeed, it said that when he encountered danger, he could summon Scarlet Optimum. Scarlet Optimum is a level 9 group with extremely strong strength. Even the gluttony crews will be suppressed by Scarlet Optimum. It can be said that with this trump card in hand, Mu Rufeng can survive almost any desperate situation. However, this ability can only be used once a year. Mr. Mu, I know that the privilege can only be used once a year, but we really have no choice. You are the second largest shareholder of our group. I don't think you want the group to go bankrupt, right? And we will definitely give you satisfactory compensation. The general manager said. Then how can I believe that after the Scarlet optimization comes to the real world, there will be no unpredictable consequences? Mu Rufeng was still a little afraid. Fear of the strange power coming to the real world. Mr. Mu, you should know about the Scarlet train, the gluttony cruise, the strange bus and the ghost plane, right? Said the general manager. I know. Mu Rufeng nodded. After returning from the bloody train copy, Mu Rufeng searched for a lot of information related to the gluttony cruise in the database of the relevant department. He also learned that there are strange transportation things such as strange buses, ghost planes, and strange taxis. These can all descend into the real world. What influence do they have? They can't stay for long. After choosing the contractor, they return to the strange world. The Scarlet Optimum is similar. Even after using the power, it will be repelled by the world power and quickly return to the strange world. In addition, we can also sign a series of rule contracts to guarantee what you said. As for your compensation, I decided to give you a rule-type prop, and some other invisible compensation. We can make some concessions on the share of the flesh and blood you supply. The general manager said slowly. Rule-type props. Mu Rufeng murmured to himself. In fact, Mu Rufeng was not interested in the concession of share. After all, he really didn't lack money. What he lacked was powerful props, and even more rule props. What rule props? Mu Rufeng asked. This is a rule prop blind box. You need to draw it yourself. The general manager said. Then I'll think about it and give you an answer within this week. Mu Rufeng said. Okay. The general manager showed a happy expression. As long as he didn't refuse directly, there was a possibility of agreement. Mr. Mu, you called Lu Mei. You should have something to ask him. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. The general manager said. Yes. Mu Rufeng responded. Soon, the general manager left the meeting room, leaving Lu Mei alone. Mr. Mu, do you have anything to ask me? Lu Mei had been unable to get a word in before, and now that the person had left, she was relieved. Well, I want to know the price of those props in the weird world, especially the props of the rules. Mu Rufeng suddenly said. The price of props? Well, how should I put it? It depends on the properties of the props. You can buy it for tens or hundreds of dollars, and there are even those that no one wants even if they are given away for free. Sometimes, there are thousands, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, and even millions. As for rule props, even the most rubbish and useless rule props require 100,000 soul coins. The slightly useful ones require hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions. In fact, a few years ago, an extremely powerful rule prop sold for hundreds of millions of soul coins. Of course, most rule props will not be sold by people. Even slightly better props will not appear on the market. After all, our weird world is also a world where the strong prey on the weak. We will do everything we can to make ourselves stronger. Lu Mei said. I took a look. Why don't we have props for sale? Mu Rifeng asked. Well, there is a special group for the sale of props. We have an agreement with them and cannot sell props. Lu Mei said. Special group? What group? Mu Rifeng suddenly became interested. Baobalo Group is one of the top groups in the strange world. They have the most abundant props and rule props in the entire strange world. Including some special materials, food ingredients, and even skill cards can be purchased there. Lu Mei said. Oh? Where is Babalu? Mu Rifeng asked. Well, there are many branches of Babalu. There is one in Qingshan City, at 808 Yugu Avenue, but it seems that you can't come here either. Lu Mei said. Qingshan City. Mu Rifeng murmured in his heart, and then he smiled and said, You don't have to worry about that. By the way, you dispatch a semi-trailer to Qingshan Pig Farm tonight. Mu Rifeng said. Qingshan Pig Farm? What? Mr. Mu, are you in Qingshan Pig Farm now? Lu Mei was slightly surprised and said. Yes. Mu Rifeng replied. What time in the evening? Well, you said yesterday that it would take 2 hours to come here, so you should leave at 8 o'clock. Call me when you arrive. Mu Rifeng said. Okay, Mr. Mu. Lu Mei nodded. Then, the two chatted for a while before hanging up the phone. When he knew the information about Babalu, he was still in a good mood. I won't say more. As long as he goes to Babalu, he will have to change all his props, and get 7 or 8 more rule props. He will have no problem spending all his money. Anyway, no matter how bad it is, the bloody train can still return 20 million. Mu Rifeng looked at the time and found that there were only 7 minutes left before the afternoon work time. Immediately, Mu Rifeng got up from the bed and left the dormitory. When passing by the pig house, he happened to see Tang Hao and the other two waiting for the start of work at the door of the pig house. There were also a few weirdos waiting for work to come. When the three saw Mu Rifeng coming, they all greeted him. By the way, Brother Mu, Lu Hao has completed the task and returned. When Mu Rifeng was about to leave, Mei Ziza suddenly said. Oh? Returned? That's normal. You should be careful in the afternoon. It's best to return today. Mu Rifeng gave a warning and left here. After hearing this, several people looked at each other. They always felt that Mu Rifeng seemed to be doing something big. Mu Rifeng came to the slaughterhouse. He picked up the butcher knife and began to cut open the remaining pig carcasses. This time he didn't rest much. In just 1 hour, all the remaining pig carcasses were dealt with by Mu Rifeng, sent to the transmission port, and went to the cleaning and processing area. Sitting on a chair, with his legs crossed, on the table, eating spicy strips in his mouth, he was very comfortable. In this way, Mu Rifeng waited and waited until the end of get off work, but Mu Rifeng didn't wait for the arrival of the adult pigs. It doesn't matter, anyway, there will be a big wave in the evening. Mu Rifeng didn't care about it. After getting up, he left the slaughterhouse. When Mu Rifeng was about to go to the cafeteria, he met Mei Ziza on the way. Mei Ziza looked more relaxed at the moment. Obviously, he had completed the copy task and could return at any time. Why are you here? Where are Tang Hao and Luo Jing? Mu Rifeng looked at the two and said. They completed their mission in the afternoon and didn't stay here for long. They returned directly. Mei Ziza said. Then you should have completed it when you got off work. Why didn't you return and came to me instead? Mu Rifeng said. I came here to thank you. This is my phone number. If you need help in the future, I will definitely do my best to help you. Mei Ziza took out a piece of paper with a number on it and handed it to Mu Rifeng. Okay. Mu Rifeng took the paper and put it in the bandage. Then, goodbye. As soon as Mei Ziza finished speaking, a black mist appeared and enveloped it. When the black mist disappeared, Mei Ziza also disappeared. At this moment, Mu Rifeng was the only contractor left in the entire pig farm dungeon. This dungeon is really simple. 5 people survived. Mu Rifeng said with emotion. This is his 3rd copy. After returning this time, he will be able to upgrade to LV2, so his strength will definitely be greatly improved. He can also contract a new weird. I have to think about it carefully, contracting the 2nd weird. Mu Rifeng touched his chin and thought. While thinking, Mu Rifeng came to the cafeteria. As usual, he ordered 3 dishes and sat at the table in the corner. Mr. Mu, Mr. Mu. Suddenly, a small voice came from the direction of the window. Mu Rifeng naturally knew who was calling him. Don't worry, I have called the person. It will be around 10 o'clock tonight. Mu Rifeng said softly. Really? Mr. Mu, that's great. The vending machine cheered immediately. However, he realized that his voice seemed a little loud, and quickly covered his mouth. At the end of the night, if you resign, can you leave directly? Mu Rifeng asked again. Yes. The vending machine gave a positive answer. That's fine, just wait obediently. Mu Rifeng said. Yes. The vending machine responded and stopped talking. Half an hour later, Mu Rifeng finished his meal and returned to his dormitory. There were still about 4 hours before his action time, and Mu Rifeng couldn't just wait, so he decided to take a nap, get enough energy, and then do a big job at night. 91 adult pigs were killed last night, and then the pig head factory manager added another 100. In this way, the number of pigs in the pig house not only did not decrease, but increased by 9. Tonight, it was another bloody night. Chapter 106, The Pig-Headed Factory Manager Loves to Sing Pig Songs. Ask for monthly tickets. It was 9:30 in the evening. The gate of the pig farm slowly opened. A staggering figure walked in from outside. Looking closely, it turned out to be the pig head factory manager. At this moment, the pig head factory manager was a little dizzy and smelled of alcohol, as if he had just finished a drinking party. This damn guy spent tens of thousands on food and drinks, and he actually kept the price so low. The pig head factory manager cursed. But at least I got rid of all those dead pigs and got back some of my money. Fang Tiandun and Bai Kong didn't call me either, which means the thief didn't come tonight. It's just right, let's go and deal with that contractor now and see how much money we can squeeze out. When the pig head factory manager thought of this, a trace of greed flashed across his face. When he was on the bloody train, seeing Mu Rifeng's generosity, he knew that his deposit was definitely not less than millions. You know, even he has only a little over 1 million in savings, and that's because he didn't know that he had swallowed up a lot of profits from the pig farm. Now, because of the thieves, he almost used up his savings to buy a batch of live pigs. Not long after, the pig head factory manager appeared outside Mu Rifeng's dormitory door. Bang! There was a loud noise. The pig head factory manager actually kicked the dormitory door open with one kick. Mu Rifeng, who was sleeping soundly on the bed at this moment, was also awakened instantly. Then, he saw the tall figure at the door. With the help of the moonlight, Mu Rifeng could barely see that this person was a pig head. The person who came was naturally self-evident, it was the pig head factory manager. Bug, I didn't catch you on the bloody train. Now, you come to my territory and see how I will deal with you. The pig head factory manager said with a grim smile. Factory manager? This pig farm Mu Rifeng was a little surprised. He, you want to know why I can break the rules and attack you? It doesn't matter if I tell you, as long as you don't work the night shift, there are no rules. The pig-headed factory manager has already won the game. He really wants to see Mu Rufeng's horrified expression at this moment. However, he found that Mu Rufeng's expression was just surprise, without any panic or fear. Tonight is still a long time, tell me, where did you get your money? On the bloody train, you can easily take out hundreds of thousands to reward your head, Grandpa Pig, and you are just a first-level contractor. The pig-headed factory manager exudes a strong evil spirit all over his body. Mu Rufeng also felt a strong sense of oppression. However, Mu Rufeng was not very panicked. First of all, he has completed the copy clearance task and can return at any time. Secondly, he still has the rule props. Even if the pig-headed factory manager is a level 5 evil ghost, he can't escape the rule of singing a song. Where did I get my money? Do you really want to know? Mu Rufeng took out his singing mouth without leaving a trace. At the same time, he immediately activated the life and death skill. His attributes doubled instantly, and the sense of oppression was slightly reduced. Of course I want to know. After all, I have earned hundreds of thousands from those trash. The pig-headed factory manager licked his lips and said. Waste? Didn't one of them run away? I heard that he ate a lot of pork. I'm afraid you have suffered heavy losses? 1 million? Or 2 million? Mu Rufeng said with a puzzled expression. Bang! There was a loud noise. The pig-headed factory manager punched and directly smashed a gap in the eaves above the door. You are right, it is indeed not a waste. His behavior caused me a loss of more than 1 million. But it doesn't matter. You are here. I believe that my losses can be recovered from you. After the pig-headed factory manager finished speaking, he strode towards Mu Rufeng. Please specify the target object and the song to be sung. Specified target, Pig Farm Director. Specified song to be sung, Pig Song. A flash of red light passed by and sank into the body of the pig-headed director. The pig-headed director, who was originally grinning, suddenly became extremely frightened. He felt that this was the power of rules. Suddenly, his frightened face became peaceful, and then a cheerful song came out of his mouth. Pig, your nose has 2 holes. When you have a cold, you still have snot hanging from your nose. You have dark eyes. You can't see the edge even if you look and look. Pig head, pig brain, pig body, pig tail. A good kid who never picks on food. Sleeps until the sun rises 3 times a day. Never brushes teeth, never fights. Your belly is so bulging. Director, you sing very well, and your dancing is also very good. Mu Rufeng praised. The pig-headed factory manager's eyes bulged at this moment, but his expression was still kind. He smiled happily, and sang the pig song. Mu Rufeng tried to control the pig-headed factory manager with a bandage. However, before the bandage hit him, the pig-headed factory manager actually left the dormitory and danced outside. If it was a narrow place, there might be a chance, but in such an open place, with the pig-headed factory manager's level 5 strength, it would be absolutely difficult to restrain him with bandages. It can be said that the pig-headed factory manager's dodge buff at this moment has been maxed out. So, Mu Rufeng did not delay any more and immediately ran towards the pig house. There are many pigs in the pig house, and using them to stack 10 times the attributes will definitely increase Mu Rufeng's strength. Mu Rufeng ran at full speed and arrived at the pigsty in just 1 minute. However, before Mu Rufeng could get close, he saw a figure suddenly jump down from the top of the pigsty and rush towards Mu Rufeng. Mu Rufeng looked carefully and found that the person rushing towards him was actually Manager Feng. It was you who killed the pigs last night, Bug, you are dead. Manager Feng's face was ferocious and terrifying. Manager Feng also burst out with a terrifying momentum. This guy was actually a level 4 ghost. However, the next second, Mu Rufeng disappeared directly from the spot. Manager Feng also missed the target, but as soon as he landed, he immediately turned around and found Mu Rufeng, who had already approached the wall of the pigsty. Just when Manager Feng wanted to continue chasing Mu Rufeng, he saw him disappear again, and then appeared in the pigsty. He clearly saw Mu Rufeng's figure through the window. What kind of ability is this? Can you ignore obstacles and teleport? Manager Feng was shocked. Damn it, when we rested at night, the door of the pig house was closed, so we couldn't get in. It seems that the credit can only be given to Baikong. Fang Tiandun was a little annoyed. However, he was not discouraged, thinking that this guy might escape, so he still had a chance. But, who is singing in the cafeteria? It's really bad, but it sounds a bit like the factory director's voice. Fang Tiandun looked into the distance. Inside the pig house. The first time Mu Rufeng came in, he directly activated the life and death skill. In an instant, Mu Rufeng's attributes were superimposed tenfold, and the whole person seemed to have been reborn. Strength, 693, 63 plus 630. Spirit, 528, 48 plus 480. Constitution, 517, 47 plus 470. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Mu Rufeng. Thief! I caught you! A hand suddenly grabbed Mu Rufeng's wrist. Mu Rufeng was slightly startled. He didn't expect that there was a strange existence in the pig house. Subconsciously, he swung his arm violently, and then easily pulled it back from the strange hand. What a strong force! Baikong was slightly startled, but he didn't care much. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Mu Rufeng's arm again. And this time, Baikong's hand had become like a monster's claw, with sharp nails and terrifying power. Mu Rufeng punched Baikong without saying a word. The latter raised his hand to block, and a huge force made Baikong's face change instantly. He let go of Mu Rufeng's arm at the first time, and then his body unconsciously moved backwards. Until he hit an iron cage and made a loud noise, he stopped. Only 1 minute. Mu Rufeng was a little anxious. He teleported several times and appeared directly beside Baikong, and then grabbed his arms in his horrified eyes. Then, without waiting for Baikong to break free, the bandages on his body instantly moved to Baikong's body. A powerful ghost power burst out instantly, forcing Mu Rufeng to let go. Bandage, play with him slowly, I'll kill a pig first and stack the attributes first. Mu Rufeng immediately flashed and appeared directly in an iron cage. He took out the butcher knife, and then a cold light flashed, and the pig's head fell to the ground in his sleep. Killing monsters will make you stronger, trigger successfully, gain 1 point of spirit, and increase the total amount of ghost energy by 1%. Mu Rufeng began to use his instant movement ability to shuttle through each iron cage. To be honest, this saved Mu Rufeng too much time. And now his attributes are stacked tenfold, plus the bonus of the butcher knife. No matter how many levels of pigs, he can kill them with one blow. So, Mu Rufeng's attributes are continuously improving. In a flash, a minute passed. Mu Rufeng, you're looking for death. A roar resounded throughout the pig farm. Is it time? Mu Rufeng slowly put away the knife and muttered. The next second, the red light ignored the building and flew directly back to Mu Rufeng's hand. That guy shouldn't be able to get in, right? Mu Rufeng ignored it and continued to slaughter the pig. On the other hand, the battle on Baikong's side was also fierce, and the battle with the bandages had reached a white-hot stage. The bandages had completely wrapped around Baikong's lower body and were attacking his upper body. And Baikong relied on his own strong strength to tear off the bandages bit by bit. From the current situation, it seems that the bandages have the upper hand. However, Mu Rufeng could feel that the bandages were about to reach their limit. Because the power of Baikong's legs was too strong, if the upper body was bound, it might still have the upper hand. Mu Rufeng guessed that it should be Baikong's legs that had mutated, giving him more powerful power. Thanks to Orange and Buchan, an African black deer for their 500 points. Thanks to El Hunyuan Pili Hand, Violent Song, It's A Lien, and Book Friend 157407452221927851 for their 100 points. Thanks to everyone for their monthly tickets and subscription support. Chapter 107 Obtaining Skills, Ghost Cave. Please give me a monthly ticket. Mu Rifeng came not far from Baikong, teleported, appeared behind him, and then slashed towards his head without waiting for him to react. Baikong was extremely vigilant. The moment the knife struck, he felt a palpitation in his heart and subconsciously leaned forward. The butcher's knife cut across the back of Baikong's head and cut off a bunch of hair. Without any time to think, Baikong kicked off his legs, a terrifying force burst out, and he jumped more than 10 meters. The bandage also jumped because of this and was so shocked that it almost fell apart. Seeing this, Mu Rifeng reached out and made a move, and the bandages in midair instantly spread out, and then quickly returned to Mu Rifeng's side. Mu Rifeng patted the bandage, and then let it suck blood to recover. The latter immediately happily sucked the blood from the dead pig carcasses. After Baikong landed, he gasped for air and his face was a little pale. The impact just now was very exhausting, and now he is still frightened. If he hadn't dodged it, that knife would have really cut off his head. Mu Rifeng glanced at Baikong, ignored him, and continued his pig-killing business. At the same time, outside the pig house, the director of the Zutu factory appeared here with a powerful evil spirit. "Where are the people?" Director Zutu asked coldly. Director of the factory, he used his power to enter the pig house. "It's off duty now and I can't get in either," Fang Tiandun said quickly. "Where's Baikong? Isn't he inside? Have you caught him?" said the director of Zutu factory. "Well, factory director, that bug is so weird that even Baikong can't defeat him. He killed a lot of pigs," Fang Tiandun said softly. "Trash, one or two of them are trash." The director of the Zutu factory slapped Fang Tiandun on the face. A layer of flesh and blood was directly scraped off the latter's face. Fang Tiandun, however, didn't even say a word and just endured it. "Maid, let's see if I kill him." The director of the pig head factory took out a butcher's knife and cut the window of the pig house into pieces with one blow. Immediately, he entered the pig house through the broken window. The strong smell of blood came, and as far as the eye could see, a large number of corpses were lying in the iron cage. This scene made the director of Zutu factory feel very angry. This is all his property, and if the adult pig is killed and disposed of in a short time, the value will not change. However, if the pigs that have not yet been slaughtered are slaughtered in advance, even the third-level pigs, the meat quality will not be comparable to that of the second-level adult pigs. "You're dead today." Director Zutu factory was about to explode with rage. "You are welcome to kill me." From a distance, Mu Rifeng had a smile on his face. Then, he appeared outside the iron cage in a flash, and then threw the pig head in his hand towards the pig head factory director. "The gift is a pig's head, and you are also a pig's head, so they match well, haha," Mu Rifeng said with a smile. A cold light flashed, and the flying pig's head was instantly cut in half and fell to the ground. The director of the pig head factory raised his hand and pointed the butcher knife at Mu Rifeng. "Today, I will let you taste what it feels like to be slaughtered like a pig." Mu Rifeng looked at the pig head factory manager, smiled disdainfully, and continued his business of killing pigs. At this moment, 1/3 of the more than 200 pigs in the pig house had been killed by Mu Rifeng. In this way, his attributes have increased by 73 points. The three attributes are Strength 30 points, Spirit 22 points, and Constitution 21 points. Although it was only 73 points, with the 10 times superimposed attributes, Mu Rifeng's attributes had already been turned upside down. Strength, 990, 90 plus 900. Spirit, 781, 71 plus 710. Physique, 770, 70 plus 700. Facing the pressure from the Zhutu factory director, Mu Rufeng no longer felt anything at all. He feels like he can beat up the pighead factory director now. However, Mu Rufeng still did not fight him. Instead, she came to an iron cage again and killed another pig. You will become stronger by killing monsters. If the trigger is successful, you will gain 1 point of strength, and the total amount of ghost energy will increase by 1%. Hey! Mu Rufeng suddenly felt something different. A mysterious feeling rose from the bottom of his heart, and at the same time, an even more peculiar power surged out of his body. The player's strength attribute exceeded 1000 points and successfully understood the skill, Ghostly. What's going on, Geixi? Mu Rufeng was shocked. At this moment, a terrifying sword energy came in an instant, directly cutting through the iron cage, and continued to attack Mu Rufeng unabated. Almost subconsciously, Mu Rufeng used Geixi's ability. The next moment, Mu Rufeng fell into an extremely special state. The sword energy that was about to hit him suddenly became extremely slow in Mu Rufeng's eyes. Mu Rufeng felt that she could easily avoid it. However, Mu Rufeng did not avoid it. Instead, her heart moved and her hands moved slightly. Then, I saw the sword turned around and faced the pig-headed factory director. The next moment, the sword suddenly struck towards the pig-headed factory director. When the Zhutu factory director saw this scene, he looked horrified, but he reacted very quickly and immediately slashed out with his knife. There was a sound of dang. The director of the Zhutu factory took a few steps back, his face filled with surprise and uncertainty. Why did the sword energy that he slashed out suddenly come back? Soon, he felt the special fluctuation on Mu Rufeng's body. Ghost Den? Impossible, you are only level 1, how can you have a ghost den? The pig-headed factory manager was shocked, as if he had seen a ghost. What a fuss, aren't you also a level 5 ghost? Don't you have a ghost den? Mu Rufeng had a smile on his face, and then checked the attributes of the Ghost Den. Ghost Den, a special domain power, within the range of its own Ghost Den, it has incredible abilities. After reaching level 5, there is a certain probability of understanding. After a single attribute exceeds 1000, you can obtain a Ghost Den. Effect, Rebound, within the range of its own Ghost Den, you can divert the enemy's attack into rebound, applicable level, level 1 to 5, above level 5, the effect is weakened. Is the ability of my Ghost Den rebound attack? How to say this ability, he and the pig-headed factory manager should have been invincible in the battle. Unless the pig-headed factory manager can burst out a power far beyond level 5. Do you think the Ghost Cave is so easy to obtain? How can a small first-level contractor like you own a Ghost Cave? You have a big secret. Definitely a big secret. At this moment, the pighead factory director looked extremely crazy, his eyes were bloodshot, and his body was actually a little swollen. The terrifying ghost power emanated from his body, causing the living pigs around him to wail in fear. As soon as the voice fell, the pighead factory director swung his knife again out of thin air. A black knife energy came in an instant. Mu Rufeng was slightly startled, but soon relaxed again. Because of his ghost cave, he successfully bounced the knife energy back again. However, this time Mu Rufeng did not let it cut towards the pighead factory director, but towards Bai Kong on the other side. Bai Kong only had time to change his face, and then he was cut in half by this terrifying knife energy. Triggering success, Spirit +1, Ghost Chi +1%. Haha, I didn't expect this to count as my kill. Mu Rufeng wanted to test whether he could control the direction of the rebound attack, but he didn't expect to get an unexpected reward. Hey! The pighead factory director saw Bai Kong die tragically under his sword energy, and his face became even more ferocious. Rebound, right? This time I want to see how you rebound. The pighead factory director kicked his feet hard, and his body shot towards Mu Rifeng. At the same time, he raised his knife and looked at Mu Rifeng. From this look, he was not going to use sword energy to fight the enemy, but to use the sharpness of his butcher knife to deal with this rebound. Mu Rifeng was also shocked. He didn't know whether his ghost cave could rebound the slash, but he had to try it to know. Mu Rifeng immediately retreated, and when the pighead factory director's body entered the range of the ghost cave, everything slowed down. Mu Rifeng entered that strange state, and then he tried to move the pighead factory director's blade. The blade was offset. Facing the incoming blade, it cannot be said that it rebounded, but the attack was deflected and could not hit him. This should be the limitation of the rebound ability. However, Mu Rifeng was already very satisfied. How could he not be satisfied with the ghost den he got for free? The most important thing is that he has 3 attributes. His strength exceeded 1000, and he got a ghost den. What if his mental and physical fitness also exceeded 1000? What would happen? The power of the ghost den increased? Or can it gain new ghost den abilities? Or 3 layers of ghost dens are superimposed? Mu Rifeng didn't know, but he was ready to try. So, Mu Rifeng ignored the pursuit of the pighead factory director, and used the ability of instant movement to shuttle in the iron cage. As soon as he appeared, he immediately killed the piglets and then disappeared. Even if the pighead factory director predicted which iron cage Mu Rifeng would go to in advance and attacked in advance, Mu Rifeng can also rely on the power of the ghost den to rebound or deflect the attack. In this way, Mu Rifeng killed piglets while dealing with the attacks of the pig-headed factory manager. I don't know how many pigs Mu Rifeng killed when the mysterious power emerged from his body again. His Ghost Cave power soared, and he also gained a new ability. Ghost Cave, a special domain power, which has incredible abilities within the range of its own Ghost Cave. After reaching level 5, there is a certain probability of obtaining it. After a single attribute exceeds 1000, you can obtain the Ghost Cave. Effect 1, Rebound. Within the range of its own Ghost Cave, you can trigger the enemy's attack to rebound. Effect 2, Illusion. Within the range of its own Ghost Cave, you can cast a powerful illusion. Note, the above effects are applicable to levels 1 to 5, and above level 5, the effect is weakened. Illusion. Mu Rifeng's eyes flashed. At the same time, he discovered that his spirit broke through 1000. Strength is the rebound ability, spirit is the illusion ability, then what about physique? Mu Rifeng tried to cast an illusion. Soon, he saw the pig-headed factory manager grabbing a pig corpse and laughing wildly. Haha, you are just a small first-level contractor, so what if you have strong abilities? How long can your ghost power last? Run? You run? Why don't you run? After saying that, the pig-headed factory manager cut off the legs of the pig corpse with a knife. It seems that he mistook the pig corpse for Mu Rifeng. Chapter 108 3 attributes exceed 1000, the 3 abilities of the Ghost Cave ask for monthly VO. Mu Rifeng looked at the ravaged pig corpse and felt a little sorry for it. Immediately, Mu Rifeng continued to slaughter the pigs in the house. His Ghost Cave was not large, only 10 meters in radius, and could not cover the pig house at all. In this way, if he wanted to slaughter pigs farther away, the pig-head factory manager would inevitably be out of the Ghost Cave. But Mu Rifeng didn't care, because it was easy to solve. The next second, the pig-head factory manager gave up the pig corpse in his hand and chopped at another pig corpse several meters away. Haha, you can still run with only a pair of hands left. You are really capable. Come on, I'll cut off your hands this time. Let's see how you can run. The pig-head factory manager laughed, swung his knife down, and directly cut off the 2 front limbs of the pig corpse. Relying on the ability of the Ghost Cave, hanging the pig-head factory manager, Mu Rifeng didn't take long to slaughter all the pigs in the pig house. At the same time, his physical fitness has also exceeded 1000, and the Ghost Cave has obtained the 3rd ability. Ghost Cave. Effect 1, Rebound. Within the range of the Ghost Cave, the enemy's attack can be rebounded. Effect 2, Illusion. Within the range of the Ghost Cave, a powerful illusion can be performed. Effect 3, Strengthen. Within the range of the Ghost Cave, one can strengthen one of its own contract abilities. Note, the above effects are applicable to levels 1 to 5, and above level 5, the effect will be weakened. The strengthening ability of Effect 3 is not bad, which can double Mu Rufeng's contract ability. For example, before the enhancement, the distance of teleportation was only 2 meters, but after the enhancement, it reached 4 meters, which doubled directly. There are also those who were originally immune to mental pollution of level 3 and below, and after the enhancement, they can be immune to mental pollution of level 4 and below. As for the weakening above level 5, this is also normal. After all, the primary Ghost Cave is only level 5. I believe that when the Ghost Cave becomes stronger, it will also be effective against higher levels. Mu Rufeng had just killed all the remaining pigs. He calculated that there were 142 pigs left, which means he gained 142 attributes. The specific increase is as follows. Strength plus 45 points, Spirit plus 50 points, Constitution plus 47 points. So, at this moment, his attributes are already off the charts. Strength, 1485, 135 plus 1350. Spirit, 1331, 121 plus 1210. Constitution, 1287, 117 plus 1170. In addition to such a strong constitution, Mu Rufeng's total ghost energy has also increased several times. Even the ghost power in the body of an ordinary third-level word is not as much as his. Mu Rufeng looked at the pig-headed factory director who was still madly torturing the pig corpse, and a hideous smile appeared on his face. Mu Rufeng removed the power of the ghost without hesitation. Almost at the moment when the ghost was removed, the pig-headed factory director woke up instantly. He looked at the pig corpse that he had tortured to the point of being in a mess, and then looked at Mu Rufeng not far away, and his whole pig head became a little twisted. Illusion? The power of the ghost? What? Is the ghost energy exhausted? The pig-headed factory director stood up, and the whole person was gloomy and terrible. The anger in his heart was being forcibly suppressed by him. As long as the moment of eruption, he will become the most tyrannical existence. Yes, my ghost energy is exhausted, so I want to have a hand-to-hand fight with you, you should not mind. Mu Rufeng said. Hand-to-hand fight? He. Then you have to ask my knife if it agrees. The corner of the pig-headed factory director's mouth cracked, and he stepped suddenly, and the hard ground burst instantly. The latter was like a cannonball, coming in an instant. The sharp blade chopped straight at Mu Rufeng's legs. Even such a fast pig-headed factory director, in Mu Rufeng's eyes, seemed very slow. Mu Rufeng didn't even dodge, but took out his butcher knife and went to meet the blade of the pig-headed factory director. Dang! There was a crisp sound. Mu Rufeng's butcher knife actually broke. On the other hand, the pig-headed factory director was only shocked back a few steps because of the terrifying force. What a hard knife! What a great strength! The two spoke almost at the same time. The former showed an amazed look, while the latter was horrified. You are definitely not a first-level contractor. The pig-headed factory director's face was terribly gloomy at this moment. What brand is your butcher knife? So sharp. Mu Rufeng looked at his broken butcher knife and felt a little sorry. This is a good knife. It helped him kill so many pigs, but it was actually retired like this. It was really a pity. Who are you? The pig-headed factory director slowly moved his feet, and this posture seemed to be ready to attack again. Did you buy this butcher knife in Bibao building? How much is it? Mu Rufeng asked. Are you deaf? I'm asking you a question, and you can see what you're talking about. The pig-headed factory director's forehead was bulging with veins, and he gritted his teeth and scolded. So? Where did you buy your butcher knife? What brand? Forget it, when I kill you, your butcher knife will be mine. Mu Rufeng waved his hand and said. Die. The pig-headed factory director swung the knife suddenly, and the butcher knife flew out of his hand, crossing a distance of more than 10 meters in an instant and coming close to Mu Rufeng. Mu Rufeng raised his eyebrows slightly, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Mu Rufeng's figure emerged from not far away. That knife was too fast, but fortunately he had a strong reaction and dodged it easily. Mu Rufeng raised his eyebrows, took out the kitchen knife and chopped it back. Dang! There was a crisp sound. Mu Rufeng's kitchen knife, like the previous butcher knife, broke with a sound. On the other hand, the butcher knife of the pig-headed factory director was also chopped off by Mu Rufeng's knife, and then stabbed directly into the hard wall, leaving only a knife handle. Hehe, the sword control technique? It's quite powerful. Mu Rufeng looked at the butcher knife, then at the pig-headed factory director, and said coldly. The pig-headed factory director did not speak, stretched out his hand, and a black aura emerged, pulling the butcher knife on the wall, and then quickly pulled it out, and flew towards the pig-headed factory director, and soon fell into his hands again. You can actually dodge it, and your reaction is very fast. The pig-headed factory director sneered. You've also destroyed my kitchen knife. Mu Rufeng looked at the half-broken kitchen knife in his hand, sighed, and threw it down. Without a knife, no matter how strong you are, what can you use to fight me? The pighead factory manager felt that he had already won. However, the next second, Mu Rufeng took out a powerful electric saw. Buzz buzz buzz. Mu Rufeng turned on the switch, and the electric saw emitted a terrifying roar. Come on, let's see whether your butcher knife is more powerful or my electric saw is more powerful. Mu Rufeng strode towards the pighead factory manager. Electric saw? Humph, okay, watch me cut your electric saw in half. The pighead factory manager did not show any weakness and went straight towards Mu Rufeng. The two approached, each waving the weapons in their hands, and then violently collided with each other. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Boom! A crisp roar resounded. A powerful energy burst out unexpectedly. Without any surprise, the pighead factory manager was directly repelled. His strength was completely inferior to Mu Rufeng's after 10 times of superposition. In fact, because of the terrifying cutting power of the chainsaw, the butcher knife was directly knocked out. Moreover, this time it flew directly out of the window that was broken by the pighead factory manager and disappeared into the darkness. He, your knife is gone. I don't know if your skin is harder or my chainsaw is sharper. Mu Rufeng grinned, flashed, and appeared in front of the broken window. The chainsaw in his hand chopped it fiercely, directly chopping the flying butcher knife and shooting it out again. The distance was far enough, and Mu Rufeng didn't believe that the pighead factory manager could be summoned back. He not only wanted to intercept the butcher knife flying back, but also wanted to intercept the pighead factory manager and prevent him from running away from here. Didn't you say you wanted to fight hand to hand? Then come on. The pighead factory manager said sternly. Hey? What? You have no weapons left, so you want to fight me in hand-to-hand combat? Okay, I won't take advantage of you. I'll put this chainsaw away. Mu Rufeng generously didn't take advantage of you, and actually put the chainsaw into the inventory. To be honest, he didn't take advantage of me. After all, it's okay to knock the butcher knife away, but if he wanted to chop people, he couldn't even kill a mouse, so he could just smash it to death. When the pighead factory manager saw this scene, he was slightly stunned. He just said it casually, and didn't believe that Mu Rufeng would put away this chainsaw that was stronger than his butcher knife. But, unexpectedly, this human contractor really put it away. Is he stupid? Or does he have the capital to be confident? Ah! The pighead factory manager suddenly howled to the sky. Isn't it? The pighead factory manager's figure suddenly swelled, and then a 3-meter-tall pig monster appeared in front of Mu Rufeng. A pair of terrifying fangs burst out from the mouth, and smelly saliva dripped from the cracked corners of the mouth. Blood-red eyes, and black breath constantly exhaled from the thick nostrils. This shape undoubtedly brought a huge shock to people. A strange power burst out from the body of the pig-headed factory director. The black fog gushed out instantly, covering the area within a radius of 10 meters, and also wrapped Mu Rufeng in it. Hey? Is this a ghost? Is this guy's power over 1,000? Mu Rufeng was slightly surprised. Ah! The pig monster howled, and then his body suddenly turned into a black light and appeared in front of Mu Rufeng in an instant. Mu Rufeng was shocked by his speed and immediately blocked with both hands in front of him. The huge force hit Mu Rufeng's arms, and he quickly retreated a few steps, and then stabilized his body. Mu Rufeng has a full strength of more than 1,400, and even if he blocked hastily, he could resist it without any damage. Ah! The pig monster howled again and rushed towards Mu Rufeng. The speed was still so fast that Mu Rufeng could not react. However, he subconsciously punched forward. The two fists collided with each other. Mu Rufeng's body moved back slightly, while the pig-headed factory director flew back directly. In terms of strength, Mu Rufeng still showed a crushing state. Chapter 109 The Scarlet selected visitors ask for monthly votes. Mu Rufeng also knew that the devilish ability of the pig-head factory manager was to increase his speed. As for the state of the pig-head factory manager's attribute exceeding 1,000, there is also a very obvious sequelae. That is, the IQ of the pig-head factory manager seems to have dropped a lot. In this state, the pig-head factory manager did not seem to know how to dodge attacks, and even continued to attack him when he knew that his strength was not as good as Mu Rufeng. Just like now, he was just knocked out, and he wanted to sneak attack Mu Rufeng again with his terrifying speed advantage. Mu Rufeng's figure suddenly disappeared, and the pig monster's punch missed. Before he could come back to his senses, Mu Rufeng had appeared beside him without knowing when. A huge fist hit the pig monster's waist fiercely. Ah! The pig monster howled miserably, and his body suddenly burst out. Boom! There was a loud noise. The pig monster broke through a wall of the pig house, and half of the broken wood and tiles on the roof fell down, covering the pig monster. Just as Mu Rufeng was about to go forward and kill the man, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He took out the phone and saw that it was Lu Mei calling. Hello. Well, what's up? Are you here? Are you outside the door? Oh, noise? Nothing, just killing some pigs, so the noise is a bit loud. You wait outside, I should be out soon. Yeah. Mu Rufeng nodded and hung up the phone. It was Lu Mei who came. She actually followed the truck driver to Qingshan Pig Farm. This was also something Mu Rufeng had not expected. However, it was not a big deal. Soon, Mu Rufeng came up and took out the pig-headed factory director who had returned to his original state and fainted from the ruins. At this moment, the pig-headed factory director was already seriously injured, and even the ghost power in his body was exhausted. It can be said that he was completely at the mercy of others. Mu Rufeng's mind moved, and the bandage immediately came up, wrapping the pig-headed factory director tightly, leaving only his face exposed. And, in order to prevent this guy from having any tricks, Mu Rufeng directly let the bandage pierce his wound and suck his blood. Let the pig-headed factory director remain in an extremely weak but not dead state. I don't know if I can transfer this guy's shares to me. Mu Rufeng looked at the unconscious pig-headed factory director and murmured. Forget it, ask Lu Mei when the time comes to see if she has a solution. Mu Rufeng immediately grabbed the pig-headed factory director and walked outside. Ah, I almost forgot, the butcher knife. Mu Rifeng immediately remembered the pig-headed factory director's butcher knife. This butcher knife is definitely an extremely powerful prop that can easily break his kitchen knife and butcher knife. Mu Rifeng will never give up. Tracing the trajectory of the butcher knife that flew out before, Mu Rifeng came to the fence of the pig farm. Mu Rifeng took out a flashlight and shone it on the fence and began to search. Soon, Mu Rifeng found a deep dent on the fence. It was stabbed by a sharp weapon, but then pulled out. Hey! Someone took it away. Mu Rifeng's face changed immediately. This butcher knife was his trophy, and now it was taken away by someone? Who? Mu Rifeng immediately recalled the short Fang Tiandun in his mind. Bai Kong had been killed by him, and Fang Tiandun was outside the pig house at that time. It is estimated that after seeing Mu Rifeng gain the upper hand, he immediately came here and ran away with the butcher knife. Damn it, don't let me catch you! Mu Rifeng said with gritted teeth. This guy must have run away, it is impossible for him to stay in the pig farm. As for asking Mu Rifeng to chase him, there is no way, because he is now doing a dungeon task and can't leave the pig farm at all. Forget it, I can only get the butcher knife of the ghost fox. Mu Rifeng sighed, and then walked towards the gate. Soon, he arrived at the gate. Mu Rifeng directly opened the lock, and then slowly opened the gate of the pig farm. Almost at the moment of opening, a cold wind whistled in, blowing people a little cold. However, at this moment, Mu Rifeng's physique has exploded, and a mere cold wind is nothing. Just at this time, a terrifying wool suddenly descended, making Mu Rifeng feel cold all over. At the same time, a powerful force began to invade his body. In an instant, Mu Rifeng had an epiphany. He quickly took out a stack of soul notes and said loudly, "Let's talk it over. I will compensate for the public facilities I damaged." The next second, Mu Rifeng felt that the power weakened. Soon, the 10,000 soul notes in Mu Rifeng's hand disappeared out of thin air. At the same time, the invading power and the descending wool disappeared together. Hey! Mu Rifeng breathed in deeply. It was too horrible, this feeling. Fortunately, he had money and could pay compensation. Otherwise, he would be turned into a pig by the rules of the pig farm and locked in a pig house. Mu Rifeng fixed the big iron door, then took out his phone and dialed Lu Mei's number. "Manager Lu, you can ask the driver to come over." "Yes, I've opened the door, you can just drive in." "Okay, I'll wait at the door," Mu Rifeng said, and then hung up the phone. Soon, Mu Rifeng heard the roar of the truck. At the same time, a beam of light came from the darkness. About 2 minutes later, a large truck arrived at the door. Mu Rifeng made way for it to slowly drive into the pig farm. Immediately, Mu Rifeng immediately closed the door of the pig farm again and then locked it. The truck also stopped at this moment, the door opened, and a beautiful figure jumped out of the car. It was Lu Mei. "Mr. Mu." Lu Mei came forward and greeted him directly. "Manager Lu, I didn't expect you to come here in person. I thought you just sent someone here." Mu Rifeng said with a smile. "I will naturally take positive measures for what you ordered." Lu Mei also said with a smile. At this moment, a strange man came from the other end of the car. He was holding 2 figures in his hands. "Mr. Mu, this is our Scarlet Optimized's most powerful driver, Lin Chen, level 6, who can exert the combat power of level 7 when driving a truck." Lu Mei introduced hurriedly. "Mr. Mu, hello, I'm Lin Chen, nice to meet you." Lin Chen's voice was a little heavy. "Hello, I'll have to trouble you tonight. By the way, what's in your hand?" Mu Rifeng's eyes were on the figure on Lin Chen's right hand. "Oh, this guy ran over here with a butcher knife while we were waiting for your notice outside. I caught him, and as for this one, he was also sneaky, and I caught him as well," Lin Chen said, throwing the 2 guys in his hands to the ground. One of them was naturally Fang Tiandun, who ran away with the butcher knife. The other one, Mu Rifeng, didn't know, but he showed up sneakily so late. He must be the real thief of the pig farm. The pigs in the pig farm are coveted by many weirdos, and there are always brave weirdos who dare to take the risk of stealing. I thought this guy ran away, but I didn't expect you to catch him back. It really helped me a lot. Mu Rifeng smiled and stepped forward, grabbed his neck, and lifted Fang Tiandun up. Lin Chen immediately withdrew his power, and Fang Tiandun also woke up instantly. You are so brave, you dare to touch my spoils. Mu Rifeng slapped Fang Tiandun's cheek and said with a sneer. No, I was wrong, I shouldn't have taken the butcher knife, let me go, spare my life. Fang Tiandun was shocked when he saw Mu Rifeng clearly, and he begged for mercy. Mu Rifeng didn't say anything, but made a cut on Fang Tiandun's body. The bandage was inserted into it immediately. Not long after, Fang Tiandun's body became a little shriveled, and the whole body became weak. Trigger successful, physical fitness +1, ghost energy +1%. Mu Rifeng discarded the corpse and looked at the thief, who was already scared. I was just passing by, I really was just passing by. The thief swallowed and said. You are just unlucky. Triggering success, spirit +1, ghost chi +1%. Seeing this, Lu Mei and Lin Chen did not react at all. Obviously, in the strange world, this kind of thing is too sparse and common. Instead, Lu Mei stepped forward and took out a bottle. The corpse still needs to be dealt with, otherwise it will be very troublesome. Lu Mei said, pouring a little powder from the bottle and dropping it on the two corpses. In an instant, the two reacted violently, and the corpse actually decayed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally turned into ashes and disappeared. What is this? Mu Rifeng was slightly startled and said hurriedly. Corpse powder, this is more convenient to deal with. Of course, you can also use ghost power to destroy the corpse. Lu Mei said. Mr. Mu, here, this is a good knife. Lin Chen pulled out a butcher knife from behind and handed it to Mu Rifeng. Thank you. Mu Rifeng thanked him after taking it. The fierce butcher's knife, evolved from a butcher knife, it has not only killed pigs. Effect, super tough, super hard, super sharp, increases damage to creatures by 50%, increases damage to pigs by 100%, increases sharpness to bones by 100%. After reading the properties, Mu Rifeng sighed, no wonder it could cut off his butcher knife and kitchen knife. Even, it has increased damage to any creature by 50%. It can be said that having this knife against the enemy will bring him great help. The pig house is just in front, there are more than 200 pigs, this truck seems to be unable to fit them. Mu Rifeng looked at the big truck and said. More than 200 pigs. Lin Chen was slightly surprised, and then said, that really can't be loaded. Even if I use iron bars to widen the overloaded transportation, it will take 2 trucks. Besides, it takes me 4 hours to go back and forth, and these pigs need to be processed, otherwise the quality of the pork will be reduced when the second truck is delivered. As for the first truck, it doesn't matter. My truck has a refrigeration function to ensure the freshness of the meat. Lin Chen said. That's simple. I can just let the employees of the pig farm handle it. It's just that I'm still an ordinary employee now. Unless I become a shareholder of the pig farm, I can make the equipment of the pig farm run and command those employees. Manager Lu, do you know any way to transfer the shares of this pig head factory manager to me? Mu Rifeng said to Lu Mei. After hearing this, Lu Mei pondered for a moment and said, generally there will be a share contract. As long as you find this share contract, there will be a way to get him to transfer the shares to you. Lu Mei said. Share contract? I changed the previous part, XX, don't criticize me anymore. Chapter 110 The Pig Farm is Mine. Monthly vote requested. Mu Rifeng glanced at the unconscious Zutu factory director, and then said, "Go to his office to look for it first. Lin Chen, please load a cart of pork and transport it to Scarlet Preferred." "No problem, leave it to me." Lin Chen nodded and responded. However, before that, the factory director needs to sign a sales contract. Lu Mei said. "Sales contract?" Mu Rifeng looked at Lu Mei with some confusion. "These pork are the property of the pig farm. If there are only one or two, it may be nothing, but with so many, the pig farm will not let us take them away," Lu Mei said. "So we need to sign a contract? But he can't sign it with us, right?" Mu Rifeng looked at the Zutu factory director and said. "This is different from a share contract. The sales contract is relatively loose. You can find the official seal of the pig farm and hold it in his hand to sign it. However, there will still be a lowest price," Lu Mei said. "This means that you can make a profit, but you cannot make it in vain. You need to pay a minimum amount." "That's fine," Mu Rifeng said with a smile. Soon, Mu Rifeng grabbed the director of Zutu factory and Lu Mei and walked towards the office. The office is not too close, it is a small independent building roughly halfway between the slaughterhouse and the living area. There are 3 floors in total. The factory director's office is on the 2nd floor, and the 3rd floor is his living area. As for the 1st floor, it is the residence of Director Feng and Director Bai. Mu Rifeng took the director of Zutu factory to the office on the 2nd floor. After searching, he found nothing. Then, he went to the living area on the 3rd floor. Finally, they discovered a hidden compartment behind a painting in his bedroom. After opening it, there is a safe inside. This is a safe produced by Blacklight Security Group. With our ability, we cannot open it, Lu Mei said with a frown. "It's easy, just ask this guy for the password." Mu Rifeng put the fat pig on the ground and woke it up. "Director, come, tell me, what is the password of your safe?" Mu Rifeng asked condescendingly. At this moment, the director of the Zutu factory was still a little confused, but he quickly came to his senses and understood his situation. "Bedbug, you want the password to the safe? Haha, kill me," the pighead factory manager said with a smile. "Aren't you afraid of death?" Mu Rifeng directly put the butcher knife on his neck. "Death? I died once a long time ago. You think I'm afraid of death? I just regret that I didn't kill you directly on the train," the director of the Zutu factory said viciously. "He's really a tough guy." Mu Rifeng took back the knife. He also knew that it was impossible for this guy to tell him how he could do it. "My knife is very sharp, it should be able to cut, right?" Mu Rifeng gestured with the butcher knife in her hand and said. Hearing this, Lu Mei was about to speak when she saw the director of the Zutu factory sneered, "Although my knife is very sharp, you want to open my safe? Even if my knife is several times sharper, it won't be possible. Bed bugs are indeed bed bugs. It's so whimsical." The next second, a stinking rag was suddenly pulled by the bandage and stuffed directly into the mouth of the pig-headed factory director. "It's really noisy." Mu Rifeng snorted coldly and put away the butcher knife. "He is right. This is a safe with a level of 10,000 soul coins. Unless we know the password, we cannot open it with our ability," Lu Mei said. "Can't Lin Chen open it too?" Mu Rifeng asked. "No, it requires at least the power of a 7th level ghost general, and even if it is a 7th level ghost general, it will take at least more than an hour to open it," Lu Mei said. Lu Mei's level is not low either. She is the same as Director Zutu, a level 5 evil ghost. 10,000 soul coins? Does this safe have the function of destroying the items inside if it is broken open by force? Mu Rifeng asked. "That's not true. A safe with this kind of function would cost 20,000 yuan, Lu Mei said. "That's fine." Mu Rifeng felt relieved, and then took out the clown's chainsaw. "Just kidding, his chainsaw cuts everything except. Buzz buzz. The chainsaw was turned on, and Mu Rifeng struck it on the safe. A harsh sound sounded. Lu Mei was a little surprised when she saw this scene. She never expected that Mu Rifeng would actually use a chainsaw here. Mr. Mu, although the cutting ability of the electric saw is strong, I want to cut it in a short time. Hey! Lu Mei was choked on her words. Because she saw that the chainsaw had already cut into the safe. What a sharp electric saw, it cut off so quickly. Lu Mei was shocked. Director Zudu, who was watching from the side, was also shocked when he saw this scene. In just over a minute, one side of the safe was completely sawed open by Mu Rifeng, and all the items inside were displayed in front of Mu Rifeng. Of course, my chainsaw is a treasure. Mu Rifeng smiled and put away the chainsaw. Immediately, Mu Rifeng took inventory of the contents of the safe. There are actually not many things inside, only 4 items. The first is the soul coin, which is about 60,000 yuan when broken down. Second, it is the official seal of the pig farm. The third is a contract, which is exactly the share contract that Mu Rifeng needs. Fourth, is a boat ticket. Hey? A ticket for the gluttony cruise. Mu Rifeng held the ticket with a slightly surprised look on her face. Ticket, this is a ticket for the gluttony cruise. With this ticket, you can board the gluttony cruise. Note, on September 1st every year, the gluttony cruise will appear on the sea. With this ticket, you can know the location of the gluttony cruise on that day. September 1st? Do you know the location of the gluttony cruise on that day? Haha, Mu Rifeng showed a sneer on his face, and then put away the ticket. Yes, this contract is a share contract for the pig farm, and the total shareholding is 40%. With such a high shareholding, you can get a lot of rights, including being able to work night shifts on the pig farm. Lu Mei said. Let's finalize the sales contract now. Lu Mei picked up the official seal and started to fiddle with it. After a while, a sales contract was released. After the sales contract was finalized, Mu Rifeng looked at the share contract. Manager Lu, tell me how to do this. You can transfer the shares to my name. Mu Rifeng asked. It's actually very difficult to grab it by force. As long as the other party is unwilling, you can't get the shares in vain. However, this is very simple for Mr. Mu, because as long as you have enough money, you can change the name above to yours. Lu Mei said. So simple. Mu Rifeng was slightly surprised. Yes, so many people will keep their share contracts in banks to ensure that they will not be lost or robbed. Lu Mei said. Luckily, the director of the pig factory put the contract in the pig farm. How much will it cost to change it to my name? Mu Rifeng said. The market value of Qingshan pig farm is about 10 million, and for 40% of the shares, you only need 4 million, Lu Mei said. 4 million. Mu Rifeng thought to herself. However, Mr. Mu, you have killed all the pigs in the pig farm. The value of the pig farm has been greatly reduced. Only some equipment is worth some money. I estimate that you may only need a small amount of money. Lu Mei said. Oh? Can my actions still have such an effect? Mu Rifeng was a little surprised. Later, Mu Rifeng followed Lu Mei's instructions and successfully changed the name on the contract to her own. At the same time, less than 1.2 million was spent. The moment she signed her name, Mu Rifeng felt that she seemed to have some connection with the pig farm. At the same time, he also took the initiative to become the director of Qingshan Pig Farm. As the factory director, he also has a lot of rights at this moment. One of them can actually put the pig farm that is resting at night into working mode. Mu Rifeng came to the desk and took out an old button bell from the drawer. Without any hesitation, Mu Rifeng pressed it directly. Ring ring ring. As Mu Rifeng pressed the button, a bell rang instantly throughout the pig farm. Mu Rifeng was very familiar with this ringtone. It was the ringtone for work. Half an hour later, lights came on everywhere in the entire pig farm. Especially the cleaning and processing area is brightly lit. The employees faced the sudden overtime without any complaints. Those who complained would have been turned into pigs in the pigsty by the director of the pig head factory. By the way, just take the 60,000 yuan and split it with Lin Chen as tonight's reward. Mu Rufeng handed the 60,000 yuan he found from the safe to Lu Mei. Okay, then I won't refuse. Lu Mei nodded and did not refuse. 60,000 yuan is a lot of money. After becoming the factory director, Mu Rufeng learned a lot of information. For example, he needs to maintain the normal operation of the pig farm, otherwise, there will be great terror. There are no more pigs in the pig farm. He needs to buy a batch of pigs within 3 days to fill the pig house. Otherwise, the pig farm will turn all its employees into pigs, including him, the factory director. As for the employees being gone? Don't worry, pig farms can recruit real-world contractors as employees. As for the factory director being gone? Don't worry, the pig farm has just taken back all its shares. Manager Lu, I don't know if you have any idea. Find a professional manager for me. You know, I will return after completing my mission, and I won't be able to control this pig farm. Mu Rufeng looked at Lu Mei and asked. I do have a candidate. Lu Mei said after thinking for a moment. Who? Mu Rufeng asked quickly. That's the previous pig farm director. Lu Mei said. The previous director of the pig farm? Was he the one who was driven away by the pig-headed scheme? Mu Rufeng said. Yes, that's him. He is good at raising pigs, but he doesn't know how to twist and turn, so he was tricked by the pig head. I have cooperated with him before. He has a good character and is fully qualified. Lu Mei said. Oh? Where is he now? Can you contact him? Mu Rufeng asked. Well, he works at our Scarlet preferred hotel now. I introduced him. Lu Mei said. That's great, Manager Lu, thank you so much. Upon hearing this, Mu Rufeng suddenly showed a smile on her face. I'll call him tomorrow. I think he will be very happy. With him here, Mr. Mu won't have to worry about the pig farm, and he can also achieve greater cooperation with our company, Lu Mei said. Yet. Mu Rufeng nodded. Chapter 111 Return, another rule-based skill asking for monthly votes. As for the employment contract, leave it to me. Lu Mei said. Then I'll trouble Manager Lu. Mu Rufeng said with a smile. It's not hard. Lu Mei said with a slight smile. Then, she started to work on the contract. She was not worried that the former factory manager would refuse the job. Time passed slowly, the pointer jumped, and the number of 11:59 changed to 12 o'clock. Ding! It was detected that there are no live pigs in the current pig farm. This dungeon task ends here. Ding! It was detected that the player has slaughtered 10 adult pigs and has met the dungeon clearance conditions. Return countdown 179, 178, 177, 176. P.S. You can also return immediately. Just when Mu Rufeng was thinking about whether he could buy a batch of live pigs tomorrow and brush up on the clearance and plug-in attributes, several reminders sounded. What the hell? Didn't check before, and now check. Mu Rufeng was a little confused. Then he was annoyed. If he had known this, he would have kept a pig. In this way, he might have been able to brush up the clearance and plug-in attributes. However, Mu Rufeng thought about it and felt that it was impossible. How could he be given such a big bug? Maybe the patch would be applied to the weird world the next day. Manager Lu, is the contract ready? My mission is completed and I will be forced to return soon. Mu Rufeng said. Okay, you can check this rule contract. Lu Mei said quickly. This there are too many, I can't understand it either. Mu Rifeng said that he didn't know how to read the contract. Don't worry too much, you can use the power of the factory director to let the rules of the pig farm help you read the contract. If it's not good for you, the pig farm will remind you. Lu Mei said. Oh? Is it so magical? Mu Rifeng tried it immediately. Sure enough, the rules of the pig farm came down and directly covered the rule contract. Soon, the power was withdrawn without any prompts, so there was no problem. Immediately, Mu Rifeng stamped the pig farm seal. As long as the factory director signed his name, he would become the deputy factory director of their pig farm and manage all the affairs of the pig farm. Of course, there is no share, just a salary for him. If the development is good, he will be given corresponding dividend shares. The contract is in triplicate, one for the pig farm, one for Mu Rifeng, and one for the previous factory director. Mr. Mu, I will bring him here to sign the contract tomorrow. There are rules for the pig farm, and there will be no mistakes. Lu Mei said. Okay, thank you for troubling Manager Lu. Mu Rifeng looked at the countdown, there was about 1.5 minutes left. No trouble, Mr. Mu, you can tell me if you have anything in the future. Lu Mei said with a smile. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot that there is a vending machine in the cafeteria. When you go back, help bring the vending machine back to Yuxuan. Mu Rifeng almost forgot about the vending machine. Well, okay, I'll take the vending machine back. Lu Mei nodded. By the way, I'm leaving. To make it easier for you to move, I'll give you a security guard identity. Mu Rifeng said. Soon, the countdown for Mu Rifeng's return ended, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, leaving Lu Mei alone in the office. As for the pig-headed factory manager, he had already snapped away after Mu Rifeng signed the contract. Time flew by, and it was 5 o'clock in the morning. 5 o'clock in the morning in the weird world was also grey and bright. A somewhat dilapidated truck drove over from a distance. The gate of the pig farm was also opened in time. The truck drove in immediately and stopped in the open space in front. At the same time, the gate of the pig farm was closed again. Lin Chen, why are you here so late? I can't get through to you on the phone. Lu Mei was standing at the security booth at this moment. Alas, bad luck. Because of overloading, I was chased by the Nether police for a long time, and then I was caught. I was fined and taught an hour. Later, because of the smell of pork, some guys were attracted. It took a lot of time to kill them. Lin Chen sighed. How much was the fine? Lu Mei didn't know what to say. 10% of the total value, but I didn't pay, but took 10 pigs away directly. This is the ticket. Lin Chen said, taking out a very formal white slip. Why is there another police station arresting cars in the middle of the night? Lu Mei's face also became a little ugly. The value of 10 pigs is not low, even if they are first-level live pigs, each one is not low. Mr. Mu doesn't lack this little money. I will tell him, you don't have to worry. By the way, this 30,000 yuan is Mr. Mu's hard work fee. Lu Mei took out 30,000 yuan and handed it to Lin Chen. For me. Lin Chen was a little surprised, but he didn't say anything and took it directly. After all, he was a level 6 red ghost, and 30,000 yuan was an extra income for him. Go to the cold storage and pack the remaining pigs. This time, be safer and don't let them be caught by the Netherworld police station. Lu Mei said. Don't worry, it won't happen again. Lin Chen immediately drove the truck to the cold storage. In just half an hour, Lin Chen came out again. The truck was also packed full, and the height and length of the black fog increased significantly. This can be said to be extremely overloaded, which is why more than 200 pigs were transported twice. Lin Chen was driving the car, and Lu Mei was sitting in the co-pilot. As for the gap between the front of the car and the car, there was also a vending machine, but it was tied tightly with ropes to prevent it from falling. Soon, the truck left the pig farm. However, outside the pig farm, 2 large trucks appeared at some point. Next to the truck, there were 5 or 6 weirdos. Stop, stop. A weirdo who looked like a leader immediately came forward and forced Lin Chen's truck to stop. Looking for death. Lin Chen opened the car window and looked at the weirdo in a suit below with a defiant look. Level 6. The weirdo in the suit straightened his mind and said, "Hello, I want to ask, are you pulling pork?" "Get out of the way," Lin Chen said calmly. Although this weird guy in suit is also level 6, Lin Chen is very confident in his own strength. The weird guy in suit's eyes flashed, and finally, he stepped back and let the truck leave. He looked at the truck leaving, took out his mobile phone, and dialed a number. "Damn, you didn't answer my call? Who dared to take the meat from my mouth?" Weird guy in suit didn't know at this time that the pork he wanted was taken away by someone else. The head of the pig factory invited him to dinner last night and asked him to help deal with the pork. He kept the price very low, but raised the price for his own company. In this way, he can definitely make a lot of money by taking the kickbacks in the middle. However, now that he has been intercepted, how can he swallow this breath? Manager knew, "Shall we drive the car in now?" A driver came forward and pointed to the open gate of the pig farm. "Why drive in? The meat has been taken away by others. Let's go and rob that car." Weird guy in suit said coldly, and then turned around and jumped into the co-pilot's cabin of the truck. In the real world, 3 minutes after 12 noon. Relevant departments, underground 4th floor, secret room 3. Mu Rufeng's figure suddenly appeared inside. Congratulations to LV1 player Mu Rufeng for clearing the multiplayer dungeon, Qingshan Pig Farm. The player successfully slaughtered 55 adult pigs, and the clearance completion rate was 1000%. He obtained the rule-based skill, "You are a pig." Obtained the title, Pig Killer, and obtained 1000 soul coins. Your level has been upgraded to LV2. Unlock the following permissions: item bar +3, contract slot +1. It is detected that the host has cleared the dungeon, and the plugin has been uninstalled. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the plugin legacy, killing monsters will make you stronger, weakened version. Finally reached level 2, it's not easy. But, you only slaughtered 55 adult pigs. Mu Rufeng couldn't help but feel a little regretful. However, the harvest of this dungeon was still unusually huge. First, using the plugin, he obtained a total attribute of 313 points. At the same time, he also got the beggar version of the plugin, not to mention, he actually got another title. Of course, what Mu Rufeng cares about most is the rule-based skill. Killing monsters will make you stronger. Killing creatures in the weird world can randomly obtain 0.1 permanent attribute points and enhance your ghost power by 1000th. Pig Killer, this is a crazy contractor, a super pig killer who killed hundreds of pigs in a short period of time. Because of his madness, he was recognized by the rules. Effect: wearing this title can cause great deterrence to pig creatures and increase the lethality of pig creatures by 100%. You are a pig, a rule-based skill. When it is used, you can specify a target to become a pig. The duration depends on your own strength and the opponent's strength. Note, at least the target can be forced to become a pig for 1 second. After specifying 10 targets, you need to become a pig for 10 minutes before you can continue to use it. Pig. Good guy, this time the rewards are all related to pigs. Apart from other things, the rule skill is so powerful that even if the opponent is a level 9 Ghost Emperor, he can force the opponent to become a pig for 1 second. Most importantly, with his title of Pig Killer and the Butcher Knife, he can kill gods and Buddhas with one knife. As for the legacy of the plugin, the beggar version of Become Stronger by Killing Monsters is a powerful plugin, which can continuously make him stronger. So, as long as the completion rate exceeds 1000%, you can get rule-based props or skills. Mu Rifeng murmured. Click. The microphone of the broadcast was turned on. Mr. Mu, you are back. Zhao Daong's voice sounded. Daong. Mu Rifeng recognized the voice of the speaker. It's me, Mr. Mu. Although you have just returned and may need to rest, time is tight and you need to get to work immediately. Of course, if you are injured, you can recuperate first. Zhao Daong said. Let me explain why the chainsaw did not cut off the butcher knife. Because the electric saw is for sawing, how can you cut it with an electric saw? It doesn't conform to the rules. Also, I set this butcher knife to be very powerful. Chapter 112 Li Yaokan and number 039, S Dungeon Experience asking for monthly votes. I'm not injured, what happened? Are you still here specifically? Mu Rifeng asked. You know, the third and fourth underground floors are not open to the public. Except for contractors, preparatory players like Zhao Daong have no authority to come here. Something big happened. Zhao Daong's voice seemed extremely heavy. What's the big deal? Where are Captain Zhou and the others? Mu Rifeng's face became serious. Time is pressing, let's talk as we go. After Zhao Daong finished speaking, he hung up the broadcast. When Mu Rifeng heard this, she didn't think too much and immediately checked her own situation and the props. Now, there are 3 more inventory slots, which makes it more convenient for Mu Rifeng to carry things. He thought for a while and placed the butcher's knife, the TND bank card, the clown's chainsaw, the singing mouth and the 2 share contracts in the inventory. The rest of the items are considered small, so putting them in the bandage won't have much impact. Mu Rifeng stood up from the bed and strode towards the door. Unlock the lock, then pull it gently, and the heavy door will open directly. As soon as Mu Rifeng came out, she saw Zhao Daong standing outside the door at some point. Daong? What happened? Mu Rifeng asked quickly when she saw Zhao Daong. Zhao Daong said nothing and looked at Mu Rifeng with a solemn expression. However, this expression lasted for less than 2 seconds before Zhao Daong chuckled, Haha, Brother Feng, didn't you recognize me? Ah, you are. This voice did not belong to Zhao Daong, but Mu Rifeng was still unusually familiar. Are you Li Yaokan? Brother Kun. Mu Rifeng looked at Zhao Daong in disbelief. Hey, how about it, am I pretending to be similar? When Zhao Daong finished speaking, he saw his figure change, and finally turned into Li Yaokan, whom Mu Rifeng was more familiar with. Damn it, you are such a bastard, what's going on? Mu Rifeng stepped forward and punched Li Yaokan in the chest. This is all thanks to the props, which were awarded to me after I cleared the dungeon. Li Yaokan said with a smile. So, you joined the Wanchinj branch? That's not true. I joined the Zinsha branch. I just came here with Captain He to do something today. You just happened to return. I just wanted to tease you. Li Yaokan said and showed his ID. You kid, I almost believed you. Mu Rifeng finally breathed a sigh of relief at this time. It would be fine if something happened. By the way, what kind of copy have you experienced? You have been in it for so long. Mu Rifeng asked curiously. When Li Yaokan heard this, he didn't hide anything and directly told Mu Rifeng what he had experienced. Li Yaokan entered a copy called Horror Apartment. This copy is a multiplayer copy, with 10 people participating. There are people from all over the world. Miraculously, they all have the same birthday, and they all entered the dungeon holding a black candle. At the same time, there are many strange residents in this apartment, and among these residents, there is a murderous maniac hidden. The players are his prey. There are 2 conditions for clearance. The first is to live in the horror apartment for 5 days, and you can gain 20% of the clearance level every day. After 5 days, you can clear the dungeon. The second is to find the murderous maniac in the scary apartment. You only need to find the true identity of the murderer, and you do not need to face the murderer head-on. Of course, there are restrictions on identification. To identify yourself, you need to go to the apartment manager. The administrator can be said to be an invincible presence in the apartment, and a murderer can be easily killed by him. As long as the identification is successful, the apartment manager will rely on powerful power to directly kill the murderer. There are no restrictions on identification, but as long as you identify the person incorrectly, you will have to pay a fine of 100 soul coins. As long as you pay the fine, nothing will happen. If you don't have the money to pay the fine, then sorry, you will be evicted from the horror apartment. As for being expelled, the result is self-evident. At first, Lee Yakin didn't know how to find the murderer, let alone identifying him. The killer killed 2 players on the first day and 2 more on the second day. On the third day, the 5th player was killed, and Lee Yakin was the 6th. It's just that in a moment of crisis, Li Yao managed to survive by lighting the secret candle given by his dormitory aunt Mu Rufeng. After learning that Li Yakin had items that could repel the murderous demon, 2 of the players found Li Yakin. Want to win them into their alliance. Moreover, they also informed him about the identification. At the same time, they also said that they had found many clues in the past 3 days and had narrowed down the identity of the murderer to 5 people. You know, there are dozens of weird people living in the entire horror apartment. These 2 people were able to reduce the identity of the murderous maniac to 5 people in just 3 days, which is already extremely powerful. The 2 of them also proposed to let the other 2 players identify the 2 weirdos respectively, and let them go and try and make mistakes. Because there are only 5 people left, no matter what, there will always be one person who can return successfully. If they hadn't found the key clue today, the 5 people in front wouldn't have died in vain. When Li Yakin knew that he could identify the identity, he was completely stunned. Because he really didn't know it was possible. In the past 3 days, he basically stayed in the apartment, which had enough supplies to survive for 5 days. He felt that as long as he stayed in the apartment and locked the door, he would not be killed by the murderer. Even most players thought so. Now 2 big guys said that they found a lot of clues and could identify the identity, and they only needed to fine him 100 yuan for the wrong identification. Under the gaze of the 2 high-level players, Li Yakin silently took out 500 soul notes. If the murderer is really in the 5 weirdnesses you circled, then I think we can pass the level. Li Yakin said so. In this way, Li Yakin was fined only 3 times, and he successfully identified the identity of the murderer, and then successfully passed the level. Because he successfully identified the murderer on the 3rd day, he successfully reached 300% of the clearance rate and obtained a prop that allowed him to change his body shape and even his voice. You kid, you are really a coward. If you knew that you could identify the identity on the 1st day, you might be able to get a super high clearance rate. Mu Rufeng said with some regret. At that time, Mu Rufeng gave this kid 10,000 soul coins, enough for Li Yakin to identify 100 times. In this apartment, according to Li Yakin, there are only dozens of residents, and it is enough to identify them one by one. I am not afraid. This time, if it weren't for you, I would really die. Thank you. Li Yakin thanked Mu Rufeng seriously. It's okay, just come back safely. Mu Rufeng patted Li Yakin on the shoulder. I spent 300 yuan on this money. After passing the level, I was rewarded with 300 yuan, 10,000 soul coins, and returned intact. Also, this candle was only burned 1/3, and it can still be used. Li Yakin also knew how precious soul coins were. I think this soul coin was also obtained by Mu Rufeng's desperate efforts, and he finally got 10,000 soul coins, and gave it all to him at once. It can be said that Li Yakin was very grateful to Mu Rufeng at this moment. You take it, I don't need it. Mu Rufeng waved his hand and did not take it. How can that be? Soul notes are so precious, this should be all your belongings. Li Yaokan was relentless and wanted to stuff the money directly into Mu Rufeng's hands. I said, you take it, I have a lot of soul coins on me, you can have a greater chance of survival with these money, you don't think about yourself, you have to think about your family and your girlfriend. Mu Rufeng shook his head and said. Okay, this money, I will definitely return you in the future, and don't worry, I didn't tell anyone, I just said you gave me 500 yuan. Li Yaokan said. Well. Let's go, I'm very tired after working all day, eat a meal and go home to sleep. Mu Rufeng waved his hand, didn't care, and then walked out. Generally, after returning, you need to write a report. If it is an old dungeon, just write whether there are any new rules. If it is a new dungeon, you have to write a strategy. This time, it is a new dungeon, but now the pig farm is Mu Rufeng's, and he will definitely recruit new players. So, he needs to think about how to write this dungeon strategy. Of course, the most important thing now is to eat first. Killing pigs all night and fighting with the pig head, you must be very hungry. Okay, I want to get together with you in the evening, so how about tomorrow night? At my house, I will call Brother Chiang and the others. Li Yaokan said. Tomorrow? Okay, but haven't you moved? Mu Rufeng asked. From Li Yaokan, he also knew that Li Yaokan had joined the Xinsha branch. Like their Wanchanj district branch, housing is still allocated, and the benefits are exactly the same. I'm different from you. I moved out as soon as I got my suitcase. My wife and I have a lot of stuff. Besides, I've only been back for 2 days and I have a lot of things to do, so I was delayed. But I've already got the key to the assigned house. Li Yaokan said with a smile. To be honest, when he heard that he could be assigned a house and there were those benefits, Li Yaokan had no intention of refusing at all. After all, a worker like him really wants these benefits. Even if he dies in the copy in the future, he will receive a compensation, and his family can also get some care. Not to mention, he doesn't have a golden finger, or is Mu Rufeng his golden finger? I felt that the content of the 2 chapters I wrote yesterday was not good, so I deleted them all, so I will update 1 chapter first. I am still writing the remaining 2 chapters, and they will be updated one after another. Sorry, everyone. Chapter 113, The Strange Baby upgrades to the 3rd ability. Please give me a monthly ticket. You should be more careful and bold when entering the dungeon. Also, read more dungeon information and strategies in the department, and try to contract a weirdo in the next dungeon. When you reach LV2, this house will be yours for real. This way, your father-in-law will look much better. Mu Rufeng said with a smile. Yes, I know. Li Yaokan nodded solemnly. His starting point is much higher than other players. As long as he doesn't commit suicide, he is likely to contract a weirdo. Once he contracts a weirdo and becomes a formal contractor, his survival rate will be greatly improved. Then the 2 of them came to the training ground on the 3rd floor, talking and laughing. At this moment, Chu Lianhong was training with several new players. Cheng Yalan was lying on a recliner beside him bored, watching Duyan on his mobile phone. Captain Zhou and Captain Lao He disappeared, obviously talking in the conference room. Mu Rufeng also saw 2 familiar faces, Xiao Lu and Xiao Tang, who he saw at Li Yaokan's house. Xiao Mu, did you pass the level? How's it going? Were you scared by your friend? Cheng Yalan stood up immediately when he saw Mu Rufeng, and said with a smile. I say, Brother Lin, you should stop looking at long-legged beauties. You are not young anymore, it's time to find a girlfriend. Mu Rufeng glanced at Cheng Yalan's mobile phone screen and joked. Hey, I want to too, but the fate has not come yet, and the blind dates are all weird. You know, the woman I went on a blind date with 2 days ago, she was really mean, she directly called 3 girlfriends over, ordered thousands of yuan of dishes, and took me for a fool. I just ran away. Cheng Yalan was a little indignant. Your monthly salary is not low, a few thousand yuan is nothing, and, other people invited 3 girlfriends, that's 4 girls, maybe one of them likes you. Who said it's not, but you know, among those 3 girlfriends, there are 2 male girlfriends, can you believe it? Cheng Yalan said unhappily. Male girlfriends are fine, they are really low-class women. Li Yaokan nodded in response. Be more open-minded, next time let your family find you some reliable blind dates. Mu Rufeng said with a smile. Haha, I laughed to death, no wonder you didn't tell me about your blind date when I asked you about it, so this is what happened. At this time, Chu Lianhong's laughter sounded from behind. Chu Lianhong came over at some point, covered her mouth, and laughed at Cheng Yalan loudly. Eavesdropping is not a good habit. Cheng Yalan looked a little ugly. When he talked about his blind date, he deliberately glanced at Chu Lianhong and found that he was still far away. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Chu Lianhong actually came to the side. Tisk, are you still eavesdropping? You speak so loudly, who can't hear you? Chu Lianhong looked at Cheng Yalan with disdain. Okay, stop arguing, I'm going to eat first, I'm starving. Mu Rufeng waved his hand and prepared to go upstairs. At this time, Lao He and Captain Zhou came out of a room on the far left. Apparently, they had finished talking. Thanks, Lao Zhou, I will definitely keep this prop for you. Lao He also has a loud voice, and immediately attracted everyone's attention. It's okay if you can come back alive. I don't know many people. Zhou Wen had a faint smile on his face. Don't worry, with your prop, I'm sure there will be no problem. Lao He patted his chest and said. Hey, Xiao Mu, you're back? Level 2. Lao He noticed Mu Rufeng at this time and said quickly. Well, Captain Zhou, Captain Lao He, my friend has joined you, you have to take good care of him. Mu Rufeng greeted Captain Zhou, and then looked at Captain Lao He. Don't worry, I will definitely take good care of him. Xiao Mu, you probably haven't eaten yet, go eat first, take a rest in the afternoon, as for the report, just write it tomorrow. Captain Zhou was still quite happy to see Mu Rufeng return. Okay, Captain. Mu Rufeng nodded in response. Xiao Lu, Xiao Tang, Xiao Li, let's go too. Okay, Captain. After eating lunch in the cafeteria, Mu Rufeng went straight home. After taking a shower, Mu Rufeng did not go to bed directly, but turned on the computer and started writing the report. He castrated the pig farm and added some more, writing nearly 1,000 words in bits and pieces, deleting and revising, and it took him nearly an hour. After checking it again, he packaged the report text directly and sent it to Captain Zhou's QQ mailbox. Just at this moment, he suddenly noticed the movement in his body. Dad, Dad! The voice of the sleeping ghost baby suddenly came to his ears. Xiao Ying? Are you awake? The ghost baby sat on Mu Rufeng's shoulder at some point. Dad, I'm going to upgrade, so I woke up. Upgrade? That's right, I've upgraded to level 2, and your upper limit can be upgraded to level 3. Mu Rufeng was not surprised. The aura on Xiao Ying's body was getting stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, Xiao Ying successfully upgraded to level 3. Moreover, the aura continued to get stronger until it reached the peak of level 3. My stomach is still so full, Dad, you have to upgrade quickly. Xiao Ying touched her round belly and said. Okay, I will upgrade as soon as possible. Mu Rufeng rubbed Xiao Ying's face and said with a smile. Xiao Ying, who has been upgraded to level 3, has also been strengthened. Mu Rufeng can feel that the distance of instant movement has doubled, from 2 meters to 4 meters. At the same time, immunity to mental pollution has also been upgraded from level 3 to level 4. It must be said that this upgrade is absolutely extremely powerful. What surprised Mu Rufeng the most was that Xiaoying actually gained a new ability again. This new ability is not an attack type, but also an auxiliary type. A different dimension appeared in Xiaoying's stomach, which can be used to store supplies and props. As for the size of the space, it is not too big, only 1 meter square. This size can already store a lot of things. Mu Rufeng was already worried that there were too few inventory items. Even if 3 new ones were added, it was still too few. Now, with Xiaoying's different dimension space, it is really much more convenient. As for the way to collect, it is also very simple, just let Xiaoying swallow or spit it out. Oh, Xiaoying, you are such a big baby. Mu Rufeng held Xiaoying in his arms, and she looked so cute no matter how he looked at her. He. Xiaoying also laughed happily. Immediately, Mu Rufeng tested Xiaoying's new ability. He took out the things on his body and let Xiaoying swallow them one by one. What surprised Mu Rufeng was that Xiaoying did not put them into her mouth, but sucked them directly into her mouth. He opened his mouth and then sucked hard, and then saw that the props that Mu Rufeng took out were directly covered by the black mist and then sank into Xiaoying's mouth. When releasing them, it was almost the same. Mu Rufeng tried to let Xiaoying collect items in the contract slot again. A magical scene appeared. As long as Mu Rufeng stretched out his hand to aim at the props, black mist would appear to cover the items and then bring them back. When taking the props, the black mist was also released. It can be said that it was extremely convenient. Although it was not an ability to enhance Mu Rufeng's strength, Mu Rufeng was still very satisfied. It seems that the second contracted monster needs to be contracted with a stronger one. Mu Rufeng murmured. He has now reached level 2, and the second contract slot has been opened. He also needs to think about what kind of ability the second monster needs to have. Of course, his strength has also been greatly improved because of killing pigs. Mu Rufeng opened his attribute panel. Name, Mu Rufeng. Age, 24. Level, LV2, 0/3. Strength, 135. Spirit, 121. Constitution, 117. Contract slot, LV3 Ghost Infant, Mu Guiying, /Kong. Ghost Power, Level 3. Title, Crazy Driver Pig Killer. Skills, Life and Death You Are a Pig. Props, Scarlet Optimized Share Contract Ching Shan Pig Farm Share Contract Bloodthirsty Bandage Singing Mouth Tien De Bank Platinum Card Flame Vehicle Card Bloody Train Black Gold Membership Card Clowns Crazy Chainsaw Light Energy Flashlight Security Guards Electric Baton Ferocious Butcher's Knife Gambler's Dice. Soul Coins, 130 million. The ghost power of the original level 1 has actually been upgraded to level 3 at this moment. It should be level 2, but I think it's because after he killed the monster, the enhanced ghost energy reached level 3. Similarly, his various attributes have exceeded 100. It can be said that Mu Rufeng can become a little Superman with his physical strength alone. Then, Mu Rufeng checked the attributes of the bandage again. Because he saw that the blood-stained bandage in the prop column had become a bloodthirsty bandage. Bloodthirsty bandage, because it was stained with blood with resentment and curse, it was dyed blood red, and then because it sucked a lot of blood from the strange pig, it became extremely bloodthirsty. Effect, it has stronger toughness and extensibility, is not afraid of sharp swords and high-temperature flames, can be immune to some curses, and can extend up to 40 meters. When wrapping the wound, be careful that it will suck your blood, and of course it will make you recover faster. If the stinky bandage at the beginning was a second-level prop, then the blood-stained bandage is a third-level prop. As for the current bloodthirsty bandage, it has reached the category of fourth-level props. In fact, these are nothing. The most important thing is that the bandage has the attribute of growth. It must be said that he killed the bandage weirdo and obtained the bandage, which can be said to be a big leak. Then, Mu Rifeng set his eyes on the two share contracts. The weirdos like to put the share contracts in the TND bank because it is safe, but he doesn't need to, it is safest to put them in the inventory. Should we agree to cooperate with Scarlet optimization? Mu Rifeng murmured. I will update first and then change it. Please forgive me. I will update the second chapter first and go to eat. I will write the third chapter after eating. Chapter 114 Report, Report, Report. Please give me a monthly ticket. After thinking for a long time, Mu Rifeng decided to talk to Captain Zhou. Even if it was a contract, with his ability, he couldn't actually provide a large amount of flesh and blood. If it was once in a while, it might be okay, but a large amount of flesh and blood was needed every day, and a little check would show it. Therefore, he would definitely not be able to hide the cooperation with Scarlet optimization from the relevant departments. Forget it, let's talk about it tomorrow. I'm a little sleepy, so I'll take a nap first. Xiaoying, go back to sleep, Daddy is a little sleepy. Mu Rifeng took Xiaoying off his head. Sleep, sleep, Xiaoying is also very sleepy, Xiaoying also wants to sleep. Xiaoying nodded after hearing this. Soon Xiaoying entered the contract slot, and Mu Rifeng also got up and pulled the double curtains. In an instant, the whole room fell into darkness, and no light could be irradiated at all. This is also why Mu Rifeng specially asked someone to add a layer of light-proof curtains to make the room fall into real darkness. Speaking of which, although Mu Rifeng has the skill of falling asleep in seconds, he actually prefers to sleep in such a dark environment. Time flies, and it is the morning of the next day. However, at 7 o'clock, Mu Rifeng woke up early. He started sleeping yesterday afternoon, and until just now, nearly 16 hours, let Mu Rifeng sleep well. Mu Rifeng glanced at the refrigerator, and the luxurious double-door refrigerator was empty. Yes, he didn't even think about starting a fire, so it was naturally impossible to buy something to prepare. Let's go downstairs for breakfast. Mu Rifeng closed the refrigerator, and then dressed neatly and left the house. Arriving at the underground parking lot, Mu Rifeng rode his electric donkey out of the community and came to the commercial area outside. It's called a commercial area, but in fact it's just a row of shops outside the community. There are many snack bars, restaurants, fruit shops, milk tea shops, etc. Mu Rifeng casually found a Jinchi beef noodle and walked in. After ordering a beef noodle, Mu Rifeng sat at the table and waited. Suddenly, he thought of something, picked up the phone, and called Captain Zhou Wen. After a long time, the call was connected. Hello, Xiao Mu, what's the matter? Zhou Wen seemed to be still asleep. Oh, Captain, I want to take a day off today to apply for a driver's license. Mu Rifeng said. Okay, but don't call me so early if there is nothing important in the future. Also, we are very free to work here. As long as you complete the training volume, the phone will be open at any time, and you don't have to stay in the company all the time. Mu Rifeng was a little surprised when he heard it, and said, No, before I joined, Brother Lin said that I had to work. That's just for newcomers. You are not a newcomer, so you don't have to comply. Of course, it's best to stay in the department. After all, if there is an urgent task, it will be convenient to act. Okay, hang up if there is nothing else. I'll take a nap. Zhou Wen said, and hung up the phone directly. That's really good. Mu Rifeng looked at the hung-up call and smiled. Immediately, Mu Rifeng called Cheng Yalan again. Mu Rifeng, you called me so early in the morning. Don't you know that disturbing someone's sleep is a very annoying thing? Cheng Yalan's resentful voice came from the other end of the phone. Ahaha, sorry, I thought Brother Lin had already woken up. Mu Rifeng apologized quickly. If you have something to say, please say it quickly. Cheng Yalan seemed to be a little irritable after getting up. I saw that you posted an advertisement for a driving school in your circle of friends. I came to ask you about it. Mu Rifeng said. You want to take a driver's license test? Wait, you don't have a driver's license yet. Well, wait a minute, I'll send you a number, you can call him. Cheng Yalan said and hung up the phone directly. Just 1 minute later, Cheng Yalan sent a WeChat message. 17xxxx is my uncle's number. He is a driving school instructor. Just tell him he is my colleague. Okay, thanks, Brother Lin, you can go back to sleep. Mu Rifeng replied with a smile. Handsome guy, your beef noodles are ready. At this time, the boss shouted loudly. I am here. Mu Rifeng responded quickly, and then quickly got up and walked over. An hour later, Mu Rifeng arrived in front of a driving school called Tianhong, which was 10 miles away. After parking the electric scooter, Mu Rifeng came to a training car. Uncle Cheng, hello, I am Mu Rifeng, Brother Lin's colleague. Mu Rifeng stepped forward and greeted a middle-aged man inside. Oh, it's Xiao Mu, Lin told me, come on the car, I will talk to you about the cost. After the conversation, Mu Rifeng paid 2,800 yuan in tuition. It's not expensive, it's several hundred cheaper than other driving schools. As for whether there are any hidden costs, it's still unclear. However, Brother Lin's uncle shouldn't cheat him, right? Just step on the clutch for 10 minutes and get familiar with it. The coach said while sitting in the co-pilot seat. Mu Rifeng didn't say anything. At this moment, a lot of driving knowledge instantly emerged in his mind. Even muscle memory emerged. At the same time, his own familiarity doubled, and his eyes suddenly became much brighter. Even his mind was much clearer than before, that is to say, he suddenly wanted to complete an extreme drift here. Of course, he also had such a feeling when he was riding the electric donkey. To be honest, even if he took off the title now, he still had some memories of driving a vehicle. Mu Rifeng wanted to deepen this memory, so he decided to take off the title and seriously study the process of driving a license. After he learned to practice driving by himself, wearing the title again would also make his memory of these driving more profound. Coach, I can actually drive a little bit, so I don't need to step on the clutch or something. For novices, stepping on the clutch does require familiarity, but he has some memories of the title, so he is not a novice. Oh? Can you drive? Or is your driver's license revoked? The coach frowned immediately. For coaches, students whose driver's licenses have been revoked are actually more difficult to teach. Because they already have their own driving habits, they will feel that they can drive, so they are careless in learning. If they go to take the test, they will always fail because of negligence. It was different for the newcomers. No matter how he taught, the students would not refute and would listen carefully. I studied in my hometown before, but I failed the third subject. Then because I had no time, I kept delaying until it was overdue. So I came to apply for the test again. Mu Rifeng said. Is that so? Then you step on the clutch and run a lap here for me to see. The coach said. Okay. Mu Rifeng nodded and immediately ran along the road. After a lap, the coach praised, not bad. After finishing the driving practice, Mu Rifeng rode a small electric donkey to the relevant department. At this moment, it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. After entering the training ground, he said hello to everyone and started physical training. It must be said that because of the enhancement of his own attributes, his body has become stronger and stronger. Of course, it is still not visible when wearing clothes, but once you take off your shirt, you can feel it completely. It was not until 2 o'clock in the afternoon that Captain Zhou Wen finally came to the company. Mu Rifeng immediately went to the captain's office. Xiao Mu? I read your report, it's very good. The bonus will be deposited into your bank card together with next month's salary. Zhou Wen said. Captain Zhou, I have something else to tell you. Mu Rufeng closed the door and walked to the desk and said. What's the matter? Zhou Wen put down a document in his hand and looked at Mu Rufeng. Captain Zhou should know about Scarlet optimization. Yes, isn't that the copy you entered for the first time? In recent days, many people have also entered the copy of Scarlet optimization. With your strategy, the mortality rate is not high. Zhou Wen said slowly. Oh? There are new people entering Scarlet optimization again? Is it from us? Or from somewhere else? Mu Rufeng also became interested. There are people from all over the world, randomly. By the way, why did you suddenly talk about Scarlet optimization? Zhou Wen asked with some confusion. Captain Zhou, when I was in the copy of Scarlet optimization, I met a senior executive there, and he wanted to cooperate with me. Mu Rufeng said. Cooperation? What cooperation? Tell me. Zhou Wen didn't care much. Immediately, Mu Rufeng told him that the general manager wanted to cooperate with him. Of course, he concealed the fact that he was a shareholder of Scarlet optimization. What? Open up the channel? Let you provide them with fresh pork, cattle, and other meat. When Zhou Wen heard Mu Rufeng's words, his whole expression changed. Mu Rufeng, are you sure what you said is true? Can you be responsible for your own words? Zhou Wen's expression became extremely solemn at this moment. Yes, I am also worried about whether there will be any traps, so I came to you, Captain Zhou. Mu Rufeng said. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Wen said, this matter is not simple. Let's go, come with me to find Minister Tian now. Zhou Wen didn't think he could handle this matter by himself. Whether it was true or not, Mu Rufeng was here and couldn't run away. So, what he had to do now was to take Mu Rufeng to meet Minister Tian. Moreover, he estimated that even Tian Lin would not be able to handle this matter, and would definitely report it to a higher level. To be honest, if this matter is true, and there are no hidden dangers, then their relevant departments will have a way to continuously harvest soul money. Okay. Mu Rufeng nodded, and followed Zhou Wen to leave the Wanchange branch. Recommend a book by a big boss in a strange world. I suppress everything with my flesh body. It will be on the shelves tomorrow, it's super good, there is a transmission link below. Recommend a book by a big boss in a strange world. I suppress everything with my flesh body. Introduction. Weirdness is rampant, demons are in chaos, and the world is miserable. Corrupt officials, taking human lives lightly, and aristocratic families are a disaster. Chen Mo came to this world with the transformation pearl, which can continuously transform and infinitely improve his flesh body. In order to protect himself in this world, he had to take a path of suppressing weirdness with his flesh body to sweep the world. It will be available tomorrow, it looks great. Chapter 115 Headquarters of Relevant Departments. Please give me a monthly ticket. More than 40 minutes later, Zhou Wen took Mu Rufeng to the headquarters of the relevant department. The headquarters is located on the edge of the Wei business district, where there is less traffic and is suitable for office work. This is a 7-story building with ordinary decoration, but from the outside, it is completely unknown what department this is. Mu Rufeng stood at the gate, looking at the plaque on one side, and fell into deep thought. Headquarters of the relevant department of Changsha City. Yes, that's right, it is clearly marked. Haha, this is my first time here, and I have the same expression as you, let's go. Zhou Wen smiled and walked in. There was someone standing guard at the door, obviously knowing Zhou Wen, so he didn't stop him. But when he looked at Mu Rufeng, he took out a tablet and scanned it at Mu Rufeng. It seemed that his information appeared on it, and Mu Rufeng followed him in. Don't be fooled by the fact that the headquarters only has 7 floors, but it has 10 floors underneath, which is much better than our branch. Some important equipment, props, and laboratories are all underground. But they deal with more things. They have to collect information from relevant departments across the country every day, and even check information on the forum every day. So, there are more employees here and the work is busier. Zhou Wen said. Yet. Mu Rifeng nodded and kept looking at the scene at the headquarters. Captain Zhou. Captain Zhou, you are here. Captain Zhou, you are looking for Tian Bulletin, he is in the office. On the way, Zhou Wen kept greeting some people. It was obvious that Zhou Wen also came to the headquarters frequently. Soon, they came to Tianlin's office on the third floor. Why do you have time to come to me today? Is there something going on? Tianlin took a cup of wolfberry tea and took a sip leisurely. It's important, turn on the shielding device. Zhou Wen said solemnly after closing the door. Oh? Okay. Tianlin was a little surprised, but he didn't ask any more questions. He took out a small device and pressed it a few times. A strange wave was emitted, and then the whole room was covered. Mu Rifeng was a little surprised when he saw this. Not to mention, the relevant departments have a lot of good things. Zhou Wen immediately told Tianlin about the matter. After listening, Tianlin stood up and looked at Mu Rifeng in shock. Xiao Mu, is what you said true? You know, this matter has a very significant impact on our country. Tianlin asked Mu Rifeng with a serious face. Minister Tian, I can be responsible for my words, and they can sign a series of rules and contracts with me to protect our interests and the safety of the real world. Of course, I don't know if there will be any loopholes in those rules and contracts, so I decided to tell Captain Zhou. Mu Rifeng also said some of his considerations. This matter is too important. I will report it to the Kyoto headquarters immediately. Tianlin thought for a while and said slowly. Today is the 27th, and I have to give that high-level reply before the 30th. Mu Rifeng said again. The 30th, it should be enough for the think tank of the headquarters to discuss. You can stay here for a few days. If this matter really reaches a cooperation as you said, then you will be rich. Tianlin looked at Mu Rifeng with a strange look. To be honest, even if it is finally negotiated, it is estimated that this contract will be signed by Mu Rifeng. Providing blood and flesh of pigs, sheep, and cattle is really not worth mentioning in the real world, but it will definitely be more popular in the weird world, and the price will not be too low. Mu Rifeng will definitely occupy a large share of the benefits. I dare not say that I am financially free, but I will not even have soul notes to postpone the dungeon time in the future. As for the wealth in the real world, for contractors like them who may die in the dungeon world at any time, it is actually not very attractive. In addition to these, the headquarters will definitely give Mu Rifeng a reward. As for what the reward is, at least he will get a powerful prop. The three chatted for a while, and Zhou Wen took Mu Rifeng away. After the two of them left, Tianlin came to the safe, opened it, took out an old push-button phone from it, and dialed a number. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Mu Rifeng once again appeared in front of the door of room 601, Building 3, XX Community, Changsha County. Dong dong dong. Mu Rifeng knocked on the door. I'm coming. Footsteps sounded, followed by the sound of the door opening. Brother Feng, you're here, come in quickly, everyone is here, just waiting for you. Seeing Mu Rifeng coming, Long Meijuan invited Mu Rifeng to come in very enthusiastically. Hey, I was thinking that you guys had to go to work and must be late, but I didn't expect that I was the last one to come. Mu Rifeng changed into a pair of slippers and walked in, and saw Zhoujiang, Lin Fuding and his girlfriend Huang Mei were already in place. Damn, I heard Brother Kun say that there would be a dinner party in the evening, so I skipped work and came here. When Zhoujiang spoke, his expression was still a little excited. I'm almost there, although I'll be scolded by my boss tomorrow. Lin Fuding said with a smile. Brother Feng, it should be okay for me to talk to them about some related things, right? Li Yaokan said. Why are you asking me? Just ask your old captain He. Mu Rufeng came to the table and directly found a seat to sit down. Not to mention, today's dish is actually the same as last time. It's also a huge basin filled with spicy crayfish. In addition to crayfish, several home-cooked dishes were also fried. Hey, I'm lucky again today. Mu Rufeng smelled the fragrance and swallowed unconsciously. Aren't I afraid of being scolded? Brother Chiang, Mr. Lin, if Brother Feng says it's okay to talk, then I will definitely tell you something. Li Yaokan said. Lin Fuding is a salesman. He has taken over an area and his income is not low. He can be said to be the best among the few. Therefore, everyone jokingly calls him Mr. Lin. Brother Feng, let's talk about it. I promise it won't be leaked. Moreover, I have signed a confidentiality agreement. Zhou Jiang came up, obviously wanting to know these things. Also, Zhou Jiang has been reading novels since junior high school. Counting the time, he has been a bookworm for 10 years. What I like to read most on weekdays are all kinds of novels about immortality, fantasy, urban aura recovery, and martial arts. Now that he knew there were supernatural phenomena, and his two good brothers had joined relevant departments, how could he not want to know? Lin Fuding and his girlfriend Huang Mei also looked at Mu Rufeng expectantly. To be honest, no one wants to know. On the other hand, Long Meijuan is relatively normal and obviously already knows a lot. After all, you can't turn a deaf ear to her without telling her. Brother Kun, please tell me. Mu Rufeng took a crayfish and started eating it. Brother Feng has spoken, so I will speak. Remember, don't spread the word. Li Yaokan straightened his voice. Hurry up, tell us quickly, we will definitely not spread the word. Zhou Jiang listened with excitement. Soon, Li Yaokan informed everyone about some copies. The few people who were originally excited suddenly fell into silence after listening. Obviously, they were also frightened by this mortality rate. So, the danger of entering the dungeon will be great? What about you and Brother Feng? A strange emotion suddenly rose in Zhou Jiang's heart. It's very dangerous. If Brother Feng didn't help me this time, I might really die in there. Li Yaokan said with a solemn face. Yao Kun. Long Meijuan heard this and held Li Yaokan's hands. Don't worry, I will be fine. I will try my best to survive for the sake of our baby. Li Yaokan touched Long Meijuan's belly and said softly. Yet. Long Meijuan nodded. Ah. Sister-in-law is pregnant. Mu Rufeng was shocked. I'm sorry, you guys are so good at hiding it. Congratulations. Zhou Jiang and others also said quickly. Yeah, I'm pregnant. Alas, originally I wanted Meijuan to abort the child and then break up, but Meijuan didn't agree. Li Yaokan sighed. He knew that he would die in the dungeon at any time. Even with Mu Rufeng's help, the risk was too high. Therefore, he did not want his girlfriend to remain a widow, so he made the previous proposal. However, after Long Meijuan learned about the copy, she disagreed, saying that if you died, the worst she could do was raise the child by herself with the pension, which would also count as leaving him an heir. For this reason, Li Yaokan was so moved that he almost cried, and then vowed that he would not die in the copy. Even if you are going to die, you have to upgrade to 2 levels and get the house before you die. Don't be too pessimistic. I have now reached 2 levels and contracted a good weird. I am confident that I can still survive in the dungeon. Mu Rufeng said with a smile. After hearing Mu Rufeng's words, everyone's expressions became slightly better. Thank you, Brother Feng. Yaokan told me that if it weren't for the things you gave him, he wouldn't have been able to come back safely. I'm pregnant and can't drink, so I'll drink tea instead of wine and give you a toast. Okay, I'll accept your drink. Mu Rufeng smiled and took a can of beer, opened it, touched it, and then took a big gulp. Also, the reason why I asked Brother Kun to tell you is actually to give you a vaccination. If you find anything weird in the future, Tell me immediately and I will give you something to help you survive better, Mu Rufeng said. Ah? Are you saying that we might also be selected to enter the dungeon? Huang Mei was a little horrified. Although she was interested in these things, when she heard that the death rate was so high, it was still weird. She was extremely scared and didn't want to enter it at all. No one can tell, so it would be good to give you a heads up. Mu Rufeng said with a smile. He didn't tell them about the increasing number of copies, because it was unnecessary. If he told them, it might cause panic. The ticket date for the previous Gluttony cruise has been changed from August 1st to September 1st. Hope you know. Chapter 116 Big Event, the Blocked If Center Monthly Ticket Request. Brother Feng, if you say so, why don't you just give it to us now, so that we don't have to go in directly like Brother Kun? If we weren't at the dinner party at that time, Brother Feng, you wouldn't have been able to make it. Zhou was still very interested in the magical props and soul notes in these copies. Haha, I want to, but you have to see it too. As he said that, Mu Rufeng took out his butcher knife. Can you see what I have in my hand? Mu Rufeng asked. On my hand? No. I didn't see it either. Can't we all see it? Zhou and others shook their heads, and Zhou even reached out and grabbed Mu Rufeng's hand. Yes, a butcher knife full of evil spirits. Sure enough, if you are not a contractor or a player who is about to enter, you can't see what's in the weird copy. Even soul notes can't be seen. Li Yaokan said, taking out 100 yuan soul note and shaking it in front of everyone. Seeing this, everyone looked at Li Yaokan's hand and shook their heads to show that they didn't see anything. Zhou could only regretfully fail to see it, but soon Zhou excitedly said, Brother Feng, you said you just contracted the weirdness, can you show me the ability of the weirdness? Okay. Mu Rufeng nodded and did not refuse. He immediately activated his ability of teleportation. The whole person turned into a ball of black mist and disappeared. Seeing this, several people were shocked. And Mu Rufeng was already sitting on the sofa. Wow, is this teleportation? So amazing! Zhou eyes almost lit up. It's just a trick. Mu Rufeng smiled and sat back at the table and continued to eat crayfish. Although it didn't seem like much, as a young man, the feeling of pretending still made Mu Rufeng feel very happy. Hehe, Brother Feng showed it, so I'll show mine. Li Yaokan also wanted to show off, and stood up immediately. You also contracted the weirdness? Let's see, what is it? Zhou also came up, with a curious look on his face. I haven't signed a contract yet, but I got a good item. After the words fell, Li Yaokan's figure began to change slowly. After a while, he turned into Zhou appearance. Fuck, awesome! Zhou was shocked when he saw this. After playing around for a while, they finally calmed down and prepared to finish their meal. However, Mu Rufeng ate almost half of a large pot of crayfish, which shocked everyone. Fortunately, I fried a few more dishes this time and prepared a big watermelon, otherwise it would not be enough. Long Mei Juan said with a smile. My appetite has indeed become much bigger, and there is nothing I can do about it. Next time, I will invite everyone to my house for a meal. Mu Rufeng said. Yes, Brother Feng, you are now level 2, and the house has been transferred to your name. Li Yaokan said with envy. Oh, if you didn't say it, I almost forgot. I will go to transfer the ownership tomorrow. Mu Rufeng slapped his head and said quickly. I'm so envious. I have a house all of a sudden. Alas, I also want to move in, but I'm afraid of death. I'm so conflicted. Zhou said with a conflicted look. Everyone was silent when they heard Zhou words. The next day, after Mu Rufeng finished practicing driving, he came to the branch and continued physical training. After the training, he happened to see those new players coming out of the mental training room. They were all pale, and obviously still had great resistance to it. Seeing this, Mu Rifeng suddenly became curious. He also wanted to see what this mental training was like. Immediately, Mu Rifeng walked over. Sister Hong, I. Before Mu Rifeng finished speaking, he was interrupted by Chu Lianhong. I say, Mu Rifeng, you are 24 this year, but I am only 22 years old. I just graduated from college this year. Isn't it inappropriate for you to call me Sister Hong? Well, what should I call you? Chu Lianhong. Whatever you call me, just don't call me sister. Chu Lianhong waved his hand and said. Okay, then I'll call your name. Chu Lianhong, I want to try this mental training room. Mu Rifeng said. Oh? You want to try it? Sure, the lower level should not be effective for you, so I'll go directly to the highest level, how about it? Chu Lianhong also became interested. The highest level. Mu Rifeng didn't know the ins and outs of this. Your ability is immune to mental pollution of level 3 and below, and it's estimated that the highest level may have some effect on you. Chu Lianhong said. Okay, then please help me adjust it to the highest level. Mu Rifeng was not afraid at all, and then entered the mental training room under Chu Lianhong's instructions. After entering, Mu Rifeng looked around and found that there was nothing inside, nothing. When the door was closed, it suddenly fell into darkness, and there was no light at all. Get ready, I'm going to start. Remember, it will amplify the fear in your heart, and you can hold on as long as you can, it will be good. Chu Lianhong's voice sounded. Well, let's start. Mu Rifeng nodded. Soon, Chu Lianhong's voice disappeared. Mu Rifeng emptied his mind and began to deal with the impending terror. However, after a few minutes, nothing appeared around him, which made Mu Rifeng feel a little strange. After thinking for a while, he prepared to take out the flashlight to see what was going on. However, what shocked him was that the bandages on his body did not react at all. Mu Rifeng immediately touched the items placed in the bandages. All of a sudden, Mu Rifeng's heart fell to the bottom. It was gone, everything was gone. The bandages were like dead objects, and the things that were placed on his body before were gone. He couldn't even communicate with the inventory. Mu Rifeng tried to use his abilities again, but found that he couldn't use them, even skills. He couldn't communicate with the contracted ghost baby in his body. Mu Rifeng panicked all of a sudden. Now he seemed to have become an ordinary person. At the same time, he couldn't see or hear anything. The only thing he could hear was the ground under his feet. For some reason, Mu Rifeng seemed to have forgotten why he was here and why he became like this. It seemed that his memory of being in the mental training room was faded. Then, Mu Rifeng began to grope forward. After walking for a long time, Mu Rifeng still did not reach the end. Mu Rifeng felt that he was going crazy. At this moment, Mu Rifeng suddenly felt that his mind was clear, and then he reacted all of a sudden. Fuck, I'm in the mental training room. Mu Rifeng finally remembered. The fear in his heart also faded instantly. Just when Mu Rifeng reacted, Mu Rifeng suddenly found that he had been sitting on the ground without knowing when. Mu Rifeng immediately touched the bandage and touched a flashlight. Click! With a sound, Mu Rifeng pressed the switch. A beam of light appeared in the dark training room and illuminated it instantly. Mu Rifeng looked around and found that the environment was still the same as before, and he was standing in the position where he stood before he came in. Player's spirit is tempered, spirit +1. Suddenly, a prompt sound rang in Mu Rifeng's mind. Mu Rifeng was startled, then chuckled and stood up. This mental training room is really interesting. When he came to the door, Mu Rifeng opened it directly. He put away the flashlight. At this time, there was no one outside the training ground. Hey? Why are all the people gone? It seems that it is not time for dinner yet. Mu Rifeng was a little confused and took out his mobile phone. 10:50, Half an hour has passed. Mu Rufeng looked at the time on the mobile phone screen and muttered to himself. He was still a little surprised that he had stayed in there for half an hour. It must be said that this mental training room is really something. Just at this time, Zhao Daong called in. Mu Rufeng answered immediately. Mr. Mu, your call is finally connected. Are you underground now? Come up quickly. Hey? What's wrong? What happened? Mu Rufeng said puzzledly. There is a problem with the if center. Zhao Daong said. If center? Mu Rufeng was slightly surprised. If center is located in Huai Business District, opposite the most prosperous Huangzhen Square. The total construction area of the project is about 1 million square meters. It is a super high-rise large urban complex integrating large shopping and entertainment centers, high-end office buildings, serviced apartments, and international platinum 5-star hotels. The shopping center area is about 250,000 square meters. It can be said to be a landmark building. The daily flow of people is not small, not to mention that it is the most prosperous time during the summer vacation. Mu Rufeng has naturally been to the IF Center, and he has been there many times. He never thought that this time, it was such a landmark building that had problems. What's the matter? What happened? Mu Rufeng said while walking quickly towards the elevator. You come up first, I have prepared the car, we will talk on the way. Okay. Mu Rufeng nodded. Time is tight. If something happens in the IF Center, it is really not a joke. Soon, Mu Rufeng came to the first floor. Zhao Daong was waiting for him at the elevator entrance. At this moment, there were very few people in the branch, and it seemed that all of them had been sent out, with only 2 or 3 kittens left to look after the house. The two quickly boarded a car and headed towards the IF Center. On the way, Zhao Daong told Mu Rufeng about the matter. After listening to it, Mu Rufeng's expression became solemn. It was 10:57 on July 28. Half an hour ago, when Mu Rufeng entered the mental training room, everything was normal at the IF Center. However, less than 3 minutes after Mu Rufeng entered, something went wrong at the IF Center. A cloud of black fog suddenly appeared, covering the IF Center on the 7th floor. Fortunately, it only covered the commercial area on the 7th floor, and there was no abnormality in the main building on the 90th floor and the auxiliary building on the 65th floor. Chapter 117 The IF Center Shrouded Indiana Black Fog Monthly Vote Requested. However, because it was close to noon, there were quite a few people in the IF Center, as many as 700 or 800 people. 700 or 800 people, this can be said to be the largest number of people in the dungeon since the advent of the strange dungeon. Moreover, the important thing is not this, but the huge impact brought by the blockade of the IF Center. Changsha is an international metropolis after all. Now, such a big thing happened here, and every move can attract the attention of the whole country. In the past, supernatural events were relatively small and could be blocked by conventional means. In addition to the confidentiality agreement and the efforts of relevant departments, they were not well known to the public. But now, the current situation is that it is too difficult. Because the IF Center is a landmark building in the entire city. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Even if ordinary people cannot see the shrouded black fog, it can still block the IF Center, which is definitely amazing news. Have Captain Zhou and the others gone? Mu Rufeng asked Zhao Daong on the highway. Well, they all went. If you were not unable to get out of the training room, you would definitely be called. So Captain Zhou asked me to stay outside and call you every minute. Zhao Daong said. Mu Rufeng nodded, then took out his phone, opened Douyin and swiped a few times, but he didn't see any relevant information. This is also the result of the relevant department's suppression. In the network circle within the entire city, as long as there is a trace of relevant information, all those apps cannot be uploaded. Although the news was temporarily controlled within the city, it still spread to a large number of local group chats. The whole Changsha fell into a huge shock. Especially those near the Wuyi business district. At the same time, some tourists and many people who heard the news gathered towards the IF center to see what was going on. Fortunately, the relevant departments immediately mobilized enough police and military personnel to block the surrounding area and prohibit pedestrians from entering. However, outside, it had already been surrounded by water. During this period, Mu Rufeng also called Captain Zhou, but it was busy, and then called Cheng Yalan and Chu Lianhong, and they were also busy. When they arrived at the highway exit, there was a long queue on the road to get off the highway, and the speed of travel was extremely slow. Mu Rufeng saw this and knew they couldn't just wait like this. Drive the car into the green belt, and we'll get out and walk over. Mu Rufeng said. Okay. Zhao Daong didn't hesitate, turned the steering wheel, stepped on the accelerator, and drove directly onto the curb and entered the green belt on the side. The vehicle stopped steadily in the green belt. Fortunately, this green belt was full of green grass, and the distance between the trees was large, so the car body was not damaged. Mu Rufeng and Zhao Daong got out of the car immediately. Fuck, brother, what are you doing? The owner of a BMW car in the back leaned out and exclaimed. Some other car owners were also shocked by Zhao Daong's operation. Hey, what are you doing? At this time, a traffic policeman who was maintaining order ran over. Zhao Daong saw this and immediately took out a certificate to show it. Related departments, we need to rush to the IF center immediately. It should be okay to park the car here, right? Zhao Daong spoke in a low voice. Except for the traffic police and Mu Rufeng next to him, no one could hear it. No problem. The traffic police did not recognize the certificate, but he also knew that the IF center was blocked today. The relevant department was probably true. Let's go. Mu Rufeng shouted and ran quickly towards the destination. Zhao Daong heard it and followed immediately. At 12 o'clock, Mu Rufeng squeezed out of the crowd alone and came to the outside of the encirclement. Zhao Daong had fallen behind due to physical problems, and now he didn't know where he was. All around, there were noisy crowds everywhere. A group of strong soldiers formed a human wall to block all the crowds outside, without any gaps. Mu Rufeng saw this scene and knew that even if he showed the certificate of the relevant department, it would be difficult for him to enter the encirclement in the chaotic crowd. Immediately, Mu Rufeng flipped sideways and directly flipped into the encirclement. All of a sudden, the surroundings became open. Fuck, that handsome guy actually flipped in directly. Too amazing, a side flip. Fuck, this guy is not afraid of death. Awesome, but isn't he afraid of being shot directly? Some people who witnessed Mu Rufeng's actions were shocked. Just after Mu Rufeng entered the encirclement, he was discovered by the soldiers on guard in the inner circle, and then came with a gun with a cold face. Stop! Don't move, hold your head with both hands. Seeing this, Mu Rufeng showed the certificate he had already held in his hand. I am Mu Rufeng from the Wanchinj branch of the relevant department. I received the transfer order and rushed here immediately. Mu Rufeng did not dare to move, for fear that these soldiers would shake their hands and send him to the west. Of course, Mu Rufeng would not be so easily killed now. A sergeant came forward and carefully examined the certificate, then immediately put down his gun. Hello, sir. The soldier saluted. Hello, sir. The rest of the soldiers also put down their guns immediately. Hello, you guys, you've worked hard, so I won't talk anymore. I'll go check the situation first. Mu Rufeng said, and ran inside. The soldiers watched Mu Rufeng leave, and then notified his colleagues inside with the communicator, and then continued to stand guard. Without the crowds, it only took Mu Rufeng a few minutes to arrive at the Royal Heart Square. Across the road was the IF center shrouded in black fog. At this moment, Mu Rufeng also saw the tents that were temporarily built. Outside, there were many reserve players. Mu Rufeng also saw a few familiar people, all of whom were from their Wanchange branch. Outside, there was not a single official player. Mr. Mu, you're here. A branch staff member who knew Mu Rufeng immediately came forward. Well, what's the situation now? Mu Rufeng walked quickly to the front. The situation is very bad, you go in first, Captain Zhou is inside. Okay. Mu Rufeng nodded and walked into the tent immediately. At this moment, there were quite a few people in the tent, and they were all players. Most of them were also contracted with strange contractors. As soon as Mu Rufeng came in, he instantly attracted a lot of attention. Captain Zhou, what's going on? Mu Rufeng saw Zhou Wen in the crowd at a glance. Where's the minister? Why don't I see him, and Captain Lao He? Mu Rufeng glanced at the people in the tent and said. They went in. Zhou Wen said. Immediately, Zhou Wen told Mu Rufeng about the situation. When the black fog enveloped the entire commercial center, the relevant departments discovered it at the first time, and then rushed to the first time. When Tianlin saw the building shrouded in the black fog, he knew that the situation had exceeded his expectations. Therefore, a large number of people were dispatched to start blocking the surroundings at the first time, followed by blocking the network, and then reporting to the relevant departments at the Kyoto headquarters. There was no way, there were too many people involved this time, not to mention that it was such a prosperous place. The meaning of the above is also very simple. It is necessary to suppress the number of casualties in this incident to the minimum, and to resolve this strange incident as quickly as possible. As for the huge impact caused by this incident, we will talk about it after the incident is resolved. Tianlin also summoned all the contractors as soon as possible, and even issued a conscription order to the two major capital groups in the city. The people of the two major groups naturally did not dare to refuse, and each sent 2 third-level contractors to come. Tianlin did not rush to enter, but took out a lot of technological equipment and tried to send it in to check the news. But no matter what kind of equipment, let alone entering, it will freeze directly when it approaches a certain range, and it has no effect at all. Tianlin asked people to prepare some cats and dogs, tied them with ropes, and let them enter the black fog. However, as soon as they entered, the ropes broke directly. In the end, Tianlin prepared to go in and explore the way himself. However, after being dissuaded by a group of people, Lao He volunteered and took 2 men in. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, no one was seen. Anxious Tianlin ignored everyone's obstruction and entered the black fog. Entering together, there were 4 third-level contractors from the 2 capital groups and some contractors from relevant departments. Now, more than half an hour has passed, and there is still no movement inside. I don't know whether it is a strange copy that has descended into reality, or something else. Now, Zhou Wen has the highest status here. He is now considering whether to continue to send people in. He even wants to ask the headquarters for help. Now in the tent, in addition to some necessary personnel sitting in charge, there are contractors from 2 branches and the headquarters. Cheng Yaolin, from now on, you will be the commander. Chu Lianhong, Wang Tianlong, Zhao Rong, you guys, go in with me. Zhou Wen stood up and called out the names of several people. The people named were all LV2 contractors. As for the rest of the people, there were only 3 people at LV2, including Cheng Yaolin, and the rest of Mu Rufeng were all LV1 contractors. Captain Zhou, let Chu Lianhong take command. My ability is more useful than Chu Lianhong's. Cheng Yaolin spoke first without waiting for the others to speak. I say, what do you mean your ability is more useful than mine? Chu Lianhong got angry. Cheng Yaolin did not refute, but looked at Zhou Wen, waiting for his answer. Okay, Chu Lianhong, you take command. Cheng Yaolin, follow me in. Captain Zhou said. Captain Zhou, I. Chu Lianhong was about to speak, but was interrupted by Zhou Wen. Okay, time is tight, you keep an eye on the movements inside, and try to expel the outsiders. Yes, Captain Zhou. Chu Lianhong also knew the seriousness of the matter and did not refute. Chapter 118 Let and number 039, S play sandbag throwing together monthly vote requested. The few people named by Captain Zhou did not speak, but from the expressions on their faces, they were a little unnatural. Mu Rifeng was not named, obviously considering the cooperation with Scarlet optimization. Slightly modified above. Captain Zhou, I want to go in too. Mu Rifeng immediately stepped forward and said. Although the 7-day cooldown period of the dungeon has not passed, Mu Rifeng does not mind entering again. Other contractors think of ways to escape the dungeon, but Mu Rifeng is different. He has a plug-in and is eager to enter the dungeon, so as to quickly improve his level and enhance his strength. No, you stay here. Zhou Wen did not agree. Captain Zhou? My ability is still good, I believe I can do it. Mu Rifeng insisted on entering. Seeing this, Captain Zhou's eyes flickered, and finally shook his head. Let's go in now without further ado. After Captain Zhou finished speaking, he was about to go out. Seeing this, Mu Rifeng stepped forward and stopped Zhou Wen directly. Captain Zhou. Mu Rifeng suddenly opened his palm and revealed a dice. Zhou Wen was a little confused when he saw this, and then he reached out and took the dice in his hand. After checking the attributes, Zhou Wen's face moved slightly, and he said, "What time did you draw?" 6 o'clock. Mu Rifeng said slowly. Zhou Wen was silent for a moment, and then returned the dice to Mu Rifeng. "Okay, you go too." Mu Rifeng was relieved when he heard this. Although he could wait for Zhou Wen and the others to enter before sneaking in, Mu Rifeng still thought it would be better to go in together. Everyone was also curious about the dice that Mu Rifeng took out, but seeing that Zhou Wen agreed to let Mu Rifeng enter, it was obvious that this dice was a good prop. Soon, several people came to the periphery of the black fog. Mu Rifeng could already feel the terrifying ghost energy in front of him, and at the same time there was a palpitation. This feeling made Mu Rifeng know that this copy was definitely not simple. What kind of dungeon is this? It's so scary, and it allowed so many people to enter it at once. Is the strange world really going to merge with the real world? Mu Rifeng couldn't help but feel a little worried. If the two really merge, then what will happen to the future of the world? There are hundreds of people this time. Even if the survival rate is only 10%, dozens of them will become official players. Most importantly, if so many people really died, can the relevant departments suppress this news? The families behind hundreds of people are also a very powerful force. When Mu Rifeng followed Zhou Wen into the black fog, his vision was directly blocked, and the whole person fell into a state of closed five senses. It's just that this state lasted less than a second before it returned to normal. What came into view was an extra long escalator that led all the way to the second floor. Except for the escalator, whether it was the door on the first floor or the surroundings, they were all shrouded in black fog. No one dared to try to enter the black fog, because the weirdness of the contract in their bodies gave them extremely dangerous instructions. Do you have any copy hints? Zhou Wen asked everyone. No. Cheng Yalan shook his head. Neither do I. No. Mu Rifeng and others spoke one after another. No hints. This escalator is exactly the same as the real world, could it be that this is not a copy? Zhou Wen walked to the escalator, gently pinched it, and easily pressed fingerprints on it. The rest of the place is covered by black fog, and there is only this escalator. We can only go up here. Mu Rifeng said. Well. Let's go. Zhou Wen nodded, and no longer hesitated, and stepped onto the escalator quickly. The moment Zhou Wen stepped on it, he saw that the escalator that had been stopped was actually slowly started. Seeing this, Mu Rifeng and others also hurriedly stood on it, and under the drive of the escalator, they slowly went to the second floor. Soon, the group arrived at the second floor. They stopped in front of the glass door, as if thinking about the next move. Zhou Wen glanced at the people and finally said, "No matter how difficult this incident is, everyone must focus on protecting their own safety. Don't show off your abilities and do what you can." "Yes, Captain Zhou." Everyone nodded in response. "Let's go." The group pushed the door open without hesitation and entered. As soon as Mu Rufeng entered the second floor, his vision suddenly became clear. A strong smell of blood hit his nose. His eyes focused, he took a deep breath, and his expression became solemn. Corpses, a large number of corpses. The strong smell of blood filled everyone's nasal cavity. The way these corpses died, without exception, all of them were head exploded. Some corpses also had many wounds or penetrating wounds on their bodies. Ugh! Zhao Rong seemed to be unable to bear this scene, and she actually retched a little. But she soon calmed down and returned to normal. Mu Rufeng's eyelids were also twitching, which was because he killed too many pigs, otherwise, he would not be much better than that contractor girl. There must be more than 30 dead. Cheng Yalin's face was extremely solemn. Looking at their clothes, there are staff members and tourists here. Mu Rufeng said. They should be people from the IF Central Business District, and there are also contractors. Hey? Isn't that Lu Zheng, Lao Hei's subordinate? Zhou Wen's face suddenly became extremely solemn. Lu Zheng, the little Lu who followed Lao Hei, was level 2 and had completed 2 dungeons. If he completed one more, he would be able to reach level 3. Moreover, he had contracted a powerful weirdo. Unexpectedly, he died here. Moreover, it seemed that more than one contractor had died, but because their heads were blown up, they could not be recognized at all. Zhou Wen was able to recognize Lu Zheng because he saw the watch on the corpse's hand. At this moment, a prompt sound suddenly sounded in Mu Ru's mind. Enter the dungeon, let's play games together. Dungeon type, super large multiplayer dungeon. Number of participants, 300. Number of spectators, 577. Current surviving players, 251. Super large multiplayer dungeon? Did you hear it too? Zhou Wen's face changed all of a sudden. Everyone nodded solemnly after hearing this. The reminder of the dungeon puzzled several people. Especially the number of participants, survivors, and spectators, all of which puzzled everyone. The number of participants and spectators should be all the people in the commercial area. Looking at the name of the dungeon, the number of participants is the players who play the game, and the 577 spectators, as the name suggests, are the spectators. If that's the case, then at least the 577 spectators are safe. Captain Zhou Wen said his guess. It's very likely, but why are there only corpses here, and where are the other players? Where are TNB and the others? And where are the spectators? Cheng Yalin also spoke. At the same time, a prompt appeared in Mu Rufeng's mind again. Detected that the host entered the dungeon, and the plugin was loaded successfully. Please select one of the following 3 plugins from the host. 1. Modify the rules. You can modify or add a rule in each mini-game. 2. Eye of Truth. Your eyes can see through everything and know the hidden rules. 3. Jump, jump, jump. You can skip the level directly, but you cannot skip levels continuously. When you jump for the second time, you can directly pass the dungeon. Mu Rufeng carefully pondered these 3 plugins, and they can be said to be very strong. The first one, directly modifying or adding rules, is simply outrageous. Rules, if you add or modify one, it will be fun. As for the second one, the Eye of Truth, it is definitely an extremely powerful auxiliary ability, and all rules will be presented without reservation. To be honest, rules can be said to protect the weak. Most players die even if they violate the rules. If players know all the rules, the probability of survival will definitely increase greatly. As for the third one, it is strong, but not strong. Mu Rufeng also obtained some relevant information about the dungeon from these 3 plugins. From the previous dungeons and plugins, most of the plugin options are related to the dungeon. Like his first dungeon, Scarlet Optimization, or the second dungeon, Bloody Train, or the third dungeon, Qingshan Pig Farm, there is a certain connection. Zombies are extremely powerful and can become loaders and shippers. With super brains, they can become tally clerks and receivers. Purification template, he guessed that it should be all except for the loader. Not to mention the second copy, whether it is unlimited soul coins, 100 times attribute enhancement or stone man, they are all very appropriate. And the third copy, killing monsters will make you stronger, isn't it just right for the position of butcher? Now it is the fourth copy. Judging from the name, combined with the information given by the plugin, there should be multiple mini-games in this copy. At the same time, you need to pass through one level after another. In the end, Mu Rufeng chose the first plugin. 1. Modify the rules. You can modify or add a rule in each mini-game. At this time, Zhou Wen said, "Let's go, cheer up and pay attention to the situation around you at all times." The group immediately walked towards the open space in front. This is just the second floor of the commercial area, but in addition to the shops around, there are also large areas of open space and hollow parts in the middle. It's just that the originally white ground has been polluted by bright red blood. When they came to the corpses and were about to check them, suddenly, a rectangular red blood line appeared on the ground. It was 20 meters long and 10 meters wide, which could be said to surround all the corpses and Mu Rufeng and others. What's going on? Seeing this, everyone immediately activated the ghost power in their bodies and was ready to take action at any time. Meow meow meow, meow meow meow. A crisp cat cry sounded. Then, a fat cat doll suddenly appeared outside the rectangular circle. Chapter 119 I can write the rules. Ask for monthly votes. Woof 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 woof. Another dog barked. Then, outside the circle on the other side, a fat pastoral dog appeared. In the rectangular circle, one on the left and one on the right, there are cat and dog dolls. Welcome to the first level, let's throw sandbags together. Sandbag throwing game rules. 1. Each dodger has only 1 life initially, and dodgers cannot attack each other, otherwise they will be eliminated. 2. Please don't be hit by sandbags, otherwise you will be eliminated. 3. If the dodger catches the sandbag, he or she can gain another life or resurrect an eliminated player. 4. If the thug catches the thug's sandbag, the dodgers on the field will be restrained in place for 1 round. 5. Please do not attack the thugs who throw sandbags, otherwise they will be eliminated directly. The thugs cannot attack the dodgers except by throwing sandbags. 6. Please dodgers not to leave the circle, otherwise they will be considered eliminated. 7. The game time is 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the player who has not been hit will win and enter the next level. 8. Cat hates people calling her little meow, and Wang Ke hates people calling him Wang Ke. Please don't try to offend them, otherwise they will be the first to eliminate you. Players, please be prepared, the game starts counting down. 180, 179, 178. Throwing sandbags. Mu Rufeng was slightly startled. Isn't this the game everyone played when they were kids? Now it has become a copy? Damn, these are 2 level 3 tricks. How could they be level 3? Cheng Yalin's face suddenly turned ugly. Quick, clean up these corpses immediately. Zhou Wen reacted very quickly, glanced at the corpses on the ground, and quickly gave the order. Hearing this, everyone reacted one after another. Everyone has basically played sandbag throwing and knows the rules. The more open it is and the fewer people there are, the less likely it is to be hit. The corpses on the ground were obviously obstacles, seriously interfering with their upcoming game. After a while, all the more than 30 corpses were thrown outside the circle. At the same time, even the blood on the ground was burned dry by Zhou Wen's power. In this way, it will not slip due to blood problems. The thugs who threw sandbags are level 3. How can ordinary people avoid the sandbags they throw? Wang Tianlong also had a look of disbelief on his face. This is simply a copy of death, completely giving ordinary people no way to survive. How can I pass the level? After Zhou Wen pondered for a moment, he said, it is possible that their strength is determined by the strength of the dodgers participating in the game. If there are only ordinary people, then the strength of the thugs is the limit of ordinary people. And I'm already at level 3, so they are the pinnacle of level 3. After everyone heard this, they seemed to think it made sense and agreed with Zhou Wen's guess. The rules say that you can't attack the thugs, which is a pity. Mu Rifeng has a lot of rules and props, and he can easily handle these 2 third-level doll pets. However, once attacked, they will be eliminated directly, and the consequences of elimination are naturally self-evident. Just 2 thugs from the first minigame had level 3 strength. Mu Rifeng didn't feel that he could withstand the obliteration of the rules of the game after being eliminated. Even with his singing mouth, he wasn't sure whether it was considered an attack, and Mu Rifeng didn't dare to bet. Looking at the countdown with 1 minute left, Mu Rifeng recalled the rules of the sandbag throwing game mentioned before, and her heart suddenly moved. He had an idea, and if it could be realized, then L7 floor, above the open-air roof. At this moment, hundreds of people with frightened expressions were sitting neatly on the ground. In front of them, there were 3 illusory large screens. The first screen was the picture of Mu Rifeng and others in the L2 layer. L2 floor. Mu Rifeng's eyes flashed, and then she directly used her plug-in. Please select the rules you need to modify or write down the rules you want to add. A piece of white paper and a pen appeared in Mu Rifeng's hands. The white paper was crumpled, as if it had been kneaded by someone. There was also a lot of content written on it, which was the rules of the sandbag throwing game. In an instant, Mu Rifeng knew how to operate. Without any hesitation, Mu Rifeng immediately wrote out the added rules. 9. Mu Rifeng and Zhou Wen will become thugs. When Mu Rifeng wrote this rule, the font was distorted, and then quickly erased, as if it had been erased by an eraser. Mu Rifeng suddenly understood. If the rules you write are too outrageous, then the game itself can erase the rules you wrote. Mu Rifeng immediately wrote down another rule. 9. Mu Rifeng and Zhou Wen will exchange identities with Wang Ke and Mao Mao. However, this rule was still twisted for a while, and then slowly wiped away. There's something going on. Seeing this, Mu Rifeng suddenly became happy because the wiping speed slowed down. It was at this time that Zhou Wen noticed Mu Rifeng's condition. Xiao Mu, what are you doing? Zhou Wen asked. When Mu Rifeng heard this, she said without raising her head, Team Zhou, we'll talk later. This time, Mu Rifeng did not add new rules, but modified them. 3. If the dodger catches the sandbag, he can add a life, or revive an eliminated player, and can also exchange game identities with the thugs. Note, only 2 game identity exchanges are allowed in each game. After Mu Rifeng modified the rules, he stared at the black words on the white paper. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed, and the rules were not erased, which meant that Mu Rifeng's rule modification was successful. The white paper and pen in Mu Rifeng's hand also disappeared. He looked at the countdown, and there were only 20 seconds left. Mu Rifeng immediately rushed to Zhou Wen's side, leaned close to his ear, and whispered. When he finished speaking, Zhou Wen looked shocked and couldn't believe it at all. Before Zhou Wen could ask questions, Mu Rifeng ran away again. Then, Mu Rifeng immediately launched the rule skill towards the 2 weird dolls and the corpses not far away, life and death. In an instant, Mu Rifeng's attributes were directly multiplied tenfold. Strength, 1485, 135 plus 1350. Spirit, 1342, 122 plus 1220. Physique, 1287, 117 plus 1170. Now Mu Rufeng can already open the ghost cave. However, Mu Rufeng did not open it. First, he did not want Zhou Wen and others to find out that he could use the ghost cave. Secondly, he felt that it was not necessary at all. With his current physical attributes, even a level 5 ghost can be beaten to death. These two small level 3 dolls can't threaten him at all. Even if their strength is doubled and the strength of the sandbags thrown is doubled, with Mu Rufeng's current physique, he can definitely catch it easily. And once he catches the sandbag, that will be fun. Therefore, Mu Rufeng said without hesitation, "Little Meow Meow, you are so small, can the sandbags you throw hit anyone? By the way, Wang Ke, although you are weird, I still want to ask, do you eat shit?" When Mu Rufeng's voice fell, Zhou Wen, Zhao Rong, Wang Tianlong and Cheng Yalan's faces changed drastically. "Little Mu, what are you doing? Didn't you see what the rules say? You can't anger them." Cheng Yalan shouted immediately. Before Mu Rufeng answered, angry shouts came from both sides. "Meow meow 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 meow." Little Meow Meow's eyes turned blood red, and his whole body was pulled to the limit, showing a hunched shape, and the hair on his body stood up, commonly known as, the hair was blown up. Woof 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 woof. Wang Ke's eyes turned red, his body was slightly hunched, a pair of sharp fangs protruded, and he barked like a vicious dog. "Don't worry, I know my limits." Mu Rufeng comforted the others, and then looked at Zhou Wen, "Captain Zhou, get ready." Zhou Wen heard this, recalled what Mu Rufeng had just said, and finally nodded, then quickly stepped forward, parallel to Mu Rufeng. Of course, the distance between the two was still 2 or 3 meters. The countdown was only 5 seconds left. The rest of the people didn't dare to say anything more, and cheered up to deal with the next sandbag game. At this moment, the angry little cat was already standing on his feet like a person. There was an old sandbag at its feet. Mu Rufeng was standing in front of the little cat at this moment. When the countdown ended, the little cat immediately leaned down and took the sandbag in his hand. "Aim, meow meow meow." The little cat stared at Mu Rufeng and shouted a few murderous aims. "Little cat, throw it quickly, I can't wait, let's see if you can hit me." Mu Rufeng said with a smile. "Aim." The ghost power in Xiao Miao Miao's body suddenly burst out, and then he threw the sandbag in his hand into the sky. "No, they want to freeze us." Zhou Wen's face changed and he shouted immediately. Although the commercial area of IF Center has only 7 floors, each floor is 10 meters high. The sandbag almost flew to the other side along the roof. Although Zhou Wen can jump 10 meters high, he is completely on guard against the sandbag hitting people, and he never thought that he would play this directly. Not to mention, this is still the case when Mu Rufeng angered 2 thugs. Cheng Yalan and others looked up and looked at the sandbag, with a trace of fear in their hearts. However, when the sandbag was about to cross the bloodline, a figure jumped into the sky, and then grabbed the sandbag in his hand. Bang! A muffled sound. Mu Rufeng fell from above, and the hard floor tiles shattered directly. "Captain Zhou!" Mu Rufeng looked at Zhou Wen and called out. The latter responded, nodded immediately, and quickly approached Xiao Miao Miao. Before everyone could react, Mu Rufeng shouted, "I want to exchange game identities with Xiao Miao Miao. As long as the dodger is inoculated with the thug's sandbag, then, according to the rules, Mu Rufeng can add a life or revive an eliminated player, or exchange identities with the thug." Almost at the moment when Mu Rufeng shouted that sentence, Mu Rufeng disappeared directly on the spot. When he appeared again, he had already appeared outside the circle, replacing Xiao Miao Miao's thug position. And Xiao Miao Miao, at this moment, also appeared where Mu Rufeng originally stood. Chapter 120 Identity Exchange. Operation is coming asking for monthly votes. Identity exchange successful. Little Meow Meow stared at this scene blankly, seemingly not reacting yet. Woof woof woof. Suddenly, Wang Kei's urgent shout sounded. It seemed that the little Meow could understand Wang Kei's meaning. It reacted instantly and then headed towards Mu Rufeng crazily. But, it's too late. Mu Rufeng gently threw the sandbag out. Less than 1 meter away from Mu Rufeng, Zhou Wen easily caught the sandbag. The little Meow cat ran a few meters, then suddenly stopped, and the whole cat suddenly became extremely irritable. I want to exchange game identities with Wang Kei. Zhou Wen shouted with excitement on his face at this moment. Wang Kei's expression suddenly became frightened, but before he could bark, Zhou Wen and Wang Kei exchanged positions and identities in the game. Woof woof woof. Meow meow meow. A cat and a dog started barking like crazy. Mu Rufeng couldn't understand cat language and dog language, but she could guess what they wanted to express. It's nothing more than that. This is against the rules. We are thugs, how can we become avoiders? How can human players become thugs? Holy shit, 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 what's going on? Cheng Yalan was shocked and fell into a huge shock. Team Zhou, what's going on? Wang Tianlong swallowed his saliva and said. Am I dazzled, Captain Zhou, how did you and Mu Rufeng become thugs? Zhao Rong rubbed his eyes, trying to make sure he was dazzled. Captain Zhou, throw them over here and kill them both. Kill them first. If you use your strength, I can catch them. Mu Rufeng did not answer the questions of several people, but instead shouted. The game only lasts 10 minutes. Time is tight and cannot be wasted. Okay. After Zhou Wen finished speaking, he threw it out with great force. Zhou Wen's strength was obviously not low, and his control was also extremely strong. He almost flew towards Mu Rufeng close to the roof of the building. Xiao Miao Miao and Wang Cai jumped together, as if they wanted to intercept the sandbag. Little Miao Miao reacts faster than Wang Kei, jumps faster than Wang Kei, and is taller than Wang Kei. However, it was useless, it was still slow, and although its claws could touch the sandbag, it could not catch it. Because of the rules, as long as you don't catch it, even if you touch it a little, it will be counted as a hit and you will be eliminated directly. So, at the last moment, the little Miao retracted its claws. Mu Rufeng, on the other hand, jumped high and easily caught the sandbag in his hand. A terrifying force came instantly, directly binding Cheng Yalan and the three of them, as well as Wang Cai and Xiao Miao Miao who had just landed. Of course, only the legs are bound, and the rest of the body can still be moved. Meow meow meow. Woof woof woof. The barking of a cat and a dog became a little urgent. Mu Rufeng tossed the sandbag in his hand and showed a smile on his face. Are you ready to die? Mu Rufeng stepped forward with her left foot and pressed it down slightly. She held the sandbag high with her right hand and twisted her waist slightly. The next moment, Mu Rufeng exerted her strength and the sandbag was thrown out. Ho ho! A terrifying whistling sound exploded instantly. No one could even react, and Xiao Miao Miao's right leg was immediately interrupted. In fact, the sandbag continued unabated, directly smashing through the floor and sinking deep into the ground, making a dull impact. Ding! The dodger, Little Meow Meow, was hit by a sandbag and successfully eliminated Little Meow Meow. The moment the prompt sounded, the head of the frightened Little Meow exploded. Immediately, its limp body fell to the ground. Cheng Yalan and others on the side were shocked again when they saw this scene, and then became extremely excited. Woof woof woof. At this moment, Wang Kei resumed his actions, and when he saw the dead Little Meow, his expression was extremely angry. Woof woof woof. Wang Kei opened his big mouth, revealing his ferocious teeth, looked at Mu Rufeng fiercely, and kept making harsh screams. Seeing this, Mu Rufeng sneered and picked up the sandbag that had just appeared at his feet. Captain Zhou, this time you have caught him, immobilize him and then kill him with one strike. Mu Rufeng said towards Zhou Wen. Okay, if you throw it, I will catch it. Zhou Wen nodded solemnly, and the ghost power in his body burst out, filling his whole body without any reservation. Wang Ke seemed to have activated some kind of ability. Wang Ke, who was originally the size of an ordinary farm dog, actually became larger than a husky. In this state, Wang Ke's power, speed, and reaction have definitely been greatly improved. Hu ho ho! A violent whistling sound sounded, and the sandbag was shot out instantly. However, the sandbag did not go upward, but straight towards Wang Ke. Wang Ke did not react immediately to this sudden attack. And when he reacted, he immediately jumped on the spot, trying to avoid the flying sandbags. However, it was still a little slow after all, and was hit by a sandbag. Although it was just a scratch on the skin and bleeding, this was like throwing a sandbag. Therefore, it is no surprise that Wang Ke's head exploded directly before Wang Ke's body fell down. Ding! The dodger Wang Cai was hit by a sandbag and successfully eliminated Wang Cai. Quick, Brother Lin, come here, let's refresh the resurrection armor. Mu Rufeng shouted. A sandbag appeared at Mu Rufeng's feet again, and Mu Rufeng picked it up immediately. Ah! What resurrection armor? Cheng Yalan was a little confused, but he still walked over quickly. As long as you catch the sandbag, you can revive an eliminated player. There are still 8 minutes left in the game. We must race against time to revive all the eliminated players. Mu Rufeng explained immediately. Cheng Yalan reacted immediately after hearing this, and his expression became extremely excited. Okay, throw it quickly. Cheng Yalan came forward without any nonsense, stretched out his hand and shouted. Mu Rufeng immediately threw the sandbag to Cheng Yalan. Not surprisingly, Cheng Yalan caught the sandbag directly. I want to revive Lu Zheng. Cheng Yalan shouted directly without any hesitation. Ding! Eliminated player Lu Zheng, successfully resurrected. Lu Zheng's body had disappeared from the pile of corpses at some point, and was replaced by Lu Zheng, who was standing in the blood coil, still confused. What's going on? Am I not dead? No one paid attention to Lu Zheng. Cheng Yalan threw the sandbag directly to Mu Rufeng. After Mu Rufeng caught it, he threw it to Cheng Yalan again. Cheng Yalan continued to catch it, and then shouted, I want to revive him. While shouting, Cheng Yalan pointed directly to a corpse not far away. There were so many corpses, and he didn't know all of them. Even the dead contractors, although familiar, Cheng Yalan didn't know their names. So, Cheng Yalan wanted to try whether he could directly point to the corpse for resurrection. Ding! Eliminated Zhang Xin, successfully resurrected. The corpse that Cheng Yalan pointed to disappeared, and a living figure appeared again in the blood coil. Continue. Time is not much, they need to race against time. Cheng Yalan also knew that time was not much, so he quickly started to connect the sandbags with Mu Rufeng. And every time he caught the sandbag, he threw it back as soon as possible, and then pointed at the corpse and shouted for the resurrected person. In this way, time passed slowly. It was when Mu Rufeng and the others were playing tricks. L7 open air floor. The faces of those originally frightened people have become excited, and shouting. Fuck, this guy is so awesome, how did he do it? Haha, resurrected, my wife is resurrected. Contractors? They seem to be contractors. Woo woo woo, husband, you are alive, husband. Are they together with the previous people? We are saved, we are definitely saved. Dad, Mom, woo woo woo, it's great that you are not dead. The sandbag throwing game time is over, congratulations to everyone for successfully completing this round of the game. You will have an hour of rest time. During this period, clean drinking water and bread are prepared for you. Please enter the rest room to enjoy them, and you can also proceed to the second round of the game level at any time. Click. There was a sound. The door of a shop on the side suddenly opened. Obviously, this is the restroom mentioned in the prompt. At this moment, the blood circle was already full of people. There were 37 people in total. The faces of these people were full of expressions of surviving a disaster. If it weren't for the blood and torn clothes on their bodies, they would find it hard to believe that they had already died once. Everyone looked at Mu Rufeng and Cheng Yalan with gratitude. To be honest, if it weren't for Mu Rufeng and them, they would really be dead. Everyone should be tired. Let's go to the restroom to rest, eat some bread, and drink some water. Zhou Wen came forward and shouted loudly. Everyone nodded after hearing this, and then walked towards the restroom. As early as within these 10 minutes, these resurrected people also got to know Mu Rufeng and others. Knowing that they were people from the relevant departments, not to mention that they saved them, they were naturally very obedient. Mu Rufeng and Zhou Wen also entered the restroom. The restroom is a huge room of hundreds of square meters. In the center of the room, there were a lot of mineral water and some packaged bread. Although they were cheap, they were piled up full and could definitely be said to be enough. Mu Rufeng and his friends also went over to get some bread and mineral water and came to the corner and sat directly on the ground. The resurrected contractors also sat around. As for the new players, they saw that they had something to discuss, but no one disturbed them tacitly. Mu Rufeng took a bottle of mineral water, unscrewed it, and drank most of it. At this time, Zhou Wen, who put down the water bottle, finally said, "Xiao Mu, what happened just now?" "Yes, Xiao Mu, what happened just now? Why did you and Captain Zhou suddenly become thugs?" Cheng Yalan also asked hurriedly. The other people also listened attentively, especially Lu Zheng and his friends who were resurrected. Recommend a friend's book Full-Time Movie King. Introduction. Teacher Chen Yu, the outside world is saying that you learned Beiji specifically for the filming of The Grandmaster directed by Wang Jiayi, and even won a championship. Is this news true? Not true. Ah. I already know Beiji, but the championship is true. Oh, what about Japanese? I learned it a long time ago. You are really versatile. As far as I know, you are also good at calligraphy, horse riding, piano playing, racing, cooking. Oh, and photography is also great. Chapter 121. The first level of the game is stuck. Please give me a monthly pass. I was lucky enough to get a one-time rule item. This item allows me to modify the rules within a dungeon. Mu Rufeng pondered for a moment before speaking. A one-time rule prop. Change the rules. Several people were shocked when they heard this. They have never heard of a prop that can change the rules. However, what happened now, although it was a bit unbelievable, they could only choose to believe it. Don't worry, I will ask the superiors to give you adequate compensation for consuming this precious prop of yours this time. Zhou Wen said. Xiao Mu, this one-time rule prop is so powerful. It can even modify the rules. If it wasn't you this time, it would be really bad. Cheng Yalan said. Thank you, Mr. Mu. Thank you very much. If it weren't for you, I would be a corpse now. Lu Zheng looked at Mu Rufeng with gratitude. Can you imagine what it feels like to have your head shot? Lu Zheng still remembers it deeply. This seems to be not just a small game, but there are multiple games. Can this prop of yours also allow you to change the rules in the next game? Zhou Wen asked a question that everyone was more concerned about. After hearing this, Mu Rufeng said slowly, I don't know if it's possible. I need to try it in the next game. My one-time rule item does not indicate whether the rules will be modified once for the entire copy, or for all game levels. Is that so? Then we can only take one step at a time. Zhou Wen was slightly disappointed when he didn't get a clear answer. But he quickly cheered up and said, Lu Zheng, and you, what's the situation? Where are Lao He and Tianbi? What's going on with the audience and the number of deaths? When Mu Rufeng heard this, she also looked at Lu Zheng and the other resurrected contractors. I came in with Captain Lao He. When we came in, there were corpses, but not many. The two cats and dogs also used immobilization moves. The first one eliminated me. I don't know what happened next. Lu Zheng said sadly. What about you, Zhang Xin, you came in with TNB. Zhou Wen looked at the other resurrected contractor. When Tabi and I came in, the strength of the two cats and dogs had also increased to level 4. I was unlucky and was eliminated at the last moment. Otherwise, Tabi will definitely be able to revive me. As for Tabi and the others, they have successfully cleared the level. Zhang Xin also said with a pained face. Hey? Resurrection? What's going on? Zhou Wen quickly asked. I only know part of this, and I don't know the audience either. I need to ask the new people who have been resurrected to know. Soon, Zhang Xin told the information he had learned. At the same time, they also called the newcomers to ask for information. Combining the information from both parties, everyone roughly knew what was going on. Originally, these people were coming here to travel or work in shops in the commercial district. Suddenly, the prompt sound of that copy appeared in their minds, asking them to play the first level of the sandbag throwing game. Because there were too many people and the space was limited, there were only spectators present. However, the audience is not just watching the game, but also serving as alternate players, waiting for the next round of the game. For example, one of them was originally a spectator in the auditorium, but because of this, he went directly to play the game and died tragically. According to these participants, each game requires 100 people to participate. One game every hour, 10 minutes per game. If a new person enters the instance, they can play the game directly. From the time the dungeon appeared to now, it only lasted about an hour and 40-50 minutes. In the first round, all these people participated. At the same time, the strength of the cat and dog is not very strong, just at the limit of human beings. Although the speed is also very fast, it can always be caught or avoided by others. Just like that, in the first 10 minutes of the game, 31 people were eliminated. Then, Lao He and others who entered halfway started the second round of the game. Xiao Lu died in this round. Moreover, Xiao Liu's death was extremely tragic. Because at the very beginning of the game, Lao He used his own ability to cover the blood coil with black mist, making the thugs unable to see them. Of course, because of this, except for Lao He, they couldn't see the thugs throwing sandbags. Xiao Lu was just unlucky and was hit by the thugs who blindly threw sandbags. Lao He was not a fool, so he naturally wanted to catch the sandbag and revive Lu Zheng. Unfortunately, he was not sure about catching the sandbag. In addition to Xiao Lu, another subordinate, Hu Zhong, was also hit by a sandbag and eliminated. In this way, everyone felt that maybe the two cats and dogs had the ability to find their bearings in the black mist, but they just couldn't find Lao He, the ability user himself. Therefore, only Lao He was left to pass the game. Afterwards, he went to the restroom and saw the new players in the restroom. After comforting him, he went directly upstairs to proceed to the second game level. When an hour passed, the second round of the sandbag throwing game began. The 100 spectators in the auditorium immediately left the stage and became participants in the second round of the game. Because there were still no contractors this time, there were also many eliminated players, but there were fewer than the first round, only 20 people. Then, it was Tianbu who led people into the dungeon. With their arrival, the third round of throwing sandbags was directly carried out. Although the strength of cat and dog has also been upgraded to level 4, Tianbu's strength is strong, and with the ability of another contractor, he actually caught the sandbag. And it was more than once. Tianbu also keenly noticed the rules of resurrecting eliminated players, so he started to resurrect everyone directly. Tianbu is indeed worthy of being the most powerful contractor in Changsha, and successfully resurrected 17 people. In other words, originally 51 people died, and 17 were directly resurrected. As for why Lu Zheng, the contractor, was not resurrected, the reason is very simple, because Lu Zheng's body was buried underneath, and Tianbu did not find it. When the game was about to end, many people were resurrected, and the bodies of Lu Zheng and another contractor Hu Zhong were exposed. As for why Zhang Xin was not resurrected, it must be said that Zhang Xin was really unlucky. When the game was about to end, he was hit by a sandbag and eliminated. In this way, the time was over, and there was no condition to revive Zhang Xin. Then, Mu Rufeng and his team arrived and successfully resurrected all the eliminated people. When Mu Rufeng knew all this, he was suddenly shocked and said quickly, "1 round every hour, we are new to the game and don't count the time, that is, there are less than 10 minutes before the 6th round of the sandbag throwing game." Zhou Wen also reacted at this moment. In the first round, 100 spectators participated, and 31 people died tragically. In the second round, Lao He led people to participate. Lu Zheng and Hu Chang died tragically, and Lao He finished the game alone. In the third round, another 100 spectators left the stage. This time, because of the previous observation, they were calmer and only 20 people were eliminated. In the fourth round, it was Tian Buletin and his 3 people plus 2 group contractors who participated in the game, resurrecting 17 people, and Zhang Xin was unlucky to be eliminated at the last minute. And in the fifth round, Mu Rufeng and his team arrived and happily resurrected all the dead people. Counting the time, it will be the 6th round of the sandbag throwing game soon. This time, there will definitely be another 100 spectators. I am afraid that all the spectators will be eliminated. Without them, there will be only ordinary participants, and I am afraid that another group of people will be eliminated. All of a sudden, everyone's face became solemn. No, the thugs have been eliminated. Now Captain Zhou and I are thugs, but if we go directly to the second floor and become participants in the second level of the game, will it cause the problem of no thugs in this level, which will cause the game to be unable to proceed and then stuck here? Mu Rufeng brainstormed for a while, and then spoke. Xiao Mu's words make sense. Zhou Wen nodded immediately. Not only Zhou Wen, but everyone else thought this possibility was very high. I think, since they are spectators, they can definitely see our current pictures now, and even, maybe they can hear our conversation. Cheng Yalan suddenly said. If you want to know, it's very simple, just ask them and you will know. Mu Rufeng pointed to a young man wearing branded clothes and said. This young man was the 5th one resurrected by Mu Rufeng, and he was also a spectator. Under Mu Rufeng's inquiry, the young man named Gu Feng gave a positive answer. Whether it was the restroom or the game screen, the audience could see it. Even if we are forced to become thugs directly, according to the previous rules, as long as we exchange identities with the players and become participants again, we can continue the second level of the game, and all the new players can go to the second level safely. Zhou Wen analyzed it and felt that the first level must be no threat. No, it is not ruled out that the sandbag throwing game will arrange 2 weirdos to be thugs again. In this case, they really have no way. However, even so, they can still catch the weirdo sandbags by themselves, and there will not be so many casualties. There is no time to lose. There are only 6 minutes left in the next round of the game. Let's go to the second level of the game immediately. Zhou Wen stood up and said seriously. Well, we'll know whether it's stuck or we can continue playing the game soon. Mu Rufeng also stood up, and then drank the remaining half bottle of water in one breath. Immediately, Zhou Wen said a few words to the new players, and then he and Mu Rufeng and others chose to go to the second round of levels immediately. Players who want to play the second round of game levels, please take the elevator to the L3 floor. A prompt sound appeared in their minds. Chapter 122 Childhood Game, Throwing the Handkerchief Monthly Ticket Request. Without any hesitation, the group immediately left the restroom and came to the escalator. When they stepped on the escalator that had been stopped started instantly, carrying 8 people upstairs. Zhou Wen, Mu Rufeng, Cheng Yalan, Zhao Rong, Wang Tianlong, Zhang Xian, Hu Zhong, Lu Zheng, a total of 8 contractors. Just after Zhou Wen and others left the L2 floor and went to the L3 floor. 6 minutes passed in a flash. L7 open-air floor. The original 577 spectators, in an instant, decreased by 100 again, becoming 477. And the missing 100 people have already appeared in the L2 floor, in the blood coil. It was at this time that a prompt sound appeared in the minds of these 100 players at the same time. Welcome to the first level, let's throw sandbags together. Sandbag throwing game rules. 1. 3. If the dodger catches the sandbag, he can add a life, or revive an eliminated player, and can also exchange game identities with the fighter. Note, only 2 game identity exchanges are allowed in each game. 8 cats hate being called Little Meow the most, and Wang Ke hates being called Wang Ke the most. Please don't try to offend them, otherwise they will be the first to eliminate you. The rules of the sandbag throwing game are still the same as before, only the third rule is exactly what Mu Rufeng modified. Fuck, the rules have really changed. Haha, there will be no problem this time. Do you all understand? We can be resurrected, so don't be afraid of death. Yes, don't be afraid of death, don't hide from sandbags, go catch sandbags, as long as you catch them, exchange identities with the thugs as soon as possible, and then throw them to another person to exchange identities again, so that the people who died before can be resurrected again. The 100 participants were not as panicked and frightened as the previous 2 groups, but were extremely excited. After all, the advantage is really on their side. Hey, where are the thugs? Are they those contractor bosses? Or the new ghost? Someone suddenly said. When everyone heard this, they also found that there were no thugs on both sides of the selection line. Thugs, please take your positions. Thugs, please take your positions. Thugs, hands, 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 please, take. The prompt sound suddenly got stuck. Then, there was no sound. The 100 people looked at each other when they saw this. That sandbag throwing game is stuck. A new player said. It should be, it seems, stuck. Not sure yet, let's wait and see what happens. Well, wait. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes passed. There was still no response. And, because 10 minutes had passed, the blood coil on the ground disappeared. But no one dared to move, or to step out of the previous blood coil. After a while, a brave new player finally walked out. There was no response, no elimination, and no other danger. Seeing this, everyone moved around, and even went to the restroom to eat, drink water, and even go to the toilet. The most surprising thing was that the new players who were about to participate in the second level game who were resurrected by Mu Rufeng and others were not forced to finish the game /U003E sent to L2 because the game was stuck. In this way, they finally confirmed that the sandbag throwing game was stuck by them. The 131 new players on the L2 floor and the 477 spectators watching in the audience seats are all safe. Of course, it is not ruled out that the downtime game will be restarted again. Of course, this possibility should be very small. Time goes back. Mu Rufeng and his friends came to the L3 floor. The layout of the L3 floor is basically the same as that of the L2 floor. There are a lot of blood stains on the open space in front, and there are also corpses. It is similar to the downstairs, and the heads are also blown up. After counting, there are at least 20 bodies. I didn't see anyone. Is he in the restroom? There were more than 100 new players in the first 2 rounds. Cheng Yalan murmured. I didn't see Captain Tian and Lai He either. Mu Rufeng said in a deep voice. Anyway, let's go and see what this second game is. Zhou Wen's expression did not change, and he strode forward. As soon as everyone stepped in, before the prompt sound appeared, they saw the door of the restroom on the side opened, and a large group of people slowly walked out. There were a lot of people, at least dozens of them. When they saw Mu Rufeng and the others, they were startled, and then shook their heads. Some people even looked at Mu Rufeng and the others with pity. Because in their opinion, the existence of this second level made it impossible to pass safely. They could only rely on the advantage of numbers to offset the danger and use a small number of lives to exchange for the survival of the majority of people. Mu Rufeng could see confusion, numbness, and despair in the eyes of these people. We are contractors of the relevant departments. Have you seen contractors like us? Zhou Wen asked loudly to the crowd. Those people were attracted by the voice and looked over. At this time, someone in the crowd said, I have seen 3 people. They are very powerful. They passed the level without losing a single person. Are you also from the relevant departments? Are you contractors? But it's useless. We are about to go to the 3rd level, and we will definitely die. Wivu, I don't want to die. Why do I have to come here to travel? Wivu. As a girl's sobbing voice emerged, the atmosphere in the crowd became more desolate. I believe that TNB and you have said that you are not contractors. The strength of the game is at most the limit of human beings. As long as you are brave and careful, you will definitely be able to go back alive. Zhou Wen comforted everyone. However, everyone just looked at Zhou Wen for a second longer, and then ignored him and continued to move forward. Everyone was silent after hearing this, but there was still one person who said, worry about yourselves first. The fewer people there are, the higher the mortality rate. What game is this level? Is there anything to pay attention to? Cheng Yalan asked. You will know soon. One person replied. Soon, a group of people took the escalator to the L4 floor one after another. Just at this moment, a prompt sound appeared in Mu Rufeng's mind. Welcome to the 2nd level, let's throw the handkerchief together. Number of participants, 8 people. Rules of the handkerchief throwing game. 1 participants must hold hands, sit on the ground, and keep a fixed distance. 2 participants cannot attack each other, let alone the handkerchief thrower, otherwise they will be eliminated directly. 3 When the game starts, the music starts playing, and the handkerchief thrower will circle around the participants and randomly drop the handkerchief in his hand. The handkerchief thrown needs to know it at the first time, and then immediately chase the handkerchief thrower clockwise. If you don't catch it before it sits in your position, you will be eliminated directly. 4 If the handkerchief thrown to the person does not notice the handkerchief behind him, the handkerchief thrower will touch the handkerchief thrown to the person after a circle, and he can be eliminated directly. 5 The handkerchief thrower will definitely drop the handkerchief within 3 circles. 6 If the handkerchief thrown to the person successfully catches the handkerchief thrower, he can pass the level directly. 7 Every time the handkerchief thrower is caught, his speed will be reduced by 10%. 8 The game time is the time of one song. After 3 rounds, the game ends and the surviving players can pass the game level. 9 When the number of participants is less than 3, the game will be directly won. Please be ready, players, the game starts. The countdown, 180, 179, 178. At the same time, a circle of light suddenly appeared under the feet of everyone. Moreover, above the circle of light, there is a slightly larger light mark every short distance, a total of 8, obviously for the 8 of them to sit. Throw the handkerchief. Mu Rufeng was slightly stunned. My god, these levels, are they all the games we played when we were young? Cheng Yalan said with emotion. The first level is to throw sandbags, and the second level is to throw handkerchiefs. The probability is very high. Mu Rufeng nodded and said. Xiao Mu, can the ability of that one-time rule prop still be used? Zhou Wen looked at Mu Rufeng and asked. I'll try, Mu Rifeng said, and then, with a thought, a piece of white paper and a pen appeared in his hand. Zhou Wen breathed a sigh of relief without waiting for Mu Rifeng to speak. The appearance of this white paper and pen means that Mu Rifeng's ability to modify the rules can also be used in the second-level game. Xiao Mu, try to add a rule to the fifth rule that can revive the eliminated players, Zhou Wen said. Mu Rifeng nodded and said, I'll try. Immediately, Mu Rifeng added a paragraph after the sixth rule. 6. If the person who was thrown the handkerchief successfully catches the thrower of the handkerchief, he can pass the level directly, revive an eliminated player, or become the thrower of the handkerchief. After Mu Rifeng finished writing, he looked at the white paper and said nothing. Zhou Wen and others had also come over. They could also see the rules on the white paper, so they also stared at the white paper. However, to everyone's disappointment, the rules added by Mu Rifeng were distorted and finally erased slowly. Hey? Erased. Mu Rifeng frowned slightly. Mu Rifeng thought for a while and prepared to modify the fifth rule again. At this time, Zhou Wen said, the rule that can resurrect ordinary people is very important, but we still have to consider that the handkerchief will be thrown behind the resurrected ordinary people. And it is impossible for all 8 of us to catch the person who threw the handkerchief. Hearing this, Mu Rifeng was silent for a moment and said, resurrection is still the most important, I will try again. As he said, Mu Rifeng modified the fifth rule again. 5. If the person who was thrown the handkerchief successfully catches the person who threw the handkerchief, he can pass the level directly, or he can revive an eliminated player, and the player will not be able to join this game. Recently, I have been thinking about the plot and my head is almost bald. I have been writing and deleting, and my typing speed has been seriously affected. At the same time, Xiaoyan is a part-time worker and has to go to work during the day. I go to bed at 1 or 2 in the morning every day. I really can't stand it. I will update twice this week for the time being, and I will resume 3 updates next week. In addition, Xiaoyan has decided to quit his job and write novels full-time, but because of work problems, it will take some time to hand over. It should be around the end of December. When I become a full-time worker, I will have enough time to type every day, and I won't be as tired as I am now. I hope you will forgive me. Xiaoyan would like to thank you here. Chapter 123 I caught you ask for monthly votes. Compared with clearing small levels, their main purpose must be to resurrect these dead new players. Their ultimate goal is this, otherwise, too many people would die and the impact would be too huge. Everyone stared at the white paper. For a long time, the added rules were only slightly distorted, and then there was no movement. In this way, it also illustrates this rule and is recognized by the rules of the game. Mu Rifeng was relieved when she saw this scene. Then, the most important thing to consider next is to allow everyone participating in the game to catch the loser. I heard from those who went to the 4th floor earlier that the one who threw the handkerchief must also be Gui. According to the appearance of the cat and dog in the first level, he must also be at the peak of level 3. Moreover, he must have his own thoughts. In this case, do you think if we put some soul money behind his back, will this trick run slower? Zhao Rong said suddenly. This is unlikely, because Qi could have just collected our money and then thrown it away without throwing away the handkerchief. You know, he can throw the handkerchief within 3 circles. Cheng Yalan shook his head and said. You have overlooked one point. According to the rules, we need to hold hands. How can we lose money at this time? Zhang Xin said. Losing money is a trivial matter. We put the money in the clothes on the back and absorb it with ghost energy. If we want to lose money, we can just shake the ghost power to knock the money out. What's important is how we can immediately determine behind whom the handkerchief was thrown. Zhou Wen said. Yes, this is indeed the most important thing. No need to worry about this, I have a way to solve it. Mu Rifeng said. Oh? What can I do? After hearing this, the group of people all looked at Mu Rufeng. Mu Rufeng did not speak, but raised her hand and saw a bloody bandage extending out. My bandage can extend a long distance and can completely circle around us. The bandage can detect who has left the handkerchief behind. When the time comes, the bandage will remind you. Mu Rufeng said. Is this possible? Won't he violate the rules and be eliminated? After hearing this, everyone said with some uncertainty. Because they don't know whether this violates the rules. Haha, this is just its own behavior, what does it have to do with me? It didn't bind me. Mu Rufeng shrugged. The bandage seemed to be able to sense Mu Rufeng's intention, and then it separated directly from Mu Rufeng and fell to the ground, becoming a separate individual. When everyone saw this, they also admired it. They didn't expect the bandage on Mu Rufeng to be so magical. As for throwing money to make him slow down, haha, that's not necessary. I have a way to deal with him. Mu Rufeng said with a smile. What can we do? When everyone heard this, they all looked at Mu Rufeng. Hey, you guys will find out later. Mu Rufeng gave up. Okay, the time is almost up, let's take our seats first. Zhou Wen said, directly looking for a light spot and sitting on it. After hearing this, several people quickly sat on the light spots one by one. When everyone was in place, the bandages immediately circled behind everyone and stuck tightly to their buttocks. As long as the handkerchief is thrown behind one of them, the bandage will be the first reminder. At this moment, a black mist appeared out of thin air in the center of the crowd. Finally, the black mist condensed into a child about 1 meter tall and a vinyl record player. No, it's not a child. The child's face is clearly that of a middle-aged man. Apparently, this is a middle-aged weirdo with dwarfism. Jajaja. There are actually 8 contractors in this round of the game. Now, it's fun. The flesh and blood of contractors tastes better. The taste of ordinary people is still a bit worse. The dwarf smiled strangely, as if he was thinking about something. Damn dwarf, stop inking and start quickly. Mu Rufeng said. Hey! The dwarf's expression suddenly changed, his face became gloomy and terrifying, and he stared at Mu Rufeng. What did you call me? The dwarf said with a ferocious expression. Damn dwarf, dead dwarf, short winter melon. Mu Rufeng said a few terms she knew. When Cheng Yalan and others saw this, they were immediately shocked and wanted to say something to stop it, but then they thought of something, so they shut their mouths and waited to see what would happen. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Okay, boy, you are very good. The dwarf laughed angrily, shouted 3 times, and then jumped out of the circle with a high jump. At the same time, an old red handkerchief appeared in his hand. It is said to be red, but it seems to be a handkerchief stained red by blood. When the countdown to the start of the game ends, the song starts. Throw away the handkerchief, throw away the handkerchief. Place it gently behind the child. Don't tell him. Hurry, catch him. Hurry, catch him. Throw the handkerchief, throw the handkerchief. Place it gently behind the child. Don't tell him. Hurry, catch him. Hurry, catch him. Throw the handkerchief. Familiar and cheerful singing came from the record player. And the weird one immediately started circling around the crowd with a handkerchief. At this moment, everyone's expressions became extremely serious, and their senses were directly filled up, always paying attention to the movement of the handkerchief. After a while, the dwarf strangely circled everyone, but the bandage still gave no warning. Just in the second lap, when Gi passed by Mu Rufeng, the handkerchief in his hand fell lightly. Because the dwarf Gi was short, even if everyone was half sitting on the ground, he was barely half a head taller. Therefore, the angle when the handkerchief fell was extremely tricky. Even Zhang Xian and others who were staring at him on the opposite side did not notice that the dwarf Gi had dropped the handkerchief. Even Mu Rufeng did not notice it. However, just because he did not notice it, it did not mean that the bandage under his buttocks did not notice it. Almost at the moment when the handkerchief was thrown out, the bandage immediately arched Mu Rufeng. Mu Rufeng raised his hand and grabbed the handkerchief in an instant, and then stood up and quickly chased the dwarf. After the dwarf dropped the handkerchief, he had already increased his speed, but he did not expect Mu Rufeng to get up so quickly. However, the dwarf was not panicked at all, because he was very fast. However, before the dwarf could run a few steps, Mu Rufeng moved in an instant and appeared directly in front of the dwarf, and then pressed on the dwarf's head. "I caught you!" Mu Rufeng looked at the dwarf with a smile on his face. You actually have the ability to move in an instant." The dwarf was shocked, and then reacted and opened Mu Rufeng's arm. You should know that his speed is absolutely the best at any level, but if he encounters the ability of teleportation, he will be at a loss. "I was careless this time, you passed the level," the dwarf said viciously. However, Mu Rufeng shook his head and said, "I don't want to pass the level so quickly. I choose to revive an eliminated player." Mu Rufeng pointed to the corpse over there and said, "Resurrect the eliminated player? Impossible, there is no such thing, hey." The dwarf's face changed drastically before he finished speaking. The next second, the corpse pointed at by Mu Rufeng flashed a black light, and when the black light dissipated, a new living person appeared there. If it weren't for the broken collar and blood-stained clothes, no one would think that this person had died before. How is this possible? The rules are not like this, the rules are not like this. The dwarf was full of disbelief. But soon, a strange look appeared on his face, because he just checked the rules and found that the rules had changed. Ding! Eliminated Lu Tai, successfully resurrected. After the resurrection, the man was also confused, but there was a prompt in his mind, so his face was extremely excited. Thank you for resurrecting me." The man immediately thanked Mu Rufeng. But soon, his face changed again, saying, "How can this be? There is a prompt to let me go back to the first level of the game to continue to pass the level. What should I do? What should I do? I am dead." The man's face suddenly became extremely ugly, without the joy of being resurrected. Mu Rufeng and the others looked a little weird when they heard this. Cheng Yalan said, "Haha, you are lucky. We have already blocked the first round of the game. You don't have to participate in the game. After we pass the level, everyone should be rescued. The conditions for passing the level have not yet appeared. However, they have already guessed that as long as one person passes all the game levels, the copy should disappear. The rest of the people will definitely pass the level, or be teleported back to the real world and will not be counted as reserve players. Of course, there is a second guess, that is, only those who pass all the levels can get out alive. If it is really the second one, then those players who were stuck in the first level may be stuck there forever. Such a result is absolutely unacceptable to everyone. Really? The first level of the game is stuck. The resurrected person was shocked and couldn't believe it. You will know when you go there. Cheng Yalan said with a smile. Okay, I'll go down right now. After the man finished speaking, he immediately ran downstairs. However, as soon as he moved, he tripped and fell to the ground. At this time, he realized that he was actually in the pile of corpses. Ah! He was frightened by the corpses, screamed in fear, and rolled away. It was just that his legs were shaking, and he couldn't stand up at all, so he could only walk slowly downstairs. Seeing this person's state, everyone didn't say anything. After all, he had just experienced a life and death struggle and saw so many corpses of the same kind. It was good not to go crazy. At this time, Mu Rufeng took out a 100 yuan bill and stuffed it directly into the dwarf. Thank you for the 1200 points reward from Hengbei God. Thank you for the 530 points reward from Xuanjiahu teacher. Thank you for the 500 points reward from Tiandao Fengju. Thanks to vacuum tubes and neon lights, Miss Pearl, Fat House Author Quick Update, and Book Friend 201703092220112868 for their 100-point reward. Thank you all for your subscriptions and monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 124 Level 3, Let End Number 039, S Play Tug of War Together. Please give me a monthly ticket. Mu Rufeng directly stuffed the $100 bill into the dwarf Wei's hand. Brother, please throw the handkerchief behind me every time. Mu Rufeng said. Ah. The dwarf Wei's expression suddenly became a little confused. Not only the dwarf was confused, but even Zhou Wen and others looked at Mu Rufeng in shock. He actually bribed Wei in this game so openly? Wouldn't it violate the rules? The dwarf Wei put away the $100 bill without hesitation, and then sneered, Boy, you want to bribe me, but you are still a little naive. I will take the money, but I won't throw it behind you. The dwarf Wei looked helpless. The dwarf Wei knew that this kid must have a way to detect him throwing the handkerchief down at the first time. Moreover, because this person has the ability to teleport, the handkerchief must not be thrown behind him. As for the other contractors, the dwarf Wei didn't believe that these people had such powerful means as Mu Rufeng. Hey? You only want 100 yuan? I think you understand, I want to resurrect those dead humans. But there are still 19 people there, 100 yuan each, that's 1019, do you only want this 100 yuan, or do you want the subsequent 1900 yuan? Mu Rufeng took out a small stack of soul notes without panic and waved it in front of the dwarf Wei. When this small stack of soul notes was taken out, the dwarf Wei's eyes could not leave. Are you sure you can give me 100 yuan for throwing a handkerchief? The dwarf Wei was obviously tempted. You know, he is a temporary worker here, and he only makes 100 yuan a day, and this game copy only exists for 24 hours. In other words, after he earns this 100 yuan, it's gone. 100 yuan a day is actually not a small amount, but it's not a lot either. The most important thing is that he can eat fresh human flesh and blood here. But he had already eaten the heads of those 20 people just now, and now he can earn 2,000 soul notes at once, which is definitely a big profit. He was originally just a level 2 ghost. If it weren't for the special nature of this copy, he wouldn't have been able to upgrade to level 3. 2,000 soul notes, that's his salary for 20 days. Of course it's true. If I default on my debt, you can just not throw it behind me next time. Mu Rufeng said with a smile. Okay, let's get started. The game only has 3 rounds, and each round only lasts for 1 song. We just wasted a lot of time. The dwarf Weird immediately urged Mu Rufeng. Okay. Seeing the somewhat impatient dwarf Weird, Mu Rufeng was a little surprised, and then immediately replied. Immediately, he moved back to his seat in an instant and sat down on the spot. The song of throwing handkerchiefs continued. The dwarf Weird also ran around in circles quickly with the handkerchief. When he saw Mu Rufeng, he immediately threw the handkerchief down, and even, afraid that Mu Rufeng didn't know, he waved his hand and sent out a ghost air to blow Mu Rufeng's hair. Such an operation directly shocked Zhou Wen and others. Mu Rufeng naturally noticed it at the first time. After picking up the handkerchief, he appeared behind the dwarf Wei in an instant and grabbed his shoulder. I want to revive him. Mu Rufeng pointed to a corpse and said. Ding! Eliminated Li Chunsheng, successfully resurrected. After the resurrection, Mu Rufeng returned to his seat in an instant. And the dwarf Wei also took the handkerchief and continued to throw the handkerchief. In this way, 3 rounds of games passed in a flash. The 20 people who were eliminated before were successfully resurrected by Mu Rufeng, and all went to the L2 floor. The dwarf Wei also took the 2,000 soul notes and disappeared happily. The handkerchief throwing game time is over, congratulations to everyone for successfully completing this round of the game. You will have an hour of rest time. During this period, various drinks and pastries and snacks are prepared for you. Please enter the rest room to enjoy them. You can also proceed to the third round of the game level at any time. Without further delay, let's go to the next round of the game immediately. Zhou Wen said. Well, let's go. The group nodded one after another, and then strode towards the escalator. Because of Mu Rufeng's ability of one-time rule props, they did not have the slightest fear of the next game level, but instead felt a sense of excitement in their hearts. On the way, Zhou Wen said, Xiao Mu, you did a great job this time. Don't worry, the relevant departments will give you the 2,000 soul notes. As for the reward, you will definitely get it after we pass the level. Thank you, Captain Zhou. Mu Rufeng said with a smile after hearing this. Although he did not lack the 2,000 soul notes, he could not let others know that he did not lack soul notes. As for where he got the 2,000 soul notes, come on, Mu Rufeng is not a newcomer entering the dungeon for the first time. Not counting this dungeon, Mu Rufeng has already cleared 3 dungeons, and his clearance level is not low. How could he not have 2,000 soul notes? Soon, the group arrived at the L4 floor. The layout was also similar to that downstairs. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were a little confused. There were 2 groups of people in front of them, standing on both sides. One group had very few people, only 4 people, while the other group had more than 100 people. Both sides held a blood-red thick hemp rope in their hands, with a white strap in the middle of the rope, and a line in front of each of the 2 groups of people. In this scene, everyone understood that the game this time was tug-of-war. However, everyone didn't understand why there were only 4 people on one side, while there were more than 100 people on the other side. Logically speaking, shouldn't tug-of-war be fair and just? There should be the same number of people on each side. At the same time, they also saw that there was a fat weird over there. This fat weird wore a whistle on his neck and a referee nameplate on his chest, so his identity was naturally very obvious. At this time, a prompt sound appeared in everyone's head. Welcome to the 3rd level, let's play tug-of-war together. Tug-of-war game rules. 1. The game adopts a 3-game 2-win system. The party that wins 2 games first wins. The winner can directly pass the game of this level, and the loser will be eliminated. 2. Each round lasts 3 minutes. If the time is up and the rope has not crossed the line, it will be considered a draw. 3. There will be a half-hour break between each round. During the break, no attack is allowed, otherwise you will be eliminated directly. 4. When 2 rounds are tied, the 3rd round will decide the winner. When all 3 rounds are tied, both sides will be eliminated. 5. Both sides can use any means to interfere with the opponent to achieve the goal of victory. 6. The players participating in the game on both sides are determined by the referee. After each game starts, the players cannot be changed. 7. Please do not attack the referee, otherwise you will be eliminated directly. If the referee attacks you, you have 1 minute to fight back. When everyone heard the rules, they looked at Mu Rufeng instantly. Mu Rufeng nodded slightly, indicating that he could modify the rules. However, why are there only 4 people in Tianbi and Laohe, and why are there so many people on the opposite side? Zhang Xin said with a frown. Didn't you hear the 6th rule? The personnel are decided by the referee. You should say why no one has died in this game, and we just happened to meet. Zhao Rong said. Oh, there are new players again, and they are all contractors. It's great. At this moment, the referee in the distance found everyone and said happily. It was the referee's words that attracted the attention of the people who were playing tug-of-war. Zhou Wen. You. Why are you here too? And, Mu Rufeng, why are you here too? Tian Buletin was shocked when he saw them coming. Especially seeing Mu Rufeng there, he was even more shocked. He reported Mu Rufeng's cooperation with Scarlet optimization, and the people above gave a clear answer. A level 5 contractor will be sent to confirm the authenticity of the matter and some follow-up matters. During this period, Mu Rufeng's safety must be strictly guaranteed. Now that Mu Rufeng is not here, how can he not be shocked? Please, let us win. There are only 4 of you, but we have more than 100. Wu, I don't want to die. You are from a government unit. Do you 4 want to live and kill us? I admit that you are heroes. Shouldn't heroes make sacrifices? There are only 4 of you, but we have more than 100. Don't you know which is more important? If this goes on, we will all die. At this time, some whimpers and angry shouts were heard from the crowd. No matter how hard these ordinary people pulled the rope seemed to be fixed in place and could not move at all. Tianbi and Lao He looked extremely ugly when they heard this. And the faces of the 2 group contractors were also extremely cold. If it weren't for Tianbi's suppression, they would have won by using their abilities. There was no way. Tianbi and Lao He were both government personnel. If they lost, they would die. If they won, more than 100 people on the opposite side would die. They couldn't bear such a result. As for the 2 group contractors, they naturally didn't have these pressures. In their opinion, how could ordinary people compare to contractors like them? Facing the shouts, curses, and pleas for mercy from more than 100 people, Tianbi and Lao He were both full of bitterness. The 2 group contractors looked at Lao He and Tianbi, and they were even thinking about whether to interfere with the 2 and force the victory. Time is up, this game is tied again, okay, rest here for half an hour. Pay attention, you can talk, but you can't take action, otherwise, I don't mind eating some snacks. Fat Weird sat on the ground and said leisurely. It seems that he enjoys this job. After the voice fell, Fat Weird looked at Mu Rufeng and others again. You guys, come over quickly and join the small team of contractors. Chapter 125 Unfair Tug of War, Added Rules ask for monthly votes. The next round is the one that decides the outcome. Will your contractor team win? Or will these ordinary people win? Or will you tie? Will you be eliminated together? Haha, I'm so happy. I'm so lucky today. I can actually be a referee in this game. Fat Weird laughed loudly, seeming to be extremely happy. Just when Fat Weird finished speaking, a reminder sounded in the minds of Mu Rufeng and others. You have joined the contractor team. Please go to the contractor area immediately. You will have a half-hour break. Mu Rufeng looked at Zhou Wen nodded at him, and then everyone walked towards Tian Bulletin and others without saying a word. Alas, you shouldn't have come. Tian Bulletin sat on the ground, looked at Mu Rufeng and others and sighed. Several people didn't say anything and sat down on the side. Tianbi, I know you don't want those ordinary people to die, but do you think they can survive the next level? Yes, even if they survive. What about the next level? The next level? Now we have 8 more contractors, I don't believe you really want to let those ordinary people win. A group contractor said coldly. Hey, you guys, do you have to be so cold-blooded? Who said we can't survive? That's right, if you hadn't appeared, so many of us would definitely survive. You are human, are we not human? There were rebukes and shouts from the ordinary crowd. Shut up! Another group contractor who didn't say a word suddenly shouted angrily. The terrifying aura swept out, making those ordinary people feel terrified. They didn't dare to say too much and shut their mouths. Tianbi, I believe you have your own judgment, and you should have made a decision. The group contractor turned his head to look at Tianbi and said slowly. Alas! Tianbi sighed again. If he still couldn't make a decision before, then when Mu Rufeng appeared, he had already made a judgment in his heart. However, he couldn't say that sentence after all. Wait, Lu Zheng, how did you survive? And who Zhong? Zhong Xin. Lao He suddenly shouted. Hey! Tian Buletin finally reacted at this time. His eyes fell on Zhang Xin, Hu Zhong, and Lu Zheng. Didn't you three die? Hey? Zhou Wen, did you resurrect them in the first level? Yes. Zhou Wen nodded. That's great, that's great. Tian Buletin and Lao He, who were originally depressed, squeezed out a smile on their faces. Alas, it's just that the current situation. Looking at Tian Buletin, who was hesitant to speak, Mu Rifeng didn't want Tian Buletin to say that, so he immediately said, Tian Buletin, don't worry, this time, no one will die. No one will die, how is that possible? I am very tormented. I have survived 2 games. The next game is the 3rd game. Both sides must decide the winner. Tian Buletin became a little gloomy. Tian Buletin, believe me, it's okay. Mu Rifeng glanced at the referee Gui and spoke again. The referee Gui has been looking at them, and seems to be very interested in their conversation. Tian Buletin, believe Mu Rifeng, he won't let you down. Zhou Wen also gave a positive answer. What does this mean? Tian Buletin asked without knowing why. Zhou Wen didn't say anything, but looked at the referee Gui. Tian Buletin immediately reacted, and after a moment of silence, he said, okay, wait for the game to start. Tian Buletin didn't ask any more questions, obviously knowing that their words could not be said by the referee Gui. The 2 group contractors seemed to understand a little bit, and stopped talking. They sat on the ground and began to close their eyes and rest. To be honest, if they could not attack the referee, they would have wanted to attack the referee Gui. Of course, even if they could, they would be wiped out. Because the referee Gui was actually a level 5 Gui. In the 1st and 2nd levels, Gui was calculated according to the highest level among them. But in the 3rd level, the upper limit of 1 level was raised. This also made them have to guess whether the Gui would directly increase by 2 levels in the 4th level. Half an hour passed quickly. Mu Rifeng had been sitting there with his eyes closed and resting, and did not talk to others. The half-hour break is over. Next, the 3rd round of the game will be held. Please take your positions. The referee Gui stood up and said. Hearing this, everyone stood up immediately and picked up the hemp rope on the ground at the same time. Ready 3-2 huff. As the whistle sounded, the group of ordinary people used all their strength, as if they wanted to pull the knot through in an instant and win. However, the 2 group contractors had been on guard for a long time. The ghost power in their bodies surged, and they directly pulled the hemp rope, not giving the other side any chance at all. I don't know what their ability is, but they actually pulled it towards this side little by little. Tianbu, please stabilize the situation like the previous 2 games. Mu Rifeng loosened the hemp rope and said. Okay. Tianbu didn't say anything, but he exerted force on his hands and directly shook the 2 group contractors away, and pulled the hemp rope alone. All of a sudden, both sides stood still. The other side couldn't move, but this side stood still, and the situation was exactly the same as the previous 2 games. Tianbu, what are you going to do? Tianbu, don't you have the answer in your mind? What are you doing now? The 2 group contractors turned their heads and looked at Tianbu behind them. You 2 shut up and just watch. Lao He looked at the 2 and scolded them. Don't worry, we will be fine this time. Zhou Wen said with a faint smile. Yes, Tianbu, hee hee. Cheng Yalan said with a smile. Zhao Rong, Zhang Xin, and other contractors also smiled. What are you guys keeping in suspense? Hurry up. Tianbu also noticed something and looked at Mu Rifeng. Xiao Mu, let's start. Zhou Wen said to Mu Rifeng. Yeah. Mu Rifeng nodded and silently thought about modifying the rules. The next moment, a piece of white paper and a pen appeared out of thin air in his palm. What is this? Tianbu also noticed what appeared in Mu Rifeng's hand. This is a good thing. Mu Rifeng smiled, and then began to write the rules. He had already thought about what needed to be modified. Immediately, a new rule appeared on the white paper. 8. All eliminated players will be sent to L2 to participate in the first level of the sandbag throwing game. Because no one died in this level, Mu Rifeng did not need to write any rules for resurrecting the eliminated players. And this rule is also very suitable for the current situation. Mu Rifeng stared at the rule. After a few seconds, the rule was not erased, which means that the rules of the game recognize the rule written by Mu Rifeng. As the eliminated players of the game, the result must be death, but if they are allowed to return to L2 to participate in the first level of the game, it is even more terrible than death, which is also in line with the rules. Haha, no problem. Mu Rifeng showed the new rules to everyone. Okay, this is stable. Cheng Yalan said with a smile. Mr. Mu is really good. He actually thought of adding this rule. Wang Tianlong praised. Zhou Wen and the others also smiled. This rule is really suitable for the current situation. They won and can enter the next level. As for the more than 100 losers, they will naturally go to L2 to participate in the first level of the sandbag throwing game. The first level has been blocked by them, and their safety will not be a problem. What is this? Tian Buletin also saw the rules above, but he was a little unsure. I say, Xiao Mu, you didn't modify the rules. Lao He swallowed and said. Really? Can you modify the rules in the copy? The two group contractors were also full of disbelief when they saw this. It's not a modification, but an addition. Zhao Rong kindly corrected the two people's words. That's right, even the first level of the game was blocked by us. Cheng Yalan said with a smile. Of course this is true. If you don't believe it, look, that guy is going to attack us. Mu Rifeng smiled and pointed at the referee. Referee Gui also confirmed the rules as soon as possible through their conversation. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but you will be shocked when you look at it. The rules have actually been modified. No, it's not a modification, but a new rule has been added. He has never heard that the rules can be modified or added. Although the eliminated players have to go through the first level again, it is not in his interest. Because the eliminated players are his snacks, how can he be willing to let go of the food that is delivered to his door? Boy, I'll give you a chance. Give me the props you can add rules to, and I will let you leave this copy. Referee Gui stared at Mu Rifeng with his huge eyes. Referee Gui didn't think that this ability to add rules belonged to Mu Rifeng himself, and it must be a rule prop he owned. He looked at Mu Rifeng with greed. If he got this powerful rule prop, he would be amazing. Give it to you? What are you thinking? Tian Buletin, hurry up and win this victory. Mu Rifeng sneered, and then said to Tian Buletin. Okay. Tianbi also reacted at this time and prepared to pull the knot over. At this moment, the referee Gui attacked Mu Rifeng without hesitation. During the game, the referee Gui can attack them, but if the game is over, he cannot do it. Mu Rifeng looked at the fist bigger than his head, and his face did not change at all. However, he put his arms in front of himself. With a muffled sound of bang, a strong energy spread out, blowing everyone's hair fluttering in the wind. Chapter 126 Kill the Pig. Kill the Pig. And the final chapter Ask for monthly votes. Nothing happened? There is a secret. The referee Gui retracted his fist, his face full of ferociousness. Tianbi's face changed drastically, and he immediately said, Everyone, protect Mu Rifeng. At the same time, Tianbi also pulled the hemp rope in his hand violently, trying to decide the winner directly. When the ordinary people saw this, they were shocked and felt a huge force surging out. Some of them had given up and didn't use any force at all, only a few people were pulling. Suddenly this huge force emerged, and they saw these people stagger and rush forward directly. And the knot of the hemp rope naturally crossed the line on the contractor's side. This means that the side with more people lost, and the contractor won. No. Dead, dead. Damn, you deserve to die. Knowing that they were eliminated, those people were shocked, and then they were furious, and some people even whimpered in despair. Strong ghost power instantly broke out from the contractors. Flames, black mist, sharp threads, and extreme cold power emerged. Everyone attacked, even the two group contractors, who also attacked the referee Gui. Stop, he attacked me, you will be eliminated if you attack the referee. Mu Rufeng's face changed slightly, and he immediately stopped loudly. The others were stunned when they heard it, and when they reacted, the attack had already hit the referee Gui. The referee Gui's strength reached level 5. Facing the attacks of everyone, he did not dodge or evade, but took a deep breath, and his body suddenly expanded, just like a balloon. When those attacks hit the referee Gui, they all sank down, and then instantly bounced the attacks back. Even Zhou Wen's ghost fire was bounced back. Everyone dodged immediately, but was not hit by the rebounded attacks. Damn, why did the rules change, otherwise you will all go into my stomach. The referee Gui looked at Mu Rufeng with a face full of resentment. I'm eliminated. At this time, Cheng Yalan spoke. I'm eliminated too. The person who spoke was Zhang Xin. Me too. Tian Buletin's face was as black as a coal. This is bad, it seems that only Mu Rufeng is left. Zhou Wen said solemnly. Did you just say that the game on the first floor was really stuck? The group contractor asked with a somewhat ugly face. They were also confused by the sudden attack of the referee, and Tian Buletin's sudden order also made them attack subconsciously. In this way, both of them were eliminated. If the first round of the game was really stuck, then they could be a little relieved. Otherwise, starting from the first level again would be a death sentence for them. Of course it's true. Mu Rufeng said. This round of the game is over, the winner is the contractor team. The loser is the ration team, all members are eliminated. Warning, warning, players Tian Lin, Zhou Wen, Zhao Rong. Hu Chong attacked the referee and was directly eliminated. Please take the elevator to L2 immediately to participate in the first round of level games. 3 prompts sounded in succession. Tianbu, you go, I'm here. Mu Rufeng said to them. Xiao Mu. Zhou Wen glanced at Mu Rufeng and wanted to say something, but was blocked by the latter's serious eyes. Damn it! Tianbu cursed again. Please take the elevator to L2 immediately to participate in the first round of level games. The urging sound sounded again. And a terrifying thought enveloped everyone, as if they were going to L2, and great terror would come. In an instant, the bodies of all the eliminated people stiffened instantly, and then walked towards the escalator like a puppet. Tianbu and others didn't even have time to say anything to Mu Rufeng. There are still 20 seconds, which should be enough. Mu Rufeng murmured. 20 seconds? Haha, it's enough, enough for me to eat you. The referee Gui opened his bloody mouth and bit directly towards his head. It looked like he was ready to swallow Mu Rufeng in one bite. You are a pig. Mu Rufeng suddenly said. While speaking, Mu Rufeng also wore the title of Pig Killer. To be honest, after getting this title, Mu Rufeng has not worn it yet. Moreover, the title is not limited to one, but can be superimposed. Just like now, Mu Rufeng not only wears the title of Pig Killer, but also the title of Crazy Driver. Pig? I hate it most when people say I am a pig. The breath of the referee Gui became more terrifying. However, the next second, his face changed drastically. This is the power of rules, you. As soon as the referee Gui finished speaking, he saw that he turned into an ordinary-sized adult pig. How did I become a pig? The referee pig could actually speak, which surprised Mu Rufeng. 10 seconds left, it's time to send you on your way. Mu Rufeng had a butcher knife in his right hand. Mu Rufeng raised his foot and stepped forward, and a black area instantly spread out. Ghost. This time, the referee pig became even more frightened. Without saying a word, he turned around and ran to the back. 10 seconds. As long as he survives these 10 seconds and waits for Mu Rufeng's counterattack time to end, he can rely on the rules of the game and leave here directly, and then wait for the start of the next round of the game somewhere. However, what the referee pig didn't know was that the direction he ran away was actually towards Mu Rufeng. It was like a pig that bumped into the edge of a knife. This was certainly not because the referee pig was stupid, but because Mu Rufeng used the illusion ability of the ghost. A cold light flashed. The body of the adult pig was split into two from head to tail, and the incision was extremely smooth. Even the hard bones did not stop for even a moment. Bang! Sounded. The two pieces of pork fell to the ground at the same time, making a muffled sound. Trigger successful, strength plus 0.1, ghost energy plus 0.1%. Mu Rufeng took back the ghost, looked at the pig corpse on the ground, and sighed, it was a good pig. It's a pity that it was not brought back to the pig farm. The referee pig did not make a sound until he died. If it was an ordinary killing method, it would be difficult for the referee pig to be killed in one blow. Unfortunately, he met Mu Rufeng, a guy who did not play by the rules. Title: Butcher Knife, plus 10 times the attribute. Under these three superpositions, let alone the referee pig is only level 5, even if it is level 6, it will be a pity in the northwest. The body of the referee ghost gradually returned to its original state. Then, a strange scene appeared. The body of the referee ghost actually began to melt slowly, not only the flesh and blood, but also the bones in it. After a while, the body that was chopped in half turned into a pool of liquid, and then slowly absorbed by the ground, and finally disappeared. The tug-of-war game is over. Congratulations to the players for winning the third level game. You will have an hour of rest time. During this period, we have prepared various kinds of drinks, bread, cakes, snacks, and fruits for you. Please enter the rest room to enjoy them. You can also start the fourth round of the game at any time. Are there any fruits? Then eat some fruits before going to the fourth round of the game. Mu Rufeng immediately walked towards the rest room on one side. When he pushed open the door of the rest room, he saw a huge long table in the middle of the room. On the long table, there were a lot of drinks, mineral water, and various beers. As for food, there were a lot of bread and cakes, as well as various fruits. Mu Rufeng was not interested in those breads and cakes. He went straight to the table, grabbed the cut watermelon, and started eating it. Now, all the players have been stuck in the first level. In the entire copy, only Mu Rufeng can continue to pass the level. Without outsiders, to be honest, Mu Rufeng can also let go of his hands and feet better. The only thing that worried him was that he had cleared the third round of levels, but there were still no conditions for clearing the dungeon. Does it really take all the levels to clear the dungeon? What about those who got stuck in the first level? Mu Rufeng couldn't help but make the worst plan in his mind. However, he suddenly remembered that he had heard from those resurrected newcomers that there were still hundreds of spectators on the L7 open-air floor. His every move was exposed to those people. I wonder if my ghost can cover the screen. Mu Rufeng suddenly had a whim. However, even if it could be covered, Mu Rufeng didn't know whether it was covered, because he couldn't contact others at all. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. Mu Rufeng finished the watermelon in his hand, then took a bottle of mineral water, unscrewed the bottle cap, washed the juice on his hands and mouth, and then pushed open the door of the rest room and went to the L5 floor. As the escalator slowly rose, Mu Rufeng came to the L5 floor. However, this floor is completely different from the other floors. It is a dark and dim space, extremely empty, and no buildings can be seen. There is still ghost energy on the ground. In the air around, ghost energy condenses from time to time and does not dissipate, turning into strange objects. At first glance, it looks like a group of demons dancing wildly. From time to time, there are some ghosts crying and howling, just like hell on earth. What's the matter with the plane? What's the situation on this floor? Mu Rufeng frowned slightly, took out a flashlight, and shone it inside. Where the light swept, the strange objects made of ghost energy also dissipated directly, but when the light was removed, they condensed again, which was really weird. Mu Rufeng released the ghost, holding the butcher knife in his right hand, and walked directly inside. The moment he left the escalator and stepped into the L5 floor, a prompt sound appeared in his mind. Welcome to the final level, Spinning Top. Spinning Top game rules. 1. The player will appear as a spinning top. After becoming a spinning top, all abilities and props will be unusable. 2. When a spinning top is whipped, it will not be injured or die, but will only feel pain. 3. Only if you persist longer than your opponent, you will win the game and pass this game copy. Chapter 127. A spinning top competition without rules, asking for monthly votes. Hey? What the hell, playing with a spinning top? I turned into a spinning top and was hit by a trick. Mu Rufeng was stunned after hearing these game rules. 3 rules, only 3 rules, but each one can shock people. Just kidding, although this level will not kill you or get hurt, the pain of being whipped is definitely the most terrifying torture. Mu Rufeng never thought that this final level would be so terrifying. Just at this moment, Mu Rufeng suddenly felt dizzy. When he regained consciousness, he suddenly found that he was lying on the ground. He wanted to stand up, but was horrified to find that he could not feel his hands and feet, and he could not even move. But he could still see and hear. However, his eyes were facing down, and he could not see clearly at all. He could only vaguely hear some cheers and shouts. Suddenly, Mu Rufeng realized that someone grabbed his body and then straightened him up. At the same time, his vision was also adjusted again. As soon as he saw it, he saw a huge arena. There were a lot of weird spectators sitting around. And in a corner, there were actually quite a few terrified human spectators. Looking at their clothes, Mu Rufeng guessed that these people might be the spectators on the open-air floor of L7. But, for some reason, they appeared here. Well, not bad, it's quite strong. It will definitely last for a long time this time. A sturdy weird looked at Mu Rufeng's spinning top and nodded with satisfaction. Mu Rufeng wanted to speak, but found that he couldn't speak at all. At this moment, Mu Rufeng was simply paralyzed, unable to speak, unable to move his hands and feet, and only his eyes and ears were still useful. Don't worry, I will whip you quickly. Although it hurts a little, you can also spin longer. The weird said, waving the bone bowl whip in his hand. Snap! There was a loud noise. The bowl whip hit the air and made a bang. At this time, a human-shaped spinning top on the opposite side was also lifted up by another weird. Obviously, it was another gyroscope. However, Mu Rufeng could clearly feel the strange breath in that gyroscope. In other words, the gyroscope on the opposite side was not a human-shaped gyroscope, but a strange gyroscope. With a bang, a crackling sound came from the side of Mu Rufeng. Mu Rufeng turned his eyes and looked with his peripheral vision, and found that there was actually a strange gyroscope there. Mu Rufeng immediately looked around, and there were already 6 or 7 gyroscopes, just what he could see. There must be many behind him. In other words, in this gyroscope competition, Mu Rufeng was just a participant, and he was the only human gyroscope. No, we have to find a way to change the rules quickly. I want to change the rules. Mu Rufeng shouted wildly in his heart. He was actually a little panicked, because his hands and feet were gone, and he became a gyroscope as tall as a person, with carved pictures of his face and body printed on the outside. In this state, he couldn't write the rules at all. However, what made Mu Rufeng feel relieved was that he could modify the rules even without using his hands. He only needed to use his own thoughts to modify or add to the rules. Without any hesitation, Mu Rufeng immediately began to write the rules. 4. The spinning top will exchange identities with the whipper. However, to Mu Rufeng's disappointment, his newly added rule was directly erased after being twisted. After thinking about it, Mu Rufeng modified the first rule. 1. The player will appear as a thug, and after strangely turning into a spinning top, all abilities and props will be unusable. The modified font began to distort, and even faded a lot. Seeing this, Mu Rufeng thought that it could not be modified, and he couldn't help but feel a little distressed. However, the next second, the faded font became deeper. The game rules were modified successfully. It was at this time that Mu Rufeng felt dizzy again. When this feeling disappeared, Mu Rufeng found that he had regained his human form. At the same time, a cow bone appeared in his hand, and at the other end of the cow bone, there were several thin whips. Obviously, this is the whip for whipping the spinning top. In front of Mu Rufeng, there is a word spinning top. Looking at the carved pattern, it is exactly the same as the word that Mu Rufeng straightened. Good guy, Mu Rufeng has exchanged identities with this weird. This scene was also discovered by the participating words around, and they looked at Mu Rufeng in surprise. Not only them, but also those words sitting in the audience seats of the arena looked at Mu Rufeng with shock on their faces. How did that contractor become a thug? How did that thug become a spinning top? My God, this is the first time I have seen such a situation. Haha, interesting, too interesting, today's spinning top competition is definitely very interesting. The words in the audience seats became even crazier. Oh my, it seems that there were some small incidents in today's spinning top competition. However, this incident seems to make the competition more interesting. Then, I declare that today's spinning top competition officially begins. Warm reminder, the rules of the game are that there are no rules. A host with black wings and a white suit floated above the stadium and announced the start of the game. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the weirdos wrapped their whips around the gyroscope. Seeing this, Mu Rufeng naturally followed suit. Although he hadn't played a gyroscope for more than 10 years, Mu Rufeng still knew how to play it. He first wrapped the whip around the dent at the top of the gyroscope, which was the weirdo's neck. After wrapping it around several times, Mu Rufeng pulled the whip vigorously. Soon, as the whip was pulled out, it also gave the gyroscope the power to spin. With Mu Rufeng's terrifying power, the gyroscope actually spun rapidly. Immediately, Mu Rufeng waved the long whip in his hand without hesitation and whipped the gyroscope vigorously. Snap! There was a bang. The gyroscope spun faster and faster. Although the gyroscope could not make a sound, its painful expression also let people know how terrible the pain it was suffering at the moment. However, Mu Rufeng had no idea about this, because the gyroscope was spinning too fast and he could not see it clearly. Snap! Snap! Snap snap! The sound of whips was constantly heard around. In the entire arena, the sound of whips almost drowned out the cheers of the audience. Seeing that his gyroscope had entered a stable rotation, Mu Rufeng began to observe the other weird situations. These words were more difficult to whip than Mu Rufeng. Judging from the weird auras, they were all level 5 weirds, which was very scary. Mu Rufeng counted them and found that there were 15 level 5 weirds. Each of them looked like a tough guy and was unusually difficult to mess with. And Mu Rufeng, a level 2 contractor, was mixed in among them, just like a husky mixed in a wolf pack. However, Mu Rufeng did not think he was a husky. So when a weirdo next to him with a ferocious face waved a long whip in his hand and hit Mu Rufeng's head, he used the rule skill on him without hesitation. You are a pig. Mu Rufeng pointed at the man and said. There was no way, this rule skill needed to be shouted out to turn the other party into a pig. Pig? How do you know I'm a pig? The weirdo was obviously stunned. Not only the weirdo, but also Mu Rufeng was stunned. He looked at the tall weirdo in front of him with a hood, and a weird look appeared on his face. Could this weirdo really have a pig's head? Then, in full view of everyone, the weirdo really turned into a pig. It was a fat white pig. Ah! Why did I become like this? You! Is this your ability? The pig was shocked and quickly retreated. Mu Rufeng naturally couldn't let it escape so easily. He also understood what the host said. There were no rules in the spinning top competition. He could kill these weird things without any scruples. Mu Rufeng held the whip in his left hand and the butcher knife in his right hand. He moved to the side of the adult pig in an instant, and then raised his knife. The good pig head fell directly to the ground with a muffled sound. However, what surprised Mu Rufeng was that the pig god whose head was chopped off actually picked up his head, and then jumped far away with a whoosh. Seeing this, Mu Rufeng couldn't give up, and waved his knife again. I saw that the adult pig wrapped the long whip with his tail and whipped his spinning top fiercely, making his spinning top stop in front of the blade. Hwa hwa hwa! Mu Rufeng's butcher knife chopped on the spinning top. Not only did it not hurt the spinning top, but also made it spin faster. You can still play like this, right? Mu Rufeng was also impressed by this operation. It turns out that the spinning top is not only used for whipping, but also can be used to resist the enemy's attack. After all, the spinning top cannot be killed or harmed. Damn, there's something wrong with this guy. He can turn others into pigs. It's a rule skill. The pig ran to a safe distance and shouted at the weirdos. While shouting, he reattached the chopped head to his neck. Good guy, really a good guy, he can't even be beheaded. Mu Rufeng has learned that after chopping off the weirdo's head, he has to go to finish him off. In an instant, all the weirdos turned their eyes to Mu Rufeng's Shen Shang. Do you want to turn into pigs? If you do, I can help. Mu Rufeng smiled. Snap! With a sound, Mu Rufeng whipped the spinning top with a whip. All the weirdos looked at Mu Rufeng with fear, and the murderous butcher knife in his hand. Chapter 128, 1 vs 14, Spiral Takeoff. Monthly vote requested. Although they are all very strong, what they least want to face is the ability of rules. Even if the rule ability is the worst, they can't resist it. Even if the rule requires you to take off your pants on the spot, if they are caught, they have to take off their pants here. So, even if Mu Rufeng is only a second-level contractor, they didn't come forward. Snap! Mu Rufeng whipped the gyroscope again with a whip. Then, he began to look at those weird things. Since these weird things don't take the initiative, he will do it. Because there is only one winner, no matter sooner or later, they have to face each other. Mu Rufeng finally locked on the weird thing that turned into a pig. There is no way, his butcher knife is still hungry and thirsty. After looking at the direction, Mu Rufeng kicked hard and kicked his gyroscope out directly. Bang! There was a loud noise. Mu Rufeng's gyroscope flew over more than 10 meters and hit another gyroscope, making a huge noise. The collision between the two directly changed the rotation speed of both sides. Mu Rufeng's figure was like lightning, and he arrived in an instant. He whipped his own gyroscope again, stabilizing the swaying gyroscope. The other gyroscope was the one that Mu Rufeng turned into a pig. The man was a little surprised to see Mu Rufeng coming, but he was not afraid. He also whipped his gyroscope and tried to stabilize it. However, when Mu Rufeng raised his hand, the bandage on his body shot out quickly and wrapped around the long whip at the first time. Without waiting for the long whip to fall on the gyroscope, Mu Rufeng threw the butcher knife in his hand with his other hand. When the pig saw the butcher knife coming, his face changed slightly, and he jumped high and avoided the attack directly. However, it was precisely because of this that Mu Rufeng saw an opportunity. Mu Rufeng stepped forward and kicked hard, sweeping the bottom of the gyroscope. The huge force directly caused the gyroscope to fly 7 or 8 meters away. However, the gyroscope, which was originally swaying, stabilized after landing. At this moment, Mu Rufeng knew that if he wanted to stop the gyroscope, he needed to use the gyroscope to collide with the opponent's gyroscope. If you hit the gyroscope with your fists or feet or other abilities, it will not affect the gyroscope, but will make it spin faster. Of course, if you use a whip, it will be more labor-saving and the gyroscope will spin faster. At this time, the adult pig that jumped up fell to the ground, and then immediately rushed towards the butcher knife embedded in the ground. From this look, it seems that he is ready to snatch Mu Rufeng's butcher knife. Seeing this, Mu Rufeng sneered, and his figure suddenly flashed, and he appeared in front of the butcher knife before the adult pig. He is now driving the ghost cave, and the ghost cave can enhance one of his contract abilities. Mu Rufeng, who could move instantly within a 4-meter range, doubled his range again to 8 meters. Looking at the flying Chenzu, Mu Rufeng didn't even use his knife, but directly met it with his fist. Ah! Chenzu never expected Mu Rufeng to appear in front of him, and immediately wanted to break suddenly, but how could he break in his current state? A fist as big as a sandbag hit Chenzu's nose fiercely. Chenzu rushed over before, and then flew back at several times the speed. Mu Rufeng used a bandage to pull the handle of the butcher knife to retract it, and then swung the long whip in his hand and whipped the gyroscope. The huge force made his gyroscope hit Chenzu's gyroscope fiercely. Bang! With a sound, the two sides collided and quickly separated. Mu Rufeng's gyroscope took the advantage, the speed did not decrease too much, and it was abnormally stable. On the other hand, Chenzu's gyroscope was already a little shaky. Mu Rufeng took advantage of the victory and whipped his gyroscope again. Once, twice, the pig's gyroscope began to swing greatly. Once the gyroscope appears in this situation, it means that he is about to fall to the ground. Gyroscope, my gyroscope! The pig who had just climbed up from the ground in the distance shouted in fear. At this moment, his pig eyes were bulging out, and his nose was deeply sunken, which looked extremely hideous. When he saw that his gyroscope was about to fall, he didn't care about anything and ran towards it frantically. And, just as he was running wildly, the body of the pig was restored to a human body. It's just that there was still a big pig head on his head. At this time, a gyroscope flew from the side and knocked the pig's head out directly. Hee, your gyroscope will fall if it wants to, I won't let you pass. A weird smile said. Not only him, but also several weirdos nearby looked at Pighead with a smirk on their faces. Because there was only one winner, it would be great if one could be eliminated so quickly. You guys, damn, if you want me dead, I won't let you have an easy time. Pighead roared, and then pressed his hands down, and his whole body leaned forward. Pa! There was a sound. Pighead's hands hit the ground heavily, and then, the human body of Pighead began to deform, and turned into a pig. A huge, super adult pig similar to the ones in the pig farm. Judging from its size, it was actually much larger than the body of the mummy that escaped from the pig farm. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from his body, everyone was slightly frightened. However, they were not afraid at all. The three of them looked at each other strangely and whipped their tops at the same time, causing them to hit the super pig directly. Ouch! The super grown pig howled wildly, lowered his head, and charged forward. The three flying tops were actually knocked away by him, and his own trend continued unabated, heading straight towards Mu Rufeng. Along the way, wherever they passed, whether it was weird or spinning tops, they were all knocked away. What a ferocious pig! Mu Rufeng looked at the adult pig charging towards him and was secretly frightened. Such a pig could definitely be worth more than 1 million. However, he is a special kind of pig-headed monster. Even after being killed, the pig's head can be considered as level 5 pork, but the body will still turn into a human. However, if you get it to a pig farm, due to the special characteristics of the pig farm, it can be completely converted into pigs, so that it can be sold at full price. It's a pity that he can't get this guy to go to the pig farm. By the way, will the director of the pig head factory end up becoming a pig in a pig farm? This thought suddenly came to Mu Rufeng's mind. Not only Director Zudu, but also the original Supervisor Feng and Supervisor Bai. Director Feng's nose has turned into a pig's nose, and Director Bai's legs have also turned into pig legs. Something can be seen from these. I didn't kill you with just one stab. Now I'll stab you again to see if you die. Mu Rufeng sneered, waved the butcher knife in her hand and faced him directly. A cold light flashed away. Mu Rufeng's figure passed through the super adult pig. His blade slid from the lower part of his neck to his tail, and a large amount of internal organs and blood fell out. There was a loud noise of boom. The flying super pig fell heavily to the ground. Mu Rufeng immediately sheathed her knife, then took the whip and slammed her top into the super pig's top again. This collision directly knocked the swinging top to the ground. It rolled a few times and finally stopped. At this time, Mu Rufeng looked at the super adult pig. At this moment, he was lying on the ground, unable to move at all, because his whole body was wrapped in Mu Rufeng's bandage, which was digging into his wounds and sucking blood crazily. With just such skill, the huge adult pig actually became a little shriveled up. Triggered successfully, power plus 0.1, ghost energy plus 0.1%. Since the blood-stained bandage turned into a bloodthirsty bandage, the blood-sucking speed has become faster. Come back! Mu Rufeng waved. After hearing this, the bandage immediately came off his body, and then returned to Mu Rufeng's body. Game participant Pig Lao-san is eliminated. A broadcast sounded throughout the Colosseum. The next moment, the audience burst into enthusiastic shouts. Obviously, these viewers were also aroused by this first elimination battle. This human being is really amazing. Yes, a 2-level contractor killed Zhu Lao-san. I said, how about we take action together and eliminate this guy first? Yes, but he has regular skills and can turn us into pigs. Hey, what are you worried about? There must be a limit, otherwise, he would have turned us all into pigs. Those weird people gathered together, staring at Mu Rufeng, discussing something. Finally, they made the decision to deal with Mu Rufeng together. If someone turns into a pig, he will be unlucky, but they have also reached an agreement that as long as Mu Rufeng is not dead, they cannot attack the weird person who turned into a pig. In an instant, these 14 strange things surrounded Mu Rufeng. They led the attack with tops, which would make them immune to Mu Rufeng's attacks, and at the same time prevent Mu Rufeng from seeing them so they could use regular skills, and they could also intercept Mu Rufeng. 14 level 5 tricks, I have to say, Mu Rufeng was still a little panicked. The main problem is the top. Without the top, Mu Rufeng would definitely not be afraid to face these 14 5th level tricks. Everyone, be careful. This contractor is very strange. He actually possesses ghosts. At this time, a strange person suddenly exclaimed. What? Ghost? A strange and shocked person. That's right, I just used the ghost invasion and was stopped by his ghost. The weird one said. You actually have ghosts too. You actually have ghosts too. You actually. Subconsciously, I read these strange things again. No matter what you say, let's take action together and kill this contractor first. The weird one with the ghost rolled his eyes and said. Chapter 129 Illusion, Fratricide 4000 words, please give me a monthly ticket. Ghost domain is definitely not a common thing. Those who can possess ghost domain are definitely the best among the same level. Therefore, those weirdos were surprised that they possessed the ghost domain. When a group of weirdos passed by, they immediately became gods, and then looked at Mu Rufeng fiercely. No matter what, they killed this human contractor first, which was also a happy thing. Facing the siege of the weirdos, Mu Rufeng was not panicked at all. Mu Rufeng pulled hard and hit his gyroscope against a gyroscope in front of him. With a loud bang, the two collided fiercely. Because Mu Rufeng was the attacker, the latter was directly knocked out by him. However, before Mu Rufeng's gyroscope stabilized, 3 gyroscopes around him rushed towards Mu Rufeng's gyroscope. In addition, there were 3 or 4 gyroscopes attacking Mu Rufeng himself. The remaining gyroscopes were also supporting around, ready to attack at any time. Snap! Snap! The sound of whips cracking was endless. Facing the attacking gyro, Mu Rufeng naturally used instant movement. When he came to his gyro, he whipped it and knocked it out again. And he used instant movement again. The whole person left the encirclement directly, followed his gyro, and reappeared on the periphery. However, the few weirdos who were coordinating on the periphery saw this and whipped their own gyros, and attacked Mu Rufeng and his gyro again. You are a pig. Mu Rufeng cast the rule skill on a guy without hesitation. At the same time, he took out the mouth that loves to sing and used it directly. Please specify the target object and the song to be sung. The next second, the weirdo he specified suddenly gave up whipping the gyro and then sang loudly. One end is round and the other end is pointed. Pull the rope and it will turn. The small top turns fast, the big top turns slowly. Guess which one will stop first? One end is round and the other end is pointed. Pull the rope and it will turn. A nursery rhyme of Beva was sung from this weirdo's mouth, and in an instant, it attracted everyone's attention. I said, "What the hell are you playing here? Fuck, what the hell are you singing?" Several weirdos immediately cursed. However, the singing weirdo still ignored them completely, and even started to dance. At this time, Mu Rufeng whipped the top hard, and instantly hit the top of the singing weirdo. The huge force directly made the two fly out. When the two landed, Mu Rufeng teleported over immediately and whipped his own top to stabilize it. And the other weird top was also shaking because its owner did not whip it, becoming extremely unstable. The owner of the spinning top was still singing loudly, dancing happily, and twisting his butt. Damn, you're still dancing, your spinning top is about to fall down. A weirdo shouted angrily. This must be that guy's prop. He can force singing at level 5. It must be a rule prop. Rule prop? How can this kid have rule props? How to play this? Come on, help that guy stabilize the spinning top first. A weirdo said kindly. However, there was no weirdo answer. Their eyes flickered, as if they were considering whether to eliminate this singing and dancing guy first. Nothing else, because this guy is the weirdo who owns the ghost domain. In their opinion, it is only a matter of time before Mu Rufeng is defeated by more than a dozen weirdos. And this weirdo who owns the ghost domain makes them feel terrified. They didn't dare to attack him before, but now, being restricted by the rule props of the human contractor, isn't it an opportunity to eliminate him? Several weirdos with ulterior motives looked at each other, and seemed to have made a decision. Just at this moment, a weirdo suddenly pulled his gyroscope towards the shaky gyroscope. Oh, your hand is crooked, hurry up, get your gyroscope away. The weirdo shouted to the weirdo who was singing and dancing. However, the weirdo was still singing, and of course, the veins on his forehead could be clearly seen. Bang! With a loud bang, the two gyroscopes collided directly with each other. The original one was already shaky, and after being hit, the amplitude of the swaying was even greater. This was not over yet, and two other weirdos whipped their gyroscopes and attacked the guy. In this situation, there was no surprise, and the two gyroscopes collided directly with each other, one on the left and one on the right. Two crisp sounds rang out, and the gyroscope actually stopped in place and stopped rotating in an upright state. Good man, these two strange moves were just right. Soon, the gyroscope fell to the ground, rolled for a distance, and finally stopped. At the moment when the gyroscope stopped spinning, the strange head that was still singing loudly exploded directly. The red and white things splashed out instantly. Mu Rufeng also reacted quickly and hid behind his gyroscope at the first time. However, he forgot that the gyroscope was spinning. Therefore, the red and white things that splashed over flew towards Mu Rufeng perfectly. Fortunately, his bandage stopped it at the first time. Red ones were directly absorbed, and white ones were directly bounced away, which made Mu Rufeng extremely pleased. Game participant Catfish was eliminated. The second eliminated player appeared only a few minutes after the game started. It must be said that this speed is extremely fast. In the previous spinning top competition, it would take at least 3 to 5 minutes for the first eliminated player to appear, and the second one would take 7 to 8 minutes, or even more than 10 minutes. It would be impossible to decide the final winner in less than 40 to 50 minutes after a game. At this moment, the weirdos in the audience cheered to their heart's content. Obviously, this spinning top competition really excited them. Especially the body that was eliminated, without a head, but still dancing. A mouth appeared on the headless body, and a cheerful singing voice came out of that mouth, and it was a female voice. Mu Rufeng knew that even if a person died, as long as the singing time was not over, he had to sing and dance for him. At this moment, Mu Rufeng quietly appeared beside the strange creature that he had just turned into a pig. The butcher knife in his hand fell fiercely, but what surprised Mu Rufeng was that the strange figure turned into a cloud of mist and disappeared. Hey! Mu Rufeng frowned and looked into the distance. Mu Rufeng didn't expect that this guy actually had the ability to teleport. Of course, Mu Rufeng also knew that these strange creatures basically had their own abilities. Look, the ground under my feet has been covered with a thin layer of ice at some point, and it is slippery when I walk. There was a heat wave coming from the side, but there was a strange creature with red flames all over his body, accompanied by choking smoke. Even, Mu Rufeng saw a strange creature directly turned into a pool of yellow mucus, accompanied by a strong smell of corpse. The rest of the strange creatures also exerted their own powers. Only one weirdo was still standing there without moving, but he could feel the fluctuation of ghost power in his body, and he was obviously using his own ability. His face was still a little surprised, as if he was wondering why his ability was useless. Mu Rufeng sneered, he could clearly feel that the other party was polluting his spirit. In theory, Mu Rufeng's ability can only be immune to mental pollution and curses of level 4 and below, but Mu Rufeng now has more than 1,000 spirits, so it's almost enough for a level 6 weirdo to come. Mu Rufeng stood there without moving, because there was no need. His ghost domain had already been deployed, and he didn't forget that the first ability of his ghost domain was Rebound. Facing multiple sieges, it is definitely a super god skill. Whether it was flames, or smelly and highly corrosive corpse water, or flying needles containing extremely strong ghost energy, they were all rebounded by Mu Rufeng's ghost domain. Moreover, Mu Rufeng did not return them all, but attacked all the attacks towards a weirdo. Without any surprise, the weirdo was directly beaten to ashes by a bunch of attacks. It was at the moment when the weirdo died that the gyroscope belonging to him stopped spinning and fell to the ground. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. They never thought that their attacks would be rebounded. What they didn't expect was that the attack could be rebounded to a certain place. Ghost Domain, this is the ability of the Ghost Domain. A weirdo shouted. Quick, we must kill him first, otherwise, we will definitely die. Another weirdo also shouted. Don't use long-range attacks, use melee to deal with him. If you have weapons, it's best to use weapons. After the weirdo said this, he took out a sharpened steel pipe. Seeing this, other weirdos took out their weapons one after another. Some people even wrapped the whip around their hands without weapons, and then grabbed one end of the cow bone as a weapon. Melee? Close combat? Haha, a bunch of little losers dare to come up? I'll wait here. Mu Rufeng laughed and pointed the butcher knife in his hand at them. Boy, you are so arrogant, does your mother know? A tall weirdo said angrily. Why are you still wasting time talking to him? Hurry up, I can use my ability to temporarily block the space so that the guy can't teleport. Another weirdo shouted. Okay. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard it. You know, this guy's teleportation ability is also a headache for them. Even if they were besieging the gyro and it was already shaky, as long as it didn't stop instantly, Mu Rifeng could use teleportation to get to his gyro and revive it. 5 weirdos holding weapons quickly approached Mu Rifeng. Seeing this, Mu Rifeng sneered, "A bunch of ants, watch me kill you." At this time, Mu Rifeng suddenly moved to one side. Seeing this, a group of weirdos changed their moves and attacked that side. What made the weirdos happy was that Mu Rifeng seemed to be slow to react, and he was successfully hit on the shoulder by a weirdo with an axe. The next step was a steel pipe, which was stabbed into his heart. That was not enough, he was hit on the top of his head by a weirdo with a cow bone. With a muffled sound of bang, his head was directly smashed by the cow bone. Haha, dead. The weirdo holding the cow bone laughed. However, at this moment, a cold light flashed, and the weirdo was cut in half from head to anus. This is not the end. Another flash of cold light flashed, and the strange body was cut horizontally into 4 halves. Mu Rifeng stood aside and slowly put away the knife, looking at the remaining 3 strange with a strange face. Triggering successfully, physical fitness plus 0.1, ghost power plus 0.1%. No, this guy is not dead, he has other abilities. Illusion, it's an illusion, hurry up, kill him. The 3 strange were shocked and chopped at Mu Rifeng again without saying a word. However, what shocked the 3 was that the attacks of 2 of the strange fell on the 3rd strange, and the attack of the 3rd strange fell on the 1st strange. It's really fun. Mu Rifeng's figure reappeared, and the butcher knife flashed past, and he actually pierced through 3 directly, and chopped off the heads of the 3 strange almost at the same time. Triggering success, strength plus 0.1, ghost power plus 0.1%. Triggering success, spirit plus 0.1, ghost power plus 0.1%. Triggering success, spirit plus 0.1, ghost power plus 0.1%. Mu Rifeng's current strength is really not weak, 3 attributes have exceeded 1,000, and they have not just broken 1,000. He also has a ghost domain, and the ghost domain also has 3 powerful abilities, rebound, illusion, and enhanced contract ability. The butcher knife in his hand is also extremely powerful. An ordinary level 5 weirdness is really killed in seconds in front of Mu Rifeng. This is just because the ability of the contract is auxiliary, otherwise his strength will reach a stronger level. Just a ghost domain can occupy a great advantage. Just like now, a simple illusion made them go around in circles, and a rebound made them lose a general, and they dared not use long-range or energy attacks. Speaking of which, the strength of the contractor is actually stronger than the ordinary weirdness. Because the contractor not only has some props, but can also contract multiple weirds. If those contracted weirds are willing to take action, it is equivalent to multiple against 1. The only disadvantage is that the level of the contracted weird is linked to the player. If the player dies, the contracted weird will not die, but will also suffer a serious injury and drop in level. Of course, if the contractor dies, most of the contracted weirds will have no way to survive. Therefore, many weirds are actually unwilling to contract with humans. Unless you can offer enough benefits. There are only a few of you left. Tell me, how do you want to die? Mu Rifeng looked at the remaining 9 weirds. In a short period of time, 7 of the 16 contestants have been eliminated. Damn, this guy is too weird. 5 of us will stop him, and the 4 of us will deal with his gyroscope. A weird instantly thought of a countermeasure that was not a countermeasure, and then shouted loudly. I have been busy these days and have very little time to write. Sorry. I will update 1 chapter of 4,000 words today to see if I have time to write when I get home tonight. After these 2 days, I will resume updating 3 times a day. Chapter 130, Cleared the Game, The Secrets and Bloodiness of the Game Dungeon Monthly Vote Request. They don't need to kill Mu Rufeng, they just need to stop him for a short time. As long as Mu Rufeng's gyro is killed, then Mu Rufeng will naturally be eliminated and die. However, Mu Rufeng is not stupid. He used teleportation to return to his gyro when the word yelled. Snap! A sound. Mu Rufeng whipped his gyro faster. His teleportation ability can be used. After he killed the word that could temporarily block the space, his teleportation can be used. It's just that Mu Rufeng's ghost power is almost exhausted now. Although his ghost power has been multiplied by the plug-in killing monsters will make you stronger, it is still only around the peak of level 3. He fought with multiple level 5 weirds, not to mention that he also used the power of the ghost domain many times, and the consumption of the ghost domain was huge. Of course, it doesn't really matter, he can just use Xiao Ying's ghost power directly. Even if he could only use the power of the contract, Mu Rufeng could move freely with the ability of teleportation. However, he could not use Xiao Ying's ghost power to activate his own ghost domain. Mu Rufeng was not afraid of them. After all, after the ghost power was exhausted, Mu Rufeng's various attributes were still there. Although with brute force, it takes multi-directional finishing blows to completely kill a weird. Snap! Mu Rufeng put all his strength into this move and whipped his gyroscope away. And the target was the weird gyroscope closest to him. The owner of the weird gyroscope was shocked when he saw this, and immediately whipped his gyroscope and dodged to one side. However, Mu Rufeng's gyroscope was too fast. Although it did not hit the center completely, it also hit the side. The terrifying force directly knocked the weird gyroscope away, and then hit another weird gyroscope again. Almost instantly, the weird gyroscope that was hit hard became shaky. The weirdo didn't dare to fight back against Mu Rufeng, and quickly ran towards his own gyro, trying to save it. Mu Rufeng teleported to the side of his gyro, and then whipped it hard again, heading towards the shaky gyro. At this moment, the weirdos around him had reacted, whipping their own gyros and attacking Mu Rufeng's gyro again. Bang! 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 A series of collisions sounded. Mu Rufeng's gyro didn't break through their encirclement. This surprised Mu Rufeng a little. But he was relieved soon. Although the power of these level 5 weirdos is not as strong as Mu Rufeng's, the strength of their ghost energy is very strong. Using ghost power to whip the gyro is not inferior to Mu Rufeng's powerful gyro. Of course, compared with the two, one uses ghost power and the other uses his own strength. The result is self-evident. One's own strength must be more durable than the weird ghost power. At this moment, Mu Rufeng's ghost power has been exhausted, so he is not going to kill the weird himself. Instead, he wants to use his own strength to whip the spinning top, and then kill the remaining weird contestants with the power of the spinning top. When he encounters a pincer attack from everyone, Mu Rufeng will use Xiao Ying's ghost power to perform instant movement and retreat, which is equivalent to flying a kite. In this way, without any surprises, Mu Rufeng relied on the kite-flying tactics to exhaust the ghost power of these guys, and then eliminated them one by one with the spinning top. From the beginning to the end, it took only half an hour. 16 contestants were eliminated, and only Mu Rufeng, the contractor, was left. Ah, it's over, today's spinning top competition is over. It's over in just half an hour, and our winner is the level 2 contractor, Mr. Mu. Let's cheer for Mr. Mu together. Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. The winged bird man, holding a microphone, shouted loudly. In an instant, warm cheers rang out on the field. Of course, most of them were sighing and booing. At this moment, Mu Rufeng's consciousness became blurred, but he quickly recovered. At this moment, he was already standing in a more luxurious room. Behind him was a soft leather sofa, surrounded by many gorgeous foods and various fruits. Next to him, there was also a weirdo, who was none other than his spinning top. The winged bird man, the host, was also in the room, sitting on the soft leather sofa in front of Mu Rufeng. Congratulations, you won this time, you can pass the level, leave here, and return to the real world. The host had a smile on his face, and seemed very happy. Haha, I won, host, where is my share? The weirdo on the side was overjoyed and asked quickly. The host glanced at him, then took out a stack of soul notes and threw it to him, and then said, "You are lucky today, go away." Hehe, thank you host, and, boy, you are also very good. Although it hurts me, I won. After thanking him, the weirdo praised Mu Rufeng and strode towards the door on the left. Soon, the weirdo left here. In this way, only Mu Rufeng and the host were left in the room. Here, kid, this is your share. The host took out 10,000 soul notes and threw them on the table in front of Mu Rufeng. Mu Rufeng did not look at the stack of soul notes, but sat directly on the sofa behind him, facing the host. Seeing this, the host smiled, took out another stack of soul notes, and said, "Kid, if you can tell me how you became a thug, I will give you another 10,000 soul notes." Hehe. Mu Rufeng smiled and said, "Of course it is a rule-based prop." Rule-based props? What are they? I will pay 100,000 yuan to buy your prop. The host said calmly, and at the same time threw the 10,000 soul notes in his hand on the table. 100,000? Although I have never been to the weird world, I still know the basic prices. 100,000 yuan? Are you sending beggars? Mu Rufeng said with a sneer. Well, then you name a price. The host did not expect Mu Rufeng to know the price of these props. Before talking about this, I want to ask you a few questions. Mu Rufeng said. You say. The host said. You just said that I have passed the level and can return to the real world, so what about the human audience? And what about the players who are playing the mini-game? The host Wen Yan said with a smile, the human audience naturally returned to the audience seats of the first, second, and third levels. As for the players who are playing the mini-game, they naturally have to slowly pass the first level and then come to the final level. You mean, if you want to return to the real world, you need to pass all 4 levels. Mu Rufeng's face was a little ugly. Of course, this is the game rule of this copy. The host nodded. You should know what's going on in the game, right? Mu Rufeng asked again. Of course I know. As the resident host of Let's Play Games Together, I have a small amount of authority and can see the situation in the game. I know, you want to ask about the problem of players who are stuck in the first level and cannot enter the game, right? The host paused here, and without waiting for Mu Rufeng to speak, he continued, your rule prop is indeed very powerful. It can modify the rules of each level of the mini-game. The rules of the game copy are overriding your rules. This time is about 10 hours. After 10 hours, the rules will be restored. And the 2 sandbag throwers in the first level will also be recruited again. The host said. Mu Rufeng frowned when he heard this, and the host's meaning was very clear. In other words, even if Mu Rufeng has passed the level, he can only return to the real world by himself. And those spectators, including Captain Zhou, Lao He, Tian Buletin, and others, will continue to start from the first level of throwing sandbags after 10 hours. How long will this copy last? Mu Rufeng asked again. The duration of the dungeon is 24 hours. During this period, as long as there are contractors who enter the dungeon, they can enter the dungeon to play games. After 24 hours, the dungeon will leave the real world. Of course, if the dungeon is not cleared, those players will be eliminated. Said the host. Mu Rufeng was silent for a long time, then he slowly said, what about the 4th level? If ordinary people reach the final level and become a spinning top, how can ordinary people compete with the weird spinning top? Isn't your 4th level obviously letting players die? You asked a good question. I can only say that you are unlucky. The fourth level game can be said to be independent and divided into two types, one is weird and the other is human. Weirds play spinning top games with weirds, and humans play with humans. It's unfortunate that when you reached the fourth level, the weird spinning top game was just short of one person, so you were used to make up the number. Otherwise, the fourth level will gather 16 players, and then the game will be played. As for not being able to make up the number, as long as there are more than 3 people, you can play the game. If you can't get 3 people, you have to play the game with the weird. The host was very patient and explained the game to Mu Rufeng one by one. Mu Rufeng looked a little unhappy when he heard this. If the host said that 16 players would play the game, and they would all say the identity of the spinning top and be beaten strangely. In the end, only one player can win and return to reality. As for not being able to gather enough people, that is impossible. With hundreds of people, even if they have to sacrifice their lives, some people will eventually reach the fourth level. I wrote a chapter in a hurry, and I am almost exhausted. I have to sleep for a while, it is unbearable. I will resume 3 updates tomorrow. Chapter 131 A Copy of a Death Sentence? I end number 039, LL let the bloody train reason with you. Monthly VOT. In summary, this dungeon of Let's Play games together is simply a bloody slaughterhouse. Okay, enough of the small talk, name a price, sell me your rule props. The host said. I may disappoint you, that is a one-time rule prop. Mu Rufeng said. One-time rule props. The host's face suddenly darkened. Do you think I will believe it? The host said coldly. Whether you believe it or not is your business, not mine, and I have already explained it to my companions after the first level. Mu Rufeng said lightly. Okay, you dare to play tricks on me. The host looked at Mu Rufeng with a gloomy look. Do you think you have returned, so I can't do anything to you? Indeed, I can't do anything to you, a contractor who has passed the level, but you can collect the bodies of your companions. The host said coldly. Although he only has a small part of the authority, he can't even affect the content of the game. However, in the fourth level, he can use his authority to allow players to directly engage in gyroscopic battles with the weird. Although it is not unlimited, it is still no problem for those people in TNB. Hehe, you said, I dismantled this game copy, what do you think? Mu Rufeng said with a faint smile. Haha. The host was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then laughed. Just you? A small second-level contractor. Excuse me, is the level of the game copy higher or lower than the level of the bloody train? Mu Rufeng asked politely. Bloody train? Haha, do you still know the bloody train? The bloody train is an 8th level vehicle, and our game copy is only a 7th level game, but, so what? Can the bloody train still listen to you? The host sneered. Okay, I'm too lazy to talk to you, a bug, and get out of here. The host waved his hand and said. The next second, a prompt sound appeared in Mu Rufeng's mind. Ding! Detected that the player has cleared 4 rounds of game levels and has met the conditions for clearing the dungeon. Return countdown 179, 178, 176. 3 minutes? That should be about it. Mu Rufeng murmured, and then took out a card. Speaking of which, since he got the Bloody Train Black Gold membership card, he has never summoned the Bloody Train, whether in the real world or the weird world. Since this game dungeon requires human lives, then Mu Rufeng doesn't mind using the Bloody Train to break it. A strong ghost aura instantly spread out. When the host saw the card that Mu Rufeng took out, his face changed instantly. Although he had never seen the Bloody Train's black gold card, he could feel the breath of the Bloody Train from it. It was because he also had the Bloody Train's gold membership card. At the same time, in the weird world, a plane somewhere. Woo woo woo. The loud whistle sounded throughout the plain. This is an endless plain, with flowers and plants planted on the plain. Just take a closer look, there are heads above those flowers and plants. Human head flowers, human head grass, this is an extremely weird place. When the wind blows, there are also the sound of human heads whispering. Are these heads alive? And in such a weird place, there is an ancient city tower. It was at this time that an old platform loomed in the outer area of the city tower, and then it appeared there completely. When the platform appeared, many weird things walked into the platform from nowhere. It's just surprising that these weird things are actually human head grass and human head flowers. Woo woo woo. Besides, what's more? Outside the horizon, a train emitting a strange light emerged. The train did not run on the ground, but in the air, at a very fast speed. It only took half a minute to enter the station. It was just that when it was about to enter the station, the speed slowed down, and it took nearly a minute to enter the station completely and stop. Chi! The door of the carriage was opened. The attendants walked out of the carriage with cold faces, waiting for the passengers to come to check their tickets. When the human heads and flowers saw this scene, they immediately staggered towards that side. Not long after, the human heads and flowers were halfway up. Just at this moment, a strange wave suddenly came from a distant place. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The bloody train suddenly burst out with an extremely strong suction force, and it directly sucked the passengers and attendants who had not yet checked their tickets into the carriage. Kaka! The doors of all carriages were closed instantly. Woo woo woo! The whistle sounded again, and a thick black smoke rose from the front of the train. Afterwards, the black ghost domain instantly spread out from the train, and then turned into a strange road, piercing the sky. Indistinctly, at the end of this road, there seems to be a very modern commercial shopping center. This is Black Gold Card? The Black Gold Card of the bloody train. The host's face was full of disbelief. Hey? You actually know it? Mu Rifeng looked at the host with a little surprise. Impossible, how is this possible? How can a mere level 2 contractor like you have the Black Gold Card of the bloody train? The host was shocked. It's simple, just charge more money. Mu Rifeng said with a faint smile. You. Humph, even if you have the Black Gold Card, so what? Even if the bloody train senses your call, it will definitely not arrive in a short time. When it returns to reality, everything will be over. The host snorted coldly. Hey? How do you know it can't arrive in a short time? Mu Rifeng said. The host's face turned gloomy when he heard this. Of course, he was not sure. It was just his own guess. The bloody train must be very far away. Even if it is an 8th level vehicle, can it come in just a few minutes? The host said. Mu Rifeng was about to speak when his mobile phone suddenly rang. Mu Rifeng picked it up and found that the caller was the conductor of the bloody train. Immediately, he pressed the connect button. Hello, Mr. Mu, did you encounter any problems? I see you used the privileges of the Black Gold Card. The voice of the conductor came from the phone. Well, conductor, there is a small matter that needs your help. It is a level 7 game copy. How long will it take you to get here? Mu Rifeng said. Mr. Mu, don't worry, we are already on the road with all our strength. We will arrive in half a minute. The conductor said. Okay, then I will trouble the conductor. Mu Rifeng said. No trouble, signal, good, cross, communication, wait, 20 seconds. The conductor's voice suddenly became intermittent, making it difficult to hear. Okay, I'll wait. Mu Rifeng said, and hung up the call directly. The one who called you was the conductor of the bloody train. The host looked like he had seen a ghost. He didn't think Mu Rifeng was acting, because the weight of the bloody train Black Gold Card alone was enough. Hee. Mu Rifeng smiled without saying anything. He glanced at the countdown. There were still 2.5 minutes left, enough time. The host opened his mouth to speak, and at this time, the lights in the room began to flicker. Woo woo woo. Besides, what's more? Indistinctly, the sound of the train whistle and the sound of the rails came into his ears. The host was shocked. How is this possible? How can it be so fast, and it hasn't even arrived yet? It can affect the ghost domain of the game. Mu Rifeng, no, Mr. Mu, you quickly stop the train, I can guarantee that your companions will not be harmed. The host said hurriedly. No harm? It's as if you can harm them. If you can let them pass the dungeon directly, I can consider it. Mu Rifeng said lightly. Humph, I heard recently that the bloody train was targeted by the Glutton cruise ship. Although it ran away, it was also severely damaged. Come on, are we afraid of a severely damaged bloody train in our game dungeon? The host snorted coldly. Haha, yes, it was severely damaged, so what nonsense are you talking about? Mu Rifeng said coldly. Yes, it was severely damaged, but it was the Gluttony cruise that was severely damaged. If the captain of the Gluttony cruise had not decisively used his ability, he would not have been able to escape. Boy, don't force me, otherwise, I will risk being fired from the game and kill you. Do you believe it? The host's face was cold, and the ghost power in his body burst out instantly. The price of killing Mu Rifeng was actually unbearable for him, so he just scared Mu Rifeng. Mu Rifeng was rushed by this momentum, his face changed slightly, and he unconsciously took a step back. This guy is a level 6 ghost, the same level as the level 6 firefighter ghost he first met. The gap is not so easy to make up. Mu Rifeng feels that if he goes all out, he will definitely not be able to kill this guy. Even if he has rule skills and rule props. After all, his level is still too low, and the only weird thing in the contract is Xiaoying, and they are all auxiliary abilities. It's up to you, at worst I can return directly, anyway I can summon the bloody train in the real world. Mu Rifeng shrugged indifferently. Yes, he can summon the bloody train in the real world. Moreover, he has now cleared the dungeon, so he said he returned to the real world, but in fact he appeared at the door of the dungeon. Hey! Wait, if I return now, can I enter the dungeon again from the door? Mu Rifeng suddenly thought of this. If this is possible, then he can refresh the dungeon many times and start leveling directly. It has only been more than 3 hours since the opening. I secretly updated a chapter, and no one should find it. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a subscription. Chapter 132 The collision between the bloody train and the rules of the game, who will win? Please. The dungeon lasts for 24 hours. With Mu Rifeng's ability, he can definitely clear the level in a short time. As for the last level, just ask the host to help him fight the top battle with Wei. No, in the second and third levels, one person cannot play the game alone, but if those players are together, they will fall in the fourth level, and only one person can survive alone. However, Mu Rifeng thought about it again and felt that after clearing the dungeon and returning to reality, it would probably be impossible to enter again, because it was impossible for him to take advantage of this loophole in the weird world. You. The host looked very ugly when he heard this. Now, he really has no way to deal with Mu Rifeng. Okay, if that's the case, then I'll wait for the arrival of the bloody train. After the host finished speaking, the whole person turned into a black mist and disappeared. Time passed minute by minute, Mu Rifeng counted down in her heart. Mu Rifeng walked to the window, opened the curtains, and looked outside. Everything outside was filled with thick, dark fog. Whoa! A loud whistle sounded from a distance. The originally calm thick fog rolled back in an instant and dispersed in all directions. The bloody train is coming. Real world. Outside If Business Center. Chu Lianhong was standing outside the tent, staring at the if center that was continuously blocked, feeling extremely anxious. It's already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. First of all, nearly 3 hours have passed since Lao He entered the dungeon. An hour and a half has passed since Zhou Wen, Mu Rufeng, and the others entered the dungeon. For such a long time, there was no movement in this copy. This also shows that no one has cleared this copy. She didn't know the specific situation inside, or what happened to Mu Rufeng, Tianbi, and the others. After all, she is just a small second-level contractor, and she has not even been an official player for a month. That is to say, she had joined the relevant department more than half a year ago as a preliminary player. Otherwise, Team Zhou would not let her take command. She has already reported the matter here to the capital headquarters. The response from the headquarters is also very simple, that is, wait. At the latest, before 6 o'clock, the level 5 strongman from the headquarters will arrive. The higher the level, the stronger the strength. Because this is not just a matter of level, but also the many strange and accumulated props contracted under multiple copies. Especially, after level 5, there will be a huge difference in strength. That is Geixi. The 5th level strongman from the headquarters contracted with 3 strange and powerful figures with ghostly powers. A 5th level contractor can already contract 5 weirdos, but he only contracted 3. Why? Because the ones he contracted with were all powerful weirdos, and the weak weirdos were not worthy of contracting with him. In other words, he and the weirdos he contracted with disliked the weak weirdos. The more contracts you have, the stronger your strength will be. It depends on the contract. Otherwise, if you contract some rubbish weirdos, how can you fight against powerful weirdos? For example, if you contracted a level 3 weirdo, and then moved it to level 5, the weird thing is still level 3. How can you use its ability to fight against a level 5 weirdo? Some weird things with low potential will not be upgraded as your level increases. Therefore, smart contractors will not make random contracts and occupy contract slots. After all, once a contract is made, it cannot be broken. The settings have been modified. Once the contract is made, it cannot be terminated. I hope you will forgive me. 6 o'clock, it's only 2 o'clock in the afternoon, there are still 4 hours, it's really troublesome. Chu Lianhong paced back and forth. She even wanted to go right in. However, now that she is the on-site commander, she cannot leave here at all. Sister Hong, there is a situation. The instrument has detected huge ghost power fluctuations. At this time, Qian Xiaoai ran out of the tent quickly and shouted loudly. Because of the emergency here, the only special instrument was moved here from the headquarters. When Chu Lianhong heard this, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the if center. She didn't go in to see the device because the device could only detect. Soon, the contractors around them all looked up at the if center, wanting to see if there were any changes. Whoa! A train whistle suddenly sounded. Although the sound seemed to come from far away, Chu Lianhong really heard it. Sister Hong, did you hear it? There seems to be the sound of a train. Qian Xiaoai said. Did you hear it too? What about you? Chu Lianhong asked the people around him. When the contractors heard this, they all nodded. At this time, a reserve player said, Sister Hong, I didn't hear you. I didn't hear it either. The preparatory players who were doing odd jobs all shook their heads to indicate that they didn't hear. Isn't it impossible? Chu Lianhong thought of a terrible situation. This whistle was very familiar to her. Wasn't it from the bloody train? It hadn't been long, but she still remembered it clearly. No, it's definitely not. How could the bloody train appear here? Chu Lianhong didn't believe it. However, the next scene completely broke her fantasy. Whoa! A clearer whistle sounded. It was accompanied by the voice of what's more, what's more, what's more. At the same time, on the first floor of the IF Business Center, an old platform slowly emerged. However, when the platform emerged, a large amount of ghost energy gushed out from the if center, trying to submerge the platform. At this moment, the platform became somewhat looming. This is a competition between the two, a ghost den. One has not arrived yet, and the other is on its own territory. The advantage is obvious to the latter. Logically speaking, it is definitely the if center that should have the upper hand. However, the platform actually began to become real, and the ghost energy that rushed in began to be slowly expelled. This is very obvious, the bloody train has the advantage. Suddenly, an ethereal voice sounded from the if center. An even more terrifying momentum burst out. The platform of the bloody train was instantly shrouded by ghost power and turned into a black mist. Obviously, the arrival of the bloody train also greatly stimulated the game copy. Retreat, retreat immediately, and take the equipment away quickly. Chu Lianhong did not dare to stay any longer and shouted for people to retreat. Upon hearing this, the crowd did not dare to watch nearby and immediately followed the instructions. Soon, they packed up their things, retreated hundreds of meters, and stood in a position where they could see the if center again. There were no ordinary residents in the surrounding buildings. Although it was a bit difficult, under the strong execution of the relevant departments, they were all cleared out at the first time. Woo woo woo! A loud whistle sounded. A huge black vortex appeared in the sky. In the center of the vortex, a hideous locomotive emerged from it. Immediately, the bloody train violently crashed into the if center under the shock of the players. The collision between the two set off a terrifying ghost power, which spread around. Some low objects or car statues on the ground were blown away in an instant. Even the glass products of the surrounding buildings were shattered instantly. Chu Lianhong and others in the distance were also shaken by the aftermath, and their ghost power surged all over their bodies. Their faces were pale and bloodless. Crack, crack, crack. The layer of black fog covering the outside of the if center actually showed cracks. Finally, a large area of black fog was dissipated, and an old platform appeared below. Immediately, the train circled around the if center and slowly stopped at the platform. What happened here? Why did the bloody train appear here? Chu Lianhong was shocked when she saw this scene. What happened here? Why did the bloody train appear here? At this time, a voice came to Chu Lianhong's ears. Chu Lianhong looked over suddenly, and a man with a crying face mask appeared beside her. Who are you? Chu Lianhong jumped back and pulled away from a safe distance, her face extremely solemn. She could not sense the existence of the man in front of her at all. Beijing Headquarters, Captain of the First Action Team, Xie Xian. The clown man took out an ID and showed it. Beijing? I am Chu Lianhong, a member of the Changsha Wanqinj detachment. Chu Lianhong quickly calmed down and said. Why are you the only one left here? Where is Tian Lin? Hasn't he come out yet? Xie Xian said. Captain Xie, no one who entered the dungeon has come out. Just now, for some reason, the bloody train also appeared here. Chu Lianhong himself also had a vague understanding. Upon hearing this, Xie Xian looked deeply at the if center and the bloody train, without saying a word, as if thinking about something. Captain Xie, what should we do now? Chu Lianhong was very anxious now. Someone from Beijing came, and she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wait. Xie Xian uttered a word. Wait. Yes, there must be changes that we don't know about inside, and we are waiting for them to show results. Xie Xian said slowly. Chu Lianhong heard this and didn't say much. After all, the current situation is indeed dangerous, and it is impossible to enter the dungeon rashly. Because entering the dungeon under such circumstances is no different from committing suicide. Suddenly, Xie Xian frowned and looked at the outer area. Why haven't those ordinary people been cleared out yet, and are they still gathered around the outer area? Xie Xian said. This. Captain Xiet, Tianbu issued an order before and had cleared the people out. After Tianbu entered the dungeon, those ordinary people gathered again during this period of time. There are too many people, and it is difficult for the soldiers to forcibly expel them, otherwise it will cause bad effects. Chu Lianhong explained. Then why not mobilize more people to continue to expand the blockade? Xie Xian said. One chapter first, the rest in the evening. Chapter 133 The Fierce Bloody Train, the disappeared copy game asking for monthly tickets. I don't have the authority to mobilize more people, and this place is in the most prosperous business district in the city, the impact is too great. Chu Lianhong said with a wry smile. Authority? That's right, how can you, a small shrimp, mobilize it? Without Tianlin's order, I guess those people dare not move without permission. Xie Xian muttered, took out his mobile phone, and then made a call. After a long time, he hung up the phone, and then said to Chu Lianhong, I have mobilized more people. Now, you send someone to the airport to pick up my men here. The plane is about to land. Okay, Captain Xiet. Chu Lianhong responded immediately. After speaking, Chu Lianhong immediately sent people to the airport. Inside the IF center, Mu Rufeng looked at the countdown, and there was only 1 minute left. It was at this time that the bloody train successfully stopped in the IF center. A blood light shot out from the platform and then locked onto the room where Mu Rufeng was. The next moment, a wall in the room disappeared, and in its place, there was the platform of the bloody train. As the train door opened, a figure hurried over. That person was none other than the conductor of the bloody train. Mr. Mu, we meet again. I should not be late, right? The conductor walked into the room and said with a smile. No, I am not late. Mu Rufeng said. Mr. Mu, please get on the train. The conductor said. There is no rush. I want you to do me a favor. Mu Rufeng said. Please tell me. There are more than 800 humans in this game copy. See if you can take them all away. Mu Rufeng said. Take away? More than 800 humans. The conductor was slightly surprised. He thought that Mu Rufeng was trapped in the 7th level copy and could not escape, so he asked him to come to the rescue. Indeed, he was called to rescue, but he did not expect that there were more than 800 people. Mr. Mu, it's not that I don't want to, but there are not so many seats on the train. The conductor immediately explained. The bloody train can carry a total of 10 carriages. Each train has a fixed passenger capacity of 108 people, and carriage number 1 is a dining car, which can only seat 58 people. Counting in this way, the bloody train is full of 1030 people, and this is not counting the crew. Mu Rufeng didn't say how many, but more than 800 people, there is no room at all. Because the bloody train is not an empty car. At this moment, nearly half of the passengers are already sitting on the train. If it were in the past, there would not be so many passengers. This is because there was news that the bloody train was severely damaged by the gluttony cruise. So many weirdos want to get on the train to see the excitement, thinking about whether they can pick up leaks or something. Mr. Mu, if you want to take them away, there must be vacant seats. I can only take 500 people at most. I can't do anything about the rest. The conductor said. 500 people. Mu Rufeng was extremely entangled. He looked at the time again, and there were only 10 seconds before he returned. Conductor, please take away 500 people first. Mu Rufeng said. There was no other way. He could take as many people as he could. It was better than being wiped out. Mr. Mu, I know you want to save them. In fact, there is another way. The conductor said. Another way. Mu Rufeng's face was happy, and just as he was about to speak, he disappeared directly on the spot. The countdown for his return was over. Hey? What's going on? Mr. Mu. The conductor was shocked. He thought it was this level 7 copy that was causing trouble. Just as he was about to get angry, he found that his mobile phone rang. He took it out and found that it was Mu Rufeng who called. Without saying anything, he answered it directly. "Mr. Mu, are you okay? Why did you suddenly disappear? What happened?" After the call was connected, the conductor asked first. His tone was very urgent. "It's okay, I just returned." Mu Rufeng explained. "Return? Have you cleared this copy?" "Well, forget it, let's not talk about this first. You just said there is another way to save them. What is it?" Mu Rufeng asked hurriedly. "Mr. Mu, as long as the bloody train crashes this level 7 game copy, those humans will be teleported back to the real world," the conductor said. "Crash it? Will it work?" Mu Rufeng said with a little surprise. "Of course it can. The bloody train is one of the top transportation tools. It is easy to crash a level 7 game copy," the conductor said with a smile. "Then after these people are teleported back, will they be summoned back when the game copy restarts?" Mu Rufeng asked again. "Of course not, it will randomly select people again, and if it crashes because of me, it will definitely not be able to recover in a short time," the conductor gave the answer. "Okay, then I'll trouble the conductor," Mu Rufeng said. "Don't worry, leave it to me. By the way, Mr. Mu, you should still be nearby. You can stay a little further away because there will be some noise at that time," the conductor said. "Okay, conductor." Mu Rufeng nodded and hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Mu Rufeng quickly ran in the opposite direction. However, before he had taken a few steps, a phone call came in. It was from Chu Lianhong. "Mu Rufeng, you came out? Did you pass the level? What's going on inside?" "Forget it, come here first, we are here, look up at the roof of the building at 2 o'clock." Hearing this, Mu Rufeng looked up and saw Chu Lianhong waving her hand. "Okay." Mu Rufeng nodded. It was at this moment that Mu Rufeng suddenly felt a figure appear beside him. Mu Rufeng was slightly startled, and without saying a word, he teleported and disappeared directly from the spot. "Hey? Teleport!" Xie Xian's hand stopped in mid-air, with an interesting expression on his face. "Boy, not bad, only level 2, but you can actually detect my existence." Xie Xian looked at Mu Rufeng, who appeared in front of him with an approving look on his face. "Who are you?" Mu Rufeng's eyes became a little cold. A high-level contractor suddenly appeared, and seemed to be ready to attack him, with a slightly scary mask on his face, looking like an enemy no matter how you look at him. "Mu Rufeng, don't do it, it's a misunderstanding, that's a level 5 contractor from the Beijing headquarters, Xie Xian, Captain Xie." Chu Lianhong's hurried voice came on the phone. "Hey? Someone from the headquarters? Level 5 contractor?" Mu Rufeng kept looking at the man in front of him. "Captain Xie, I'm sorry, I thought you were an enemy." Mu Rufeng apologized immediately. "Hehe, I should apologize, forget it, let's go back first, this is not a place to talk." After Xie Xian finished speaking, the whole person turned into a ball of black mist and disappeared. Mu Rufeng saw this scene, raised his eyebrows, and then flashed away. Soon, they gathered on the roof of the building. "Mu Rufeng, what's going on inside?" Chu Lianhong asked impatiently after seeing Mu Rufeng. "The situation inside is very complicated, and I can't do anything about it." Mu Rufeng immediately explained what happened inside, including that he used a one-time rule-based prop and got stuck in the first level. When Chu Lianhong knew everything, he was in great shock. Even Xie Xian, a level 5 contractor, was shocked. They could never have imagined that this copy would be like this. Just when they were in great shock, there was finally new movement in the bloody train. The terrifying whistle sounded again. The platform disappeared. And the bloody train restarted and flew into the air. Just when they thought the bloody train was going to leave, they saw it suddenly turn its head, and then burst into an even more terrifying speed and crashed into the if center. The if center thought that the bloody train was also going to leave, because the two sides were not at the same level, they could only swallow it and let the bloody train leave. But, unexpectedly, the bloody train didn't leave at all, but continued to crash into them. At this moment, the rules of the game dungeon were angry, and a terrifying momentum burst out. Endless ghost fog burst out and headed straight for the bloody train. However, the bloody train was completely unstoppable, and under the hard locomotive, it actually crushed the ghost fog in an instant. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge hole was directly knocked out of the entire if center. Not just one hole, but two. The bloody train directly knocked the if center through. It was also this collision that caused the terrifying air force to whistle past, and it seemed to make the surrounding buildings shake a few times. At this time, a text message alert sound came from Mu Rufeng's mobile phone. Mu Rufeng secretly glanced at it. It was the message sent by the train conductor, and there were only 2 words, "Done." At this moment, the entire game dungeon fell into a downtime state. The black fog was gradually dissipating. The if center, which was originally shrouded in black fog, gradually revealed its original appearance. After a long time, the black fog completely disappeared, and the if center returned to its previous appearance. No, that's not right. There are still 2 big holes that were hit by the bloody train and have not recovered. And the bloody train, likewise, disappeared in front of everyone. The embarrassing scene around, it is completely hard to imagine what happened. In the distance, Chu Lianhong and Xie Xian, who were watching this scene, also changed their faces slightly. Is this, the copy disappeared? Xie Xian immediately took a step forward and disappeared in an instant. And this time, Mu Rufeng finally saw it clearly. Xie Xian did not teleport, but merged into the shadow, and then walked through the shadows everywhere. The speed was extremely fast, no less than teleportation. Mu Rufeng did not say anything, and immediately performed teleportation and headed towards the if center. There will be another update later, please vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 134 Settlement Rewards, Worn Out Sandbags 3rd update, monthly vote requested. When Chu Lianhong saw this, he secretly sighed that he didn't have such means, and he was extremely anxious. He simply used his ghost power, jumped suddenly, and jumped down from here. However, Chu Lianhong still overestimated himself. This is more than 10 floors and more than 30 meters high. When Chu Lianhong fell to the ground, there was a violent roar, and the ground instantly cracked into small pieces. His legs sank directly into the floor tiles. Chu Lianhong pulled out his legs tremblingly. When walking on the road, you can still see Chu Lianhong's legs shaking slightly. Obviously, even after jumping so high, he still felt a little uncomfortable. If it were not for the protection of ghosts, the legs would be useless and the person would be disabled. When Mu Rufeng came to the escalator of the if center, Xie Xian was already standing there. Xie Xian did not enter rashly because it was a very unwise choice. Don't go in yet. I'll use my ability to sense the situation inside before making a decision. Xie Xian stretched out his hand to stop Mu Rufeng. Yes. Mu Rufeng paused and nodded. Although he knew the outcome of the matter, he could not reveal that he was the one who summoned the bloody train, so he had to pretend to be unaware of anything. At this moment, several figures appeared above the 2nd floor. Mu Rufeng took a closer look and saw that it was Tabi and the others. Tanabe? Are you okay? Mu Rufeng shouted quickly. Mu Rufeng? Xia Lao Xiat. Tian Bei above also noticed Mu Rufeng, but when he saw Xie Xian next to Mu Rufeng, he was even more surprised. Haha, it seems that there is no need to use the ability. The copy has really disappeared. Seeing this, Xie Xian said with a smile. Organize manpower immediately and bring out all the people inside. Also, don't let them contact the outside world for the time being. To be immediately issued the order. Yes, to be. Team Joe's team members also responded immediately. They took out their mobile phones one by one and began to mobilize their troops. Not long after, Tianlin came down from the second floor. What happened? Why did the copy suddenly disappear, and the bloody train came over? Also, Mu Rufeng, have you cleared the dungeon? Lao Xiat, I didn't expect you to be the one who came. Tianlin asked a series of questions. Tanabe, is everyone okay? Chu Lianhong also ran over from a distance at this time. Everything is fine. You should quickly organize people and evacuate them all. Tianlin said. Yes, to be. Chu Lianhong responded repeatedly. Facing Tianlin's inquiry, Mu Rufeng told her story about breaking through the barrier again, as well as all the words the host said. I didn't expect that this dungeon would be so terrifying. Only one of the 16 people in the 4th level could survive. Fortunately, the existence of Bloody Train has made copies of the game disappear. Although Tianlin was confused as to why the Bloody Train suddenly appeared, the final result was good. I have a question that I wanted to ask before. You are a 2-level contractor, even if you change your identity with a weird thug by relying on one-time rule items. But how do you win the final victory under 15 level 5 weird sieges? Xie said curiously. When Mu Rufeng heard this, she smiled but said nothing. It's okay if you don't tell me. I'm just out of curiosity. No matter what, I will report your performance today and the information about the copy truthfully. The credit will definitely be indispensable, Xie said. The relevant departments are relatively lenient. As long as it is not a matter of principle, most of them will just ask out of curiosity and will not force you to tell. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Let's finish the things here first. Tianlin said. Yes, things here are the most important now. You should report to the capital headquarters first. I will also make a report here. Xie said. Okay. Tianlin nodded. 6 p.m. Mu Rufeng returned to her home. After such an afternoon, things at the IF Center have finally come to an end. A total of 877 people, minus 12 contractors including Mu Rufeng. A total of 865 ordinary people were involved in this copy. Because of Mu Rufeng, these 865 ordinary people were successfully kept alive. Moreover, because the bloody train crashed into the copy of the game, these ordinary people did not clear the game, so these people were not allowed to become players. Because of the special nature of the copy, they are all media that have not entered the copy. In this way, these 865 people are still ordinary people. It can only be said that they have experienced a nightmare. Unless he is selected by a copy again, he is still an ordinary person. Because there are too many people entering the dungeon this time, ordinary confidentiality agreements are actually of little use, because with so many people, there will always be a few people leaking out. Therefore, Tianlin took out a prop directly from the headquarters warehouse. It is a one-time contract prop. After signing a confidentiality agreement, everyone is asked to sign their names and press their fingerprints on it. The content of the contract is an ordinary confidentiality agreement. As long as it is signed, the contract will subtly let them keep this secret deep in their hearts. Even if he had the intention to speak out, he would be stopped because of the contract. After signing the contract, they agreed on the same statement and let the 800 people disperse. The statement to the outside world was also very simple, that is, the IF Center building exploded due to a gas pipeline leak, so it was temporarily blocked. Even the media was not told that anyone was trapped, only that everyone was evacuated as soon as possible. Even if some people did not believe it, more people would still believe it. In this way, the people were finally given an explanation. In addition to the above matters related to the cooperation with Scarlet optimization have also been handled. Xiexuan seemed to have used some props to confirm the authenticity of the contract given by Scarlet optimization. It also determined the intensity level of the mandatory execution of the contract. The contract intensity level of this contract is the highest level 9. Even the Ghost Emperor cannot violate this contract, otherwise, it will definitely be wiped out by the rules. Then, Xiexuan contacted the people at the headquarters in Beijing, and finally decided to cooperate with Scarlet optimization. However, Mu Rifeng was not asked to sign the contract on the spot, but was asked to sign the contract on Sunday, which was 2 days later on the 30th. Although he didn't know why he was asked to sign the contract on the last day, Mu Rifeng still agreed. Alas, I have been very busy these days. I just came back from the pig farm 2 days ago and went to this game copy again. Mu Rifeng sat on the sofa and sighed. However, I was a little tired, but the gains were still great. Let's settle the rewards. Mu Rifeng murmured. After clearing the customs, there were many things to do. I was busy all afternoon. I returned home and it was a little more relaxed. Congratulations to LV2 player Mu Rifeng, cleared the super large multiplayer dungeon, let's play the game together. Player successfully cleared 4 rounds of the game, with a completion rate of 1000%, obtained rule props, worn sandbags, obtained the title, Game Terminator, and obtained 1000 ghost coins. It was detected that the host had cleared the dungeon, the plugin was uninstalled, and congratulations to the host for the plugin legacy, modify the rules. It is actually 1000% complete? Could it be that as long as you clear this game dungeon, you will get 1000% complete? Mu Rifeng was slightly surprised. If this is really the case, then this game dungeon can definitely create a large number of rule props or rule skills. It should not be possible. It is likely that the clearance rate of the first 3 rounds of the game level is fixed. My 4th level is a gyroscope battle with weird, and this clearance rate definitely occupies the majority. Mu Rifeng guessed in his heart. Immediately, Mu Rifeng began to check the properties of these things. Worn sandbag, this is a sandbag that has been through many games. Because it is a little worn out, it was discarded. Effect: hitting the target with a sandbag will force the target to be bound. The duration depends on the strength of both parties. The minimum mandatory binding is 1 second. Note, if the opponent catches it, you will be forced to be bound for 3 seconds. After the sandbag is thrown, if it does not hit the target or the binding ends, it will automatically return to the user's hands. This Mu Rifeng didn't know how to evaluate this rule prop for a while. As long as the sandbag hits, even if the opponent is a level 9 Ghost Emperor, it will be forced to be bound for 1 second, and it can be automatically recovered. However, it has to hit it, and the most important thing is that it cannot be caught by the enemy, otherwise, he will be bound for 3 seconds. Game Terminator, this is a crazy player who freezes the game with incredible ability, because his actions have been recognized by the rules. Effect: wearing this title, when playing the game, there is a certain probability that the game will be ended directly. Game Terminator. This title doesn't seem to be very useful, but it seems to have some effect. However, Mu Rifeng is most concerned about the legacy of the plugin. Modify rules: you can modify a rule in the dungeon, and the cooling time is 1 month. A simple, ordinary sentence, but it shocked Mu Rifeng's spirit. You can directly modify a rule in the dungeon, which means that the cooling time is a bit longer. However, he is also very satisfied. Moreover, after level 3, you can only enter the dungeon once a month. As long as you are not pulled into a special dungeon, or you go to find a special dungeon yourself, you can definitely modify the rules of every regular dungeon. Take a shower, and you smell of sweat. Mu Rifeng got up from the sofa and walked towards the bathroom. After a while, the sound of water splashing came from the bathroom. And, it was accompanied by Mu Rufeng's singing. One end is round and the other end is pointed, and it spins when the rope is pulled. The small top spins fast, the big top spins slowly. Guess which one will stop first? One end is round and the other end is pointed, and it spins when the rope is pulled. Please vote for the monthly ticket, please vote for the monthly ticket, please vote for the monthly ticket. All 3 updates today are here. Ask for a monthly ticket. Please vote for the monthly ticket, please vote for the monthly ticket, please vote for the monthly ticket. I am begging for the monthly ticket with all my might. Good evening, all handsome and lovely readers. There is only one purpose for posting a single chapter today, and that is to urgently ask for the monthly ticket. Monthly ticket. Monthly ticket. Monthly ticket. It is the last 3 days of the month. This month, there are too many big names on the shelves, and the new book monthly ticket list has dropped from 7th to 18th. Last week, due to some things, there were only 2 updates a day, and today I have resumed the update of 3 updates. The article was put on the shelves on the 7th of this month, and the first order was 3 or 4,000. Now it is the 28th, and the average order has reached 6,003. I have to say that the article has achieved this result, but it is still inseparable from the support of readers. 10,000 orders are unimaginable, and I am satisfied as long as I can maintain the performance of a great masterpiece. Please vote for the monthly ticket, monthly ticket, monthly ticket. Go, 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 see if I can make it into the top 10 of the new book monthly ticket list. As for the monthly ticket plus more chapters, I've always kept it in mind. When I have enough time, I'll start adding more chapters. I'm begging for the monthly ticket. I'm begging for the monthly ticket. Chapter 135 Chongfeng and number 039, S family please give me a monthly ticket. After taking a shower, Mu Rufeng lay on the bed. He took out his phone and started ordering takeout. Spicy hot pot, a set meal for 2, and then, Peking duck, 1, and an extra lotus leaf pancake, hot sauce and sweet noodle sauce. It seems to be a little short, let me see, then order half a fried chicken, half a roasted chicken and a hamburger. After eating so much greasy food, I have to order 2 cups of milk tea to quench my thirst, so I'll have a super fruit tea, 1L, and a mango sago. There are 4 stores in total, and each store uses a member red envelope with no threshold, or the kind of magic coupon that can expand. It originally cost 189.5 yuan, and a total of 29 yuan was reduced, and the final cost was 160 yuan. My attributes have become higher, and I eat more. Fortunately, I have money now, otherwise, I'm really afraid of starving to death. Mu Rufeng touched his rumbling stomach and murmured. Originally, he wanted to eat in the company cafeteria, but he had been busy outside and was too lazy to go back to the company, so he just went home directly. Tomorrow is the weekend, and there are still 2 days. I don't know what I can get from the Rule Props blind box that Scarlet Optimization gave me. Mu Rufeng remembered the blind box that Scarlet Optimization's general manager wanted to give him. Wait, did I forget something? Mu Rufeng suddenly felt that he had forgotten something. Immediately, he thought carefully. Ah, Chongfeng. Mu Rufeng sat up suddenly from the bed. Chongfeng, the truck driver of Scarlet Optimization, was also the first owner of Mu Rufeng's copy medium. Mu Rufeng asked him about the copy at that time, and Chongfeng told Mu Rufeng all the news he knew. And his request was also very simple, just to let Mu Rufeng be able to take care of his family. Why did I forget it? Alas, it's just a day off tomorrow, so I'll go see Chongfeng's family. Mu Rufeng didn't know the specific information of Chongfeng's family because Chongfeng didn't tell him. However, Mu Rufeng didn't care. He just asked Zhao Dayong to check it for him and he would know. Thinking of this, Mu Rufeng immediately called Zhao Dayong. Hello, Mr. Mu, Do you have something to do? Daong's voice came from inside. Daong, help me check the information of Chong Feng who died in the Scarlet preferred copy, and his family information. Mu Rifeng said straight to the point. Okay, Mr. Mu, no problem, please wait a moment. Zhao Daong didn't ask why he wanted to check, and directly agreed and hung up the phone. In just about 10 minutes, a message document was sent to Mu Rifeng's WeChat. Mr. Mu, this is the information of Chong Feng and his family. Thank you, Daong, I'll treat you to dinner another day. This is what I should do, Mr. Mu. Mu Rifeng checked the message sent by Daong. Chong Feng is not a native of Changsha, but a native of Yiyang. There is a 60-year-old mother, a wife, and a 3-year-old daughter at home. His wife is not well educated, having only graduated from junior high school, and works full-time in the countryside to take care of her daughter and mother. Chong Feng's salary is not low. After deducting expenses and money, he earns more than 10,000 yuan a month. He only keeps 2,000 yuan for expenses and pays the rest to his wife. Now, the pillar of the family is dead, and the family is on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, the person in charge of the selection recognized it as a work injury and finally compensated more than 800,000 yuan. Now, the body has been cremated and has been taken home by Chong Feng's wife. With this 800,000 yuan, at least, this small family will not have any major problems in the short term. Let's go and take a look. Mu Rifeng was still a little worried and decided to go as Chong Feng's friend. Even if she is no longer short of money, she can always leave a phone number so that she can find him if she has something to do. The next day, Mu Rifeng woke up early. After breakfast, he borrowed Zhao Daong's car and drove towards Yiyang City. Although he doesn't have a driver's license yet, his skills are not inferior to those decades-old drivers. After checking the navigation, the distance was not too far, only about 100 kilometers, and it would take an hour and a half to drive there. I hope I won't be caught by the traffic police, Mu Rifeng prayed in his heart. Thinking of this, Mu Rifeng took out the dice and threw it directly. The throw point is 1, your luck value -6. Mu Rifeng, who was queuing to get on the highway, froze in his place with his hands. Mu Rifeng checked his attribute panel. Name, Mu Rifeng. Age, 24. Level, LV2, 1/3. Strength, 135.3. Spirit, 122.3. Constitution, 117.2. Luck, 0. Contract slot, LV3 Ghost Infant, Mu Guiying, /Kong. Ghost Power, Level 3. Title, Crazy Driver Pig Killer Game Terminator. Skills, Life and Death You Are a Pig. Props, Scarlet Optimization Share Contract Ching Shan Pig Farm Share Contract Bloodthirsty Bandage Singing Mouth Tien De Bank Platinum Card Flame Vehicle Card Bloody Train Black Gold Membership Card Clowns Crazy Chainsaw Light Energy Flashlight Securities Electric Baton Fierce Butcher's Knife Gamblers Dice Worn Sandbag. Soul Coins, 130 million. Do you want to turn around? Mu Rifeng looked at his -1 point of luck and had a bad feeling. After hesitating for a moment, Mu Rifeng turned the steering wheel to the left, then turned out of the artificial channel, came directly to the target lane, and drove back to the original road. Xiao AI classmate, call Zhao Daong. Mu Rifeng said. I'm here, okay. Xiao AI classmate responded immediately. The phone was dialed at this moment. Stop, stop. At this time, a traffic policeman on a motorcycle stopped the road ahead and waved to Mu Rifeng. Mu Rifeng's mouth twitched slightly. In the end, Mu Rifeng stopped the car. Just kidding, he couldn't do such a thing as breaking through the checkpoint. Hello, sir, please show your driver's license and vehicle registration. The motorcycle came forward and saluted, saying politely. Ahem. Mu Rifeng looked at the unanswered call, coughed twice, and said, Here, the driving license is here. I forgot to bring my driver's license. Mu Rifeng took the driving license out of the small box on the lower left-hand side and handed it to Taikai. Taikai flipped through it and then said, "Why did you turn around just now?" "I suddenly remembered that I didn't bring something, so I went back to get it," Mu Rifeng said. "This is a double yellow line, and U-turns are not allowed. You can go a little further. There is a dotted line over there. Don't do this next time," Taikai warned, and didn't mention the driver's license. "Okay, I will pay attention next time." Just then, Mu Rifeng's phone rang. It was Zhao Daong. "Don't answer the phone while driving, use Bluetooth to connect," Taikai reminded, and handed over the driving license at the same time. "Yeah." Mu Rifeng nodded, took the driving license, and then drove forward. Not long after, he stopped in front of the traffic light 100 meters away. "Hey, almost. It seems that even if my luck is 0, it is still good." Mu Rifeng breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that he would be found out that he did not have a driver's license. If he was caught by the police, he would definitely be detained and his car seized. Although it can be solved in the name of the relevant department, it is still a very troublesome matter. "Hello, Mr. Mu, is there anything?" Daong's voice sounded. "Are you free today? Drive me to Yang," Mu Rifeng said. "I am free, but, Mr. Mu, didn't you drive there? Why did you suddenly let me drive again?" Zhao Daong said with some confusion. "I haven't passed the driver's license test yet. After all, driving without a license is still a bit bad," Mu Rifeng said. "Okay, I'm at home now, come over," Zhao Daong said. Mu Rifeng hung up the phone immediately. The scorching sun and the heat blowing in from the window made Mu Rifeng feel extremely stuffy. Yes, Mu Rifeng forgot to close the window. No wonder he still felt hot even with the air conditioner on. Immediately, Mu Rifeng turned his head and put his left hand on the window button. But the next second, Mu Rifeng's face froze. Because, next to him, there was a motorcycle parked there. The motorcycle policeman held the steering wheel with both hands and looked straight at Mu Rifeng. "Hello, sir, please show me your driver's license." He got off the car immediately and put his hand on the window. "If you don't have your driver's license, you can report your ID card." The motorcycle policeman spoke again. "Okay, I'm driving without a license." Mu Rifeng showed his cards, he couldn't pretend anymore. "Please get off the car." An hour later, Zhao Daong drove the car and took Mu Rifeng back to the highway. "Mr. Mu, I'll just go through a special channel for you. Go to the test center and pass subjects 1 to 4 at once, and you can get the license directly on the same day," Zhao Daong said. "Okay, help me arrange it tomorrow morning," Mu Rifeng said. "Okay, Mr. Mu." Zhao Daong nodded. 10:50. Mu Rifeng came to a yard alone. Mu Rifeng looked inside and saw a 2-story small flat. The small building was built relatively simply, but it looked like it had all kinds of modern home appliances. On the left, there was a large vegetable garden with many vegetables planted. There was a chicken coop and a duck coop on the right. There were pig calls coming from the back of the house, so they should have raised pigs. There was also a small electric scooter parked in the yard, and it seemed that the owner of the house was still at home. "Is anyone there?" Mu Rifeng shouted loudly inside. "Who is it?" A woman with a relatively ordinary appearance and simple clothes walked in. The woman was about 27 or 28 years old, with a haggard face and heavy dark circles under her eyes. "Sister-in-law, hello, I am Brother Feng's friend, Mu Rifeng, please accept my condolences," Mu Rifeng said. "Hello, hello, you are A Feng's friend, please come in, please come in." The woman's face did not change much, but she also politely invited Mu Rifeng into the house. One update first, and 2 more to go. I'll code them out after I get off work. Chapter 136 Contract Signing, opening up channels asking for monthly tickets. Mu Rifeng followed him into the house. On an altar, he found Chongfeng's spirit tablet and urn. Mu Rifeng put some gifts he bought on the ground. He went forward, took 3 incense sticks from the side, lit them, waved his hand, and inserted them on the incense burner. Have a cup of tea. Lu Xiaoying took a glass and poured a cup of hot tea for Mu Rifeng. Thank you, sister-in-law. Mu Rifeng took the hot tea and thanked him. Mom, I'm hungry. Just then, a little girl came out of the room next to her. The little girl was very delicate, but her hair was a little messy. Apparently Lu Xiaoying didn't have the heart to braid the child's hair. Xiaobao is hungry? Wait a minute, Mom has guests here. Lu Xiaoying patted Xiaobao's head and said. Okay, Mom. Xiaobao nodded. The child can't go hungry. I bought some canned fruit and fruit when I came here. Let the child eat some bananas and apples. Mu Rifeng said. You are so polite. You even brought something with you. Xiaobao, come and thank your uncle. Thank you, uncle. Xiaobao thanked him obediently. You're welcome. Xiaobao is really good. Mu Rifeng said with a smile. Forgive me. I have been busy lately and there is nothing to treat you at home. Lu Xiaoying looked at Mu Rifeng with an apologetic look. It's okay, it's okay. I will leave soon. This time I mainly come to pay my respects to Brother Feng, and then there are these. Mu Rifeng said, and took out 5 stacks of banknotes from a briefcase. This 50,000 yuan is what I borrowed from Brother Feng before. Although he is gone, I still have to pay this money back. Mu Rifeng said, and placed the 50,000 yuan on the table. Lu Xiaoying was slightly startled, and then quickly declined. No, no, Brother Feng paid me his monthly salary, and he only kept 2,000 yuan. How could he have 50,000 yuan to lend you? Besides, Brother Feng's matter also has hundreds of thousands of compensations. I really can't take this 50,000 yuan. Lu Xiaoying is not a fool. How could she believe that Chongfeng lent Mu Rifeng 50,000 yuan? It has been many years. I borrowed so much bit by bit. Although there is compensation, it costs a lot of money for the children to go to school. Brother Feng has also helped me a lot. You should accept this money, otherwise, I will stay here today. Mu Rifeng said. This Lu Xiaoying never thought that Mu Rifeng would be like this. Okay, I'll take it. Lu Xiaoying finally accepted it. Mu Rifeng was right. Although the compensation was not small, she still had an old man and a child to take care of. It was difficult to go out to work. Not to mention that she only had a junior high school education, and it was still a problem whether she could find a job. This is my business card. If you have any questions, you can find me. I will definitely help you if I can. Mu Rifeng handed his business card to Lu Xiaoying. Related departments. Lu Xiaoying took it and looked at it, and was slightly stunned. She naturally knew the relevant departments. She even knew that her husband seemed to have died in an abnormal way. For example, the compensation issue was handled by people from the relevant departments, otherwise the money would not be so easy to get. Thank you, thank you. Lu Xiaoying's eyes flashed with tears. If you have anything, you must call me, Brother Feng, you really helped me a lot. Mu Rifeng emphasized again. Then, Mu Rifeng politely declined Lu Xiaoying's request to stay for lunch and left here directly. 100 meters away from Lu Xiaoying's home, Zhao Daong was sitting in the car, watching videos. When he saw Mu Rifeng get in the car, he immediately put down his phone. Are you going back to Wancheng now? Well, go back. Everything is not going well today. It's better for me to stay at home. Mu Rifeng nodded. Just now when he came over, he accidentally stepped on dog shit. Fortunately, there was a stream on the side of the road, so he washed it. I have to say that it is really unlucky to draw 1 point and deduct 6 points of luck. The next night, Mu Rifeng, led by Tian Linzhou and several other team members, came to a slaughterhouse in the suburbs. They have decided to set the location of the channel in this slaughterhouse. A large number of pigs, cattle, and sheep will be sent here for slaughter every day, which is also very convenient. Okay, you can sign the contract now. By the way, how will they open up the channel? Xie asked. I don't know either. He just told me that it will be fine after signing the contract directly. Mu Rifeng said. Then sign it. Mu Rifeng nodded, took out the contract, and then took the pen handed over by Qian Xiaoai, and signed his name on it with a few swipes. At the moment of signing the contract, Mu Rifeng felt a thought coming from the contract. Please, Mr. Mu, use the shareholder privileges of Scarlet optimization immediately. Mu Rifeng was very familiar with this idea, as he was the general manager of Scarlet optimization. Mu Rifeng did not hesitate at all and directly used the shareholder privileges. A strange world. In an empty warehouse of Scarlet optimization. At this moment, the place was full of the senior executives of Scarlet optimization. Signed, the contract is signed. The general manager showed a happy look on his face. They had been waiting here for almost a day, and finally at night, they felt the signing of the contract. It's good to sign it, it's good to sign it, everyone should be ready, and the shareholder privileges should be used immediately. A senior executive said hurriedly. Soon, a thought from Scarlet optimization was passed to all the senior executives. The meaning of this thought is nothing more than that a shareholder is in danger and has used privileges, so they should immediately use all their strength to open up channels in the real world. The weirdos did not hesitate at all and burst out all their ghost power. The terrifying momentum burst out instantly. The real world, the slaughterhouse. Why is there no response? Tian Lin looked at the contract and asked. It should take some time, wait. Xie was not anxious. At this time, a terrifying breath rose from the sky. A vortex of ghost energy began to gather rapidly in front of everyone. Here it comes. Xie face suddenly became extremely solemn. Because he felt an extremely powerful force, which was definitely a 9th level force. Scarlet Optimization Group is a 9th level group. As the general manager of Scarlet Optimization, He is only 8th level. Soon, in front of him, a huge vortex was completely formed. However, the next second, an inexplicable force suddenly descended, as if to expel the ghost vortex. In the end, the ghost vortex disappeared, but a door appeared there. The door was larger than the ordinary door, 3 meters high and 1.5 meters wide. Click! A sound. The door was opened directly. Mr. Mu, we meet again. He stood in the door and raised his hand to greet Mu Rifeng. Yes, we meet again, this door is. Mu Rifeng asked. This door is the special passage we opened, as long as you throw the pigs, sheep, and cattle in from here. This door is a little special, no matter it is weird or human, it can't pass through. Only the flesh and blood of death can pass through. As he said, He walked out of the door directly. However, He completely disappeared, and he could not be seen from the door, nor did he come to the real world. Soon, He went back to the door. You contractors or living people can't walk through it either, it's just like an ordinary empty door. Moreover, this door can only be opened for half an hour every day. I hope you can prepare the flesh and blood first next time and don't waste time. This is the key. Without you to unlock it, we can't open the door on our own. He immediately took an old key and threw it to Mu Rifeng. Hearing this, Tian Lin and the others were relieved. With the key in hand, they could also have a certain degree of autonomy. There is no time to lose, hurry up, take action immediately. Tian Buletin immediately gave instructions to the group of contractors behind him. Yes, Tian Buletin. The group immediately began to move the pigs, cattle, and sheep next to them and then threw them into the door. And inside the door, there were also many people moving them quickly. Fortunately, this is the cold storage, and they can just pull them here after slaughtering. Waiting for the door to open for trading every day. By the way, Mr. Mew, I will pay the income to your bank card every day. Suhi suddenly said. Don't use my card, just use the bank card of our relevant department. Mu Rifeng looked at Tian Buletin. Tian Buletin stopped what he was doing and revealed the bank card number of their relevant department. This card number was taken from the Beijing headquarters specifically for this cooperation. The owner of the account is Xiexian, and this account will also be supervised by 3 parties. The first is the Beijing headquarters, the second is Tianlin and other relevant departments of Changsha, and the third is Mu Rifeng. After all, Mu Rifeng is the important person who signed the contract. Lu Mei, did you write it down? Suhi said. Written down. Lu Mei nodded immediately. Haha, the opening time every day will be set at 12 noon in the real world. I wish us a happy cooperation, Mr. Mew. Happy cooperation. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Suhi said goodbye and left with Lu Mei. From the beginning to the end, Suhi did not look at Tianlin and Xiexian. Obviously, Suhi only had Mu Rifeng, the major shareholder, in his eyes. How could he look at a low-level contractor? Is this the 8th level Ghost King? What a powerful aura! Xiexian said. Yes, let alone the 8th level, it will be enough to let me pass the next 2 copies safely and reach the 5th level. Tianlin said. Because this game copy was hit by the bloody train, this time was not counted in Tianlin's copy times. Soon, half an hour passed. The door closed automatically, and Mu Rifeng took the key and went forward to lock it directly. At the same time, he also saw the attributes of this door. When I got up this morning, my throat was very sore and itchy, and my whole body was sore and weak, especially my head was so painful. I don't know if it's the flu. I took a half day off this afternoon and slept. I felt a little better when I got up at night, but I was still restless and uncomfortable when I was typing. I'll continue writing and see if I can finish it. If there's no update before 12 o'clock, there's no need to wait. Woo woo woo, it's too hard. Please give me a monthly ticket. Chapter 137 The 6th copy, Bloody Hotel ask for monthly pass. Magical Gate, this is a magical gate. Effect, a rule-based prop that can connect 2 worlds. Once connected, the gate will be fixed in place and cannot be moved. Only fresh flesh and blood of the dead can pass through the gate. Note, it can only be opened for half an hour a day. Once closed, it can only be opened by the key that matches the gate. Tianlin, Xiexian, and others also came one after another and checked the properties of the gate one by one. It seems that those weird things did not deceive us. Xiexian said. After seeing the properties of this door, they were relieved. Tian Buletin, this key is going to be given to you. Mu Rifeng handed the key to Tianlin. Okay, leave it here. Tianlin nodded and did not refuse. If there is nothing else, then I will go back first. Mu Rifeng said. It's okay, you go back. Tianlin said with a smile. Soon, Mu Rifeng followed Zhao Daong, Chu Lianhong, and Cheng Yaolin and took a car back to the community. Time flies, and it is August 4th. Today is Mu Rifeng's 5th dungeon. Captain Zhou has already reached LV3, so he only enters once a month. Chu Lianhong also cleared 2 dungeons after the bloody train and successfully upgraded to LV3. Cheng Yaolin and Chu Lianhong passed 2 dungeons on the same day, but they were still LV2 dungeons. If you want to upgrade to level 3, you need to clear another dungeon. It's a pity that the 2 new players who joined the Wanchinch division died in the dungeon. There are also Shui Fan and Shen Yu. The former successfully contracted a word in the second dungeon, cleared the third dungeon, and successfully upgraded to LV2. The latter, Shen Yu, was a bit unlucky and died in the third dungeon. Without a contracted weird, it is still difficult for an ordinary person to survive in the weird world. Once a weird is contracted, the chance of survival is greatly improved. At this moment, Mu Rufeng is already sitting in a secret room in the branch. The time has come to 1913. Mu Rufeng suddenly lowered his head and looked at the mark of the black umbrella on his left arm. The black umbrella seemed to be alive, with wisps of black air spreading and a little heat. Mu Rufeng knew that it was time to enter the dungeon. The black umbrella on his arm suddenly opened, and the ghostly air dissipated, instantly wrapping Mu Rufeng, and then disappeared into the house. When Mu Rufeng regained his sight, he found himself in a utility room. There were 9 people beside Mu Rufeng. In other words, the number of players this time was 10. Mu Rufeng sensed it and found that 3 of them were contracted with strange contractors. 2 LV2 players and 4 new players. Mu Rufeng's eyes fell on a young woman in a floral dress. Mu Rufeng could feel that this woman was a LV3 contractor. 1 LV3 contractor, 2 LV2 contractors, 2 LV2 players, 4 new players, plus Mu Rufeng, a LV2 contractor. While Mu Rufeng was looking at them, they were also looking at the people around them. When several contractors saw Mu Rufeng's look, they were slightly startled, and then calmed down. Those contractors and LV2 players were not newcomers, so it was normal to face this situation. Where is this place? Am I not playing games at home? How did I get here? Woo woo woo, so scary, I was sleeping at home, how did I get here? Damn, where is this place? These 4 new players, one is a young man in his 20s, the other is a middle-aged uncle with a bald head, and the third is a beautiful young woman in cool clothes. And the fourth is a guy with a face full of flesh. This is a weird copy. If you don't want to die, just wait for the copy prompt. A LV2 player said. Everyone, please introduce yourself. I am Wang Ziki from the relevant department of Chuancheng. I am LV2 and have not yet contracted weirdness. Wang Ziki stood up and said. I'm Lu Qi from the relevant department of Zhongcheng, LV2, and there is no weird contract. The first player to speak said. Boring. Among the 10 people, the highest level contractor said these 2 words, and then turned around and ignored them completely. Changsha Wancheng branch, Mu Rufeng, LV2. Mu Rufeng said slowly. August. At this time, the young woman new player looked at Mu Rufeng, and was immediately shocked and screamed in extreme fear. There were others blocking her before, so she didn't see Mu Rufeng. However, when Mu Rufeng spoke, everyone subconsciously looked at him. When they saw Mu Rufeng's whole body wrapped in bloody bandages, only a pair of eyes were exposed, it was really extremely terrifying. Your prop is not bad, I am Zhao Yufeng from Shengtong Group, LV3. Zhao Yufeng looked at Mu Rufeng and said. Zhao Yufeng was originally reluctant to introduce himself, but for some reason, he said it out loud. Sanren, Yao Xuanyu, LV2 contractor. A bald man said in a deep voice. Ouyang Li of Huiteng Group, LV2, contractor. A woman in her 30s said. I'm Zhou Bing, the chef. The bald man said. What weird copy, what relevant department, what LV1, 2, what are you talking about? Do you know who I am? The guy with a face full of flesh shouted angrily. The bald man heard the words and looked at the guy with a face full of flesh. Without saying a word, he stepped forward and grabbed his neck and lifted him up high. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. I asked you to introduce yourself, what? Do you have any objections? The bald man Yao Xuanyu said. The guy whose neck was pinched by Yao Xuanyu's face flushed red. He wanted to speak, but couldn't speak. Okay, just teach him a lesson. Mu Rifeng said. Yao Xuanyu glanced at Mu Rifeng, didn't say anything, and put him down. Ahem. The guy with a face full of flesh covered his throat and coughed twice, looking at Yao Xuanyu with a look of horror. You know, he is 1.85 meters tall, with a strong body, and the whole person weighs more than 230 kilograms. It's not normal, absolutely not normal, that he was so easily grabbed by the neck and lifted up by this guy. Soon, these new players also introduced themselves. The bald uncle is called Zhou Bing, and his profession is a one-man chef. The cool young woman is called Xilan, and her profession is the owner of a small beauty salon. The young man who shouted to play games is called Lu Yang, 20 years old, and an employed college student. The last guy with a face full of flesh is called Sun Hu, a debt collector of a financial company, and he also has 7 or 8 younger brothers. This time it's a copy of 10 people, and there is also a LV3. It seems that the copy is a bit difficult. Wu Yang Li said. Let's take it one step at a time. By the way, why hasn't the copy prompt come yet? Yao Xuanyu said puzzledly. Hush, someone is coming. Mu Rifeng pointed to the door of the utility room and said. As soon as this was said, everyone fell silent instantly. Soon, the door was pushed open, and a strange man in work clothes walked in. He glanced at everyone and said, I'll give you 5 minutes to change into work clothes and start working. After that, he closed the door directly. Just at this time, the reminder sound of the dungeon sounded in their minds. Enter the dungeon, Blood-Boring Hotel. Dungeon type, multiplayer dungeon. Number of participants, 10 people. Please choose your work clothes. Different work clothes will have different work contents. Please choose carefully. Soon, everyone's eyes turned to the work clothes hanging on the left wall. There were a pile of work clothes, almost dozens of pieces, which did not correspond to their number at all. However, Mu Rifeng found that there were only 4 types of work clothes. They were the hotel's front desk, the chef in the back kitchen, the room service position and the cleaner. My job is a chef, so I'll choose chef. Zhou Bing was the first to step forward and took a chef's uniform stained with some blood. Soon, everyone put on their work clothes. Mu Rifeng, Sun Hu, Lu Yang, and Wang Ziki chose room service. Zhou Bing and Lu Qi chose chef. Yao Xuanyu actually chose cleaner. Zhao Yufeng, Wu Yang Li, and Xilan chose front desk. 5 minutes passed quickly. The door was opened, and the weirdo called everyone out. This is your work nameplate, wear it, don't throw it away, otherwise, you probably don't want to know what the consequences are. The weirdo handed out 10 work nameplates in turn. Mu Rifeng glanced at the nameplate, which read, Room Service, Mu Rifeng. He immediately wore it on his chest. Come with me, I'll take you to your workstation. The weirdo said, and then took everyone away. First went to the kitchen, leaving Zhou Bing and Lu Qi in the kitchen. Next, they went to a water room and left the cleaner Yao Xuanyu there. Then they came to the hotel lobby and asked Zhao Yufeng and the other 2 to stand at the front desk. Finally, Gi took Mu Rifeng and others to the elevator. Mu Rifeng, Lu Yang, you 2 are responsible for the room service on the 4th floor. Wang Ziki, Sun Hu, you 2 are responsible for the room service on the 5th floor. We at Swatong Hotel attach great importance to the accommodation experience of customers, so remember to meet the requirements of those customers and don't be complained. If they give you a bad review, there will be a punishment. More than 2 bad reviews, you will be given as a gift to those customers who complained about you. Of course, if there are good reviews, you will also be rewarded for it. Gi said. Manager Wang, I want to ask, when is the time to get off work and go to work? Mu Rifeng looked at the work nameplate on Gi's chest and asked. The 3rd update is here, please give me a wave of monthly tickets. This chapter is really uncomfortable to write. I guess there will be no updated manuscripts by 12 noon tomorrow. I have to wait until I get off work in the evening to write and publish them. Alas, I have to go to work and write even when I have a fever. It's really too difficult. Chapter 138, Plugin received, Absolute Defense. Please give me a monthly ticket. Working hours. You have to gather in the utility room at 8 o'clock every morning and get off work at 8 o'clock in the evening. Manager Wang glanced at Mu Rufeng and said. After that, Manager Wang left directly. Well, are we going to take the elevator up? Lu Yang said. Of course, otherwise why would that weirdo bring us to the elevator entrance? Sun Hu said, and pressed the elevator directly. Mu Rufeng and Wang Ziki didn't say anything. After the elevator opened, a group of 4 people walked into the elevator. Mu Rufeng and Lu Yang were responsible for the room service on the 4th floor, so they got off the elevator on the 4th floor. Wang Ziki and Sun Hu went to the 5th floor. Brother, what should we do? Lu Yang looked at the gloomy corridor and trembled in his heart. Don't worry too much, be braver, and act according to the situation. Mu Rufeng patted Lu Yang on the shoulder and said. Then, Mu Rufeng strode forward. This Switong hotel seemed to be a new copy, because he did not find it in the database of the relevant department. Mu Rufeng found that, except for the bloody train, the other copies were all new copies. As expected, as Captain Zhou said, with more and more new copies, the survival rate of players will be lower and lower. Mu Rufeng was not in a hurry to enter the guest room. After all, if he disturbed the customer directly, he might give you a bad review. So, Mu Rufeng began to walk in the corridor and observe clues. Soon, Mu Rufeng found a warning sign not far away. On it, there were notes on room service. Notes on room service. 1. Please try to meet the needs of customers. 2. Never let customers give you bad reviews. 3. Do not enter the room without the customer's permission. 4. When the light on the door is on, it means that the customer needs service. Please go within 2 minutes. 5. Remember to knock on the door when entering. 6. Please note that you must not attack customers. Of course, if customers attack you, you can fight back. Please remember that once you fight back, please quickly defeat them and let them give you good reviews. Remember, customers are God and you must not let them die in the hotel. 7. Please note that if the light on the door is red, please immediately notify Wang Weng, the deputy manager of the hotel lobby. 8. If 2 red lights are on in a short period of time, please leave this floor as soon as possible and notify Hua Wenliang, the hotel lobby manager, as soon as possible. 8. A total of 8. Mu Rufeng secretly pondered each piece of information. At this time, Lu Yang also came up. Lu Yang, you can also take a look. Remember everything. We will adapt to the situation. Mu Rufeng said. Okay, brother. Lu Yang nodded and hurriedly looked at the precautions for room service. Just at this time, a prompt sound suddenly appeared in Mu Rufeng's mind. Host has been detected to have entered the dungeon, and the plugin has been loaded successfully. Host, please select one of the following 3 plugins. 1. Absolute Defense. It can only be turned on for 1 hour a day, and can be turned on and off at any time, with the time accurate to the second. After turning on Absolute Defense, all attacks will be ignored, even if they are blocked by rules. 2. Listen to the voice. You can hear the voice of the weirdness or the contracted person that is not higher than level 3. 3. Weird Controller. You can control a weirdness that is lower than your level. Mu Rufeng was slightly stunned. These 3 plugins seem to be very good. The absolute defense of the first one can be said to be invincible. Although it can only be turned on for 1 hour a day, you can choose to turn it on and off. If it is used well, it is really no different from invincibility. The second one, listening to the voice of the heart, is also very good. According to the above, he can hear the voice of all beings at level 5 and below. It is definitely a super old plugin. And the third one seems to be much worse than the first two. Because Mu Rufeng is only level 2 now, he can only control level 1 weirdness. If Mu Rufeng's level is higher, he will definitely be able to control higher weirdness. However, Mu Rufeng should consider more than just this now. He also has to consider the legacy of the plugin after uninstalling it, which is the so-called beggar version plugin. After thinking for a long time, Mu Rufeng finally chose the first plugin. 1. Absolute Defense. It can only be turned on for 1 hour a day, and can be turned on and off at any time, with the time accurate to the second. After turning on Absolute Defense, ignore all attacks, even the rule obliteration can be ignored. If this plugin is used well, it is definitely a great help to Mu Rufeng. Even if it is a beggar version, it is definitely so powerful. Brother Mu, look, the lights in a room are on. Just as Mu Rufeng was still thinking, he saw Lu Yong tug at Mu Rufeng's clothes and exclaimed at the door of room 402. Mu Rufeng looked up, and sure enough, a yellow light was on above the door of room 402. I'll go first. You stay here. Remember, follow the rules. Mu Rufeng patted Lu Yong on the shoulder and strode towards 402. However, just after taking a step, Mu Rufeng stopped. He turned around and looked at Lu Yong. Mu Rufeng felt that if he ignored him, he would most likely not survive. However, Mu Rufeng could not give him props and soul coins. Without relatives or friends, Mu Rufeng is not a saint, and it is impossible for him to be like a nanny. Moreover, no matter what, if he wants to survive, he has to rely on himself. In this case, Mu Rufeng can only wish Lu Yong good luck here. Wait, good luck? Mu Rufeng immediately took out the gambler's dice. Here, you throw it. Mu Rufeng handed the dice to Lu Yong. Ah! Brother Mu, what is this? Hey! Brother Mu, I can see its properties, so magical, is this a prop? Lu Yong exclaimed. Hurry up and throw it. Within 2 minutes after the lights are on, you have to go to the guest room. Mu Rufeng said. The dice can only be thrown once a day, and even if the dice changes hands, it needs to wait for the next day to cool down. Mu Rufeng doesn't need it for the time being, so it's okay to throw it for Lu Yong. Okay, Brother Mu. Lu Yong nodded immediately, and then quickly threw the dice. 5 o'clock, it's 5 o'clock, Brother Mu, will I increase my luck by 5 points? Lu Yong exclaimed again. Mu Rufeng put away the dice, and then said, remember what I said. As soon as the voice fell, Mu Rufeng came to the door of 402. Knock, knock. Room service. Mu Rufeng knocked on the door. Click. A sound. The door was opened, and a voice came from inside, come in. Mu Rufeng got the customer's permission and immediately pushed the door into the room. Pop. The door was closed directly. Mu Rufeng didn't care about it, but looked at the situation in the room. This room is about 40 square meters, and it is not very luxurious. It can only be said to be simple and ordinary. In front, on the wooden sofa, there was a swollen body, like a meatball. And an extremely unpleasant odor filled the whole room. Hey? It's a living person. What? Is this the snack that the hotel specially prepared for me? Rukai seemed a little surprised that the service staff this time was a living person. Hello, guest, I am Mu Rufeng, the room service. I wonder if you have any needs. Mu Rufeng said calmly. There is so much water on the floor of this room. Please clean it all up. Rukai said. Hearing this, Mu Rufeng looked at the ground. As expected, there was a lot of water. And the stench seemed to be emitted from the water. Glad to serve. But can I go out and get a mop? Mu Rufeng said. Mop? Sure, I'll give you 3 minutes. Rukai had a strange smile on his face. Immediately, Mu Rufeng opened the door, but did not step out of the door. Instead, he said directly to Lu Yong, who was standing not far away, "Lu Yong, help me get a mop and a bucket. They are right at the elevator entrance." "Ah? Oh, okay, brother Mu." Lu Yong was stunned for a moment, and then quickly reacted. He quickly went to the elevator entrance and found some tools in the corner on the left. He immediately took a mop and a bucket and walked over. "Here, brother Mu. Thank you. By the way, if there are lights on, remember to bring some cleaning tools in advance." Mu Rufeng thanked him and closed the door. Meatball Weird saw that Mu Rufeng did not leave the room, and was a little disappointed for a moment. And Mu Rufeng naturally noticed his expression. Obviously, this is definitely a trap. As long as Mu Rufeng just walked out, there will definitely be some unpredictable consequences. "Boy, clean up quickly." The Meatball Weird saw that Mu Rufeng was not fooled, and did not care. Mu Rufeng immediately started to mop up the water stains on the ground. Then he put the mop into the bucket and twisted it with his ghost power, and a lot of water immediately sank into the bucket. I have to say, this water is really too smelly. After a while, the bucket was half full of water, and the water stains on the ground had been cleaned up. "Guest, the water stains have been cleaned up," Mu Rufeng said. "Cleaned up? No, look, there are still a lot of them under my feet, right?" The meatball said strangely, and raised his swollen legs. There was another large pool of water stains, and Mu Rufeng could see that there were still water stains dripping from the meatball's legs. In this way, how could Mu Rufeng not know that these waters were simply dropped from the meatball's body? From this point of view, this weird should be a water ghost, and those water stains are corpse water. In this case, even if Mu Rufeng cleaned it non-stop for 24 hours, he would not be able to finish it. "Guest, this water seems to be flowing from your body," Mu Rufeng said. "I will update twice today. If I feel better tomorrow, I should be able to resume 3 updates." Chapter 139 Lucky Lu Yong Monthly Vote Requested. "Haha, hurry up and clean it up. If you can't finish it, I'll be angry. And I'm angry, so you have to leave something here," Meatball said in a weird and conspiratorial tone. Mu Rufeng looked at the weirdness of the flesh ball. The level of this weirdness was not very high, only level 4. With Mu Rufeng's strength, it can still be easily solved. It's just that Rukai's weird identity is that of a guest of the blood-boring hotel, so he can't take the initiative. Immediately, Mu Rufeng raised her hand and saw the bandage pop out immediately. Instead of attacking the weird one, he went directly into the water stains on the floor. The water stains were quickly absorbed by the bandage. After a while, it was clean. "Hey? Boy, you really have some skills, can you suck it so well? Then suck all the corpse water from your fat grandpa and me." After Rochu's strange words fell, he saw multiple blisters on his legs bursting. A large amount of corpse water gushes out from it. After a while, the ground was covered with stinky corpse water. Mu Rufeng saw this scene and calmly released all the bandages. Bandages can suck blood, and corpse water is also liquid, so it can naturally be absorbed. However, the bandage seemed a little reluctant, as if saying to Mu Rufeng, "This water smells so bad. Good boy, go ahead and I'll find you some fresh blood to drink later," Mu Rufeng said. Soon, the bandage absorbed all the corpse water. When bandage wanted to come back, he was directly stopped by Mu Rufeng. There was no way, the current bandage was too smelly. If it was wrapped around him again, Mu Rufeng would probably die from the smell. "This prop is really good. It actually sucked away all the water from my corpse." The meatball seemed to have lost more than half of its weight due to the release of too much corpse water, and it was barely possible to see that it looked like a human being. "Guest, do you know if there is anything else you need to serve?" Mu Rifeng said with a smile. Yes, of course. This bandage is mine. Give it to me and you can leave. Meatball said strangely. Yours. Mu Rifeng looked at the meatball with a strange expression. What? You don't believe it? This bandage has my scent all over it, so of course it belongs to me. Otherwise, it could still be yours. Meatball said strangely and indifferently. Your service today is not bad. Give me the bandage and I will give you a good review. Meatball said strangely. Mu Rifeng glanced at the open toilet door on the right. He immediately directed the bandage to go to the toilet, and then spurted out the absorbed corpse water into the toilet. When the corpse water was gone, the stench disappeared from the bandage. Now that there is no smell, how can it be yours? Or, if you call it, it will respond to you. Mu Rifeng said. Hey, kid, I didn't want to do it at first, but now you can't blame me. Meatball stood up from the sofa strangely, and a unique level 4 strange aura burst out. From the perspective of Meatball Weird, Mu Rifeng is just a small 2-level weirdo. Although it can't kill people, it still has no problem grabbing props. Oh? Do you want to take action? The corners of Mu Rifeng's mouth raised slightly. Isn't this the time he has been waiting for? He couldn't take the initiative, but as long as the guest made the first move, he could fight back. At this moment, Mu Rifeng, when the deputy manager was taking them around, he had used the rule skill life or death to successfully multiply his own attributes tenfold. Feel the feeling of suffocation. The flesh ball opened its bloody mouth strangely, and a huge ball of corpse water spurted out, immediately surrounding Mu Rifeng. All of a sudden, Mu Rifeng felt the ultimate stench and suffocation. Disgusting, so disgusting. Mu Rifeng felt goosebumps in her heart. Without any hesitation, Mu Rifeng made a fist with her right hand, and with one punch, the mass of corpse water exploded. A large amount of corpse water splashed around, and the roof, walls, beds, sofas, etc. were all contaminated with corpse water. The stench in the entire room became even stronger. What? How can you, a little second-level contractor, break my water prison? Meatball's face changed slightly, and he was extremely surprised. You attacked me for no reason, so I can fight back now. Mu Rifeng took out the butcher knife with a smile. Want to fight with me? You're a little too young. Rukaiu sneered strangely and continued to fight. However, the next second, Mu Rifeng's figure suddenly disappeared. Then, Meatball strangely felt a sense of crisis coming from behind him. Just as he was about to dodge, a cold light flashed through him. Bang! There was a muffled sound. A thick, swollen arm fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, the sharp butcher knife was placed on Meatball's strange neck. What do you think of my service today? Guest. Mu Rifeng whispered in Rukaiu's strange ear. Okay, great, your service is very good, I give you praise. Rukaiu swallowed strangely, not daring to move at all. His arm was cut off, and he could feel an evil spirit eroding his wound. If his head was chopped off with this knife, although it was possible, he would really die. Damn, he's just a small second-level contractor, how come he has so many powerful props? Meatball said angrily in his heart. As the Meatball Weird gave a good review, an idea came into Mu Rifeng's mind. The general meaning was that Mu Rifeng successfully completed the service of a guest and received a good review, so he could leave the room. Mu Rifeng guessed that this should be the blood-boring hotel itself, which can monitor the customer's indication of giving good or bad reviews. In this way, Mu Rifeng was not worried that the Meatball Weird would give Mu Rifeng a bad review later. You are lucky. If it weren't for the fact that we can't let guests die in the hotel, you wouldn't be so lucky today. Mu Rifeng patted the Meatball Weird's fat face with a butcher knife and said. Then, he raised his hand to release the bandage and pierced his wound. What are you going to do? The meatball weird suddenly became a little terrified. Nothing, I promised the bandage to give it some fresh blood. Don't worry, it won't suck you dry. Mu Rifeng said with a smile. The meatball was in a panic. He could clearly feel that the blood and ghost energy in his body were being absorbed rapidly. No, I was wrong. Let me go. If you absorb it again, I will drop to level 3. The meatball was scared. Mu Rifeng turned a deaf ear to him. The meatball immediately gritted his teeth and took out a black bead with some pain, saying, I am responsible for what happened today. This prop is my apology. Oh. Mu Rifeng took the bead immediately. As soon as he took it, he felt the huge weight. Corpse water bead, the bead that has been nurtured by the water ghost for a year, is extremely heavy. Effect, it compresses a large amount of corpse water, making it extremely heavy. You can use its weight to hurt the enemy, or release the corpse water in the corpse water bead at once, causing large-scale corrosion damage. Note, everything else is good, but it is too smelly. It is best to put it in the inventory. It's a good prop, but it really stinks. Mu Rifeng frowned slightly, somewhat disgusted with the stench on it. Immediately, Mu Rifeng waved his hand, called back the bandage, and then stuffed the corpse water beads into the bandage. Even with the bandage wrapped, there was still a stench. Immediately, Mu Rifeng wrapped the corpse water beads with the bandage for more than 10 times, and finally he could not smell its stench. Well, brother Mu, the things are also given to you, are you? Meatball said strangely in a flattering manner. Well, today's service is also completed, and I should leave. However, the corpse water in this room. Don't you want to express your gratitude? Mu Rifeng glanced at the room and said. Yes, yes, yes. Meatball nodded strangely, and then opened his mouth and sucked, and saw that the corpse water stained everywhere in the room was quickly sucked into his mouth. Even the corpse water in the bucket was absorbed by it. It's much cleaner now, and the stench is gone. Mu Rifeng nodded in satisfaction, then picked up the mop and bucket and walked out of the room. Rukail looked at Mu Rifeng strangely, his face gloomy to the extreme. Then, he picked up his broken arm and embedded it in his wound. However, the wound did not heal because there was still evil spirit on it. Suddenly, a lot of corpse water came out, trying to remove the evil spirit. However, soon Rukail's strange face changed. Damn, this evil spirit will take 1 or 2 hours to remove. That knife is at least a level 5 prop. Rukail cursed strangely, then sat back on the sofa and continued to drive away the evil spirit. Mu Rifeng returned to the corridor. However, in the corridor, there was no sign of Lu Yang. Mu Rifeng looked around and came to the corner where some tools were placed. The broom and dustpan are missing, but there are also mops and buckets. It seems that the lights in the guest rooms are on again. I hope Lu Yang can finish it safely. Mu Rifeng shook his head and put the mop and bucket back. He threw the dice and added 5 points of luck to him, which must still provide some chances of survival. 10 minutes passed quickly. The door of room 401 opened, and Lu Yang walked out of the room with an excited look on his face. Brother Mu, I got a good comment. Lu Yang closed the door, and then saw Mu Rifeng not far away, and immediately ran over and said excitedly. Oh? There is a good comment already? What is the ghost in room 401? Mu Rifeng asked curiously. Brother Mu, the client of 401 is a female ghost. How should I put it? A very strange female ghost. After entering, she let me whip her with a whip. After whipping for 10 minutes, she gave me a good review. Brother Mu, you know what, it must be the dice prop of Brother Mu that worked. Lu Yang still looked unsatisfied when he spoke. I took in 4 drip for a whole morning and slept for a whole afternoon. I sat in front of the computer with a sore back and a painful body. I barely wrote 6,000 words. I'm sorry. After I resign, I will definitely make up for it. It seems that Xiaoan works so hard, so please give me another wave of monthly tickets. Chapter 140 Hidden Matters about Room Service Monthly Ticket Request. You are so lucky, kid. Mu Rufeng said with a smile. That's all thanks to Brother Mu's props. Lu Yong scratched his head a little embarrassedly. That's also your own luck. I'll go take a look around. Mu Rufeng said. Brother Mu, I'll go with you. Lu Yong seemed to be afraid to stay alone in this gloomy corridor. Okay. Mu Rufeng didn't care and walked in the corridor by himself. The corridor is long and there are many rooms. There are 10 rooms on each side of the left and right sides, which adds up to 20 rooms. Mu Rufeng didn't know whether these 20 rooms were all occupied by weirdos, or only part of them. Soon, Mu Rufeng passed through the corridor and came to the end. There was a window at the end. Mu Rufeng stood in front of the window and looked down. Below is an ordinary hotel square with greenery, parking lots, and even security weirdos. And on the outer edge of the hotel, it was shrouded in black fog and the outside world could not be seen clearly. Suddenly, Mu Rufeng frowned slightly. He reached out and opened the window, and then picked up a small card pressed by a stone on the outer windowsill. Hidden Matters of Room Service. 1. If you want to know if there are guests in the room, just drop a drop of blood in front of the door. 2. When the guests come out of the room, no matter what they say or do, you can ignore them. 3. When the red light is on above the room, don't notify the manager, go to the door to provide room service yourself. 4. When 2 red lights are on, please make sure you have 2 room service staff to provide room service separately. 5. Please note that the guest in room 404 is extremely dangerous. As long as the light is on, please notify the hotel lobby manager Hua Wenliang or deputy manager Wang Weng as soon as possible. This. Mu Rufeng looked at the card. Some of the hidden matters on it are relatively normal, but some of them conflict with the room service precautions I saw before. For example, 3. When a red light is on above the guest room, do not notify the manager, but go to the door to provide room service yourself. 4. When 2 red lights are on, please make sure you have 2 room attendants to provide room service separately. And on matters of attention. 7. Please note that if the light on the door is red, please immediately notify Wang Zhen, the deputy manager of the hotel lobby. 8. If 2 red lights are on in a short period of time, please leave this floor as soon as possible and notify Hua Wenliang, the hotel lobby manager, as soon as possible. When the red light is on, one is for you to serve, and the other is for him to notify the lobby manager. There is also the 5th hidden item, which is also a bit weird. Is it extremely dangerous? Mu Rufeng touched his chin and thought. Brother Mu, what's wrong? Lu Yong asked curiously. Take a look. Mu Rufeng handed the card to Lu Yong. Lu Yong took it and looked at it, and immediately said, Brother Mu, this seems to conflict with the precautions. What should we do if the red light really comes on later? Let's take it one step at a time. Mu Rufeng took the card back and put it in his pocket. However, we still need to confirm whether what is said on this card is true or false. Lu Yong, don't mind bleeding a little. Mu Rufeng looked at Lu Yong and said. No problem, Brother Mu. Lu Yong gritted his teeth and nodded. Yet. Mu Rufeng immediately grabbed Lu Yong's finger, and then gently scratched it with his fingernail, and a small cut was made. Blood soon seeped out. Go, drip in front of this door. Mu Rufeng pointed to the door of room 420 and said. Lu Yong immediately walked over, turned his finger, and a few drops of blood fell in front of the door. Immediately, Lu Yong immediately put his finger in his mouth and retreated to Mu Rufeng's side. For a long time, there was no movement in room 420. Try 419 again. Mu Rufeng pointed to another room and said. Yes. Lu Yong nodded, turned around and came to the door of room 419, and then dripped a drop of blood on the door, and then quickly retreated to Mu Rufeng's side. Just at this moment, a magical scene appeared. When the blood just fell to the ground, a suction force appeared from the crack of the door below, and instantly sucked the blood into it. When Mu Rufeng saw this scene, he immediately understood that there must be a guest in this room. However, the next scene made people a little meaningful. I saw that the light above the door of room 419 suddenly lit up. "Brother Mu, it's on, the light is on!" Lu Yong exclaimed. Mu Rufeng didn't say anything, and let the bandage wrap Lu Yong's injured finger. In just a few seconds, the bandage was retracted, and the small wound on Lu Yong's hand had healed. "Wow, Brother Mu, my wound has healed, so amazing! Wait outside, I'll go take a look." Mu Rufeng did not take the cleaning tools this time, because he guessed that the service required by the guests here must be related to the blood that just dripped. "Knock, knock, knock! Room service!" Mu Rufeng knocked on the door of room 419. "Come in." As a voice came from inside, the door opened in time. Mu Rufeng immediately pushed the door open, and when he entered, the door closed automatically. The layout of the house is exactly the same as the previous 402. As for this guest, it was a disheveled white-clothed female ghost, and her figure was very slim. The face could not be seen clearly because it was covered by hair. "Guest, what service do you need?" Mu Rufeng said. "Your look is even weirder than a ghost. I just smelled blood, I want to drink your blood, and if I am satisfied, I will give you a good review." The white-clothed female ghost said. "Drink blood? Sorry, guest, we don't have this service." Mu Rufeng shook his head and refused. "No? Do you believe I will give you a bad review?" The white-clothed female ghost said coldly. Mu Rufeng did not speak, as if he was thinking about something. "Hehe, it seems that you agree, then I won't be polite." The white-clothed female ghost took a step forward. When she appeared again, she was actually in front of Mu Rufeng. "So fast!" Mu Rufeng was slightly surprised. This guy was obviously not teleporting, but the speed was so fast. The female ghost appeared in front of Mu Rufeng, and then hugged Mu Rufeng. Mu Rufeng did not resist and let the female ghost hug him. The female ghost kept sniffing Mu Rufeng, and then her expression was extremely intoxicated. "The truth is too fragrant. I haven't smelled the smell of a living person for a long time." "Then I won't be polite," the female ghost said, stroking Mu Rufeng's neck and trying to remove the bandage. However, the female ghost couldn't remove the bandage at all. The female ghost frowned slightly, shook her hair lightly, revealing a pale but delicate face. Immediately, she opened her cherry mouth and bit Mu Rufeng's neck regardless. Just when the female ghost wanted to suck blood, she found that she didn't seem to bite through the bandage. "My guest, have you attacked me like this?" Mu Rufeng suddenly said. The female ghost didn't speak, as if she was afraid that Mu Rufeng would run away. Her legs and hands were like snakes, and they were wrapped around Mu Rufeng. It must be said that even with the isolation of work clothes and bandages, Mu Rufeng could feel the coldness of the female ghost. Then, the cherry-like mouth turned into a huge mouth of the abyss, and rows of terrifying sharp teeth emerged, biting towards Mu Rufeng's neck again. However, before she could bite, a ball of bandages was instantly stuffed into the female ghost's mouth. Then, the bandages on Mu Rufeng's body instantly extended out, and in the blink of an eye, the female ghost was wrapped up. The female ghost was shocked, and she tore the bandages with her big mouth, as if she wanted to tear the bandages in her mouth into pieces. However, she underestimated the toughness of the bandages. No matter how her bloody mouth chewed and tore, it had no other effect except for the saliva on the bandages. Mu Rufeng raised his foot and wanted to walk, but the female ghost's legs were a little tight, but it couldn't stop Mu Rufeng. He took a big step and broke free from the female ghost's legs. After a while, Mu Rufeng came to the sofa and sat on it. Then Mu Rufeng took out the butcher knife and gently placed it on the female ghost's neck. "My guest, I think my service is complete, what do you think?" Mu Rufeng stroked the pale face of the female ghost and said. "Mm." The female ghost's mouth was full of bandages and she couldn't speak at all. "Oh, I almost forgot." Mu Rufeng immediately took the bandage back. Of course, because there was too much saliva, Mu Rufeng squeezed the bandage out and then returned it to the female ghost's mouth. The latter subconsciously swallowed it directly. This is also her own saliva, so it's nothing big. "Drink blood, can you give me some blood, just a little bit will do," the ghost girl pleaded. "Hey? What did you say?" Mu Rufeng's butcher knife pressed down slightly, and had already cut the ghost girl's skin. "Really, just a little bit of blood will do. I have hemophilia. I can still suppress it if I don't drink blood, but I just drank a little blood and I can't suppress it. Once I can't suppress it, I will lose my mind." The ghost girl faced Mu Rufeng's butcher knife and explained. "Hemophilia?" Mu Rufeng frowned slightly. He looked at the ghost girl again, and seeing the breath of this ghost girl, it should be the peak of level 3. However, Mu Rufeng could feel that there seemed to be another breath in her body. That was the breath of another weirdness, as if she was seriously injured by another weirdness, leaving a force in her body that was destroying her body all the time. However, that force had been suppressed and did not destroy the ghost girl's body. "Are you injured? Is your hemophilia caused by the force in your body?" Mu Rufeng asked. "When I was fighting with a bitch, she didn't follow martial ethics and called her husband over. I couldn't beat her. Fortunately, I was fast and ran away, otherwise I would have died there," the ghost girl said. "Today is much better. I wrote 1 chapter in the morning. The rest will be written in the evening. I have to go to work in the afternoon. It's the last day. Please give me a monthly ticket." Chapter 141. This female ghost can actually transform? Monthly votes requested. That bitch's husband has a special ability. He left a stream of energy in my body. I can't expel it in a short time by myself, and I'm afraid they will hunt me down, so I can only come to the blood hotel. Give it to me, suck some blood from me, please," the white-clothed female ghost said with a pleading look. Give it to me quickly." Suddenly, the tone of the white-clothed female ghost changed, and she became extremely irritable. It seemed that she was beginning to lose control. As the voice fell, the female ghost opened her mouth and bit Mu Rufeng's neck again. However, the next moment, her mouth was stuffed with a bandage again. Does the hotel's guest room have a healing effect? Mu Rufeng thought to himself. After thinking about it, Mu Rufeng cut a bloody wound on his palm. Then, Mu Rufeng noticed that a faint energy flowed into his wound. He could feel that this energy was helping him recover from his injuries. Sure enough, this hotel really has a healing effect. So, it seems that all the guests staying in the hotel have been injured. Mu Rufeng guessed in his heart. Just at this moment, the white-clothed female ghost in his arms suddenly struggled frantically. The originally white dress turned black directly. At the same time, a layer of black silk was covered on the smooth thighs. The hair that was originally disheveled was strangely tied up by itself, forming a bun. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Mu Rufeng also felt that something became more. The figure also became taller, which is commonly known as growing taller. After the transformation, the black-clothed female ghost began to twist her body and struggle frantically. Hey, don't move, I can't stand it anymore. Mu Rufeng didn't lie. As a young man with blood and vigor, he couldn't stay calm at all. What's more, this female ghost was not an extremely ugly evil ghost with a bad smell. But she had a good figure and good looks, and she seemed to smell good. Mu Rufeng used the bandage to pull the black-clothed female ghost off Mu Rufeng without hesitation. The The black-clothed female ghost's expression became extremely weird, staring at Mu Rufeng, as if it was something extremely delicious. The next second, the female ghost shrank, and the whole person actually got out of the bandage directly. The bandage reacted very quickly and immediately continued to roll towards the female ghost. The latter's figure was extremely flexible, and the bandage couldn't catch her at all. Even, the female ghost's figure was getting closer and closer to Mu Rufeng. From time to time, the female ghost's unique laughter came out of her mouth, which made people feel cold. Blood, I want to drink blood. The female ghost hung upside down on the roof, like a Spider-Man, muttering to drink blood. Her eyes looked at Mu Rufeng, emitting red light. The next second, she shot directly towards Mu Rufeng. During this period, she dodged all the bandages that attacked in a weird posture. It can be said that it easily broke through the bandage defense line and successfully pounced on Mu Rufeng. Then, Mu Rufeng's right hand was as fast as lightning, and he grabbed the female ghost's neck. However, before Mu Rufeng could hold it tightly, the female ghost's neck suddenly became like a loach, and it slipped directly out of his hand. Before Mu Rufeng could react, the female ghost turned behind Mu Ru, and her legs were already clamped around his waist, and then she bit Mu Rufeng's shoulder. Mu Rufeng reacted very quickly and immediately pumped his muscles. In an instant, the muscles on his shoulders were as hard as steel. Sure enough, when the female ghost's teeth bit down, some saliva was left, and even the skin was not broken. Just kidding, with a physical fitness of nearly 1,300 points, the female ghost is only level 3, how can it be bitten? No, that's not right. After the female ghost transformed, she has reached level 4, but even at level 4, she can't bite through Mu Rufeng's pumped muscles. The black-clothed female ghost didn't believe in evil, bit Mu Rufeng's flesh and kept gnawing. I say, enough. Mu Rufeng grabbed the black-clothed female ghost's neck and lifted her up directly. This time Mu Rufeng held her tightly, even if she wanted to use the weird form just now, she would never escape from Mu Rufeng's palm. However, what surprised Mu Rufeng was that the female ghost actually escaped from Mu Rufeng's palm again. She didn't rely on her brute force to break free, but used a special ability. This weird ability is not bad. Mu Rufeng didn't care much about the female ghost's escape. Because the female ghost once again stood on him, this time, she didn't bite him. Instead, she used her nails to scratch Mu Rufeng's skin. Not to mention, the black claws of the black-clothed female ghost were extremely sharp, and she actually scratched Mu Rufeng's skin directly. This scene surprised Mu Rufeng a little. Such sharp nails! Mu Rufeng shook his whole body and directly shook the female ghost away. Then he grabbed her fiercely, trying to control her. At the same time, the bandages quickly spread a net around, trying to trap the female ghost again. However, the female ghost's dodge was really like it was at max. Even if Mu Rufeng caught her, he could rely on her magical ability to escape. As for the bandages, no matter how they surrounded her, the female ghost could easily dodge. Oh, I don't believe it. Mu Rufeng directly took out the worn-out sandbag and smashed it towards the female ghost. The female spy seemed to have expected it. She twisted her waist slightly and avoided the sandbag directly. Mu Rufeng looked at the sandbag that had returned to the palm of her hand, feeling a little pained. Mu Rufeng simply stood still. Sure enough, the female spy once again passed through the bandage and stuck to Mu Rufeng's body. Then, Mu Rufeng took the sandbag and easily hit it on the female spy's body. A magical scene occurred, and the sandbags actually disappeared. The moment the sandbag hit the female spy, she froze in place, unable to move. The restraints here are not like in the game, which only restrain the legs, but directly restrain the whole body. Afterwards, Mu Rufeng pulled the female ghost off of him. As for the missing sandbags, Mu Rufeng didn't panic. The description of the properties of the sandbag is also very clear. After the sandbag is thrown, if it misses the target, it will automatically return to the user's hand. Also, when the restraint ends, it will automatically return to the user's hands. This also means that the disappearance of the sandbags has also officially played a role in restraint. This also made Mu Rufeng's idea of relying on sandbags for unlimited restraint disappear. This female spy's ability is really good. She should have the ability to break free. Mu Rufeng looked at the female spy carefully, thinking about something. Mu Rufeng was not worried that the female spy could break free from the sandbag. Just kidding, this is a regular prop. Even if the female conspirator is very powerful, it will only shorten the restraint time at most. Speaking of which, Mu Rufeng has not yet tested the duration of the sandbag's restraint. Blood, I want blood, give me blood to drink. Although the female spy in black was restrained, her big smoky eyes were staring at Mu Rufeng, and she kept shouting. After thinking for a moment, Mu Rufeng cut her finger and put it directly into the mouth of the black-clothed woman. When blood entered the room, the female ghost in black's eyes instantly lit up, and then the expression on her face became extremely peaceful, or in other words, enjoyment. Feeling the mysterious feeling on her fingertips made Mu Rufeng feel a little carried away. But Mu Rufeng soon calmed down. Because he felt that his blood was being absorbed rapidly. The absorption speed was so fast that it felt like his blood would be sucked dry within a few minutes. He only made a small opening on his finger. If the wound was bigger, it would have to be sucked dry in one go. Immediately, Mu Rufeng pulled out her hand. Seeing that there was no more blood to drink, the woman in black suddenly looked at Mu Rufeng with a pleading look on her face. Blood, I still need blood to drink, give it to me, give me blood to drink. Speak to me properly. Mu Rufeng said. Blood, I want to drink blood. The female spy in black ignored Mu Rufeng's words and still whimpered to drink blood. So, this is what bloodthirsty is. Mu Rufeng recalled what the white-clothed female spy had said before. Once hemophilia attacks, he will lose consciousness, but shouldn't he recover after drinking blood? Why hasn't he recovered yet? It can't be because he drank too little blood. At this moment, the corner of the sandbag emerged from the body of the female conspirator in black. Mu Rufeng's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that when the sandbag came out completely, it would return to Mu Rufeng's hands, and the restraint would naturally end. Immediately, Mu Rufeng immediately put the bandage forward and wrapped the black-clothed female ghost tightly. Except for the eyes, not even an inch is exposed. Even each finger, hand, and foot was wrapped several times individually, and then the hands and legs were brought together and continued to be wrapped. This time, Mu Rufeng didn't believe that this guy could still escape. After about 10 seconds, the sandbag flew out and landed on Mu Rufeng's hand. The female spy in black regained her mobility and immediately began to struggle, trying to break free from the bandages. However, this time the winding was really too tight, even if the woman in black used her abilities. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. He could only break free from the first layer. Before he could break free from the second layer, the bandage quickly closed up again, giving no chance to the female spy in black. In this way, he was finally captured in a serious manner. You haven't changed back yet. Mu Rufeng frowned. Immediately, a violent and fierce bridge hit the black-clothed female ghost on the forehead. Boom! There was a muffled sound. The black-clothed female ghost's forehead sunk in directly. Ah! A shrill scream came from the female spy's mouth. Have you changed back? Mu Rufeng asked. I've changed back, I've changed back, it hurts so much, but it's so sweet in my mouth. Upon hearing this, Mu Rufeng nodded with satisfaction, and then spread the bandage away. At this moment, the female ghost in black has turned into a female ghost in white, and her bun has become disheveled again. The black silk stockings are gone and she is now bare. The second chapter is here, and the third chapter will be released later. It's the last day of the month, please vote for me. Chapter 142 The Second Contracted Ghost Monthly Ticket Request. Can you speak properly now? Mu Rifeng said. Yes, I can, but it hurts so much. The woman in white touched her sunken forehead and said with an aggrieved look. Mu Rifeng didn't say anything, and raised her hand to let the bandage fly away. Then he wrapped the forehead of the white-clothed female ghost in one fell swoop. Don't move. The bandage can help you recover from your injury. Mu Rifeng said. The female spy in white initially didn't believe it, but because of Mu Rifeng's power, she still didn't move. But soon, the female ghost in white felt that her forehead seemed to no longer hurt. When the bandage dissipated, the woman in white touched her forehead and found that it had returned to its original state. Ah, it's amazing, I've actually recovered. Hey? 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 The poisonous gas that the stinky smoker used to hurt me is gone. The female spy in white suddenly exclaimed. I don't know whether it was because the female ghost in white had drunk Mu Rifeng's blood before, or because the bandage had just wrapped her whole body, or because of the combination of the two. Okay, now let's get down to business. Mu Rifeng said. Business? What business? Oh, no problem. Your service was great today. I'll give you a good review. The female ghost in white reacted and spoke quickly. At the moment when the praise was posted, the previous idea came to Mu Rifeng's mind again. That's not what I'm talking about. I want to say, are you interested in contracting with me? Mu Rifeng said. Contract. The woman in white suddenly reacted and began to look at Mu Rifeng carefully. As if she still couldn't see clearly, the female spy in white pulled her hair aside. Although you are only a second-level contractor, you are so powerful. I can make a contract with you, but you have to agree to 2 conditions. After thinking for a moment, the female ghost in white said. 2 conditions? Okay, you say. Mu Rifeng said. First of all, you have to prepare enough blood for me. I will drink it every day. Said the female ghost in white. Can any blood be used? Mu Rifeng asked. Human blood is best. Of course, other animal blood will also work, but the amount must be sufficient. Said the female ghost in white. That's okay. Mu Rifeng nodded. Just kidding, in a slaughterhouse in the real world, there is really no end to the blood of pigs, sheep, and cows. Even if the contracts of all the contractors in the relevant departments are strangely drunk, there is still no way to drink them all. Second point, you have to help me kill that bitch and that stinky smoker. Said the female spy in white. May I ask, what are the levels of that bitch and the stinking smoker? That bitch is level 4, and her husband is level 5. I think you should be able to kill them, right? The female spy in white said uncertainly. It doesn't matter if you can't win. You can wait until you become stronger and then kill them. Of course, this must be written into the contract. The female spy in white said. Okay, I'm just asking, how do I find them? Mu Rifeng said with a smile. The ability of this female ghost in white is really good, and judging from her high potential, she is definitely worthy of becoming his second contract ghost. The woman in white rolled her eyes, and then said, You sign a contract with me first, and then I'll tell you. That's fine. Mu Rifeng nodded. With a thought in Mu Rifeng's mind, a piece of parchment glowing with blood appeared out of thin air and appeared in Mu Rifeng's palm. This parchment is the manifestation of the power of the contract slot. Immediately, Mu Rifeng wrote the standard version of the contract on it with his mind. Afterwards, he discussed it with the female spy in white and modified or added some terms. Immediately, the two signed each other's names on it, and even pressed the bloody fingerprints. Mu Rifeng took a look and realized that the name of this female spy in white was Bai Jingwei. Okay, now tell me how to find those 2 guys. Mu Rifeng said. After signing the contract, Mu Rifeng felt a certain connection with Bai Jingwei. That bitch and her husband are in room 418 now. After Bai Jingwei said that, she turned into a black energy and then disappeared into Mu Rifeng's body and entered the contract tank. Okay, why did you agree so readily, so you are already blocked by them? Mu Rifeng was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized and asked Bai Jingwei in the contract slot. I can't help it. I have been living here for almost a month. I have used up all my soul coins and am still 10 days in arrears with my room payment. You have to help me pay for the room fee for these 10 days. Bai Jingwei said softly. Mu Rifeng was speechless. What are your abilities? Mu Rifeng said with a cold face. Well, try it yourself. Bai Jingwei was afraid that Mu Rifeng would be angry, so she didn't dare to say more, but let Mu Rifeng try it herself. Mu Rifeng didn't do any ink, and immediately sensed Bai Jingwei's ability. Soon, Mu Rifeng's face showed joy. Bai Jingwei also has many abilities, including 3. The first one is the golden cicada's escape from its shell. It was this ability that allowed Bai Jingwei to escape from Mu Rifeng's hands easily. Second, don't take the usual path. You can freely walk on walls, roofs, or cliffs, which can double your flexibility. It is this ability that allows Bai Jingwei to hang upside down on the roof like Spider-Man, and avoid being caught by bandages every time. The third ability, which is her most powerful ability, is an offensive ability. It is called sharpness. The sharpness can be infused into nails or even weapons to enhance their sharpness and make the attack stronger. As for the transformation ability of the white-clothed female ghost, Mu Rifeng did not feel it. Why didn't I feel your transformation ability? Mu Rifeng asked. This ability can make the white-clothed female ghost rise from level 3 to level 4, which is definitely a powerful ability. That I don't know either. The white-clothed female ghost said in a low voice. Wait, I remember, you said that bitch is level 4, her husband is level 5, and you are only level 3. I admit that you have a strong ability to escape, but do you dare to provoke them? Mu Rifeng asked. I was originally level 4, that bitch was no match for me. If it weren't for her husband's special ability, how could she have hurt me? Although I was allowed to escape in the end, I was seriously injured and my level still dropped. Bai Jingwei said. Mu Rifeng was a little surprised. He didn't expect that she was level 4 before. In this case, doesn't it mean that he picked up a treasure? Besides, after level 4, she can transform and probably reach level 5. Come out. Mu Rifeng said. No, I want to stay here. It's very comfortable here. Bai Jingwei refused. Come out, don't force me to do it. Mu Rifeng said again. Come out if you want to. Why are you so fierce? The white-clothed female ghost muttered and came out of the contract slot unwillingly. You stay in the room first. Mu Rifeng said. Ah! I don't want to follow you. Bai Jingwei shook her head, her face full of reluctance. If you follow me like this, what if you are discovered by those 2 ghosts? Besides, they are guests of the hotel, and I can't do anything to them. You stay here first, I will help you pay the rent, and I will find a chance to kill your enemies. Mu Rifeng said. Really? This is what you said, you are not allowed to lie to me. Bai Jingwei heard the words, and quickly moved the hair in front of her face away, looking at Mu Rifeng happily. I said, can't you tie your hair? Mu Rifeng said unhappily. I want to tie it, but I can't. My hair is special and I need props. Bai Jingwei said. Okay, okay, you stay here, I'll go first. Mu Rifeng said. Oh. Bai Jingwei responded. Immediately, Mu Rifeng opened the door and walked out. When Mu Rifeng walked out, Lu Yang, who was waiting not far away, immediately ran over happily. Brother Mu, you're out, are you okay? Do you think I look like I'm in trouble? By the way, was there any light on during the time I was in? Mu Rifeng asked. He had been in there for quite a while, at least more than 10 minutes. No, brother Mu, the light has never been on since you went in. Lu Yong said. Oh? Not on? That's good, Before Mu Rifeng finished speaking, he saw the light on the door opposite 419, it was on. Brother Mu, what's wrong? What are we going to do? Hey! Lu Yong saw that Mu Rifeng was stuck, and immediately looked back along Mu Rifeng's line of sight. Brother Mu, it's on. The light in room 418 is on. Lu Yong pointed over there and said quickly. 418, isn't this the room where the two enemies of the white-clothed woman Bai Jingwei live? And seeing that the light was on as soon as Mu Rifeng came out, it was obvious that he had been staring at this side. It seems that there is really no peace. You wait here, I'll be back soon. Mu Rifeng was ready to go and take a look, and by the way, see how strong these two guys are. At the same time, he also communicated with Bai Jingwei in his heart. Your two old lovers have called room service now. Tell me, what are their abilities? Soon, Bai Jingwei's voice rose in Mu Rifeng's heart. That bitch is a hanged ghost. The most powerful thing is her tongue. Even my nails can't scratch it. As for her husband, he is a smoke ghost. He can release very toxic smoke and can also block vision. Bai Jingwei said. Okay, got it. Mu Rifeng said, and then cut off the communication. Dong dong dong. Room service. Mu Rifeng knocked on the door. Come in. A slightly enchanting voice came from the door. Immediately, Mu Rifeng pushed the door open. As soon as he entered, Mu Rifeng saw a very enchanting female ghost lying on the sofa, with a comfortable face. On the side, a thin, pale-faced man was standing there. This man was holding a cigarette in his mouth, puffing out smoke. The whole room was filled with smoke. Monthly tickets, monthly tickets, monthly tickets. This is the third update today. After 12 o'clock, I will give you another guaranteed monthly ticket. Chapter 143 The Hanged Man and the Smoking Man ask for the guaranteed monthly ticket. The door still closes automatically. Two guests, what services do you need? Mu Rifeng asked. The male strangely ignored Mu Rifeng and was still puffing away alone. On the contrary, the female spy lying on the sofa turned her head and looked lazily at Mu Rifeng. It tastes really sweet. Human beings are such delicious beings. You just came out of room 419 after doing room service, right? The female spy asked. Yes, guest. Mu Rifeng nodded. Tell me, what did she ask you to serve? The female spy said. This, just gives her some blood to drink. Mu Rifeng hesitated for a moment and then said. Did you drink blood for her? The female spy immediately sat up. It's okay. Seeing that this kid is still so lively, he must not have drank much. Besides, even if she recovers, it will be okay. My ability can restrain her. As long as I leave the hotel, I can definitely take her down. At this time, the smoker on the side said hoarsely. Yes, my man is still more powerful. The female ghost smiled and hugged the smoker, and stretched out a long tongue, about to go downwards. Take it easy, there are outsiders here. Smoker grabbed his tongue and said. We are already an old couple, why are you so shy? Well, waiter, go and remove the cigarette smell from the room. If it doesn't go away, then you can leave an arm for me as a snack. The female sly finished her words and lay back on the sofa. Disperse the smoke. Mu Rifeng looked around the room, and finally fixed his gaze on the smoker who was still puffing away the smoke. The smoke is easy to disperse, but if the source of the smoke is not solved, the smoke will naturally continue to flow. However, Mu Rifeng didn't care. She walked to the bed and opened the window. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in. All of a sudden, some of the smoke in the room was blown away. Then, Mu Rifeng walked up to the smoker and with lightning speed, pulled out the cigarette butt from the smoker's mouth. Then he pinched it out and threw it directly into the trash can nearby. Then, without waiting for the smoker's reaction, Mu Rifeng opened her mouth and blew out a breath. In an instant, the air in the room was completely transformed, and the smoky room suddenly became much fresher. "Hey? Are you looking for death?" Smoker reacted at this time and said angrily. Mu Rifeng, however, calmly took a few steps back and said, "Guest, the smell of smoke in the room has dissipated. Please give me a good review." "Oh, it's really fast. However, you seem to have offended my husband. If you deal with my husband first, I will give you a good review." The female ghost turned sideways, showing off her good figure at a glance. She was like a living bodhisattva. 2 thick plumes of smoke erupted from the smoker's nose. He stood up slowly and looked at Mu Rifeng with a gloomy expression. "Guest, what kind of service do you need?" Mu Rifeng looked at the smoker and said with a slight smile. "Service? I want to eat some meat. I think your meat is very good." Yan Gui strode forward, came to Mu Rifeng, grabbed Mu Rifeng's arm, and then pulled hard. He should have torn it off, but Smoker found that Mu Rifeng's arm was still intact. "Guest, can I regard your behavior just now as an attack on me?" Mu Rifeng turned his head slightly and looked at the smoker. "The body is quite strong, not bad. It will definitely be chewier this way." Smoker nodded with satisfaction, completely ignoring Mu Rifeng's words. Immediately, he moved his right hand, then grabbed Mu Rifeng's arm, used his ghost power, exerted all his strength, and then pulled it. Just like before, he was still indifferent. "Hey? What are you?" At this moment, the smoker realized that Mu Rifeng's body was really not that strong. With the move he just made, even if it was a level 4 trickster, his arm would be broken by him. And Mu Rifeng is just a small second-level contractor. At this moment, Mu Rifeng had already grabbed Yan Gui's right hand with his backhand. Without waiting for Yan Gui's reaction, Mu Rifeng pulled hard. A somewhat thin arm was torn off by Mu Rifeng. "I'm sorry, guest, I didn't know your body was so fragile. I just pulled it lightly, but why did your hand break?" Mu Rifeng said apologetically. "You?" Yan Gui's expression suddenly changed. He didn't expect that his hand would be torn off like this. However, before Yan Gui could fight back, Mu Rifeng's hands had already grabbed Yan Gui's neck. Immediately, Mu Rifeng twisted suddenly and turned the smoker's head 360 degrees. Then he kicked the smoker away and hit the big bedroom not far away. "Excuse me, guest, have I completed my service?" Mu Rifeng looked at the female spy who had already stood up with a faint smile on her face. "Husband, what's going on?" The female spy shouted towards the smoker. "This kid is very evil. Don't confront him head-on. Watch me poison him to death with poison gas." The smoker didn't know when he got up from the bed. With his remaining left arm, he actually turned his head around. Then, the smoker's nose, mouth and even his ears were seen spewing out a stream of white and green smoke. However, before it could spread, Mu Rifeng took out a sandbag and hit the smoker directly. Suddenly, the body of the smoker froze in place. Although his mouth and eyes could still move, the smoke had stopped spraying. Apparently, the restraint of the sandbag also had an additional effect. Husband, what's wrong with you?" The female ghost also found that the smoker was not right, and quickly turned over and jumped directly to the side of the smoker. However, no matter how she pushed her husband, she couldn't make him move. "What a weird thing, what props did this kid use? I can't move now. Hurry up, you take action and kill this guy," the smoker said hurriedly. "Okay." The female ghost responded immediately, and then took a leather rope from her hair with her backhand and threw it directly at Mu Rifeng. "What is this?" Mu Rifeng frowned, and then slightly turned sideways to avoid the leather rope. However, something unexpected happened. I saw that the leather rope appeared directly on Mu Rifeng's body. Then, it quickly began to wrap around Mu Rifeng, and soon, it tied Mu Rifeng tightly. "A prop that is sure to hit." Mu Rifeng was slightly surprised. "I caught you." When the female ghost saw this scene, a ferocious look appeared on her face. Then she opened her mouth, and a soft and sticky tongue flew out like a sharp arrow. "Open it for me." Mu Rifeng's muscles shook violently, trying to break free from the leather rope. However, the material of the leather rope was also very resilient. Under Mu Rifeng's encouragement, it was only stretched a little, and then retracted back to Mu Rifeng's body. At the same time, the tongue was about to come. Mu Rifeng moved directly in an instant to avoid the attack. And the leather rope was still on Mu Rifeng's body, and did not stay in place because of Mu Rifeng's teleportation. "Just right, try the new contract ability." Mu Rifeng saw this scene, calmed down in his heart, and then immediately used the ability of escaping from the golden cicada shell. Mu Rifeng shrank and slipped out of the rubber band. "Hey? Teleport? Can you break free from my rubber band?" The female ghost was slightly surprised. After Mu Rifeng broke free from the rubber band, he returned to his previous appearance and fell to the ground. Obviously, this rubber band cannot be retracted on its own. If it is broken free and not retracted by the user, then whoever picks it up will own it. "Look," the female ghost's tongue gave up attacking Mu Rifeng and went straight to the rubber band. However, at this moment, Mu Rifeng suddenly appeared beside the rubber band, stretched out his hand, and grabbed the female ghost's tongue. Immediately, with a sudden pull, a huge force was transmitted. In an instant, the female ghost was pulled over, and then Mu Rifeng's left hand grabbed her neck. "Now my service is completed, can you please give me a good review?" Mu Rifeng said. "Bug, are you looking for death? Want a good review? Humph, I'll give you a bad review now." In the distance, the bound smoker was shouting and yelling. Just before he could say the word review, a thick stick flew over and pierced the back of the smoker's head directly. You can see that this is an electric baton, which enters from the mouth and sticks out half of the back of the smoker's head on the other side. Zzz. The electric current exploded instantly. The smoker rolled his eyes and couldn't speak. Although it was only a third-level electric baton, it hit the vital point and could still play a certain role. "This guest, please give a review, otherwise, I don't mind cutting off your tongue and giving it to the kitchen to fry a bowl of flavored tongue." Mu Rifeng took out the butcher knife and gestured a few times on the long tongue of the female ghost. The female ghost could clearly feel the terrifying murderous aura on the butcher knife. At this moment, she panicked. Good review, I am very satisfied with your service, I give you a big review." The female ghost said hurriedly. "That's right." Mu Rifeng nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, he has received a reminder that the service has been completed. So far, he has received 3 good reviews. "Go, get my electric baton back," Mu Rifeng said. The next second, the bandage flew out, crossed a distance of 7 or 8 meters, wrapped around the electric baton, and then flew back again. "It's really dirty." Mu Rifeng looked at the filth on the electric baton with disdain, and immediately took it into the bathroom and took a shower. "Okay, guests, today's service is completed, so I will leave first." Mu Rifeng said politely, then let go of the female ghost's neck and tongue, opened the door and walked out directly. When the door was closed, the duration of the sandbag also expired, and it directly ignored the closed door and flew back to Mu Rifeng's hands. The first update is here. There are 2 more to go. I will post 1 chapter as I write one. It's the beginning of the month. Please give me a guaranteed monthly ticket. If you have any recommendation tickets, you can also vote a little. Thank you for the 1700 points reward from Hengagia. Thank you for the 1500 points reward from OSCAR621, and thank you for the 500 points reward from Minjiua Gongchu, Liameng, and Xing Xing. Chapter 144 The Rubber Band of the Strange Doll. Ask for monthly votes. I'm so mad at me. The smoker regained his mobility and strode towards the door immediately. It seemed that he wanted to go out and fight Mu Rufeng for another 300 rounds. Honey, wait a minute. Although that kid is only a level 2 contractor, he is really evil. Moreover, this is the blood-boring hotel. The female spy stood up and stopped the smoker. Ah! I must eat this guy, otherwise it will be difficult to understand the hatred in my heart. The smoker also became more awake and said extremely irritably. Husband, put your hands together first. Our most important thing is to kill that bitch first. The female spy picked up the severed arm and handed it to the smoker. Yes, that bitch is the most important. Smoker nodded, and then reattached the broken arm to the wound. Oh, my rubber band was taken away by that waiter. The female spy suddenly exclaimed. Damn guy, I'm going to kill him, kill him. The female conspirator was immediately furious and headed straight out the door. Hey, take it easy, that kid is very evil, and this is the blood-boring hotel. This time, it was the smoker's turn to grab the female ghost. Mu Rufeng walked out of the room and glanced around, but did not see Lu Yang. Just when Mu Rufeng guessed whether Lu Yang had entered the room to serve. But there was a ding sound, and the elevator suddenly opened. Lu Yang hurriedly walked out of it. Lu Yang, where have you been? Also, why does it smell bad? Mu Rufeng came to the elevator and said with a frown. Well, brother Mu, there are 3 urgent needs. I really couldn't hold it in anymore. There is no toilet here, so I peed in the bucket. Then Lu Yang hesitated to speak. What happened next? Mu Rufeng asked. I happened to be bumped into by the 401 guest. She asked me to go to the front desk and said that the phone in her room was broken and she couldn't make calls. Lu Yang said with a blush on his face. Well, let me tell you, wouldn't you find a room with no guests to go to the toilet? There will be no one in 420, Mu Rufeng said. I tried, but I don't have the key to room 420, so I can't open it, Lu Yang said. Okay, you can go to 401 and reply. Mu Rufeng waved her hand towards Lu Yang. Yet. Lu Yang nodded immediately. By the way, I still don't know what properties that rubber band has. Mu Rufeng immediately took out the rubber band prop from her pocket. The rubber band of the creepy doll, it is the favorite rubber band of the creepy doll. Effect, tough and elastic. Throw it at the target. For level 5 and below, it can hit the target 100%, thus binding it. Note, remember to retract it in time, otherwise, once the target is restrained for more than 1 minute, or if it falls to the ground, it will become ownerless. Is it a level 5 prop? This one has a 100% hit rate, which is pretty good. Mu Rufeng was quite satisfied with this prop. Ah, this is that bitch's rubber band, brother Feng, can you give it to me? Suddenly, a voice sounded in my heart. It was the voice of Bai Jingwei, a woman in white. Hey? Wait, aren't you in the hotel? Why did you suddenly go back to the contract trough? Mu Rufeng asked. I don't know either. I was going to take a shower, but I suddenly returned to the contract tank. Oh, I know, it seems that I can't be 10 meters away from you. Bai Jingwei said. 10 meters? Forget it. I'll take you to check out after get off work later. Mu Rufeng really didn't know this. The contract were so weird that they couldn't leave within 10 meters. Since she can't be within 10 meters of the contracted ghost, it's impossible to let her stay in the guest room. As for the smokers and hangers-on, there is always a chance to kill them. Brother Feng, Brother Feng, Brother Feng, rubber band, give me the little rubber band. Bai Jingwei came out of the contract slot at some point, stood behind Mu Rufeng, and whispered in Mu Rufeng's ear with a very soft voice. Mu Rufeng reacted very quickly and subconsciously slapped him away. There was a sound of crack. Bai Jingwei flew to one side, and then hit the wall hard with a dull sound. Mu Rufeng suddenly looked awkwardly at Bai Jingwei, who was slapped away by her. I said, don't suddenly appear behind me. I'm very vigilant. Mu Rufeng retracted her hand silently. If he were in the real world, he probably wouldn't be like this, but in the strange world, he is really on alert at all times. Bai Jingwei got up from the ground and looked at Mu Rufeng with an aggrieved look on her face, tears glistening in her eyes. Of course, Mu Rufeng couldn't see it, because Bai Jingwei's face was blocked by her hair. However, because Mu Rufeng and Bai Jingwei have a contract, they are somewhat connected, so they can feel Bai Jingwei's aggrieved mood. Okay, I'm wrong, I'll give you this rubber band. Mu Rufeng immediately took out the small rubber band. Thank you, Brother Feng. Brother Feng is so kind. Bai Jingwei ran over immediately and took the little rubber band in her hand. Immediately, Bai Jingwei took a small rubber band and began to tie her hair. After a while, a woman with a very delicate face appeared in front of Mu Rufeng. I have to say that this look now is much more eye-catching than before. Although the rubber band was given to Bai Jingwei was his contract ghost, so this was just a transfer from the left hand to the right hand. Go back, Lu Yang is coming out. Mu Rufeng said. Okay, Brother Feng, call me if you have something. I'm a little sleepy and need a nap. Bai Jingwei nodded and responded, and then went back to the contract slot. A few seconds later, the door of room 401 opened and Lu Yang walked out. Brother Mu. Lu Yang subconsciously called out when he saw Mu Rufeng. Wipe it. Mu Rufeng said. Ah? What? Lu Yang didn't react for a while. Face, mouth, wipe it. Mu Rufeng pointed and said. Lu Yang was shocked, and then his face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then he quickly wiped his face and mouth with his sleeves. And the neck. Mu Rufeng said again. Lu Yang didn't dare to speak, and quickly wiped his neck. Boy, if you build a good relationship with this young lady, I think she can become your contracted ghost. Mu Rufeng patted Lu Yang on the shoulder and said. Contracted ghost? Really? But Brother Wang seemed to have said that you can only contract a ghost after you clear the first dungeon. Lu Yang was happy at first, but then hesitated. Wang Ziki did teach Lu Yang some basic things, especially about contracted ghosts. Of course, this is what Lu Yang wanted to ask. In principle, it is true, but you have a good relationship with this young lady. Ask her for a phone number. When you go to the next dungeon, find a phone to call her and ask her to come to you. Mu Rufeng gave Lu Yang an idea. Ah? Brother Mu? Is this okay? Lu Yang was immediately shocked. Of course, in the weird world, as long as it is not some special place, those weird phone numbers can still be dialed. Mu Rufeng said with a smile. I know, Brother Mu, thank you. Lu Yang nodded vigorously. He also knew that if he wanted to survive in the weird world, it was really important to have a weird contract. Time passed by minute. In the blink of an eye, it was 10:50 in the morning. In these few hours, the lights had not been turned on once. I guess not all customers want room service. Ding dong. The elevator door slowly opened. But there were 3 people standing inside. Oh, no, it should be 2 people and a weird. These 3 people were none other than Sun Hu, Wang Ziki, and Wang Weng, the deputy manager of the lobby. It's time for lunch. Now, go to the restaurant to help. Wang Wang said to Mu Rifeng and Lu Yang, who were not far away. Mu Rifeng and Lu Yang didn't say anything and walked into the elevator immediately. Mu Rifeng glanced at Wang Ziki and Sun Hu. Wang Ziki was fine, and it seemed that nothing happened. But Sun Hu, his face was extremely pale, leaning against the elevator, looking a little weak. Sun Hu's left hand was gone. Soon, the group arrived at the second floor. This is the restaurant. Guests from the entire hotel will come here to eat. Occasionally, there will be guests from outside who come here to eat. Your task is very simple, that is, to serve the dining customers well. Wang Zhen said. Manager Wang, I wonder when we can have lunch. Mu Rifeng suddenly asked. Wang Zhen glanced at Mu Rifeng and said, the restaurant is open from 11 o'clock to 1300 hours. After the restaurant closes, you have an hour of rest time. After the voice fell, Wang Zhen turned back to the elevator. Mu Rifeng looked at the environment on the second floor. But he found that it was not only them who came. There were also front desk staff Wu Yangli, Shi Lan, and cleaner Yao Xuanyu. These three people just walked out of a utility room on the side. As for Zhou Bing and Lu Qi, I think they should still be busy working in the kitchen. As for why Zhao Yufeng was not there, it was unknown. They also changed into clean work clothes. No, it shouldn't be said to be changed, but a large waiter's uniform was put on outside. Mu Rifeng immediately walked towards the utility room. Lu Yang saw this and immediately followed Mu Rifeng. Wang Ziki and Sun Hu were not fools, so they naturally followed. Soon, Mu Rifeng arrived at the door of the utility room. You guys should change your clothes quickly, we need to wear the same clothes. Shi Lan reminded. Yes. Mu Rifeng nodded and walked straight into the utility room. This utility room was not much different from the one they had at the beginning. The only difference was that there was only one kind of clothes hanging, that is, the clothes of the restaurant waiter. Mu Rifeng immediately took one and put it on directly outside. When he was dressed, Mu Rifeng was surprised to find that a nameplate was hung on his chest at some point. It read, Restaurant Waiter, Mu Rifeng. Chapter 145 I and number 039, LOL give you another chance monthly ticket requested. Soon, the four of them changed their clothes and walked out. Wu Yangli and the others were still standing outside and had not left. It seemed that there was something to say to them. Where is Zhao Yufeng? Why are there only two of you? Mu Rifeng asked first. She is still at the front desk. By the way, have you received any hints about the clearance conditions? Wu Yangli said. No. Mu Rifeng shook his head. Sure enough, we haven't either. It seems that there is a high probability that we will have to stay in this hotel for several days. Wu Yangli looked as if it was as expected. Mu Rifeng nodded, without commenting. After going through so many dungeons, Mu Rifeng has almost understood these. If the clearance conditions are clearly given, then as long as you have the ability, there is a high probability that you can pass the dungeon and return to the real world on the same day. If it is unclear, there is a high probability that you will have to stay in the dungeon for several days. While there is no one in the restaurant now, let's quickly find out if there are any rules to pay attention to. Wang Ziki said. That's right. The restaurant opens at 11 o'clock. There are still 3 minutes left. Lu Yang nodded immediately. No need to look for it. It's posted here. Wu Yangli pointed to the side of the utility room and said. Mu Rifeng looked over immediately after hearing this. There was a piece of paper that was not very obvious on the wall. At the same time, the handwriting on the paper was also relatively faint. If Wu Yangli hadn't pointed it out, Mu Rifeng might not have found it so quickly. That's why Mu Rifeng didn't notice this when he entered the utility room. Restaurant waiters' work rules. 1. The restaurant is open every day from 11 o'clock to 1300 hours in the morning and 1700 hours to 1900 hours in the afternoon. 2. Please strictly abide by the rules and regulations. You must not leave the restaurant during work. 3. If the restaurant manager or a higher level person allows it, you can leave the restaurant. 4. After entering the restaurant, guests must be greeted by employees. 5. Guests should be seated in order, starting from seat number 1. 6. This restaurant has private rooms, with a minimum consumption of 200 yuan. If there are guests who want to go, please ask them to prepay 200 yuan first. 7. The guests are God, please try to meet the guests' requirements. 8. If the guests are unreasonable, you can teach them a lesson appropriately. 9. If the guests give you tips, you can accept them. 10. Don't send the wrong dishes, otherwise, part of your body will become the guests' dishes. 11. As long as the guests do not leave the table, you must not go to urge them. Another troublesome job. Mu Rufeng shook his head. What I dislike most is this kind of copy. It's better to be straightforward and let me fight with Gui. At this time, Yao Xuanyu said in a deep voice. Lu Yong scratched his head and said, in this case, it's okay for us to be careful, but if we fight with Gui, I will definitely become a dish. What Lu Yong said is right, everyone should be careful, we still have to stay here for several days. Wang Ziki agreed. I only have one hand. If I make another mistake, will I die? Sun Hu said with a pale face. Everyone looked at Sun Hu with a little sympathy. Sun Hu's arm was treated with something, but no blood flowed out. However, in his current state, he is unlikely to survive. Seeing everyone's expressions, Sun Hu gritted his teeth and said nothing. He wanted to explode, but, thinking about it, there seemed to be only 2 ordinary people here, Lu Yong and Shi Lan. As for the other 4 people, one was a senior player of LV2, and the other 3 were more powerful contractors. He didn't dare to show his head, otherwise, he would not have to die under the weirdness, but would have died in the hands of these people. I hope there will be fewer customers. Shi Lan said. Yes, if there are fewer, we can be safer. Lu Yong echoed. Ding! At this time, the bell above the glass door of the restaurant rang. 11 o'clock, it's here, the restaurant is officially open for business. Just at this moment, the glass door of the restaurant opened automatically. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew in, causing Lu Yong and the other 2 to shiver. Mu Rufeng's eyes slightly condensed, and he saw a few vague figures looming at the door of the restaurant. Guests are coming. Mu Rufeng immediately strode towards the door. Before Mu Rufeng arrived at the door, then he saw a figure had already walked into the restaurant. This was a weirdo without eyes, covered in blood, and missing half of his face. Let's call him the blind weirdo. Guest, welcome, how many guests are there? Mu Rufeng asked. I'm blind, but what, don't you have eyes? If you don't need them, you can give them to me. The tone of the blind weirdo was extremely cold. Table 1, 1 guest, please come in. Mu Rufeng didn't care and shouted immediately. Then he led the blind weirdo to table 1. Guest, do you need me to tell you about the dishes? Mu Rufeng said. Give me a portion of steamed gu human eye and a portion of steamed brain. Blind ghost said coldly. Okay, sir, wait a moment. Mu Rufeng nodded and walked quickly towards the kitchen. When going to the back kitchen, Mu Rufeng turned his head and looked at the restaurant door. He found that everyone had started to welcome guests. In just a short time, 3 guests were seated. If the blind Gui was included, it would be 4. Soon, Mu Rufeng came to the window of the back kitchen. Table 1, 1 steamed gu human eye and 1 steamed brain flour. Mu Rufeng shouted inside. What are you shouting for? Bug, where is the menu you wrote? A fat chef Gui in a chef's uniform suddenly stood in front of the window and said viciously. Sorry, I'll write it right away. Mu Rufeng saw a stack of small lists and a paper tube pen on the window, and immediately took a small stack of lists and a pen, and quickly wrote down the 2 dishes. Wait. Chef Gui took the menu and said a word and went to work. At this time, Mu Rifeng also saw Zhou Bing and Lu Qi inside through the window. Bald Tree Zhou Bing was processing some strange ingredients at the moment, and it seemed that nothing had happened. Lu Qi was also processing ingredients, but the ingredients he was processing were actually more than a dozen thighs. It felt like wholesale. Mu Rifeng understood immediately that these ingredients were probably picked from the clones. Lu Qi seemed to have discovered Mu Rifeng, and nodded slightly to Mu Rifeng. Mu Rifeng naturally nodded as well. It took only 3 or 5 minutes for the chef Gui to bring a tray to the window. There were 2 dishes on the tray. At this time, Ouyang Li came from behind. Obviously, she came to order food. Mu Rifeng took the dishes away directly and saw Ouyang Li. You need to write a list to order food. Mu Rifeng reminded. Thank you. Ouyang Li thanked him after hearing this. Mu Rifeng smiled slightly and then left here directly. Guest, your dishes have been ordered. Mu Rifeng placed the dishes in front of the blind ghost. Blind ghost ignored Mu Rifeng, picked up the spoon by himself, and then opened the lid. However, the next second, his face changed. His face was extremely gloomy, and he looked up at Mu Rifeng. I don't eat chopped green onions, why did you put chopped green onions? Hey? Guest, you didn't tell me. Mu Rifeng said. I have lived here for a month, and I have these 2 dishes for 2 meals a day, without fail. How could the chef not know that I don't eat chopped green onions? Blind Ghost said coldly. That must be the chef's fault, guest, I will go and change one for you. Mu Rifeng said, and was about to take the dish away. Humph, you angered me, leave something for me first. As soon as the voice fell, the blind ghost actually attacked Mu Rifeng directly. Although it was the chef's fault, the blind ghost not only did not blame the chef, but admired him very much. Because it was obvious that the chef wanted to give him a meal. However, before the blind ghost's attack came, Mu Rifeng's big hand pressed on his shoulder first. He actually pushed the blind ghost, who stood up back to the chair. Guest, I think you wait here, I will change one for you, okay? Mu Rifeng said expressionlessly. Okay. The blind ghost nodded a little stumblingly. His shoulder had been crushed. He was a level 4 ghost, and because of his ability, his bones were extremely hard. If you want to crush his shoulder with one hand, it is impossible if your physical strength does not reach level 5. This also means that the physical strength of the level 2 contractor in front of him has reached level 5. This is really too shocking. Soon, Mu Rifeng came to the kitchen again. And this time, it was Yao Xuanya who ordered the dishes there. When Mu Rifeng arrived, he had just finished ordering and left with a bowl of twisting noodles-like dishes. Chef, why are there chopped green onions in these 2 dishes? Mu Rifeng threw the dishes on the windowsill and questioned. Chong, you dare to throw the dishes on my territory? Don't you want to live? The chef looked at Mu Rifeng with a vicious face. I think you don't want to live anymore. Make another one right now without chopped green onions. Mu Rifeng said. Chong, I think you are looking for death. Hehe, make another one. Okay, the ingredients for brain and eyes are here, so take yours. As the chef finished speaking, a fat hand stretched out from the window and grabbed Mu Rifeng. At this time, a cold light flashed. Mu Rifeng slowly put away the knife. Pa! A muffled sound. The fat hand fell directly to the ground. Ah! My hand, you actually cut my hand. The chef was shocked. But before the chef could fight back, a bandage flew in and wrapped around the chef's head. Mu Rifeng pulled the chef's head out of the window. I'll give you another chance now. Either die or make me another one. The butcher knife with a strong evil spirit was placed on the chef's neck. Recommend a friend's book. Does the Doomsday Online game feedback reality? Recharge 10 billion at the start. Introduction. Leo was reborn before the Doomsday came to reality, and the Doomsday game had not yet started to feed back reality. In this life, Leo decisively sold his property and spent 10 billion in the Doomsday game. Super Gene Evolution Serum, worth 20 million, buy it. SSS Class Base Railgun, worth 66.66 million, buy it. Ultimate Doomsday Fortress, worth 999.99 million, buy it. All kinds of recharge gift packs in the game are fully loaded, dominating the rankings and servers, and Leo has become a big enemy in the eyes of players. The Krypton God is coming, and the idle ones retreat. Chapter 146 The Lobby Manager is a Nightmare Ghost? Please give me a monthly ticket. This scene made Shilan, who had just come over to order food, widen his eyes. This is so amazing. Shilan looked at Mu Rifeng with respect. In addition to Shilan, Lu Qi and Zhou Bing, who were always paying attention to the situation in the kitchen, were also extremely shocked. Especially Lu Qi, although he was not a contractor, he was also a senior LV2 player. He knew the power of this third-level Chef Gui, but now, he was like a pig waiting to be slaughtered, allowing Mu Rifeng to control him. Spare my life, I will do it right away, I will make another one right away. Feeling the chill of the butcher knife, the Chef Gui did not dare to breathe, and was really panicking at the moment. Mu Rifeng loosened the bandage, took back the butcher knife, and said coldly, "If it happens again, I will feed you to my contracted Gui." "Yes, yes, yes." The Chef Gui shuddered all over and quickly shrank back. Even the broken arm was not dared to be taken. Mu Rifeng hooked his feet, raised his hands and clapped his fat hands directly into the kitchen. "Hurry up!" Mu Rifeng said. "It will be ready soon, it will be ready soon." Chef Gui did not dare to refute, and could only agree repeatedly. "Brother Mu, you are so amazing, how did you do that? Is this the power of the contracted ghost?" Shilan trotted over and exclaimed when he got close to Mu Rifeng. "Almost." Mu Rifeng was vague. "Brother Mu, you were really amazing just now, you got rid of that ghost in one go." Before Shilan finished speaking, he was interrupted by Mu Rifeng. "In a place like this, talk less, you hurry up and order the dishes, by the way, write the menu first." Oh, okay." Shilan nodded, took the paper and pen and started writing. Not long after, the chef came over with the 2 dishes. "Sir, your dishes are ready. I didn't put chopped green onions this time. I also added a bowl of meat soup for him. That guest has ordered it several times." Chef Gui said carefully. After Mu Rifeng took it, he opened the lid and took a look, and found that there were indeed no chopped green onions. "Be smart, if there is anything wrong with my companion's dish, I will cut you as well." Mu Rifeng said coldly. Yes, I will be fine." Chef Gui nodded repeatedly. Immediately, Mu Rifeng returned to table 1 with the dish. "Sorry, sir," the chef was confused and read the menu wrong. "This broth is your apology," Mu Rifeng said. "Well." Blind Gui nodded, and then ate silently, not daring to look up at Mu Rifeng. This guest was also served, and Mu Rifeng left table 1 directly and stood at the door waiting. At this time, there was still one person standing at the door, that was Sun Hu. The rest of the people were welcoming their own guests. Even if those guests were eating, they had to give orders to the waiters from time to time, so Wu Yangli and others were not idle at all. It was still the best here with Mu Rifeng, and that blind Gui did not dare to give orders to Mu Rifeng at all. "Hey, brother Mu, there will be guests coming later. Can you help me welcome them? I'm missing an arm, so it's a bit difficult." At this time, Sun Hu came to Mu Rifeng and said. Mu Rifeng glanced at Sun Hu and said, "You can't do nothing just because you're missing an arm. The current job is pretty easy. I've also taken care of the back kitchen. Be careful, nothing will go wrong." Sun Hu's eyes flickered a few times when he heard this, but he didn't refute. This Sun Hu is still being petty. Mu Rifeng really doesn't like this guy. If he dies, he dies. It's none of his business. 5 minutes passed in a blink of an eye. At this time, a weirdo with a hollow stomach walked in. Sun Hu saw this scene and retreated instead of advancing. It looked like he wanted Mu Rifeng to receive him. Mu Rifeng saw this scene, shook his head, and stepped forward to receive this weirdo. In the next second, another weirdo walked in from outside the door. It was still an acquaintance of Mu Rifeng, the hanged ghost whose rubber band he had robbed. When Sun Hu saw the hanged ghost, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly came to the hanged ghost. The stomach of the person Mu Rifeng received was emptied, and he looked very scary at first glance. As for the hanged ghost, he was beautiful and had a good figure, and he didn't look weird at all. Sun Hu felt that this ghost must be easy to deal with. Seeing this scene, Mu Rifeng shook his head in his heart, and estimated that Sun Hu was in danger. On the other hand, the weird that Mu Rifeng led was actually very weak, only level 1, but much easier to deal with than the hanged ghost. However, this seemingly weak weird looked at Mu Rifeng with greed. Obviously, he was very greedy for Mu Rifeng's body. "Guest, what dishes would you like to order?" Mu Rifeng asked after taking the weird to table number 7 and sitting down. "I want to have the 5 internal organ soup and stir-fried internal organs." "Oh, and they must be fresh, not cloned," Gi said. "No problem, sir. But the price will be a little bit higher, you should know that, right?" Mu Rifeng pointed at the price on the menu and said. "Are you afraid that I can't afford it? Go quickly, or I'll use you as a treat," Gi scolded. You." Mu Rifeng looked Gi up and down, shook his head, and turned away. "What? Are you looking down on me for being only level 1? Gi jumped up and down, and was about to take action. Then, Mu Rifeng put the butcher knife on his neck with lightning speed. "Guest, this is a restaurant, a public place. I think it's better not to make loud noises, what do you think?" Mu Rifeng said softly. Gi didn't dare to move at all and nodded repeatedly. Mu Rifeng put away the knife and walked slowly to the kitchen. In a blink of an eye, the time came to 12 o'clock. At this moment, half of the guests in the restaurant were already seated. According to the number of tables, 25 tables have been seated. There are still 25 tables vacant. I have to say that this restaurant is really big. The most important thing is that no guest left. Even the blind Gi who came at 11 o'clock, after an hour, had finished 2 dishes and broth, but still had no intention of leaving. Such a result is extremely strange. Mu Rifeng recalled the last work rule of the restaurant waiter. 1-1. As long as the guest does not leave the table, you must not go to urge him. It should be that the restaurant can recover the guest's injuries faster. Mu Rifeng guessed. Mu Rifeng and Yu Yang Li were standing in front of the restaurant at this moment, waiting for the next guest. As for Lu Yang, Shilan, and Yao Xuanya were busy in the restaurant. As for Sun Hu, that guy is gone, and he had been eaten up by the hanged ghost. "Haha, this is what Mr. Wang said." Just at this time, a hearty laugh came from outside the door. Immediately, 5 weirdos walked in. "We will have a pleasant cooperation this time. Today, you have to accompany me for a drink," a multi-eyed weirdo with eyes all over his head said. "No problem, eat and drink as much as you want today, and it's all on my account," the weirdo in the suit said seriously. Come on, please come in, I'll take you to the Tianzi box, Mr. Wang." The weirdo in the suit pulled the multi-eyed weirdo and walked inside. But soon, when the weirdo in the suit saw Mu Rifeng, he was stunned. The suit-wearing weirdo was stunned, and so was Mu Rifeng. Because he knew this guy. This suit-wearing weirdo was the nightmare weirdo on the bloody train, the nightmare weirdo who was designated by Mu Rifeng to sing a song called Good Luck. Mu Rifeng and the nightmare weirdo raised their eyebrows almost at the same time. Hey? A living person? Manager Hua? When did your hotel start recruiting contractors? The multi-eyed weirdo glanced at Mu Rifeng and Ouyang Li and spoke. Mu Rifeng's eyes fell on the nightmare weirdo's chest. There happened to be a nameplate there, Lobby Manager, Hua Wen Liang. Good guy, he is really a good guy. His copy this time turned out to be a hotel related to Hua Wen Liang, who had a feud with him. His position is not low, he is the boss of his boss. Haha, isn't it a bit difficult to find ingredients? Now that we have found someone, we will have the ingredients. The nightmare weirdo looked at Mu Rifeng with a sinister smile. That's true, haha, it seems that we have to recruit some living employees for undead optimization. The multi-eyed ghost also laughed. You two, lead the way. At this time, Wang Zhen, the deputy manager standing next to the nightmare ghost, pointed at Mu Rifeng and Ouyang Li and said hurriedly. Glad to serve. Mu Rifeng smiled slightly, and walked towards the Tianzi box without panic. This nightmare ghost is very powerful, a level 6 ghost. However, Mu Rifeng is not scared. Ouyang Li, on the other hand, is a little scared. Her face is a little pale. The nightmare ghost is a level 6 ghost, while the so-called Wang's multi-eyed ghost is a level 7 ghost. The two ghosts following the multi-eyed ghost are also strong, both level 5. And Ouyang Li and Mu Rifeng are going to serve them now, how can Ouyang Li not panic? The guests who are dining in the restaurant and the waiters also discovered the situation here. They are all extremely frightened. There is no other reason, the momentum of this group of people is too strong. Level 7, that is a level 7 ghost general, in the strange world, it is also considered a strong man. Crushing them to death is really like crushing an ant. Soon, Mu Rifeng led a group of people to the Tianzi box. Mr. Wang, take a look, what do you want to eat? Hua Wen Liang put the menu in front of Duo Mugui. This, and this, don't take it, all the others, 2 copies. Duo Mugui said. By the way, do you have mutai here? I always drink mutai when I eat. Duo Mugui said. Sorry, Mr. Wang, I neglected it. Who, Mu Rifeng, right? Go to the mutai store 5 miles outside the hotel and buy 2 bottles of Fishan. Hua Wen Liang said, and took out 1,000 soul notes and threw them to Mu Rifeng. Recommend a friend's book Weird Domain, collector of old things. The old gods gazed at the world, and the new gods were born in the weird domain. A crazy snake woman with a long scarlet tail on her lower body and a sexy and beautiful upper body? A steam monster that can cook people thoroughly? And that strange bus that can get on people but not off them? Fortunately, I am not abnormal myself. Ding, I sensed an old object that carries the host's old wish. Would you like to check it? Chapter 147, Facing the World Outside the Strange Copy. Please give me a monthly ticket. Can I leave the hotel? Mu Rifeng was stunned for a moment and asked. I allow you to leave, so you can leave naturally. I'll give you half an hour. Hua Wen Liang said. Okay. Mu Rifeng didn't say anything, put away the 1,000 soul coins, and walked out of the box. You, go to the kitchen and order food immediately, and ask them to serve quickly. Hua Wen Liang looked at Ouyang Li again and said. Yes. Ouyang Li didn't dare to stay in the box for long and left immediately. I say, Manager Hua, this is not authentic. 1,000 soul coins can't even buy a bottle of Fishan. Duo Mugui said. Haha, if this kid is lucky enough to come back, that will be your appetizer. Hua Wen Liang said with a smile. That's not bad. Duo Mugui nodded. Xiao Wang, go quickly and take out my treasured Fishan. Hua Wen Liang instructed the deputy manager Wang Zhen. Okay, Brother Hua, I'll go right away. Wang Zhen nodded repeatedly, and then quickly left the box. Brother, where did you get this batch of pork for me this time? Tell me the whole story. At this time, Duo Mugui asked Hua Wenliang. Brother Wang, since you asked, I will naturally not hide it. Brother Wang knows about Qingshan Pig Farm, right? Hua Wenliang said. Qingshan Pig Farm? Are you saying that your pork comes from Qingshan Pig Farm? Duo Mugui frowned slightly. Qingshan Pig Farm also supplied us with pork before. It was not bad before. After that, it seems that the factory manager was changed, and the quality of the meat has deteriorated. A few months ago, there were complaints from customers, so I didn't do business with them. I heard that Qingshan Pig Farm now supplies some markets and retail investors. Oh, by the way, Zixi Yuxuan seems to be supplied by him. Duo Mugui said. Alas, come to think of it, I was also cheated by someone, and it was Scarlet optimization. Nightmare Gui sighed and said. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Hey? Scarlet optimization? How are you related to them? Come on, tell me. Duo Mugui was immediately excited when he heard about Scarlet optimization. Immediately, Hua Wenliang told him about the deal between the director of the Qingshan Pig Farm and him. Brother Wang, the director originally sold all the pork to me at a low price. I even called people and cars, and then, when I went to the pig farm, all the pork was taken away by the people from Scarlet optimization. Hua Wenliang said here, his face full of anger. I was wondering, why did Scarlet optimization suddenly have so much cheap pork some time ago? It turns out to be like this. Duo Mugui looked as if he had suddenly realized something. But didn't you say that the pork was taken away by the driver of Scarlet optimization, so where did your pork come from? Duo Mugui asked in confusion. I was so angry that I stopped half of the car. That driver is really good, otherwise, I would have stopped the whole car. Hua Wenliang said. Haha, brother, you did a great job. This is not a scam. I got dozens of pigs for free, which is a big profit. Duo Mugui laughed. Let's get rich together, let's get rich together. Mu Rufeng didn't know anything about these conversations in the box. At this moment, he had taken the elevator to the first floor. Bug, get out of the way, you're blocking the way. The elevator just opened, and before Mu Rufeng came out, a voice came from the front. Mu Rufeng looked up and found that it was a centipede with a centipede head. First down and then up, don't you understand? Get out of the way. Mu Rufeng said coldly. You. The centipede was about to get angry, but saw that Mu Rufeng had already taken out the butcher knife. Seeing Mu Rufeng's weird appearance and cold eyes, I don't know why, I shivered all over. He didn't dare to say much, and actually stepped aside to make way. He was obviously only a level 2 contractor, but he actually exuded a level 5 aura, which shocked him, a level 3 ghost. It was really unbelievable. After getting out of the elevator, Mu Rufeng came to the lobby. Just in time, he saw Zhao Yufeng, who was receiving a ghost. Mu Rufeng didn't care much, and came to the hotel door, pushed it open and walked out. This scene attracted Zhao Yufeng's attention. Hey? Isn't that guy upstairs? Why is he leaving the hotel now? Forget it, it's none of my business, let's arrange the guests first. Zhao Yufeng ignored it and dealt with his own affairs. Hey, you kid, aren't you a waiter in the restaurant? How dare you leave during working hours? Hey, there is an unexpected surprise for lunch today. A tall and strong security ghost immediately came from a distance with a grim smile on his face. Manager Hua Wenliang asked me to go out and buy wine. Mu Rufeng said. Manager Hua. The security guard stopped in front of Mu Rufeng and looked at him suspiciously. Of course, look, this is the money he gave me. Mu Rifeng said, taking out the 1,000 soul notes. Let me see. The security guard took the 1,000 soul notes. After a careful look, he nodded and said, it seems that Manager Hua asked you to go. Okay, then you should leave quickly. The security guard stuffed the soul notes to Mu Rifeng. I say, did you give too little? Mu Rifeng looked at the 500 soul notes left in his hand and said. This security guard is really as thick-skinned as a city wall. He changed his hand and lost half of it. If only 1 or 2 tickets were missing, Mu Rifeng would have let it go. After all, he didn't need them, so he just took them as tolls. This guy took half of it. How could Mu Rifeng tolerate it? Hey? What? It's just 500? Get out of here! The security guard waved impatiently. Mu Rifeng shook his head and said nothing. The ghost cave was quietly opened without him noticing. Immediately, Mu Rifeng reached out and took out an electric baton from the security guard's waist. Security guard's electric baton, an electric baton that only wants to discharge electricity. Please pay attention, don't put me in a strange place. Effect, press the switch to release a strong current, which can instantly paralyze level 5 and below. Note, the red light on the indicator light means that the battery is running out. You must remember to charge it. Mu Rifeng had an electric baton before, which he got from the security guard at Qingshan Pig Farm. The properties are almost the same, except that the electric baton is a level 3 item. This electric baton is obviously much more powerful, it is a level 5 item. Mu Rifeng put away the electric baton and then strode towards the parking lot gate. And the security guard Gui also turned around and walked to the other side. The electric baton hanging on his waist was taken away by Mu Rifeng, and he didn't know it at all. Soon, Mu Rifeng came to the gate of the hotel's open-air parking lot. That is, the automatic lifting gate. Just when Mu Rifeng wanted to pass through the middle, he was stopped by a security guard in the security booth. Stop, hee, a waiter? It seems that you have a good meal today. Mu Rifeng paused and looked at the security guard. I'm going to buy wine. Manager Hua asked me to go. If I'm delayed, you will be responsible. Manager Hua. The security guard looked at Mu Rifeng suspiciously. Forget it, get out. The security guard Gui waved his hand without much hesitation. Mu Rifeng immediately walked out from the middle of the gate. There was fog in front of him, but when Mu Rifeng stepped out, the fog dissipated directly. Ding ding ding! A car whistle sounded on the road not far away. Many cars were driving on the road. There were many weird people walking on the street. When Mu Rifeng appeared, he immediately attracted all the weird eyes. Living person? Contractor? Is it a living contractor? In an instant, those weird eyes became extremely greedy. Mu Rifeng glanced around and felt a little uneasy. It was not that he was afraid of these weird things, but he was shocked by the scenes in front of him. Tall buildings, busy traffic, and endless streams of weird people. This weird world is really like a real world. At this moment, one side of the weird world appeared in front of Mu Rifeng. Bandage, you emit some bloody smell to cover my popularity. Mu Rifeng suddenly muttered. The next second, a faint smell of blood emanated from the bandage, with a little bit of stink. At the same time, Mu Rifeng burst out his own aura comparable to level 5. Those weird things that were about to come over to attack stopped one by one, looking at Mu Rifeng with surprised faces. The smell of living people has disappeared. How can it be a contractor? This is clearly a level 5 evil ghost. It's a close call, it's a close call, I didn't do it, otherwise I would be miserable. It's gone, there must be a contractor who was eaten by this senior, so there is a smell of living people left. The weird things not far away immediately dispersed, not daring to touch Mu Rifeng's tiger whiskers at all. Really good. Mu Rifeng patted the bandage with satisfaction. Immediately, Mu Rifeng took out his mobile phone and tried to record the video here. The camera of the original system could not be used, but Mu Rifeng did not care, and entered the ghost system. Sure enough, once the system was changed, the ghost camera could shoot videos without any hindrance. The world outside these strange copies must have great research value. Take some photos and upload them to the relevant departments. Let's not talk about rewards. This will definitely play a role in the research of the relevant departments. That is to say, there is only half an hour, otherwise, Mu Rifeng must have a good look around this strange world. Speaking of which, he actually didn't believe Hua Wenliang's words. He didn't believe that Mu Rifeng could leave the hotel at all. It was the will of the hotel's rules that came down, making Mu Rifeng understand that he could indeed leave the hotel. Otherwise, even if Hua Wenliang said it, Mu Rifeng would never leave the Swatong Hotel. By the way, where is the Mutai store? Mu Rifeng was a little dumbfounded. He seemed to have forgotten to ask where the Mutai store was. He only knew that it was 5 miles away from the Swatong Hotel. Is it 5 miles to the left? Or 5 miles to the right? The third update is here. Sleep, sleep, I'm so sleepy. Chapter 148 Burn, my little e-mule ask for a monthly ticket. Oh, let me say here that the Mutai in the weird world is different from the Mutai in the real world. Although the names are the same, the ingredients are completely different. Of course, the status of wine is equal in both worlds. And there are some special effects, so this wine is so expensive. Not to mention, when Mu Rifeng heard the name Mutai, he thought he was in the real world. Little ghost, let me ask, do you know how to get to the Mutai store? Mu Rifeng stopped a passing child and took out a 100 yuan soul note and handed it to the little ghost. Are you blind? Which eye can you see that I am a child? The little ghost's originally cute face suddenly darkened, revealing an extremely angry expression. However, when the little ghost saw the 100 yuan soul note handed over, his face changed instantly. Big brother, the Mutai store is just ahead. Follow this road and you'll see it after 4 or 5 miles. The little ghost took the soul note and turned into a harmless and adorable cute boy. Little ghost, don't give directions randomly, otherwise, be careful that big brother will twist your head off and use it as a urinal. Mu Rifeng patted the little ghost on the head and strode forward. He only had half an hour, and the Mutai store was about 5 kilometers away. 5 miles, even if riding a bike, it would take 7 or 8 minutes. If walking, it would be even slower. It would be difficult to go back and forth in half an hour. Mu Rifeng glanced at the bare, decayed, unknown trees on the side of the road. Under the trees, there were 7 or 8 shared electric donkeys. Can you believe that the development of this weird world is really fast? Just to say, Mu Rifeng looked at those electric donkeys that were broken and tattered, and even one of them had no wheels, and he didn't know if it could be driven. Originally, Mu Rifeng wanted to run to the Mutai store, but after seeing this electric donkey, he suddenly didn't want to run. He immediately stepped forward and prepared to take out his mobile phone to scan the code. However, before he could scan the code, the electric donkey spoke. Brother, you don't need to scan the code, just feed me the money, $1 for 10 minutes. Ah! Mu Rifeng was stunned for a moment. He thought he had to scan the code, and there was even a QR code on the front of the car. Unexpectedly, this electric donkey was still alive. Then he reacted and immediately took out 10 yuan and prepared to feed it to the electric donkey. Brother, I'll take $1 for 11 minutes. At this time, another electric donkey next to him spoke. I'll take 12 minutes, brother, choose me. Another electric donkey spoke. Humph, I have 13 minutes, big brother, choose me, choose me. Don't argue, I'll give you $1 for 20 minutes. Soon, the 7 or 8 electric scooters all surrounded Mu Rifeng and chattered. What are you doing? This is my customer, big brother, I'll give you $1 today, I just want to open a business. The electric scooter that Mu Rufeng first found said. I say, Ma Qiu, you don't even see that you don't even have wheels, and you're still carrying people. Even if there are no wheels, I can run. Ma Qiu's tone became a little far-fetched. That's right, big brother, look at this kid, he doesn't even have wheels, how can he run faster than us? Don't choose that kid, choose me, big brother. Choose me, big brother. The electric scooters shouted again. Shut up, it's annoying. Mu Rufeng scolded immediately. Feeling Mu Rufeng's terrifying aura, all the electric donkeys were instantly silent and dared not speak. Although they can speak and have their own thoughts, they are just first-level vehicles. Moreover, although they are first-level, in terms of combat power, let alone first-level ghosts, they may not be able to beat powerful humans. Where to put the money? Mu Rufeng took the 10 yuan and looked left and right, but didn't see where to put the money. Here, here. Ma Qiu was overjoyed when he heard it, and quickly made a mouth appear in the middle of the faucet, where the QR code was. Mu Rufeng immediately stuffed the 10 yuan directly into it. The latter immediately chewed and swallowed the money. Brother, take a seat quickly. Ma Qiu said hurriedly. Mu Rufeng immediately sat on it. Beep beep. Ma Qiu pressed the horn and looked at the electric donkeys triumphantly. And the electric donkeys didn't dare to say much, but cursed in their hearts and scattered. I went the wrong way. Over there. I want to go to the Mutai store. Mu Rufeng said. Ah? Oh. Ma Qiu responded immediately and turned around immediately. Mu Rufeng also took the time to look at it. Although the front wheel of this small electric scooter was gone, it was still able to ride magically. It was just slower than the normal small electric scooter in terms of speed, but it was not a big problem. Hey, wait, brother, I remember that the Mutai store is not here, but on the other side. Ma Qiu suddenly stopped and said. What? Mu Rufeng was shocked. Damn you little brat, don't let me see you again. Mu Rufeng's face was full of black lines. That bitch, he took out 100 soul notes to ask for the toll, but he dared to lie to him. Hurry up. Speed up. Mu Rufeng took out the flame vehicle without saying a word and slapped it directly on Ma Qiu's body. The next moment, a fierce flame broke out from the small electric scooter. Ah, I'm on fire, I'm on fire. Brother, I feel full of strength now. Ma Qiu exclaimed. Go. Mu Rufeng twisted the accelerator handle violently. Suddenly, the whole electric scooter burst out with a terrifying speed and rushed out in an instant. Even the empty front wheel now formed a flame wheel. The electric scooter, which was originally 20 to 30 km per hour, soared to 100 km in an instant. When passing by those electric scooters, Ma Qiu deliberately honked the horn to show his presence. Fuck, is that Ma Qiu? Nima, why is it on fire? Wait, is that the hellfire? Oh my god, what's going on? Why did Ma Qiu's breath become so strong all of a sudden? Those electric scooters looked at the flaming electric scooter in shock. Awesome! I haven't felt so good in a long time. Mu Rufeng drove the fiery electric scooter on the road, and he felt so happy. In the real world, riding an electric scooter every day at a speed of only a few kilometers per hour is really not fun. I finally got a chance to drive a car, and when I went to Yiyang City, I was ready to go on the highway, but the dice drew 1. Now, I can finally feel good without any scruples. Not to mention, after the electric scooter used this flame vehicle card, the speed was really good. Brother, what is this thing of yours? It's amazing. Brother, I'm so fast, haha. Brother, you are so amazing, you can even drift. Brother, can you drive fast? There is a tilted wall in front of you. Haha, okay, I just want to play with it. Mu Rufeng laughed, and soon saw a wall tilted 40 degrees more than 100 meters away. And it was quite high, enough for 4 or 5 meters. Immediately, Mu Rifeng rushed up along the wall. The terrifying speed, coupled with such a light electric scooter, without any accidents, the whole car flew up directly. Wow 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 wow! Ma Qiu exclaimed immediately. Mu Rifeng was also very happy. Ah! No, it's the traffic officer of the Nether police station. At this time, Ma Qiu exclaimed. Ah! What? Nether police station. Mu Rifeng also saw that not far away, a fully armed skeleton was leaning against a cool iron horse, smoking a cigarette. It was at this time that the skeleton also looked up and saw Mu Rifeng and the burning Ma Qiu. Well? Good, dare to drive illegally in my territory? And play fast. The skeleton immediately threw away the cigarette, and then straddled his iron horse. Hurry, big brother, run quickly. If you get caught, you will be fined a lot of money. I'm afraid it will all be reimbursed. Ma Qiu shouted hurriedly. Okay. Mu Rifeng nodded. As soon as Ma Qiu landed, Mu Rifeng suddenly turned the accelerator and drove forward at a high speed. The iron cavalry roared, and then burst into a terrifying speed. It was actually comparable to Ma Qiu's speed. In fact, when the speed increased, the two were actually closing in quickly. It's over, I'm going to be caught up. Ma Qiu said with a sad face. Is the iron cavalry in this weird world so fast? Mu Rifeng was slightly surprised. The road is very wide, and although there are many cars, it can't be considered too many. Even if Mu Rifeng shows off his driving skills, the iron cavalry can catch up quickly. More importantly, he has something to do. Moreover, the Mao Tai store is now gone. Ah! Big brother, don't you know the Netherworld Police Department? Their cavalry are all level 3 vehicles. Although Big Brother used props for me, I barely upgraded to level 3 vehicles, which is still slower than the cavalry. Ma Qiu said. From the beginning to the end, Ma Qiu thought Mu Rifeng was a local weirdo. Ma Qiu himself is only level 1, and he can upgrade to level 3 with the flame vehicle card. This guy is too lame. Don't worry, it's useless to be fast, this is a city. Mu Rifeng smiled and turned around immediately, turned off the road, and then went directly to the building on the side. He didn't forget that the flame vehicle card has special abilities. Ah, brother, slow down, brother, it's hit, it's going to hit. Ma Qiu exclaimed. Then, as Ma Qiu exclaimed, the fiery electric donkey actually drove up along the building. Wherever it passed, there were still some burning hell flames. Fortunately, it went out after a few seconds, otherwise, wherever the ball passed, it would have set fire to it. Squeak! The cavalry braked sharply and stopped under the building, staring blankly at the burning electric donkey above. Chapter 149, Regret for not entering the Bibao Tower. Please give me a monthly ticket. If it were on the road, it would be hard to shake off the motorcycle, but his electric donkey could climb the wall. So, he quickly shook off the motorcycle. Then, Mu Rifeng went around and spent 5 or 6 minutes to successfully arrive outside the Mutai store. Mu Rifeng took the flame vehicle card and said, "Wait outside." "Okay, big brother." Ma Qiu nodded repeatedly. At some point, its missing wheels reappeared. The original shabby style was also newer. Immediately, Mu Rifeng walked into the Mutai store. "Sir, welcome, what do you need?" A tall, pretty female ghost in a black business suit immediately stood up from behind the counter to greet him. "Do you have Fishan here? Give me 2 bottles." Mu Rifeng didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. After buying the wine, he wanted to go to Bibala for a stroll, so his time was very tight. Just when he was galloping with the iron cavalry, he saw the huge sign of Bibalu. It was not far from here, only more than 300 meters. "Okay, sir, please wait a moment." The female ghost nodded and took out 2 bottles of extremely beautifully packaged wine from the counter without being arrogant or impatient. There were 2 big words Phetian written on it. Sir, a total of 3,776 soul coins, cash or card. The female ghost said. How much? Mu Rufeng was slightly stunned. Sir, 1 bottle of Phetian is 1,888 soul coins, 2 bottles are a total of 3,776 yuan. The female ghost's expression changed slightly, and the temperature in the air seemed to drop a little. Can I take a look? Mu Rufeng said again. Of course, but please be careful. The female ghost said. Immediately, Mu Rufeng took a bottle. Phetian Mutai, the lowest level of the entire Mutai series, but also a fine wine. Net content, 500 ml. Ingredients, confidential. Effect, after taking it, people can enter a state of intoxication. In this state, they can stimulate their own brave attributes, improve their combat effectiveness, and enhance their own ghost power. Shelf life, none. Shelf life, 12 months. Production date, XX year X month X day. Market price, 1,888 yuan per bottle. Can humans drink it? Is there any effect? Mu Rufeng asked. Sir, the contractor with ghost power can take it. The female ghost replied. I don't know if it's Mu Rufeng's illusion, the female ghost's breath seems to have changed. Okay, how much inventory do you have here? I want it all. Mu Rufeng said. Sir, what did you say? The expressionless female ghost had a little fluctuation in her face. How much inventory do you have here? I want it all. Mu Rufeng said again. Sir, are you sure? We have a full 70 bottles of inventory here, and there are many higher-end wines among them. The female ghost didn't believe that Mu Rufeng could come up with these funds. Although their store is big, Mutai has a quota every day because of its high price. The quota of their store is 100 bottles a day. 30 bottles were sold in the morning, so there are 70 bottles left now. It can almost be said that they can be sold out every day. Although the materials used in the production are extremely precious, there is no problem with mass production. The reason for the quota is naturally because they want to engage in hunger marketing and play a high-end route. After all, Mutai is also one of the top wine groups in the weird world. I want them all. Mu Rufeng nodded, took out his TND Bank Platinum card and slapped it directly on the counter. This wine is a good thing that can improve combat effectiveness and ghost power. It is definitely a good thing. Moreover, this is the worst Phetian series, and it must be stronger. Platinum card? Okay, sir, I will pack it for you now. The weird breath of the female ghost disappeared, replaced by a smile. Not long after, 70 gift boxes were placed on the counter, densely packed. Mu Rufeng went forward and looked at the properties one by one. The properties are similar, but the one that enhances ghost power and combat power can be said to be stronger in each series. For example, the Mutai liquor of the Ghost Emperor series can directly double the combat power after drinking a sip. Of course, it also depends on the level, but even the most powerful 9th level Ghost Emperor can increase his combat power by half after drinking a few sips. If you drink a whole bottle, you can directly increase your combat power by 10%. Don't underestimate this 10%, the 9th level is already the top existence in the weird world. Hello, sir. There are 33 bottles of Phetian series, each bottle is priced at 1,888 yuan, which is 62,304 yuan. There are 17 bottles of Ghost General series, each bottle is priced at 3,888 yuan, which is 66,096 yuan. There are 15 bottles of Ghost King series, each bottle is priced at 8,888 yuan, which is 133,320 yuan. There are 5 bottles of Ghost Emperor series, each bottle is priced at 18,888 yuan, which is 94,440 yuan. Add the 2 bottles of wine you had before, the total is 359,936 yuan, pay by card. Ding! With the sound of a machine beeping, the money has arrived. Payment has been paid, sir, your bank card. The female ghost returned the TND bank card to Mu Rifeng with a flattering face. After Mu Rifeng took the bank card, she immediately took Xiaoying out, who was still sleeping. Xiaoying, wake up, it's time to work. Mu Rifeng patted Xiaoying's forehead. Xiaoying turned over in Mu Rifeng's arms and continued to sleep. Wake up, or I'll feed you soul money. Mu Rifeng took out a wad of money and waved it in front of Xiaoying. Ugh! Xiaoying seemed to have a stress reaction, retching directly and then woke up directly. Daddy is bad, take it away, take it away. Xiaoying looked at the soul note with disgust. When the female spy on the side saw this scene, her face was filled with envy. Just kidding, if she had this good daddy that she was given money to eat, she wouldn't even have time to rejoice, and she would actually dislike it. Hurry up, daddy, I'm pressed for time, put this wine into your belly. Mu Rifeng said. Okay, daddy. Xiaoying pouted in response, then opened her mouth and sucked in. Suddenly, she saw that all 70 bottles of gift boxes were sucked into the space of her belly. Xiaoying puffed up her cheeks and looked so cute. Yawn. Daddy, I'm still sleepy. I'm going to bed. After Xiaoying finished speaking, she quickly went back to the contract slot to sleep. Sir, your daughter is so cute. The female spy praised. Although she didn't know where Mu Rifeng had hidden her daughter, she wouldn't be stupid enough to ask. From the beginning to the end, the female spy never felt that Mu Rifeng was a contractor. Yes. Mu Rifeng responded and left the store with the 2 bottles of wine in her hand. Although he lost money, he still had to give these 2 bottles to the Hua Wentong guy. No one knew what evil this guy was holding back. Anyway, Mu Rifeng was already planning to kill that guy. When Mu Rifeng came out of the specialty store, Ma Chu immediately came up to her. Brother, shall we go back now? Ma Chu looked at Mu Rifeng with even more respect. Because of the previous scene, it was outside and could be seen clearly through the glass door. It's hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of wine when you buy it. It's so arrogant. Go to Bibao Tower first. Mu Rifeng said. He looked at the time and saw that there were still 12 minutes left before half an hour. If you go back, increase the power and 2 minutes will be enough. 10 minutes was enough for Mu Rifeng to explore the wind. Okay. Mu Rifeng put the gift box on the bandage on her back, and immediately rode a hemp ball to the Bibao building a few hundred meters away. The Bibao building is actually not that high, only about 20 floors. However, compared to other buildings, it is definitely unique. Most of the buildings have more than 10 floors, or simply 7 or 8 floors. Even the blood-boring hotel is actually only on the 9th floor. Mu Rifeng parked the sesame ball, then walked up the stairs to the entrance. On the walls on both sides were the heads of a dragon and a tiger, which were extremely ferocious. Stop comers, Bibao Tower is not accepting guests today. Long Xiao said slowly. No visitors? Why? Mu Rifeng paused, looked at the dragon head and asked. Today is inventory day, so it is not open to the public. Guests can come back tomorrow. Long Xiao said again. Okay. Mu Rifeng had no choice but to leave with a disappointed look on her face. I originally thought of taking this opportunity to go to this Bao building, but I didn't expect that I happened to bump into the inventory checker. Is it irritating or not? Immediately, Mu Rifeng left here on a ma ball. This time, he did not use the flame vehicle card, but rode slowly. Ma Chu, you are a first-level vehicle, so you should also be a prop, right? Mu Rifeng asked. Yes. Ma Qiu responded. Then you are just a vehicle, how can you speak and have your own thoughts? Mu Rifeng asked curiously. I don't know either. Anyway, we have been like this since we were created. Ma Qiu said. Manufacturing. I said, do you still have a company? Mu Rifeng asked again. Yes, but our company has closed down, and we little Eden keys are just abandoned poor people. Ma Qiu said pitifully. It seems that your competition is still very fierce. Mu Rifeng said. That's not true. It's too intense. Brother, my front wheel was smashed by other little electric donkeys from a regular company. Damn it! Ma Qiu cursed immediately. With just such an effort, they had returned not far from the blood-boring hotel. However, at this moment, a group of little donkeys were fighting over there. Strictly speaking, it was a group of brand new, yellow-orange little donkeys that were chasing the group of shabby little donkeys who were in the same batch as Ma Qiu. Damn it, why are those guys chasing us here? Are they even trying to steal our business? Ma Qiu cursed when he saw this scene. Ma Qiu, your friends don't seem to be very good at it. Mu Rifeng said with a smile. I'm still working hard on typing. I don't know why I'm very sleepy today. I've slept all day and my cough is still a bit uncomfortable. Recommend a friend's book. I want to find the right conduct. Introduction, undercover? Damn you! The police don't even want to do it, let alone the young and dangerous. Starting today, I will take charge of Hong Kong City. Chapter 150, Angry Lu Mei, a local proxy player asking for a monthly pass. Alas, there is no way. We can't beat them. Moreover, even if we win, there will be powerful guys in their company to help. Ma Qiu sighed and said. Do you want me to help you? Mu Rifeng said. No, brother, this is the general trend. Our old electric donkeys will be eliminated sooner or later. Even the residents don't want us, which is a waste of money. I'm afraid we can only rot in the corners of the city. Ma Qiu's words were full of loneliness. I just need a vehicle. Why don't you follow me? Mu Rifeng touched his chin and said. This is not a sudden impulse of Mu Rifeng, but he thought about this before, and now is a good opportunity. Really? Brother, can I follow you? Ma Qiu heard this, his face full of disbelief. Their small electric donkeys that eat money are really not wanted by the residents even if they are given away for free. They only spend money to ride it occasionally, and it's not bad if they are in a hurry. If they really take it back, there is a guy who can talk and eats money every day, they must demolish it. Originally, after their company went bankrupt, a large number of small electric donkeys were acquired by other companies. Some were also reimbursed. And Ma Qiu and his friends were among those who were reimbursed, just saying that they escaped. Originally, there were hundreds of partners, but for various reasons, only 8 of them were left. They should have a deep relationship, but because of competing for customers many times, their relationship is indeed a little worse. But even so, they still get together, because if they don't get together, they will decay faster. Of course, follow me, I will definitely not treat you badly. Mu Rifeng said. Ma Qiu, this kid, is different from those with weird contracts, and it is also a good choice to bring him back to the real world. Of course, I don't know if Ma Qiu can be brought back to the real world. Thank you, brother, no, thank you, master. Ma Qiu suddenly became excited, and even the address changed from brother to master. Haha. Mu Rifeng laughed and then returned to the front door of Switong Hotel. At this moment, under the tree, there were already 20 brand new electric scooters neatly placed. The other 7 worn-out electric scooters had already left here to find the next habitat. After getting off the car, Mu Rifeng said, you go to my inventory first. You are not suitable to park in the hotel. Inventory. Ma Qiu didn't react for a while. Master, are you a contractor? Ma Chu came back to his senses at this time and said hurriedly. Yes, I am a contractor. Here is this for you. Eat some soul money and repair the car body. It's so worn out, it's a loss of my face. Mu Rifeng said, took out 10,000 soul money, and directly put it on the QR code. Wu. Master, thank you, Wu, thank you master. Ma Chu was really moved and almost cried. Immediately, Mu Rifeng put Ma Chu into the inventory. Don't say it, it was really taken in. It has to be said that it is very likely that Meiqiu can be brought back to the real world. Immediately, Mu Rifeng walked into the Swatong Hotel. The security guard was still sitting in the security booth. Seeing Mu Rifeng coming back, he was a little surprised, and seemed very surprised that Mu Rifeng came back safely. Mu Rifeng ignored the security guard and walked straight in. When Mu Rifeng returned to the hotel lobby, he happened to see Zhao Yufeng receiving two strange guests there. Zhao Yufeng naturally saw Mu Rifeng as well, and was a little shocked by Mu Rifeng's appearance. Mu Rifeng smiled and nodded to her, and then took the elevator to the restaurant on the second floor. It was already 12:30, and there was only half an hour left before the restaurant closed. The entire restaurant was already full in the more than 20 minutes that Mu Rifeng left. Lu Yong and others were slightly surprised to see Mu Rifeng coming back, and they wanted to come over to ask about the situation. They just said that they were all busy and couldn't leave. Mu Rifeng nodded to them one by one, said hello, and then quickly went to the Tianzi box. Dong dong dong. Mu Rifeng knocked on the door of the box. Come in. Hua Wenliang's voice came from inside. Immediately, Mu Rifeng pushed the door open. Hey, Brother Wang, look, isn't it Cao who has arrived as soon as you mention him? Hua Wenliang pointed and said. Really, but this kid can actually come back alive, he has some skills. Duomugui looked at Mu Rifeng in a daze and praised him. The whole box was filled with smoke and alcohol, but it can be said that both the host and the guests were happy. Manager Hua, a bottle of mutai costs 1,888 yuan, you only gave me 1,000 yuan, and asked me to buy 2 bottles, what do you mean? Mu Rifeng asked. Hat, you really went there, not bad, but since you didn't buy it back, you've disappointed our most distinguished guest. And since our most distinguished guest is disappointed, we have to use you as an apology to the guest. Brother Wang, please come in. Hua Wenliang smiled and made a gesture of invitation. It's just right to eat someone and suppress the smell of alcohol in my stomach. The multi-eyed ghost also smiled, and then stood up shakily. Mu Rifeng looked at the level 7 multi-eyed ghost with some fear. Although he is now quite powerful, he is not confident enough to kill this multi-eyed ghost. Immediately, he took out the 2 bottles of Fishan from behind and placed them on the table. Manager Hua, please reimburse me another 2,776 yuan, Mu Rifeng said. Oh, you really bought it for me. Boy, you have a lot of savings. Okay, hurry up and get to work. Hua Wenliang sneered and waved his hand towards Mu Rifeng. Brother Wang, come on, these 2 bottles of wine are just full. Okay, I won't let my stomach rest anymore and continue drinking. Seeing 2 more bottles of wine, Duomugui immediately sat down and continued eating and drinking. Why are you still standing there? Get out quickly. Wang Zhen scolded at the side. Mu Rifeng sneered, turned around and left the box without saying a word. After leaving the box, Mu Rifeng found Du Yangli who was pouring water for the guests. He didn't go up rashly, but waited for her to finish the service before he came forward. Yangli, did you hear anything in the box? Mu Rifeng asked. He also knew that the multi-eyed slayer was the undead's first choice, and the undead's first choice just couldn't deal with the Scarlet first choice. So, let's see if there's any news. News? I only heard a little bit about it. It seems that Hua Wenliang robbed some kind of semi-truck pig. Wu Yangli's words were very vague, and she obviously didn't hear much. Hey? Robbed half a car of pigs. Mu Rifeng frowned slightly, and a memory slowly emerged in her mind. Lu Mei told him that when Lin Chen drove the first car of pigs, he seemed to be caught by the Netherworld Police Department and detained 10 pigs. Then when we were in the second car, a guy robbed half of the car and drove away. It was precisely because of this incident that Lu Mei even apologized to Mu Rifeng, and even chose them to bear the share of the robbery. Mu Rifeng didn't care at the time, after all, he wasn't short of money either. Now that I think about it, this guy was the one who robbed their pigs. Nat, this Hua Wenliang. Mu Rifeng cursed. That's his money, half a car of pigs, roughly estimated to be in the millions. Even if it's on sale, it's definitely worth hundreds of thousands. Hehe, if that's the case. Mu Rifeng sneered. Then Mu Rifeng thanked Wu Yangli and walked directly to the utility room. After taking out the phone, he dialed Lu Mei's number directly. Mr. Mu, have you entered the dungeon again? Lu Mei said immediately after connecting. Even if you have a ghost phone card, you cannot make calls between the real world and the strange world. Well, by the way, Manager Lu, do you remember what happened at the Qingshan pig farm last time? Qingshan pig farm? Of course you remember it. The second car escorted by Lin Chen and I was attacked and dozens of pigs were robbed. Lu Mei said this with indignation. I have now received the news that the person who attacked you is Hua Wenliang, the lobby manager of the blood-boring hotel. A level 6 red-clothed ghost. Hey? What? Is it Hua Wenliang from the Swibo Hotel? Lu Mei stood up in confusion. Yes, I am working as a waiter in this hotel now. I heard it at the dinner table between Hua Wenliang and Mr. Wang, the undead leader. Mu Rifeng said. It turns out it's this guy. Apparently, he's planning to sell the pork to Wang Ji, the undead leader. Lu Mei said through gritted teeth. No, I can't swallow this breath. I will bring someone here now. Mr. Mu, just in time, I can also give you the blind box of rules props that I promised you before. Lu Mei said. Okay. Mu Rifeng nodded. The reason why he told Lu Mei the news was, firstly, to let Hua Wenliang shed some blood, and secondly, because of the blind box, a rule prop. The time soon came to 12:50. Some guests in the restaurant also began to leave the restaurant one after another. Mu Rifeng and others, pushing a large cart, began to put away the usual dishes and chopsticks on the table. Fortunately, they only need to tidy up and wipe the tables, and they don't have to wash the dishes. At the last moment, the door to the box opened. Duo Mugui and his group left the restaurant happily. Mu Rifeng and others followed behind and walked out. No one is allowed to stay inside as the restaurant is closed. And they also had an hour of rest. Brother Mu, where are we going to eat? Lu Yang approached Mu Rifeng and said. I asked the chef about our food, and the vending machine in the lobby on the first floor provided us with a bucket of instant noodles for free. At this time, Wu Yangli said. Well, let's go to the lobby on the first floor first. Mu Rifeng also nodded. He didn't just want to eat. Calculating the time, Lu Mei and the others should be arriving soon, right? There will be something good to watch later. The third update is here. By the way, should I just set the update time in the evening every day? Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.